In a world where billions of humans are reincarnated into a realm of warfare, they become lords vying for supremacy among myriad factions. Each individual is bestowed with the power to summon various formidable troops, engaging in relentless plunder for resources. Yuan, the protagonist, recruits the Shadow Legion, an unending, undying instrument of slaughter, born for the art of war. Wherever the blade points, there lies dominion, from lord to city ruler, and ultimately to the timeless and immortal Shadow Dynasty. He surges forth, unstoppable. Chapter 1. Recruiting Shadows, the Nine Legions. Welcome to the realm of war. Here, you shall possess an equitable chance for dominance. Each person will randomly receive a castle and an initial military barracks to aid in the acquisition of resources and the expansion of power. The grand proclamation echoed through the skies, resounding endlessly. 3 days prior, this voice had manifested itself in the minds of every inhabitant of Earth. It would randomly select 3 billion souls to enter this so-called realm of war and become lords, summoning troops to contend against countless factions. The danger was palpable, as the voice warned a mortality rate exceeding 99%. Yuan was unfazed. He was already on the brink of death. A malignant growth had taken root in his brain, and the doctors assured him he had but a month to live. If rebirth in the realm of war could grant him another chance at life, he welcomed it. And indeed, he was chosen. As he acclimated to his reincarnated form, he felt an unprecedented clarity and no discomfort whatsoever. The sensation of being alive is truly wonderful, he mused, surveying his surroundings. He found himself within a dilapidated ancient castle, shrouded in a veil of mist. Through the haze, dark silhouettes of trees loomed ominously, punctuated by the distant roars of ferocious beasts. The atmosphere was palpably oppressive. At that moment, the voice resounded once more in his mind. From this moment forth, your castle will be granted a protective barrier for 7 days. No assault shall penetrate this sanctum. Once the protection period concludes, the barrier will dissolve, and your castle will face a wave of primal beasts. Accompanying this proclamation, a milky radiance enveloped Yuan and his castle. Evidently, this was the protective barrier, ensuring safety for 7 days. However, only 7 days. Following this respite, a tide of savage beasts would besiege his stronghold. Contemplating the dire mortality rate, a profound sense of urgency welled within him. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was determined not to meet his end so swiftly. Recruiting troops is essential with soldiers. There lies opportunity. I wonder what kind of troops I shall summon. I hope for something formidable. With resolve, Yuan hastened from the ancient castle, his eyes falling upon the military barracks situated in the courtyard. Though labeled a barracks, it resembled a small altar, its entire structure a deep crimson hue. Above it floated 9 black diamond crystals, emanating a dim, eerie glow. As Yuan scrutinized the dark crystals, a virtual display materialized before him. Shadow Crystal. A unique troop barracks containing 9 legions. 9 legions. Phantom Legion, Claw Legion, Giant Legion, Flying Legion, Helmet Legion, Soft Legion, Devouring Legion, Claw Legion, Scythe Legion. Initial level, 1. Primary capacity. Daily, 2 shadow soldiers can be nurtured, with the type of troop being random and a 1 in 10,000 chance of recruiting shadow. General, required upgrade items, 100 energy stones and 1 origin crystal. The Shadow Legion. The troop I have summoned is indeed the Shadow Legion. Yuan gazed at the display board before him, particularly fixated on the section detailing the 9 legions, his face a canvas of astonishment. How could he not be familiar with the Shadow Legion? It was a troop type he had longed to acquire since his youth. The soldiers of the Shadow Legion hail from the Shadow Kingdom, capable of transforming into shadows, traversing the darkness with ease. Under the leadership of these shadow soldiers, the summoner can also engage in spatial transitions. Each soldier possesses formidable strength and corresponding abilities. As shadows themselves, they require neither sustenance nor rest. Their loyalty to the summoner is unwavering. Most crucially, shadow soldiers are impervious to death. Even if vanquished in battle, they can instantly resurrect from the shadows. The sole drawback is their lack of a verbal communication system. Only the 9 generals possess the ability to speak. However, this is of little consequence. The myriad advantages more than compensate for this minor flaw. Upon another glance at the display board, Yuan noticed the phrase unique troop type. This indicated that, on the war continent, only he, Yuan, could recruit the Shadow Legion. Other lords had no chance of summoning the same type of troop. At that moment, the 9 diamond-shaped crystals above the barracks began to glow and rotate slowly. Concurrently, a prompt materialized before Yuan. Barracks fully charged. Would you like to recruit shadow soldiers immediately? Without hesitation, Yuan declared, recruit immediately. In this unfamiliar war continent, where the mortality rate was terrifying and myriad unknown dangers lurked, the Shadow Legion would be the foundation of his survival. After a brief moment, the crystals ceased their rotation, and two shadows cascaded forth. The shadows writhed on the ground, revealing two figures cloaked in black, with only their crimson eyes visible. Upon seeing Li Yuan, the two shadow soldiers knelt before him, bowing their heads in absolute submission. Simultaneously, details about these two shadows appeared before Li Yuan. Ghost Shadow Legion Soldier. Strength level, Tier 3 can be enhanced through combat. Loyalty, 100. Growth limit, Sacred Domain. Note, soldier levels range from Tier 1 to 9, Sacred Domain, Demigod, and Divine Realm. Both Shadow Soldiers originated from the Ghost Shadow Legion. Their strength may not be particularly formidable at the outset, being merely Tier 3, yet their growth potential reaches the Sacred Domain. And this is merely the Ghost Shadow Legion. It is reasonable to believe that the growth limits of soldiers from other legions will not fall short of the Sacred Domain. Moreover, the 9 generals, with their growth potential likely reaching at least the Divine Realm, with 9 Divine Realm Shadow Generals and the undying, inexhaustible 9 Sacred Domain Legions, who could possibly rival him on the War Continent. Contemplating these thoughts, Li Yuan felt his breath quicken that moment. The information panel before Li Yuan shimmered, revealing a row of dark golden buttons. Personal information, my friend's private chat, channel world chat, channel trading square, and so forth. Yuan reached out and pressed the button for personal information. Suddenly, all of his current information materialized before his eyes. Lord, Li Yuan. Strength, 0 tier, personal and troop combat can be enhanced. Territory level, primary castle. Troops, Shadow Legion. Buildings, warehouse, Shadow Barracks. Equipment, none, personal and troop combat, as well as conquering other territories, may yield rewards. Energy stones, none, personal and troop combat, as well as conquering other territories, may yield rewards. Essence crystals, none, personal and troop combat, as well as conquering other territories, may yield rewards. That Li Yuan's strength is at the 0 tier, merely an ordinary and healthy individual. However, he can enhance his abilities through combat alongside the Shadow Legion. Yet, the notion of venturing out to engage in battle is evidently unrealistic at this moment. He must rely solely on the Shadow Legion for the time being. Upon reviewing the final items, Li Yuan shook his head. Setting aside the lack of equipment, the energy stones and essence crystals are essential for upgrading the barracks. To acquire these resources, one must either engage in combat or conquer other territories, clearly indicating a ruthless environment where conflict is inevitable. In such circumstances, the prospect of remaining inconspicuous is nearly impossible. Should one refrain from provoking others, they will inevitably be targeted, seeking to seize one's territorial resources. It is conceivable that even after surviving the impending beast tide in 7 days, the ensuing war-torn continent will be drenched in blood and strife. There will be no semblance of peaceful coexistence, only a relentless struggle for survival. Chapter 2. The quantity will only increase, never decrease. In summary, there is but one truth. If you do not grow stronger, you shall be left with no path but death. Li Yuan cast a glance at the 2 shadow soldiers who had risen and stood guard beside him, feeling a flicker of confidence within. Unfortunately, he could only recruit 2 for the time being. Compared to the originally boundless summons, this was evidently a limitation imposed upon him, forcing him to ascend from weakness like other lords. Otherwise, had Li Yuan been able to recklessly summon the Shadow Legion from the outset, what chance would others have had? Fortunately, recruitment was possible every day, and with subsequent upgrades to the barracks in his territory, he would undoubtedly be able to summon more. When the number of shadow soldiers reached thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions, their immortal attributes would translate into a veritable endless army. Having familiarized himself with his personal information, Li Yuan proceeded to explore the other buttons. Upon his reincarnation into the War Continent, he had no friends or private messages. However, the world chat channel was continuously flooded with messages, almost never ceasing. After all, 30 billion people from Earth had arrived in the War Continent. Due to the rapid influx of information, Li Yuan paused the feed, allowing him to discern the messages within the chat box. Esteemed players, what are your troop types? Are they formidable? Let us not even discuss it. I've recruited a 1st-tier slime. I'm in despair, with a growth cap of 3rd tier, just waiting for death. I have a half-orc. The feeling of being unable to afford it is mutual. Haha, you all have it rough. My troop type is Night Elf, with a cap of the Holy Domain. Night Elves are impressive. Mine is a troll, just recruited, initial tier 3, cap of Demigod. Sigh. I just saw someone recruit a Frost Dragon. What the heck? How come your troop types are so incredible? Wasn't it supposed to be a fair competition? Upon encountering the term fairness, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. In truth, it was rather equitable. The recruitment of troop types was random for each individual, and the strength of the summoned troops depended solely on one's luck. Most of the other messages were merely complaints about their own troop types, which Li Yuan paid little attention to. The trading square was equally barren. After briefly scanning these modules, Li Yuan turned his gaze toward the castle enveloped in mist. There was a 7-day protection period, after which a 1st-tier beast tide would strike. This was clearly designed to compel lords like him to strengthen themselves within those 7 days in preparation for the impending onslaught. To grow stronger, one could not remain sheltered within the castle. It was imperative to venture forth. Undoubtedly, the outside world was fraught with dangers. Yet only beyond the castle walls lay the resources. Li Yuan approached the main gate of the castle courtyard, with the 2 shadow soldiers closely following. You two go out and scout the area. Li Yuan, currently at 0 tier, had no intention of leaving the protective barrier for the moment, instead sending the 2 shadows out to ascertain the situation. Without hesitation, the 2 shadows stepped beyond the milky white protective barrier. As they crossed the threshold, the mist surrounding the castle gradually receded, revealing the external landscape. A wild expanse of grass and stones unfolded before him. Not far away, beneath a dense thicket, 3 black wild boars rummaged through a pile of grass. The wild boar was quite sizable, weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds, with bristly hair and sharp tusks. As if sensing the presence of the phantoms, 3 wild boars abruptly lifted their heads and charged directly towards the 2 apparitions. In unison, the 2 phantoms produced shurikens, which shot forth with remarkable precision. Thud, thud. The shurikens embedded perfectly into the foreheads of the 2 enormous boars, causing them to tumble and roll for several meters before coming to rest at the feet of the phantoms. Your unit has slain a Tier 1 wild boar, gaining 5 energy points. Your unit has slain a Tier 1 wild boar, gaining 5 energy points. 1 wild boar remained, and upon witnessing its companions being swiftly dispatched, it turned tail and fled in terror. 1 phantom vanished from sight, emerging from the shade of the trees ahead of the fleeing boar, leaping high into the air and striking down upon the boar's head. Boom! With a resounding crash, the boar collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Your unit has slain a Tier 1 wild boar, gaining 5 energy points. The Tier 3 phantom's swift elimination of the Tier 1 boar came as no surprise to Li Yuan, who at that moment felt a surge of power within himself. As if 3 strands of strength were enhancing his physique. Energy. He recalled the moment the shadow had slain the boar, receiving a notification of energy gained. It soon dawned on Li Yuan that personal or unit kills could elevate the lord's strength and level, which must be what this energy entailed. He gazed at the carcass of the wild boar, and a prompt materialized before him. Wild beast carcass detected. Would you like to collect it? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yuan commanded, collect immediately. Wild beast carcass collected successfully. You have obtained 10 units of wild boar meat. For boar tusks, 1 piece of boar hide, and 1 energy stone. The 3 wild boar carcasses vanished, replaced by a bounty of fresh boar meat, for white tusks, and a piece of dried hide, alongside a thumb-sized grayish-white stone, presumably the energy stone mentioned in the notification. This was indeed a valuable item for upgrading the barracks. The 2 phantoms silently faded from the castle. For other units, the area outside the castle brimmed with peril, where a moment's inattention could lead to their demise at the hands of formidable monsters. Li Yuan, however, felt no concern for the phantoms, should they perish. They could simply be reborn. Despite having only 2 phantoms, they were immortal, a distinct advantage for Li Yuan. The shadows he had summoned would only increase in number, never diminish. Minutes later, Li Yuan continuously received notifications of energy gained, and he felt himself gradually growing stronger. Perhaps the beasts surrounding the castle were not of high rank, as neither of the phantoms had fallen. Your castle has yet to be named. Please bestow upon it a resounding title. Naming was a challenge for someone like him, who struggled with such tasks. After some contemplation, Li Yuan declared, let it be Black Shadow Castle. As the words left his lips, information about the castle materialized before him. Castle name, Black Shadow Castle. Level, Beginner Castle. Buildings, Black Shadow Crystal, Warehouse. Items required for upgrading to Intermediate Castle, 1,000 units of stone, 2,000 units of wood. Faction, none. Upgrading necessitates such a considerable quantity of stone and timber. Must we truly dispatch the phantom to gather wood and transport stones? Li Yuan furrowed his brow, momentarily abandoning this notion. It was merely the first day. There was no need to hasten the castle's upgrade. The focus should remain on enhancing the units. Strengthening the troops or upgrading the barracks is paramount. Chapter 3. The Trade of Food, with a quintuple premium. The might of the units is the true path to dominance. Castle upgrades are mere embellishments. Soon, Li Yuan stumbled upon the faction tab. Could it imply that alliances between lords might be forged in the future? After pondering for a while and finding himself bewildered, he decided to set it aside, knowing that specific prompts would surely arise in due time. The phantom had once again ventured beyond the castle to hunt beasts, leaving Li Yuan with some leisure time. He could not resist opening the world chat channel. The chat window flickered with incessant messages, and without hesitation, he opted to pause it. Otherwise, the contents would be indecipherable. Oh no, it's disastrous. The 2 goblins I recruited were devoured by a pack of giant wolves the moment they left the castle. And there's a winged tiger outside my castle. Everyone, please refrain from leaving the castle. Wait until you have a larger troop before considering it. A friendly reminder, do not recklessly enter the forest. Don't ask why. It's a lesson learned through blood and tears. Treat your troops well. I scolded one, and his loyalty plummeted by 20%. nearly inciting a mutiny. It's so tough. With my 2 units, one perished, and the other is injured, and we only managed to kill a single rabbit. I seek advice. I seek advice. The castle upgrade requires stone, but there's none nearby. What should I do? Upon reading these messages, Li Yuan felt an immense sense of relief for having recruited the Shadow Legion. The substantial stockpile of food and items in his warehouse served as the finest testament to this fortune. Li Yuan closed the world chat channel and opened the now glimmering trading square. Unlike its previous emptiness, the trading square now displayed several purchase requests, predominantly for food. Lords and their units generally require sustenance. A lord that neglects nourishment risks starvation. Moreover, if units cannot procure food, their loyalty to the lord diminishes. And should it fall below a certain threshold, rebellion may ensue. After a few hours, the lords had come to recognize the significance of food. However, upon scanning the requests, Li Yuan noted that most were for food purchases, with few offerings for trade. This was only to be expected. Everyone had recruited too few units, just 2. The beasts outside the castle were formidable, making the acquisition of food a daunting task. Food. Li Yuan contemplated the ample provisions in his warehouse. The Phantom had been hunting for an extended period, resulting in a stockpile of 55 units of food. The Shadow Legion does not require sustenance. Only he partakes. 1 unit equates to 1 kilogram. Over 100 pounds of food could last a month. Meanwhile, the Phantom continued to hunt relentlessly. Li Yuan immediately began to study the trading square's rules, realizing he could exchange food for stone, timber, or even energy stones. Just moments ago, he had contemplated delaying the upgrade of the castle, desiring to allow the Phantom Shadow to focus on defeating monsters and enhancing its strength. However, now, trading food would not affect the Phantom Shadow in the slightest. Food was merely a byproduct of their monster hunting endeavors. If there was an opportunity to upgrade the castle, why not seize it? Within the trading square's regulations, there were references for trade values. 5 units of food could be exchanged for a single energy stone, while 1 unit of food could be traded for 10 units of wood or 5 units of stone. Of course, this was merely a guideline. Lords were free to set their own prices for items. Li Yuan searched through the few available offers for food trades, all of which were marked up significantly. Recently, one trade had even reached a 3-fold premium. Just 1 unit of food had been exchanged for 30 units of wood. This was merely the beginning. Food was scarce, and so were wood and stone. Otherwise, there would surely be individuals willing to trade at a 100-fold markup. The food available for this transaction totaled 10 units. Clearly, no one could afford to part with excessive amounts of food for trading. Upon examining other purchase requests, they predominantly sought food in exchange for wood or stone. Compared to hunting beasts for food, gathering wood and stone outside the castle was far safer. Li Yuan promptly produced 50 units of food and swiftly filled out the trade information. Lord of the Shadow Fortress seeks trade. 1 unit of food in exchange for 1 energy stone, or 50 units of wood, or 25 units of stone. Available food for trade, 50 units. A 5-fold markup. If 3-fold attracted attention, 5-fold would undoubtedly entice buyers. After all, there were a total of 3 billion individuals reborn on the war continent. Were it not for the certainty that no one could present hundreds or thousands of units of wood or stone, he would have dared to mark up 10-fold or even 100-fold. Once he completed the trade information, Li Yuan patiently awaited responses. True to expectation, within less than 10 seconds, notifications of successful trades began to flash before his eyes. You traded 1 unit of food and received 50 units of wood. You traded 1 unit of food and received 50 units of wood. You traded 1 unit of food and received 25 units of stone. You traded 1 unit of food and received 25 units of stone. With the continuous notifications, in just half a minute, all 50 units of his food had been snatched away. His warehouse boasted an additional 1,500 units of wood and 500 units of stone. With just 500 more units of wood and 500 units of stone, he would be able to upgrade to an intermediate castle. According to the rate at which the Phantom Shadow was defeating monsters, another trade could occur shortly. Before nightfall, he might even manage to upgrade the castle. Li Yuan grinned, reveling in his newfound wealth, effortlessly acquiring wood and stone. Meanwhile, in the world chat channel, the name of Li Yuan, the Lord of the Shadow Fortress, suddenly surged into prominence, flooding the screen. Who was this Lord of the Shadow Fortress? 50 units of food, and he simply produced them at will? Your hands are remarkably swift. Just as I was about to trade, you had already finished. I am curious about the mysterious Shadow Lord's units. 50 units of food, goodness. How many beasts must be hunted to acquire such a bounty? Shadow Lord, do you still have food available? I implore your presence. I am but a cute girl. There is an abundance of information regarding Li Yuan, yet he has not bothered to peruse it, remaining blissfully unaware. However, his friend notifications incessantly beep. Li Yuan glanced at the screen, seeing a flurry of requests for food, prompting him to promptly set his status to refuse any friend requests. Not only wild boars, but also giant wolves, black dogs, and massive serpents lay before him. After discarding these beastly corpses, the 2 shadows departed the castle once more to hunt. Li Yuan approached to gather resources, acquiring 3 energy stones, 25 units of food, and a handful of wolf fangs and serpent skins. Suddenly, Li Yuan looked up towards the castle exterior. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the two shadows had perished simultaneously. Chapter 4. Individual and Castle both ascend. Both shadows were at the third tier. With their elusive abilities, they could likely escape even the fiercest fourth-tier beasts. However, third-tier and lower beasts posed no threat to them. Yet now, both shadows had fallen, indicating they had encountered a higher-tier monster, at least at the fifth tier. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The shadows resurrected almost immediately to continue their relentless hunting. They were merciless killing machines. As the two shadows diligently hunted, Li Yuan's energy steadily increased, seemingly reaching a critical threshold. An hour later, a golden radiance cascaded down upon Li Yuan's head. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. Your personal level has risen from 0 to 1. He had leveled up. Li Yuan felt his strength surge, multiplying tenfold. He could now strike down a large water buffalo with a single punch. Of course, such power was still trivial. He had witnessed the shadows take down wild boars, which were also first tier. Were he to confront one, it would undoubtedly be his demise. Yet this was merely the beginning. With the first tier achieved, were the second and third tiers so far away? After all, he was the ruler of the castle, and the Shadow Legion was his greatest asset. The two shadows did not gain levels, as they were already at the third tier, requiring significantly more energy to ascend. After several rounds of gathering, Li Yuan's bounty was substantial. He had amassed 12 energy stones, still needing 88 more for the barracks upgrade. Not to mention, his food reserves had once again reached 60 units. Without hesitation, Li Yuan reopened the trading square, offering 50 units of food in exchange for stone and wood. With his prior experience, more individuals began to offer food for trade. However, the amounts remained modest, typically 5 or 10 units, still in a state of high demand. Yet, those capable of trading food were evidently those who had randomly recruited formidable units. Li Yuan felt no sense of concern. In his heart, his Shadow Legion was truly invincible, unmatched by any other military faction. Swiftly, even faster than before, his trading information was snatched away as soon as it was posted. Indeed, many lords were on standby at the trading square, eagerly awaiting the appearance of food for exchange. Damn it, did 50 units vanish while I was filling out the form? Those with food, hurry and exchange it. I have plenty of wood. My troops are starving and lack the strength to venture out. I desperately need food. May I inquire? I have recruited 2 sheep, and they haven't eaten for a day before arriving here. Can I slaughter them for sustenance? Grilled lamb chops. You deserve to savor them. By the way, have you all noticed that the one who produced 50 units of food is none other than that Shadow Lord? It is chilling to think. What divine troops has he recruited to trade 100 units of food? Dragons? Behemoths? Titans? Regardless of what he has summoned. Their power is unfathomable. I am envious. Envy 1032899423. Shadow Lord, I seek a spot on your friends list. I have tried 1,000 times, Shadow Lord. My troops are wooden men, and I can offer long-term collaboration. Enough of the wailing. Rush to the trading square. Someone else has brought food. Goodness. Another formidable figure has arrived. As Li Yuan exited the trading square, he noticed another lord offering food for exchange, and the quantity was considerable, 60 units. The one posting the trade was called the Angel Lord. Could it be that they summoned angels? Angels are traditionally regarded as messengers of the divine, or perhaps even deities themselves. If the opponent has indeed summoned angels, that would explain the 60 units of food they could present. However, this was nothing unusual. Among 3 billion inhabitants of Earth, it is only natural that some would be fortunate enough to recruit powerful troops. Li Yuan swiftly departed the trading square and made his way to the warehouse. Within the castle's warehouse, he found an additional 1,000 units of wood and 750 units of stone, coupled with the initial trade. Li Yuan now possessed a total of 2,500 units of wood and 1,250 units of stone. This quantity fully satisfied the requirements for upgrading the castle, with a surplus remaining. Shadow Lord, the items required for your castle upgrade have been met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade immediately? Upgrade immediately, Li Yuan exclaimed without hesitation. As soon as the words left his lips, an intangible force flowed from the void, and the decrepit castle erupted in a dazzling radiance. Half a minute later, the brilliance faded away. The old castle had vanished, transformed into a grander and loftier edifice. Perhaps due to the name Shadow, the castle's walls were a dark gray, resembling a slumbering beast. Before Li Yuan could take in the sight, information about his new castle materialized before him. Castle name, Shadow Castle. Level, Intermediate Castle. Territorial range, a radius of 500 meters. Buildings, Shadow Crystal. Warehouse, items required for upgrading to Advanced Castle, 5,000 units of stone, 15,000 units of wood. Faction, none. Reputation, 800. Tip 1. Your territory extends in a radius of 500 meters around your castle, and all resources within are yours. Tip 2. Your castle has unlocked reputation achievements, successfully attracting the attention of the local forces in the Blood Moon Forest. Compared to before, there are now 2 additional categories, territory range and reputation. Subsequent tips provide clarification, rendering it easy to understand. The territory range essentially refers to Li Yuan's dominion. Any other beings entering the 500-meter radius are deemed invaders. Reputation, while not crucial, is significant due to the local forces. These local entities can be regarded as the myriad races, correct? To these indigenous forces, the sudden appearance of Earthlings is nothing short of an invasion. Presently, Li Yuan's castle has just been upgraded, drawing the attention of unknown local forces, which is rather disconcerting. Fortunately, there is a protective barrier in place, alleviating immediate concerns regarding the indigenous powers. In summary, it is imperative to enhance the strength of the castle's troops within the next 7 days. As long as their might is formidable enough, all crises can be addressed, whether posed by other lords, wilderness beasts, or the myriad races. Simultaneously, Li Yuan has come to know the name of his location, the Blood Moon Forest. The two shadows are relentless in their endeavors, tirelessly venturing out once more to hunt monsters. Every moment of these 7 days must be seized without waste. Just as the shadows departed, a prompt materialized before Li Yuan. Your castle has reached the intermediate level, granting you an opportunity to draw a divine skill. Would you like to proceed with the draw immediately? Upon seeing this prompt, Li Yuan was momentarily stunned, then filled with overwhelming joy. While the Shadow Army is formidable and can provide protection, who would not desire to grow stronger themselves? He decided to draw immediately. Chapter 5, 12 Talismans. Drawing the Dragon Talisman. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. You have obtained the Dragon Talisman from this draw. The prompt flickered for a moment, and a small fire-red dragon soared from the void, silently merging with Li Yuan's body. In an instant, he absorbed this surge of power. Feeling the surging, fiery energy within him, Li Yuan's heart soared with elation. He had initially thought he could merely recruit the Shadow Army, but to his astonishment, he was also able to draw from the 12 talismans. Each talisman represents the divine power of one of the 12 zodiac signs. Each talisman possesses unique and wondrous effects, bestowing immense strength or abilities upon its bearer. The Dragon Talisman, in particular, is the most aggressive among the 12 talismans. When invoked, it grants the skill of Flame Burst, unleashing a scorching explosion of fiery molten attacks with tremendous destructive power. Li Yuan clenched his fist slightly, and at once, a layer of flames enveloped him. The searing heat distorted the surrounding air, a testament to its elevated temperature. Were it not for the castle's confines, he would certainly have tested the potency of the Flame Burst. Undoubtedly, once activated, the Flame Burst would enable him to eliminate first-tier beasts with ease, and perhaps even second- or third-tier beasts as well. Li Yuan could sense that he had yet to harness the full power of the Dragon Talisman, a limitation seemingly tied to his own strength. In essence, as his prowess escalated, the might of the Fire Blast would continue to amplify. The stronger he became, the more potent the Dragon Talisman's capabilities would be. Taking a deep breath, he reined in the fiery glow enveloping him, a smile of joy gracing his face. Now, even if he were to leave the castle, he possessed a degree of self-preservation. Initially, Li Yuan had not contemplated upgrading the castle, but this unforeseen enhancement altered his perspective. The barracks required an upgrade, and the castle's elevation could not be neglected. Compared to the improvements needed for the barracks, upgrading the castle was decidedly simpler. Elevating the barracks demanded energy stones and elemental crystals. While hunting beasts could yield energy stones, the chances were slim. At present, he had merely 12. As for the elemental crystals, he had yet to even glimpse what they resembled. However, upgrading the castle, for now, required only timber and stone, resources he could exchange for food. Should I venture out to hunt monsters? This thought flickered through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He was not yet ready to brave the wilderness. After all, the shadowy apparitions had only recently perished, and his unfamiliarity with the outside world posed risks. Encountering a high-tier beast could lead to dire consequences. One must not be overly ambitious. Patience is key. As time drifted by amidst the two shadows battling monsters, nightfall descended. The evening sky was not merely dark, it was suffused with a strange, blood-red luminescence. The moon, silver in hue, transformed into a crimson orb as it cast its light upon the forest, perhaps a nod to the name of the Blood Moon Forest. This forest likely harbored great secrets. Yet, such mysteries bore little relevance to Li Yuan, who still dared not venture beyond the castle walls. Great secrets often herald great terrors. Under the eerie crimson glow, the roars of beasts echoed throughout the forest. Standing at the castle's threshold, Li Yuan could discern numerous shadows darting beneath the sanguine light. Creatures foraging in the night. Compared to daylight, the perils of the night were heightened. Moreover, their troops required rest. However, the shadow soldiers were an exception. Born from darkness, they thrived in the night, their combat prowess doubling under the cover of darkness. Nevertheless, the external world remained perilous, despite the two shadows gaining strength in the night. Reports of death continued to emerge. Yet, their overall efficiency in monster hunting was not inferior to that of the daytime, for the night brimmed with high-tier beasts as well as low-tier monsters. Just as he yawned, the shadows appeared at the door, dragging several beast carcasses behind them. Li Yuan's spirit surged, and he hurried over. Suddenly, he glanced at the two shadows and noticed their auras seemed to have strengthened. Had they advanced? Checking their attribute panels, he found that their strength had indeed escalated from Tier 3 to Tier 4. Both shadows had leveled up. What splendid news! This signifies their efficiency in monster slaying, which will be greatly enhanced. Moreover, tomorrow, 2 shadow soldiers can be recruited, and with 4 shadow soldiers, they will undoubtedly hunt more beasts. Well done, continue your efforts. Although the 2 specters do not speak, Yuan still offered them a greeting. The specters remained silent, turning in unison to depart. Yuan paid them no mind, and promptly began to gather the corpses of the beasts. After a while, the castle storage was once again filled with 67 units of food, along with a plethora of other items. Yuan did not rush to trade. This amount of food alone would not meet the requirements for upgrading the castle. Before long, he felt a yawn coming on, and his eyelids grew heavy, making it difficult to stay awake. Never mind, I shall sleep first and deal with things in the morning. Thus, Yuan fetched a unit of food from the storage and prepared a simple meal in the kitchen. Having focused all day on enhancing his strength, he and T had the chance to eat. The castle was well equipped with furnishings. After a quick meal and a hot shower, Yuan collapsed onto the soft bed in his bedroom and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the 2 tireless specters continued to harvest the lives of the beasts outside. In the castle courtyard, the pile of beast corpses grew ever higher. The next day, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yuan's sleeping face. He furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. After a moment of confusion, he turned and propped himself up from the bed, making his way to the window. A towering heap of beast corpses greeted him, a pleasing sight indeed. A smile crept across Yuan's lips. The specters had truly not let him down. By gathering these corpses, he was certain that he could exchange enough food for the wood and stone required to upgrade the castle. After turning to wash up in the bathroom, he descended the stairs. However, instead of immediately collecting the beast corpses, Yuan headed to the shadow crystal in the barracks. A night had passed, and he could recruit new shadow soldiers once more. The shadow crystal glimmered faintly, exuding an air of mystery. The barracks have finished charging. Would you like to recruit shadow soldiers immediately? Yuan promptly replied, recruit. Instantly, 9 diamond-shaped crystals began to rotate slowly, and 2 shadows fell forth. The shadows flowed before Yuan, revealing 2 figures clad in black robes. One was identical to the specter from yesterday, hailing from one of the 9 legions, the Shadow Legion. The other, however, was distinctly different. This shadow bore a mask. Chapter 6. One of the 9 generals, Spectre Ninja. Upon closer inspection, Yuan realized that it was not a mask at all. Rather, this shadow's head was shaped in such an unusual manner. Loose green hair cascaded over broad shoulders, and its skin was a peculiar shade of pink. Sprouting from the top of its head were 2 golden horns. Its eyes, however, were reminiscent of the specter's, glowing a vivid crimson. His overall appearance was somewhat fearsome, particularly with that mouthful of sharp fangs. The black robe did not cover his head, and his hands were exposed, revealing pink skin and long, pointed nails. Upon emerging from the shadows, he immediately knelt on one knee before Yuan. Nijia, I pay my respects to my king. Yuan looked at him, his heart swelling with uncontainable joy. The shadow general, Nijia, to recruit one of the 9 great generals on the second attempt is nothing short of miraculous. He recalled distinctly that the black crystal had indicated a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of recruiting one of the 9 great generals. To have accomplished this in just 2 attempts was beyond fortunate. Rise, Yuan urged, suppressing his excitement as he commanded Nijia to stand. Simultaneously, Nijia's information panel materialized before him. Shadow Legion General Nijia. Power level, Tier 5, can be enhanced by defeating enemies. Loyalty, 100. Growth limit, Divine Realm. Indeed, the growth limit for the 9 great generals was the Divine Realm, a future that could rival that of deities. Moreover, being freshly recruited, he already possessed Tier 5 strength. In contrast, the other shadow, like the one from yesterday, was merely Tier 3. Of course, those 2 shadows had since advanced to Tier 4, gaining a slight edge. Nijia, facing Yuan, kept his head bowed, daring not to make eye contact, a clear demonstration of their absolute obedience to him. The recruitment of Nijia was a delightful surprise. While excitement coursed through him, Yuan did not lose sight of the pressing matters at hand. He turned directly to Nijia. Obey my command. Without further ado, Nijia led 3 shadows away from the castle. Yuan wished to exit the castle, but the unknown beyond weighed heavily on his mind. The shadows could venture out. Yet they understood only Yuan's orders and could not communicate effectively with him. With Nijia, who could speak, this dilemma was resolved. Watching Nijia and the others depart, Yuan smiled and made his way toward the entrance, where a multitude of beast carcasses awaited his collection. A few minutes later, Yuan had harvested all the beast remains, yielding a bountiful reward. Alongside the resources already in his warehouse, he now possessed 36 energy stones and an impressive accumulation of 213 units of food. It was evident how many beasts had been slain by the 2 shadows the previous night. The sheer volume was astonishing. Little did Li Yuan know that those two shadows had faced countless perils throughout the night, experiencing death over 100 times. At the trading square, Li Yuan, adhering to yesterday's trading prices, promptly listed 200 units of food. As soon as the information was released, the world chat channel erupted. What the hell? The shadow boss is trading food again. 200 units, my heavens. Hurry, rush to grab it. I haven't eaten for a day and a night. I'm genuinely curious where the shadow boss procured so much food. It's barely dawn. Could it be that he was also hunting monsters at night? Were there not many high-tier beasts in his vicinity? The only truth was that the units recruited by the shadow boss were not only formidable, but also capable of nighttime combat. In a realm of unparalleled strength, admiration was all one could muster. Alas, I implore you to leave some for me. Having merely exchanged a few words, 200 units vanished in an instant. The global chat channel was ablaze with fervor, and the trading square was no less vibrant. Within a minute, all 200 units of food belonging to Li Yuan had been traded away in a frenzied manner. After upgrading the castle yesterday, he was left with 500 units of timber and 250 units of stone. Calculating the total, he realized he was still nearly halfway from advancing to a higher-level castle. This posed no significant issue. With just 2 more waves, he would surely have enough resources. The boon from food trade led Li Yuan to believe he could still indulge today. After today, the demand for food among the populace would likely diminish, as the increasing number of troops would make hunting beasts considerably easier. Regrettably, no one had ventured to trade energy stones throughout the day. It was only natural. Those brave enough to hunt beasts for energy stones likely had no shortage of food. A day had passed, and he was curious about the circumstances of others. Just as he was about to pause the game, Li Yuan suddenly realized he had seemingly overlooked something the previous day. At the top of the chat channel, there was a pinned message. Announcement, basic information about the war continent. Li Yuan's eyes widened, and without further ado, he opened the announcement. The content was extensive, taking him over 10 minutes to digest fully. In summary, the war continent was an infinitely vast world, teeming with countless beasts and magical creatures, as well as numerous indigenous kingdoms and empires. The 3 billion inhabitants of Earth were scattered across the wilderness of the war continent, somewhat distanced from the formidable local powers, thus providing them with the opportunity to grow without immediate annihilation. Moreover, there was a brief introduction to the various types of troops that Li Yuan and other lords could recruit. The troop categories were diverse, including humans, humanoids, half-orcs, elves, dragonkin, liches, and many more, predominantly leaning towards a Western fantasy theme. These troops varied in strength, with 99% of lords randomly recruiting relatively weaker factions. Only a fortunate few could enlist formidable troops. In terms of Li Yuan's Shadow Legion, it was debatable whether they could truly rival the elite troops. However, the Shadow Legion excelled in other aspects. They were undying, elusive, and enigmatic. Furthermore, there was the matter of their growth potential. Ordinary shadow soldiers could ascend to the realm of the Holy Domain, while the 9 generals could attain the Divine Realm. As long as Li Yuan refrained from recklessly courting danger, he would undoubtedly secure his place among the future rulers of the war continent. After pondering for a moment, Li Yuan raised his gaze toward the entrance. With the addition of Nija, a master of the 5th tier, and another shadow soldier, the rewards this time were unprecedentedly bountiful. Chapter 7. The Elite Wild Boar King and the Werewolf Tribe. The number of beast corpses was not excessively high, but their ranks were notably elevated, predominantly at the 3rd or 4th tier. In fact, General Nija, the Shadow, was currently wielding 1 or 2 5th tier wild boars, each boasting tusks nearly half a meter long and bodies as massive as small mountains. The feeble beasts, including the specters, were no longer deemed worthy of their attention, as they sought to hunt more formidable prey. The higher the tier of the beasts they pursued, the greater the energy they harvested, thus providing Li Yuan with a more substantial bounty. The nearby 1st and 2nd tier beasts had been nearly eradicated, many fleeing from the slaughter wrought by the specters. Since yesterday, the majority of the beasts hunted by the specters had been wild boars, leading Li Yuan to surmise that there must be a wild boar den in proximity to his castle. From his recent gathering, Li Yuan had amassed a total of 210 units of food, nearly matching the bounty of the previous night. In addition to the sustenance, he also collected 14 energy stones. With a total of 50 energy stones now in his possession, he was still halfway short of the requirement for upgrading the barracks. Of course, he also needed a crystal core, which unfortunately had yet to manifest. After collecting the remains of the beasts, Li Yuan turned to Nija and inquired about the information he had tasked him to gather. Nija reported that to the east and south of the castle, dense forests surrounded the area, harboring many powerful presences that he dared not investigate further. To the north lay a small plain, where 3,000 meters away, nestled within a slope, was a werewolf tribe. To the west was a wetland populated by herds of wild boars. The remainder consisted of scattered beasts, their numbers not particularly significant. Upon hearing Nija's account, Li Yuan formed a general picture of the situation surrounding his castle. The forest Nija mentioned was likely the Red Moon Forest. The very name suggested peril, making Nija's decision to refrain from delving deeper a wise one. Although one could be reborn upon death, few would willingly seek demise. The forest had always been a haven for ferocious beasts, and it was possible that the tide of beasts assailing his castle in 7 days would emerge from the Red Moon Forest. It would be imperative to bolster defenses in the southeastern directions. As for the northern werewolf tribe, it appeared to be a local force that had taken an interest in the Shadow Castle. Residing near the Red Moon Forest, their strength was assuredly considerable, posing a threat to the continued upgrade and development of the castle. The wild boar den to the west corroborated Li Yuan's earlier conjectures. Overall, the greatest threat now lay in the Red Moon Forest, followed closely by the werewolf tribe. The wild boar den and other scattered beasts were comparatively inconsequential. Li Yuan contemplated before asking about the specifics of the wild boar den and their strength. Nija responded, "There is a wild boar king of the 5th tier." He added, "However, based on my perception, this wild boar king possesses the strength of the 6th tier." At this revelation, Li Yuan's eyes narrowed. A 5th tier elite? In typical game mechanics, such elite monsters boasted significant combat power and could yield valuable loot. Rubbing his chin, Li Yuan inquired, "Can you all defeat this wild boar king?" Nija affirmed, "I shall ensure the wild boar king's corpse is presented before our king." Li Yuan nodded and pondered, "Very well, let us seek an opportunity to eliminate it." Nija bowed in response, then led the 3 specters into the earth, vanishing from sight. Li Yuan gazed toward the west, wondering if this wild boar king might drop a crystal core. Upon further contemplation of the Crimson Moon Forest, it becomes evident that this locale presents significant challenges. As the castle undergoes upgrades, his territory will inevitably expand, radiating outward, and the Crimson Moon Forest is no exception. The castle cannot be relocated, necessitating that he confront the forest directly. Additionally, the werewolf tribe situated 3,000 meters to the north poses a formidable obstacle to territorial development, presenting yet another challenge. Such concerns arise from a position of weakness. If only he were sufficiently powerful, neither the werewolves nor the Crimson Moon Forest would pose any threat. The werewolves could serve as mere sentinels, while the forest could transform into a splendid garden. Li Yuan silently encouraged himself as he prepared to access the trading plaza to exchange for timber and stone, when a tremendous sound erupted from outside the castle. The commotion originated from the west, and without a doubt, it was clear that Nija and his comrades had ventured into the wild boar's den. How swift their actions were! Li Yuan chuckled, reassured by the presence of such disciplined troops. There was no need to fear the forest werewolves. However, his smile quickly faded. Following the deafening noise, it became apparent that, aside from General Nija, the 3 specters had perished. Were the wild boars truly that formidable? Li Yuan muttered, hastening towards the castle's entrance. Leaping atop the tall courtyard wall, the day was bright and clear, with minimal fog, allowing him to perceive distant scenes. He could vaguely discern a wild boar rampaging through the western wetlands, creating a cacophony as mud and water flew in all directions. In front of this horde of wild boars were the 3 specters, who had recently resurrected, being relentlessly pursued by the boars. Among the wild boar herd, several were of the 5th tier, while the remainder were of the 3rd and 4th tiers. If there were only 4 or 5, the 3 specters could certainly handle them. But against a multitude, they could only fight while fleeing. Where was Nija? Li Yuan scanned the area and, in the opposite direction of the wild boar's charge, spotted Nija confronting the wild boar king. Nija stood tall and imposing, over 2 meters in height, while the wild boar before him was even more colossal, dark and intimidating, towering at least 3 to 4 meters. Li Yuan glanced around and immediately grasped the situation, a clever ruse to draw the wild boars away. The 3 specters had diverted the herd, allowing Nija to face the wild boar king alone, an ingenious stratagem. Indeed, that was precisely the case. The 3 specters did not aim to slay the wild boars. Their purpose was solely to lure them away. Nija, as a wise and strategic general, would not foolishly engage the wild boar king head-on. The wild boars served as the king's protectors, and with their combined strength, defeating them would be exceedingly difficult. The earlier reckless charge of the 3 specters into the wild boar's lair had successfully redirected the herd. Could Nija defeat the wild boar king? Li Yuan felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, Nija was merely at the 5th tier, while the wild boar king was an elite of the 5th tier. Yet, soon enough, a smile graced Li Yuan's face, for the wild boar herd was still far away, on the battlefield of the wetlands. Nija stood resolute against the wild boar king, while the 3 specters flanked from other directions. The wild boar king stomped the ground, emitting a foul white mist from its snout, clearly enraged to the utmost. A swift resolution was imperative. They could not keep their king waiting too long. Nija coldly issued the command to attack. Simultaneously, shadows coalesced in his hand, transforming into a gleaming silver longsword, which he brandished as he charged towards the boar king. The boar king, refusing to be passive, also charged forward with ferocity, its elongated tusks resembling crescent moons, aimed directly at Nija. With a resounding crash, Nija's longsword struck the beast, sending the boar king flying. In a single stroke, the disparity in power was unmistakable. He simply did not wish to squander time. Chapter 8. The Might of the Phantom Shadows, the Golden-Crowned Eagle. Nija, a 5th-tier warrior, was a general, with a growth ceiling reaching the divine realm. To rephrase, he was a prodigy. As a figure of genius, subduing foes of the same tier and slaying those above him was hardly a rare feat yet. Half an hour felt excessively long. Nija could sense Li Yuan's urgency in vanquishing the Boar King. He could not afford to keep his king waiting. The Boar King was sent soaring by a single blow, its massive form tumbling through the mud, splattering water everywhere. The three phantom shadows did not stand idle. They continuously hurled shuriken, a rain of deadly projectiles aimed at the Boar King. Clink, clink. Unfortunately, the Boar King's tough skin rendered these hidden weapons nearly ineffective. The phantoms, however, were not foolish. They pivoted to target the creature's eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Just before the Boar King came to a halt, one shuriken successfully penetrated its right eye. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining the Boar King's head and tusks crimson. A howl erupted as the Boar King regained its footing, shaking its massive head in anguish. Besides losing one eye, a gaping wound, half a meter long, marred its shoulder. Also gushing blood. Nija's strike had shattered the Boar King's seemingly impervious hide. Without a glance back, Nija charged once more at the Boar King, his blade gleaming with lethal intent. The three phantoms sank into the earth, emerging directly from the shadows beneath the Boar King. United, they propelled the beast into the air. At that moment, Nija's longsword arced towards its target. The clash of metal rang out as Nija's blade descended upon the Boar King's head. Blood rained down, and the Boar King's head plummeted, crashing heavily into the ground. Boom. The impact created a large crater in the marshy earth, the entirety of its head sinking into the mud. Had it not been for the soft ground, the force of the blow might have buried the Boar King's head within its own body. The beast struggled with its short legs, finally managing to extricate its head. Just then, two phantoms appeared on either side of its head, each thrusting a long sword toward its eyes. The shadows wielded weapons formed from the very essence of darkness, easily transitioning as they pleased. The Boar King, still dazed, was caught off guard as the swords pierced through its eyes. A cacophony of howls erupted as the Boar King, in its fury, effortlessly shattered the two phantoms. The two phantoms perished in battle. Yet, at that moment, Nija's figure flickered and reappeared at the Boar King's neck. It was time for the creature to meet its end. With a cold cry, Nija gripped his sword firmly and plunged it directly towards the Boar King's forehead. Thud! The long blade sliced through the previously inflicted wound, embedding itself halfway into the head of the wild Boar King, causing a gory spray of red and white that splattered across Nija's face. The creature's struggles came to an abrupt end, its massive form crashing to the ground, devoid of any further signs of life. What was meant to be a half-hour battle concluded in under 2 minutes, thanks to the coordination between Nija and the three shadowy figures. The price paid for such a swift victory was merely the loss of two shadow warriors, who could infinitely resurrect. Could such a cost truly be deemed significant? Li Yuan, watching from the castle walls, was left momentarily stunned. After all, this was a wild Boar King. To take it down so effortlessly seemed rather disrespectful. They were capable of both close and ranged combat, appearing and disappearing with uncanny agility. That was the essence of the shadows. It was not that the wild Boar King lacked strength. Rather, the shadows were simply too formidable. Shadow Lord, your troops have slain the elite wild Boar King, earning 120 energy points. In an instant, a cascade of golden light enveloped Li Yuan. The energy points gained from slaying the wild Boar King elevated him directly from the first tier to the second. This was within expectation, as the prior wave of monsters defeated by Nija and his companions had already brought him to the pinnacle of the first tier. At that moment, Li Yuan's primary concern was whether the carcass of the wild Boar King would yield any elemental crystals. Meanwhile, the newly recruited Shadow Warrior had ascended to the 4th tier, while Nija and the other two shadows had yet to level up. Nija leaped down from the wild Boar King's body and instructed the shadows to deliver their prey. Before he could finish his sentence, he looked up towards the castle, where Li Yuan simultaneously raised his gaze. Suddenly, the sky darkened, not due to the time of day, as it was still morning, but because a formidable raptor emerged from the depths of the Red Moon forest behind the castle, soaring overhead. Spanning over 20 meters in length with a wingspan nearing 100 meters, the bird's feathers glimmered with a cold, metallic sheen. It sported long black plumes atop its head, resembling a dark crown, while its sharp, golden-yellow talons and its eerie blue eyes searched the ground below. The beast was none other than the black-crowned golden eagle, creating a shadow that obscured the sun. As the raptor flew past the castle, the sound of its sonic boom finally reached Li Yuan's ears, a testament to its incredible speed. The shock was overwhelming. When Li Yuan turned to gaze at the black-crowned golden eagle again, its silhouette was already hovering above the wetlands, circling and surveying the terrain. Its blue eyes eventually fixed upon the massive corpse of the wild Boar King. In the next moment, the black-crowned golden eagle dove straight for the body. Alarmed, Li Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Nija, positioned beside the wild Boar King's carcass, also wore a grave look. He was no match for this majestic eagle. The target of the black-crowned golden eagle was the wild Boar King's body. Quick, traverse the shadow realm. Without hesitation, As the black-crowned golden eagle descended, Nija and the three shadow warriors seized the wild boar king's corpse and vanished in an instant. The eagle clawed at emptiness, coming to a halt, its perplexed gaze scanning the surroundings. Where had they gone? Where have the plump pig and those few little bugs that startled him from his slumber gone? Could it be that those tiny insects possess spatial magic? You have certainly managed to escape swiftly. The crowned golden eagle, disinterested in further contemplation, unfurled its wings and soared towards the trembling wild boar heard not far away. Under the formidable pressure of the crowned golden eagle, the wild boars lay flat on the ground, paralyzed by fear. The eagle feasted upon them, pecking at one after another, as if indulging in tiny shrimp. The carcass of the boar king lay in the courtyard. However, Yuan remained perched on the wall, his gaze fixed upon the crowned golden eagle devouring the wild boar. Creatures of the 5th tier and below can only be classified as ferocious beasts. It is only those of the 6th tier and above that can be deemed magical beasts, endowed with intelligence not inferior to that of humans. Thus, is this crowned golden eagle of the 7th, 8th, or even 9th tier, or perhaps a being of the holy domain? Could the Red Moon Forest truly become its private garden? Chapter 9. The Angel Lord, Ishue's Astonishment. The crowned golden eagle is immensely powerful, capable of overwhelming the current Nija without a doubt. Even through the protective barrier of the castle, Yuan could feel the overwhelming might of the eagle. A being of the holy domain? Most likely, it is a magical beast of that caliber. Even if it is not of the holy domain, it is certainly a top-tier magical beast of the 8th or 9th tier. The crowned golden eagle emerged from the depths of the Red Moon Forest. Does this mean it is the ruler of that realm? Are there yet more formidable magical beasts lurking within the Red Moon Forest? The weight of these thoughts bore heavily upon Yuan's heart. He understood that the Red Moon Forest harbors profound dangers. Yet the appearance of the crowned golden eagle made the threat palpably real. A creature of the holy domain resides just behind his castle. How can he find peace of mind? The mere thought sends shivers down his spine. The castle's protection lasts merely 7 days. No, only 6 days remain. After the 6-day protection period, will he be able to sleep soundly? With a solemn expression, Yuan leaped down from the wall, taking a few steps before his gaze settled upon Nija. There is still hope. If Nija can advance to the holy domain within these remaining 6 days, that would suffice. A holy tier Nija would undoubtedly match the combat prowess of the crowned golden eagle. Yuan regarded Nija with earnestness and declared, from this moment forth, you shall focus solely on one task, to hunt monsters and enhance your strength at all costs. Whether or not Nija can break through to the holy domain within these 6 days remains to be seen. If a breakthrough is achieved, that is splendid. If not, alternative strategies will be considered. To passively await death is not Yuan's style. I am of the same intent. Nija responded earnestly. My current strength is indeed insufficient to safeguard my king. With that, Nija led the 3 specters into the ground. The crowned golden eagle circled above, as if surveying its territory. It had cast a glance at Yuan's castle, yet did not approach, seemingly deterred by something. Clearly, it was the protective barrier of the castle that held the eagle at bay. However, Yuan remained unaware of this detail, as he was already in the process of collecting the boar king's carcass. The specters must grow stronger, the castle must fortify, and he too must enhance his own power. Compared to yesterday, the crisis posed by the black-crowned golden eagle today has ignited within him a sense of urgency far more intense than that brought on by a level 1 beast tide. The notion of a myriad of races vying for supremacy is but a farce. Survival is the only qualification. The paramount objective now is to endure. Collection successful. You have obtained 100 units of wild boar meat, 1 elite wild boar tusk, 10 energy stones, and 1 primordial crystal. Having slain an elite beast, you have harvested 50 units of elite wild boar meat. Upon seeing the items collected, Yuan finally revealed a faint smile. This wild boar king indeed yielded a primordial crystal, along with 10 energy stones. By calculation, he now requires just 40 more energy stones to upgrade the shadow crystal. With a total of 360 units of food, when converted to stone and wood, it would be sufficient to elevate the shadow castle to a higher tier. Is there a distinction between elite wild boar meat and ordinary wild boar meat? Yuan pondered briefly before taking a unit of elite wild boar meat to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, he savored a delectable roasted pork chop, simultaneously discerning the utility of elite wild boar meat. Elite wild boar meat provides energy. 1 unit of elite wild boar meat can furnish 2 points of energy. While the energy yield is modest, it constitutes a hidden attribute of elite-grade food, capable of enhancing strength and fortifying the body. Yuan retained a portion of elite wild boar meat, discarding the remainder into the trading square. This time, he chose not to bundle them together, but to list them separately for trade. 160 units of food were exchanged for wood, and 150 units for stone. The prices remained unchanged, still at a 5-fold premium. 40 units of elite wild boar meat were offered, trading 1 unit for 1 energy stone. Naturally, Yuan emphasized the attributes of the elite wild boar meat in bold and red lettering. Previously, No one was willing to exchange energy stones for a single unit of ordinary food. Now, whether elite-grade food could garner interest remained to be seen. If someone were to take the bait and all 40 units were traded, his barracks would be eligible for an upgrade. Soon, ordinary food began to be exchanged. However, the pace was significantly slower than before. Many minutes passed, and only a small fraction of the ordinary food had been traded. Li Yuan reopened the trading channel and quickly identified the issue. Perhaps having noticed the potential profit in Li Yuan's food trade, several powerful lords began hunting monsters to list their food for sale. Furthermore, the prices they offered were relatively low, with only 2 to 3 times the premium. A particular lord, whom Li Yuan remembered, a celestial lord, had even resorted to standard pricing. Moreover, today marked the second day, during which everyone had recruited more troops, thereby diminishing the challenge of acquiring food. Nevertheless, Li Yuan refrained from altering his prices. The balance remained skewed towards scarcity. Food was no cause for concern, even if it required a bit more time to sell. As for the elite wild boar meat, it had yet to attract interest, which was hardly surprising given the association with energy stones. Li Yuan was not overly concerned. It was merely a gamble of chance. However, what Li Yuan remained unaware of was that his elite wild boar meat had stirred quite a commotion in the global chat. Elite monsters. Brothers. Someone has slain an elite beast. Is it the 5th tier kind? No way, it's only the 2nd day. How could that be? Who did it? My troops have only just reached tier 2, and you're telling me someone has killed a 5th tier elite monster? Goodness, it must be the Shadow Lord again. Who exactly is this mysterious Shadow Lord, trading in hundreds of units of food? And now he has slain an elite beast. Shouldn't the focus be on the attributes of this elite wild boar meat? It provides energy points. Nonsense, you ought to look at the price. 1 energy stone. So exorbitantly priced. My troops toil endlessly just to gather 2 energy stones. It's simply unaffordable. Someone has bought it. Someone has bought it. Meanwhile, Li Yuan received notifications regarding the trade of his elite wild boar meat. Not much, just 1 unit at a time, but it was gradually being traded, seemingly able to be exchanged entirely. As he awaited the completion of the transactions, thousands of miles away from the Red Moon Forest lay a vast expanse of plain. A fair-skinned, beautiful woman in her 20s was gracefully hovering just above the ground. Before her, several half-sized angels were hunting a pack of gray wolves. On her back were 2 pristine white wings, granting her the ability to fly. Her name was Ishue, and her recruited unit was angels. In the trading plaza, she was the one trading food at standard prices. The wings on Ishue's back were a manifestation of the divine skills drawn from her angel castle. Observing the content in the global chat channel, Ishue exclaimed in astonishment. He actually killed an elite monster? Chapter 10, Castle Upgrade, Core Defense. Ishue's recruited unit is angels. A unique type of unit. In the war continent, only she possesses the ability to recruit angels. The angels she recruits are all at least tier 3, with a growth ceiling reaching demigod status. This morning, she recruited an angel who was even a 4th tier archangel, with a ceiling that reached divine realms. In Ishue's view, even if she wasn't the strongest among the lords, she certainly belonged to the upper echelon of top-tier units. Logically, she should be leading all the lords. As night fell yesterday, her angel castle had already been upgraded to an intermediate level, thereby acquiring divine skills. Just a mere opportunistic merchant, this does not signify true strength. Perhaps Li Yuan's units are exceptionally adept at hunting low-tier beasts, or perhaps there are simply many low-tier beasts easily slain in his vicinity. Now, everyone needs food, but only for a few days. Yet, this Shadow Lord has dared to present elite wild boar meat for trade in the plaza. Elite, indeed, that transcends 5th-tier beasts. In terms of strength, he has already brushed against the threshold of magical beasts, his combat prowess comparable to 6th tier. Near Ishue's castle, there also roamed an elite wolf king. After recruiting a new angel today, she had led 4 angels to confront this wolf king. The outcome was all too predictable. They were clearly no match, and the 4 angels were gravely injured. In order to preserve her strength and prevent any casualties among the angels, ICU decisively chose to retreat. The elite beast, the Shadow Lord, had slain the Boar King, which certainly indicated that its power was comparable to that of her own Wolf King. If the Shadow Lord could defeat the Boar King, did that not suggest that his army's overall combat capability had reached the 6th tier? What kind of troops had he recruited? ICU pondered in confusion. In this fantastical Western world, what kind of troops could possibly surpass angels? According to her troop descriptions, angels were the messengers of the supreme deities. Meanwhile, observing Li Yuan trading elite boar meat for energy stones, it was evident that he was preparing to upgrade to a higher-level castle. Shiriel, focus on slaying monsters and enhancing our strength to defeat the Wolf King, ICU urged, flapping her wings defiantly as she joined the fray against the gray wolves. Master, it's dangerous, exclaimed the 4-winged angel named Shiriel, alarmed, as she rushed to shield ICU. ICU extended her hand, her expression devoid of emotion, and commanded, give me a weapon. Master, I cannot allow you to take such risks, Shiriel insisted, shaking her head. ICU replied coldly, I said, give me a weapon. With a resigned expression, Shiriel produced a silver longbow, and respectfully handed it to Isiu. At the same time, she murmured an incantation, causing a suit of snow-white armor to materialize around Isiu, providing her with protection. With one hand gripping the bow, Isiu's almond-shaped eyes were filled with a fierce intent. Do not mind me. Go and slay monsters. Today, my angelic castle shall also ascend to a higher level. Elsewhere on the war-torn continent, other lords who had recruited top-tier troops were spurred into action by Li Yuan's endeavors. One by one, they frantically began to hunt monsters and level up, unwilling to fall behind. In the Shadow Castle, Li Yuan remained indifferent to the chat channel, oblivious to the commotion caused by the elite boar meat. Outside, under the leadership of Nija, several wraiths were relentlessly slaying wild beasts. Li Yuan continually received notifications of energy points accumulating, steadily rising in increments. His declaration of spare no expense was taken to heart by Nija, who truly disregarded all caution. In fact, Nija led the wraiths to repeatedly charge into the outskirts of the Red Moon Forest in pursuit of even more formidable beasts. Amidst the chaos outside the castle, the cries of beasts echoed relentlessly. However, while they harvested energy points, the frequency of wraith casualties also increased. Even Nija, the wraith general, had perished several times, undoubtedly pushing Li Yuan's orders to their utmost limits. The results were evident. After 50 minutes, Li Yuan approached the pinnacle of the second tier. 3 wraiths also attained the zenith of the 4th tier, and Nija's aura grew significantly stronger, with full advancement now imminent. At that moment, all ordinary food items listed on the trading square had been exchanged. Thus, the necessary items for upgrading to a higher-level castle had been met. Shadow Lord, the items required for your castle upgrade have been satisfied. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade immediately? In an instant, specks of starlight rained down from the void, enveloping the entire castle. In the blink of an eye, the original castle vanished, replaced by a more majestic and grand edifice. The main castle towered over 20 meters high and consisted of 6 levels. On either side, 2 3-story bastions flanked the central stronghold. The Shadow Crystal has vacated the courtyard, now residing within the grand hall of the main fortress, its appearance remaining unchanged. At the pinnacle of the stronghold, a fist-sized crystal core manifests, emanating a grayish-white energy that forms an additional protective layer beneath the shielding barrier. Just as Li Yuan finds himself in a state of perplexity, the castle's information panel materializes before his eyes. Castle name, Shadow Fortress. Castle level, Advanced Fortress. Castle Core Crystal, Tier 6 Defense. Territory range, 1,500 meters. Structures, Shadow Crystal. Warehouse, resources required for town upgrade. 50,000 units of stone, 100,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of iron essence. Faction, none. Reputation, 1800. Hint 1. If the core crystal is destroyed, the castle will perish. Your current core crystal can withstand Tier 6 power. Hint 2. Your reputation has doubled. There is a high likelihood that local factions will launch an attack on your fortress. The newly formed protective layer above the fortress is evidently a result of the enhanced crystal's effects. According to the hints, this shield should be capable of withstanding attacks below Tier 6, serving as a form of self-defense, albeit not particularly formidable. For the next few days, there is no cause for concern, considering the remaining period of invulnerability. What warrants Li Yuan's attention is the potential aggression from local factions against Shadow Fortress. It is conceivable that before the beast tide arrives, the local forces may strike first. Currently known local factions include the werewolf tribe discovered by Nyaja, situated a mere 3,000 meters from the castle's territory. No, the distance has now diminished to 2,000 meters. It would be prudent to send Nyaja to scout their strength. If they lack even Tier 6 combatants, there is little to fear. They could be swiftly eliminated to prevent future threats. However, if they possess strength of Tier 6 or higher, alternative strategies must be considered. Regarding the upgrade of the fortress town, Li Yuan furrowed his brow. The demands for stone and wood have escalated exponentially. Not to mention the additional requirement of 10,000 units of iron essence. Iron essence, which he has yet to encounter, may only be obtained through the slaying of magical beasts. Reflecting on this, Li Yuan shook his head and sighed, deeming the aspiration for a rapid town upgrade somewhat unrealistic. Yet, it is evident that amassing such a plethora of resources will be pivotal in distinguishing his territory from that of other lords. Not to worry. The barracks can still be upgraded. Upon inspecting the trading plaza, he found that the elite wild boar meat had not yet been fully traded, with 20 units remaining. Ultimately, only a select few are willing to part with energy stones in exchange. He still requires 11 more, but progress is being made. Nyaja and the others' recent exploits have already yielded 8 energy stones. At that moment, a new notification appeared within Li Yuan's view. Your castle has advanced to the next level, granting you an opportunity to draw a divine skill. Would you like to proceed with the draw immediately? Yesterday, he had drawn the dragon spell from the 12 charms. He now wonders if this time he will obtain another charm or perhaps something entirely different. Chapter 11. One of the 8 demonic energies, lightning demonic energy. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. You have acquired the thunder magic essence in this draw. Upon receiving the notification, Li Yuan was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed not a talisman, but one of the 8 great magic essences, the Thunder Magic Essence. Li Yuan was no stranger to these 8 magic essences, which, like the 12 talismans of the Shadow Legion, originate from the same narrative framework. The 8 magic essences stem from 8 formidable demons, and those who absorb this essence can wield the corresponding powers of these demons. The Thunder Magic Essence is derived from the Thunder Demon, Zhongsu. As Li Yuan pondered this, the Thunder Magic Essence swiftly integrated into his being. Sparks crackled around him, as if he could command the lightning at will. It was not merely an illusion, it was a tangible reality. Li Yuan now possessed the ability to manipulate the power of thunder effortlessly, rendering him an embodiment of lightning itself. However, akin to the Dragon Talisman, the effectiveness of Li Yuan's thunderous abilities was contingent upon his own strength. The higher his power tier, the greater the lightning he could summon. In comparison to the Dragon Talisman, the Thunder Magic Essence offered a more comprehensive range of abilities, as it allowed for versatile attacks with lightning. While the Dragon Talisman could control fire, it primarily focused on the explosive skill of Flame Burst. Nonetheless, this does not imply that the 8 magic essences surpass the 12 talismans. Each possesses its unique merits. For instance, the Dog Talisman and the Horse Talisman from the 12 talismans provide no offensive capabilities. However, the Dog Talisman grants its bearer immortality and immunity to all fatal attacks, while the Horse Talisman can negate any abnormal external forces within the body and restore any damaged material to its pristine state. Both are geared toward support, a facet where the 8 magic essences cannot compete. Regardless, acquiring the Thunder Magic Essence undoubtedly elevated Li Yuan's combat prowess to new heights. With both the Dragon Talisman and Thunder Magic Essence at his disposal, he could effortlessly contend with Tier 3 and 4 beasts. Just then, fortune smiled upon him once more. Golden rays cascaded down as Li Yuan successfully ascended to Tier 3. In his perception, Nija advanced to Tier 6, and the 3 specters simultaneously broke through to Tier 5. Everyone's strength surged. The advanced fortress boasted a maximum combat capacity of Tier 6, capable of facing Tier 7, and the barracks were on the verge of an upgrade. It was only the second day. How many lords could achieve such feats? Unless misfortune struck, he was undoubtedly the foremost among all lords. Even if he were not first, a place among the top 3 was assured for the Shadow Lord. Li Yuan glanced at the trading square, where elite wild boar meat had yet to be fully traded, and the energy stones needed for the Barak upgrade were insufficient. There was nothing to be done but wait. However, by evening, 2 units of elite wild boar meat still remained untraded, leaving Li Yuan feeling quite exasperated. The Barak upgrade was tantalizingly close, igniting a sense of impatience within him. Ultimately, a total of 128 beasts lay strewn across the courtyard, including the corpses of 2 elite monsters. It was evident that Nija and the 3 specters had been relentless in their slaughter. As Li Yuan gazed at the ground littered with beast carcasses, he could not help but feel an unspoken lament. Otherwise, the barracks would have been upgraded long ago. They had truly worked hard. Li Yuan nodded at Nija and the others before stepping forward to commence the collection. After 10 minutes, the carcasses of the beasts had been entirely gathered. A total of 1,360 units of ordinary food, 100 units of elite food, and several other items were collected. There were 42 energy stones and 1 elemental crystal. A tremendous bounty, an unprecedented harvest. Li Yuan immediately turned and approached the Shadow Crystal. Having waited for this moment for half a day, Shadow Lord, you have acquired sufficient resources to upgrade the barracks. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade immediately? Upgrade immediately. As soon as Li Yuan's voice echoed, the Shadow Crystal radiated a brilliant light. Moments later, the glow subsided, and the barracks appeared largely unchanged. However, the information panel had indeed transformed. Shadow Crystal, unique barracks for shadow units, containing 9 major legions. 9 major legions: Phantom Legion, Claw Legion, Giant Legion, Flying Legion, Armor Legion, Soft Legion, Devouring Legion, Pincer Legion, Scythe Legion. Level 2. Level 2 capacity, can spawn 5 shadow soldiers daily, with a random selection of legion types, and a 1 in 10,000 chance of recruiting a shadow general. Upgrade requirements: 1,000 energy stones, 50 elemental crystals. Though the upgraded shadow crystal showed little visible change, it was now capable of summoning 5 shadow soldiers each day. It was evident that as the level of the barracks increased, the variety of recruitable units expanded. The true strength of the shadows lay in their seemingly limitless numbers, which was splendid news for Li Yuan. He gazed at the shadow crystal and inquired, "Can I recruit today?" "You have already recruited units today. The shadow crystal is currently recharging and cannot recruit." The prompt provided a clear answer: "Not today." Then he would have to wait until tomorrow. By then, if he could recruit 5 more shadows, he would have 1 general and 8 shadows under his command. He wondered if he might summon another general. That would be delightful. Of course, the odds of recruiting a general were slim, but he should be able to enlist other types of shadow soldiers. Having summoned random phantoms for 2 consecutive days, it was time for a change on the 3rd day. Whether he would succeed, however, would depend on tomorrow's fortune. Subsequently, Li Yuan began to tally his resources. After upgrading the castle and barracks, he still had a fair amount left. 1,368 units of ordinary food, 100 units of elite food, 750 units of stone, 40 energy stones, and 1 elemental crystal. As for other items like furs and teeth, he did not count them precisely, as several piles were stacked in the corner of the warehouse. With these resources, whether for upgrading the castle or the shadow crystal, it was but a drop in the bucket. Upgrading the town required 50,000 units of stone, 100,000 units of wood, and 10,000 units of iron essence. Upgrading the military camp demanded 1,000 energy stones and 50 elemental crystals, with costs soaring into the thousands and tens of thousands. Li Yuan felt as though he had suddenly become destitute, while over 1,000 units of food seemed considerable. Even converting all of it would not suffice to upgrade the castle, let alone the barracks. After 2 days, the prices in the trading plaza had plummeted to the standard rate. The elite wild boar meat had been listed all afternoon, and Li Yuan had visited the trading plaza multiple times. Although there was still a demand for food, it was not as fervent as before. Conversely, stone and wood had become scarce, as everyone was preparing to upgrade their castles. However, with such an abundance of food, Li Yuan could not afford to hoard it. He had to list it all. The standard price was the standard price. He would take whatever he could get. At that moment, Nija suddenly approached and bowed to Li Yuan, saying, "My lord, I have something to report." "What is it?" Li Yuan inquired, turning to her. Chapter 12. Suspicious Intelligent Beings. Private message. Suspicious intelligent beings had been detected within the territory. Nija had deliberately used such terminology to describe them, clearly indicating they were not ordinary magical beasts. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yuan frowned and asked, "Are they werewolves?" 2,000 meters away lay a werewolf tribe, which Nija had reported earlier as the nearest local force to their territory. "They are not werewolves, my lord," Nija replied, shaking her head. "They are a few diminutive humanoid creatures with somewhat elongated ears, green skin, and unsightly features. We encountered what appears to be a reconnaissance squad consisting of 7 members, all clad in tattered leather armor and armed with rudimentary weapons. The strongest among them is a 5th-tier elite, while the others are of the 3rd and 4th tiers. I suspect they came to gather intelligence about our territory. Upon spotting us, they fled immediately." Nija added, "Since we had no orders from you, we chose not to pursue further. Green skin, long ears, and an unseemly appearance. Could they be goblins?" Li Yuan nodded, stating, "Those who arrive uninvited are surely up to no good. They may return tonight. We must ascertain the location of their lair. Goblins typically dwell in subterranean caves. Though timid, they are cunning, so it is understandable that Nija and her team did not detect them earlier. However, now that we are aware, we must clarify their specific circumstances. Their stealthy intrusion into our territory clearly harbors ill intentions. If they are indeed weak, I would not hesitate to eliminate them. Eradicating these local forces should yield corresponding rewards. No. Furthermore, we must swiftly ascertain the strength of the werewolf tribe. Initially, I believe there was only one werewolf tribe nearby, but the discovery of a goblin outpost is a small surprise. Nonetheless, compared to the sacred domain black-crowned golden eagle and the impending beast tide, it is of little consequence." Subsequently, Nija continued to lead the shadowy specter away from the castle, hunting monsters while keeping an eye on the goblin's movements. Li Yuan, not wishing to delay, listed over 1,000 units of food in the trading plaza. The ordinary food was primarily exchanged for stone and wood, while the elite food was listed for energy stones, refined iron, and essence crystals. 1 unit of elite food could be exchanged for 1 unit of refined iron or an energy stone. 5 units of elite food could be exchanged for 1 essence crystal. Shortly after the food was listed, the world chat channel erupted once more, ignited by Li Yuan's offerings. The lords were left in a state of utter astonishment. In the past couple of days, Li Yuan has been continuously stocking food, and he has nearly reached 1,000 units. Now he has astonishingly added 1,450 units all at once. Many lords are exchanging vast amounts of food for other resources, yet none have ever managed to stock such a quantity in one go, not to mention thousands. Even those exceeding 500 units are non-existent. I am utterly astonished. To amass nearly 1,500 units of food, one must have slain countless beasts, right? Has the Shadow Lord perhaps disturbed a beast's den? Goodness, could this fellow be a deity of recruitment? It is terrifying. I dare not even contemplate it. Oh, look. A new item has appeared. The Shadow Lord is now seeking to exchange for iron essence. I understand that the essence of the origin is for upgrading barracks. But what purpose does iron essence serve? Is it for crafting weapons? It must be for upgrading either the barracks or the castle. My castle has already reached the intermediate level. I need no iron essence to upgrade to a higher castle. I surmise it must be for the barracks upgrade. Indeed, the Shadow Lord has slain more than 1 elite monster, and his barracks are likely upgraded to level 2. What else can I say but that he is formidable? No. Iron essence is a resource required for upgrading a castle to a town. If anyone possesses it, they may seek me out at the trading square. Was that the Angel Lord speaking upstairs? Goodness, is that truly you? I am grateful to the Angel Lord for providing me with sustenance. You were the first to sell food at a standard price. According to the Angel Lord, does this not imply that you too have upgraded to a higher castle? It is disheartening to compare. My castle remains at the primary level. Both the Angel Lord and the Shadow Lord have advanced to higher castles. Are there any other lords of note? I inquire whether the Angel Lord is male or female. As usual, Yuan did not check the world chat channel. However, not long after he posted his trading information, he discovered that others had also posted requests for Iron Essence. It was the familiar name of the Angel Lord once again. The fact that the Angel Lord is seeking to exchange for Iron Essence indicates that, like him, they have also upgraded to a higher castle and are gathering resources for upgrading to a town. Clearly, the two of them are ahead of the vast majority of lords. It is possible that other lords with powerful troops do not lack resources and thus do not need to engage in exchanges. I wonder where this Angel Lord is located. Yuan pondered silently. The other party is formidable and is bound to become a strong adversary to the Shadow territory in the future. As time passed, food was gradually exchanged for stone and wood. A few energy stones were also traded, but he had yet to acquire any essence of origin or iron essence. Yuan had initially intended to rest, but thinking that goblins might come again tonight, he decided to stay up a little longer. He was somewhat curious about the local forces, particularly since the announcements in the World Chat channel did not describe the war-torn continent in great detail. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yuan stood atop the 6th floor of his castle, gazing out at the surrounding jungle. The moon was dim and lacking in brilliance, and the low, ominous roars of beasts echoed intermittently, creating a chilling atmosphere. The ghostly shadow had yet to convey any news of goblins invading the territory. So Yuan settled into a wooden chair and opened the trading square. The ordinary food transactions have been completed, yielding 11,000 units of timber and 7,500 units of stone. The elite food exchanged for 12 energy stones, leaving 88 units remaining. As for the essence crystal and iron essence, I have yet to procure any. The essence crystal is somewhat manageable, as it can be collected by defeating elite wild creatures. However, the method for obtaining iron essence remains a mystery to Yuan. He is uncertain whether it can be gathered directly or if it requires smelting from iron ore. At that moment, a notification appeared before Yuan's eyes. Shadow Lord, your private messages from strangers have reached the limit of 50 million. Please clear them promptly. Staring at the notification, Yuan was momentarily taken aback. 50 million private messages? Since he began listing food for trade, numerous lords had initiated private chats with him via the trading square, seeking to haggle for lower prices. Yuan had chosen to disregard them. However, to think that within just 2 days, the count had accumulated to 50 million was rather astonishing. Yet, considering that there are 3 billion humans reborn in the war continent, this figure does not seem so exaggerated after all. Yuan opened the chat channel and quickly located the button to clear all messages. Just as he was about to press it, his hand hesitated at the critical moment. His peripheral vision had inadvertently caught the last message in the private chat, which contained 2 words that piqued his interest: Iron Essence Source, Little Fairy Lord. It was none other than the iron essence he had been yearning for. The last private message came from someone named Little Fairy Lord. Do you want iron essence? This fairy has plenty and can provide it continuously. However, your food prices are too high. Can we become friends to discuss further? Judging by this message, the sender appeared to be female and likely quite young. Who else but its sender girl would name her territory Little Fairy? Instinctively, Yuan felt somewhat skeptical and opted to clear all private messages instead. After deleting the messages, Yuan pondered for a long while, but ultimately succumbed to curiosity and opened the friend request window. Searching for Little Fairy Lord, he sent a friend request. Given that iron essence is crucial for upgrading his town, having failed to acquire any thus far, what harm could there be in trying? If it proves unreliable, he could simply delete her later. Yuan sent the friend request and waited for a while, only to be slightly disappointed by the lack of response. Then he considered that it was late at night, and she was likely asleep. Little Fairy Lord, are you the Shadow Lord with abundant food? Yuan, yes, that's me. You mentioned having iron essence. How much do you have? Little Fairy Lord, not much at the moment, just 20 units freshly refined, but I will have a lot more soon. Yuan, freshly refined? Little Fairy Lord, there is an iron mine right at the entrance of my territory, and the units I've recruited are dwarven craftsmen who can smelt iron essence. Indeed, it appears that iron essence requires smelting. From what Yuan understood, dwarves are indeed skilled in the art of forging and smelting. Provided that this little fairy is speaking the truth, Yuan decided to extract more information from her. Yuan, my demand is quite substantial. Can your craftsmen meet it? Fairy Lord, how substantial? The dwarf uncle mentioned that if they can be well fed, they should be able to provide 100 units of refined iron per day without issue. 100 units of refined iron per day? Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Such a quantity was not insignificant. In 2 days, the other party, like himself, had only managed to recruit 4 types of troops, with the need to mine and smelt. How could they possibly manage? Considering this, Yuan felt a sudden urge to dismiss the idea. He suspected that this fairy might be deceiving him. At that moment, another message from the Fairy Lord arrived. Fairy Lord, is that insufficient? Once my furnace is upgraded to an intermediate level, I can produce 300 units of refined iron daily. Fairy Lord. Oh, by the way, the furnace is a special building. I obtained the blueprint while collecting stones. The dwarves are using this to smelt the iron. Special building, blueprint. These were novel terms for Yuan, and he began to trust the Fairy Lord's words a bit more. After all, a typical con artist wouldn't fabricate such details. Fairy Lord, I require 600 units of food daily, but I can currently only supply you with 100 units of refined iron. Is that acceptable? Yuan, what do you need to store so much food for? 600 units of food a day. Are you summoning giants instead of dwarves? Fairy Lord, not for storage. It can all be consumed in a day. There are hundreds of mouths to feed. Yuan, you recruited 100 dwarves in 2 days? A level 1 Barak can only recruit 2, and a level 2 can only summon 5. Has the other party broken this rule? Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. A local faction voluntarily pledging allegiance could operate in such a manner. No wonder they claimed to provide 100 units of refined iron per day. It turned out they had hundreds of laborers. What luck! It was truly remarkable. Among the 30 billion lords, this Fairy Lord must have the largest number of troops. Fairy Lord, can we exchange my 20 units first? I have several uncles who are hungry. Yuan, sure, initiate the trade. Friends can trade privately without going through the trading channel, which is more convenient. Soon, Yuan received a purchase request from the Fairy Lord, and he entered 120 units of food. Thankfully, he had saved 200 units of food for himself. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fulfill the request. Upon completing the transaction, the castle warehouse was suddenly filled with 20 fist-sized black iron blocks, which were the refined iron. Fairy Lord, food received. Tomorrow, once the refined iron is smelted, I will come to find you. I'm so tired. This fairy is off to sleep now. Good night. Yuan. All right, go ahead. Good night. Seeing the other party's name fade away, Yuan couldn't help but smile. He resolved to pay more attention to the world chat channel and keep an eye on information from other lords. He decided he could no longer isolate himself from other lords completely. This incident was a prime example. If it weren't for the notification and his willingness to add the other party as a friend, where would he have found refined iron? If the little fairy could consistently provide him with refined iron, the upgrade of the town would be imminent. In fact, he could potentially monopolize the refined iron industry. Any lord wishing to upgrade their town would find refined iron indispensable, while others might randomly acquire dwarf craftsmen. It is evident that not everyone could possess the same fortune as the little fairy, with an iron mine right at the entrance and countless laborers at her disposal. It is clear that, during this early stage, refined iron would become a coveted resource, akin to the scarcity of food in recent days. Through his earlier conversation with this fairy lord, he sensed her youthfulness and a hint of innocence. Perhaps, with a bit of persuasion, he could profit handsomely. However, the crucial factor would be the reliability of the little fairy and the potential for a sustained partnership. Before long, Yuan stifled a long yawn, fatigue creeping into his mind. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was just past midnight and frowned. Will the goblins not be coming tonight? If they weren't, then it was time to sleep. Yet, just a few steps later, he recalled that it was now early morning, marking the dawn of a new day. New shadows could be recruited. Chapter 14. Leave 2 alive. Eliminate the rest. Descending the stairs, Yuan entered the hall. He decided to recruit the new soldiers first before retiring for the night. The upgraded level 2 barracks could recruit 5 shadow soldiers at once. This meant that tonight, he could add 5 more shadows, making a total of 8 shadows to tackle monsters, thus enhancing efficiency. Time is of the essence, and making the most of it is paramount. While other lords' troops were unable to operate at night, his shadows could, remaining unaffected. This advantage allowed Yuan to stay ahead of most lords, as the strength of the shadows combined with their nocturnal prowess played a significant role in his lead. Establishing this gap now would prove invaluable in the future. Under the bright lights, the shadow crystal appeared increasingly dark and mysterious. Shadow crystal charging complete. Would you like to recruit shadow soldiers immediately? Yuan nodded. Recruit immediately. A dark mist enveloped him as 5 figures emerged from one of the diamond-shaped crystals. He surmised that each of the 9 crystals represented a different troop type, but since they all looked identical, he could not distinguish one from another, unlike during previous recruitments. However, there was no need for haste. He would soon discover whether new shadow troops had emerged. Within a few breaths, the shadows swirled, and 5 figures rose from the darkness. Yuan looked up, his delight evident. He had been mistaken. It was not the case that one diamond crystal represented only a single troop, as they appeared randomly. Once again, there were 2 specters among them. However, the other 3 were not specters, but belonged to a new troop. Towering at least 2.5 meters, they wore garments similar to the specters, cloaked in black. Their crimson eyes glowed like 2 large lanterns. Moreover, their muscular arms were prominently displayed, creating a striking visual impact. Each one resembled an iron tower. This is precisely the Colossal Shadow Brigade, one of the 9 divisions of the Shadow Legion, also known as the Troll Corps. However, they are not the troll-like beings found in Western fantasy. Rather, the term refers to the literal meaning of formidable beasts. The colossal shadows are immense in stature, possessing boundless strength and unparalleled defense. akin to mobile fortresses of slaughter. Their sole drawback is a slight lack of agility. Upon the appearance of 2 phantom shadows and 3 colossal shadows, they knelt on one knee before Li Yuan, demonstrating silent submission and respect towards him. Colossal Shadow Soldier. Power level, Tier 4, kills can enhance power. Loyalty, 100. Growth limit, Sacred Domain. The other 2 phantom shadows also possess an initial power level of Tier 4. This increase in their starting level likely results from the black crystal ascending to level 2, as the previous 2 recruitments yielded only Tier 3 beings. Niga, a general level shadow, was initially only Tier 5 at the time of recruitment. Compared to Niga now, the Tier 4 colossal shadows are somewhat weaker. However, given their robust attributes, while they may struggle against Niga, they are unlikely to be significantly weaker than the several Tier 5 phantom shadows. Regrettably, a general level phantom shadow could not be recruited this time, considering the minuscule odds of 1 in 10,000. Li Yuan gazed upon the colossal shadows, feeling quite satisfied with this recruitment. He hoped to enlist members from other brigades in the future, aspiring to assemble all 9 divisions promptly. As for the other 8 generals, he would take his time. Each of the 9 shadow brigades possesses unique abilities, all formidable in their own right. For instance, the winged shadows resemble bats. They have wings that allow them to fly, granting them aerial combat capabilities. If he could recruit winged shadows, it would undoubtedly enhance Li Yuan's control over his territory's airspace. At that moment, Niga's figure suddenly materialized before Li Yuan through the shadow space. Your Majesty, Niga spoke respectfully. The grotesque green creatures are approaching cautiously towards the territory. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan turned to look outside, seeing nothing but darkness. How many have arrived? He inquired. In the evening, a goblin squad arrived. Now 2 more have come, seemingly intent on attacking the castle, Niga replied. A horde of oblivious creatures. Li Yuan mused. Do not engage them just yet. Allow them to come closer and capture them all. Yes, Your Majesty. Niga bowed in acquiescence. To this end, Li Yuan intentionally extinguished some of the lights in the castle, fearing the goblins might flee. Approximately 10 minutes later, under the dim moonlight, Li Yuan discerned shadows darting through the underbrush, steadily approaching the castle. He could vaguely see that they had green skin, with long, thin limbs. Their stature was diminutive, resembling bizarre extraterrestrial beings from a film. As these shadows drew nearer, aided by the castle's faint illumination, Li Yuan's vision became clearer. Indeed, they were goblins, a kind of humanoid creature. Most stood over a meter tall, their skin a vibrant green. Their eyes and noses were disproportionately large, adorned with long, pointed ears, and their teeth were uneven and yellowed. They donned ragged, misaligned leather armor and wielded an assortment of weapons, knives, swords, wooden sticks, axes, and clubs, of all kinds. The 2 figures at the forefront were slightly taller, clad in more complete armor. Notably, one of them wore a layer of crimson and black robes over their leather armor, wielding a half-meter-long staff. What captivated Li Yuan's attention was the crystal embedded at the tip of the staff, resembling a primordial crystal. A wizard? Is this a goblin sorcerer? Li Yuan and Nija, concealed in the shadows, turned their gaze to the other figure. The second goblin was robust, brandishing a spiked club, with fierce, bulging eyes. Both goblins exuded the aura of 5th-tier elite warriors. According to Li Yuan's estimation, one was a frontline warrior while the other served as a ranged spellcaster. These goblins, hidden within the dense foliage, whispered among themselves until they seemingly reached a consensus. The sorcerer goblin brandished its staff. Instantly, the tattered armor of the other goblins shimmered with a spectral glow, their power augmented. Clearly, this was a supportive enhancement spell, bolstering the defenses and attacks of the remaining goblins. Moments later, under the leadership of a goblin warrior chief, they charged towards the shadowy castle, weapons raised in a cacophony of battle cries. However, the initial assault upon the castle came from the goblin sorcerer at the rear. With a flourish of its staff, a flurry of frost erupted from the crystal, coalescing into ice shards mid-air. Hundreds of ice spikes plummeted towards the castle, howling as they descended. Yet before they could approach, they collided with the castle's protective barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The barrier withstood the onslaught, a milky radiance swirling around it, sustaining no damage whatsoever. The ice spikes were reduced to mere fragments. Invincible for 7 days, this was no idle boast. Not to mention a mere 5th-tier elite sorcerer. Even a deity would stand no chance. The Holy Domain black-crowned golden eagle, exhibiting remarkable intelligence, sensed the barrier's presence and chose to retreat. It could only be said that these goblins were woefully weak and lacked acumen. At that moment, the other goblins had also surged towards the barrier, their weapons brandished in vain as they were repelled. Chapter 15. Recruiting the Giant Shadow, the walking fortress of slaughter. What a formidable magic array. More retreat. The goblin sorcerer stared in dismay at the castle's unyielding protective barrier, urgently shouting to the goblin warriors. They had long observed this castle, meticulously preparing for their assault. With only a handful of black-clad figures present, primarily engaged in hunting beasts outside, they had chosen this moment to strike. Seizing the opportunity as Nija and her companions left the castle, hoping to catch it off guard, They aspired to uncover treasures within the grand castle. Who could have anticipated that it would possess a protective magic array, and one of at least 9th tier strength? What does this signify? It signifies that the castle's master possesses strength that is surely not beneath the 9th tier, even if the castle's master lacks such power. They are undoubtedly under the protection of a being of 9th tier prowess. 2 small squads have launched an attack, and they are simply not worth provoking. Flee. There is no option but to escape. Their assault has most likely been detected by the lord of the castle. If they do not retreat now, none shall survive. As those words escaped his lips, the goblin mage had already turned and fled. Once the other goblins comprehended the situation, they too began to withdraw. Is this how they escape? Truly, they are cowardly. Indeed, my king. Nija bowed deeply, instantly melding into the ground. Li Yuan understood the goblin speech, as they communicated in the common tongue of the war continent. The common tongue was a language he had naturally acquired upon his reincarnation here, and he believed the other lords shared the same experience. Before long, the sounds of battle and anguished cries echoed outside the castle. Nija and the shadow wraiths were mercilessly reaping the lives of the goblins. The shadows, favored by the night, possessed an innate advantage. They could appear at will beside any goblin. Each time they manifested, a glimmer of cold light and a splash of blood signified the end of a goblin's life. It wasn't long before the 2 goblin squads were decimated. At that moment, only a few remained in frantic flight, including the charging warrior goblin and the mage goblin. The mage goblin ran the fastest, even momentarily soaring through the air with the aid of his staff. Unfortunately, it was futile, as the other goblins were slaughtered. The wraiths immediately pursued them. The warrior goblin dashed wildly through the woods, but in the next instant, 3 shadows emerged from his own shadow, severing one of his arms. With a scream, the 3 shadows successfully captured him. Meanwhile, the fleeing goblin mage, upon hearing the anguished cry of the warrior, was struck with terror, causing him to hasten his pace. Just then, a blade of light descended from the void. The goblin mage hastily retreated, continuously chanting incantations as his staff glimmered, conjuring a magical shield before him. Subsequently, a suit of magical armor manifested around him. Alas, the blade of light shattered the shield in an instant and continued its relentless descent. The magical armor, as fragile as tofu, was effortlessly crushed, providing no resistance whatsoever. With a piercing sound, the blade penetrated the goblin mage's chest, exposing bone and flesh, as he helplessly plummeted from the low air. As the goblin fell to the ground, Nija's figure materialized, seizing the goblin mage by the neck and vanishing from sight without a glance. The 3 shadows were diligently transporting the goblin corpses into the castle, creating a greenish pile. The wounded warrior goblin, with a severed arm, curled up on the ground, his legs bound by ropes, and blood continued to flow from his wounds. My king, all invading creatures within the territory have been eradicated. As per your command, we have deliberately spared 2 captives. After Nija appeared, he first bowed to Li Yuan, then casually tossed the goblin mage beside the warrior. The 2 goblin leaders exchanged a glance, their eyes filled only with despair. Total annihilation. 2 elite warriors of the 5th rank led a contingent of 14, divided into 2 squads, who had previously ventured into the neighboring werewolf tribe. Those werewolves were formidable, yet upon being discovered, they retreated after losing only 3 warriors. However, in this castle, only the 2 of them remained alive. Upon seeing Li Yuan overlooking them, accompanied by 3 towering shadows, their hearts sank into despair. This sudden appearance of a human castle was utterly terrifying. Li Yuan cast a glance at the 2 goblins, but chose to ignore them, instead approaching the corpses of the goblins. These goblins were sentient beings, not mere beasts or monsters. Could they be harvested? Discover goblin corpses. Would you like to harvest? The prompt indicated that these goblin remains were indeed harvestable, though the nature of the yield remained uncertain. Driven by curiosity, Li Yuan commanded, "Commence harvesting immediately." In the next instant, all goblin corpses vanished from the ground. Goblin corpse harvesting successful. You have acquired 5 sets of first-tier leather armor and 5 first-tier weapons. Note, weapons and armor are categorized into tiers 1 through 9, as well as sacred and divine artifacts. Upon reviewing the notifications, Li Yuan noted that the rewards differed significantly from those obtained from beasts. This time, the primary gains were equipment. There were neither food items nor energy stones. In his inventory, 5 sets of leather armor and 5 swords emerged, clearly first-tier equipment. These spoils surpassed the leather armor and weapons originally possessed by the goblins, being comparable to what the living goblins wore. Evidently, the gear worn by the 2 surviving goblins was indeed first-tier, while the rest were unworthy of such adornment. However, this weaponry was of no use to the shadows, who could conjure any weapon from the shadows themselves. Li Yuan himself had little regard for the lowest-tier equipment. Disregarding the gear for the moment, Li Yuan redirected his attention to the 2 surviving goblins. He approached them and seized the staff from the goblin mage's grasp. Upon closer inspection of the crystal at its tip, he realized it was the elemental crystal required to upgrade the shadow barracks, an unexpected boon. Yet, it was but a single crystal, and he still needed 48 more. Fiddling with the staff in his hands, Li Yuan addressed the two goblins in the common tongue of the war continent. I require information regarding the Red Moon Forest and all that surrounds it, including the circumstances of your goblin tribe. Who will speak first? The goblin warrior would never betray his tribe, shouted the goblin warrior defiantly. Li Yuan smiled faintly and glanced at the towering shadow beside him. In an instant, a fist larger than the goblin's body descended upon the goblin warrior, reducing him to mere pulp, along with the first-tier leather armor he wore. The goblin mage nearby felt his heart race, trembling uncontrollably. I will speak, honorable human warrior. I will tell you everything. The goblin mage, utterly terrified, was ready to divulge any information sought. Chapter 16, The Fall of the Deity. The tragic demise of a fellow villager. The goblin mage, gripped by fear, was prepared to answer any inquiries posed. His name is Jilton, hailing from the swamps west of the Shadow Castle, where a natural cavern dwells. The entire goblin tribe resides there, numbering over 1,800, thus constituting a modest tribe. According to Jilton, this tribe was once a faction of the Gnome Kingdom's army decades ago, wandering here after their defeat. Goblins are considered a lesser version of gnomes, historically serving as subordinate foot soldiers in the Gnome Kingdom. The mightiest among the goblin tribe is their chieftain, a 9th-tier warrior who once commanded their unit. Additionally, there is an 8th-tier mage and 5 or 6 7th-tier warriors, indicating a respectable overall strength. Without such fortitude, survival in this harsh environment would be unlikely. From Jilton, Li Yuan gleaned a general understanding of the geographical location of the Red Moon Forest. The war continent is not a singular landmass, but is divided into 7 distinct regions, referred to as the 7 continents, separated by an endless sea. The Red Moon Forest is situated within the Andira region, located to the east of the war continent, covering a moderate area. It is regarded as a forbidden realm within Andira. Jilton could not provide specifics, only sharing that it is rumored a deity fell here many years ago, and since then, the moonlight around the forest has turned crimson. Typically, few beings dare to venture into the Red Moon Forest. To them, it is a cursed place, marked by the fall of a divine entity. This apprehension is also due to the inherent dangers of the forest, which is home to countless beasts, as well as many high-level magical creatures. Surrounding the Red Moon Forest, there are only 2 intelligent life tribes, their goblin tribe and the werewolf tribe to the north of the castle. The werewolf tribe has existed for a longer time. When Jilton's tribe wandered here, the werewolf tribe was already established. The distance between the 2 tribes is considerable, and they rarely engage in conflict, generally coexisting peacefully. In contrast to the goblin tribe, the werewolf tribe boasts a population of 3,000 and possesses greater strength. Their leader is a semi-saint, on the verge of breaking into the sacred realm, accompanied by a 9th-tier warrior and a mage. Regarding the Red Moon Forest itself, Jilton knows little, as none dare to venture deep within. When Li Yuan mentioned the black-crowned golden eagle, Jilton exhibited some knowledge. The black-crowned golden eagle is indeed a sacred being, soaring from the Red Moon Forest every 10 days, though the reasons remain unknown. After patiently listening to Jilton's account, Li Yuan fell silent for a considerable time. Observing Li Yuan deep in thought, Jilton obediently kept his silence, daring not to make a sound. After a while, Li Yuan spoke again, asking, "Have you discovered any other castles like mine nearby?" At this, Jilton's expression shifted subtly, casting a timid glance at Li Yuan. "There is one just a few hundred meters from our tribe, which suddenly appeared the day before yesterday," he replied quietly. "However, it has already vanished." Shortly after the castle's emergence, unfamiliar members of our kin emerged, laboring to extract stones, appearing famished and seemingly enslaved. We approached discreetly to inquire and offered them sustenance, learning that a human had enslaved them. Upon recounting this tale, Jilton hunched his shoulders, seemingly apprehensive about the connection between Li Yuan and the human who had met their demise. Li Yuan, upon hearing this brief narrative, wore a complex expression, filled with lament. In essence, it was his long-lost compatriot from Earth who had unwittingly recruited goblin troops at the doorstep of the goblin tribe. The recruited goblins, starved yet toiling, were ultimately swayed and betrayed by the goblin tribe. These matters were trivial, yet the crux lay in the sheer folly of this imbecile who had ventured from the castle on the very first day, a foolishness beyond redemption. Was the 7-day invulnerability period not enticing? Alas, he stepped out only to be slaughtered, indirectly at the hands of the very troops he had recruited. One could only attribute this to the whims of fate. Li Yuan shook his head and curiously inquired, "What of the castle? Does it still exist?" "No. Once the human perished, the castle vanished," came the reply. 500 energy stones and 2 essence crystals. Li Yuan was taken aback. Could this be the reward for annihilating other lords' castles? If so, it would only exacerbate the conflict and animosity among the 3 billion lords. The primary reward for destroying an enemy's castle was exceedingly generous. 500 energy stones constituted half the amount required for upgrading a barrack by 3 levels. This was merely a basic castle. For intermediate or advanced castles, the rewards would likely be even more bountiful. Quickly, Li Yuan grasped the implications, his expression peculiar as he addressed Jilton. "So, you set your sights on me?" "Indeed, esteemed human warrior," Jilting replied with a bitter smile. Li Yuan could not deny the temptation. If he were in their position, he too might be unable to resist the allure of those hundreds of energy stones. However, it was unfortunate that the compatriot perished outside the castle. Otherwise, had these goblins known of the invulnerable protective barrier, they would surely have refrained from approaching. At this moment, Jilting timidly asked, "Esteemed human warrior, have I spoken enough to earn my freedom? Did I ever promise you release?" Li Yuan retorted. Jilting's eyes widened in shock, but his expression froze instantly as Nija extended a hand and snapped his neck. In the next moment, shimmering energy enveloped Li Yuan. The beast slain by the specters, combined with the energy points provided by the goblins, elevated him from the third to the fourth tier. Yet, the fourth tier was hardly noteworthy. It was not a cause for celebration. The crises he faced were either ninth tier or saintly, and the fourth tier was too weak. Familiarizing himself with his newfound strength, Li Yuan turned to Nija and commanded, "You may proceed. Continue hunting beasts." "Yes, my king," Nija replied, casting a glance at the 5 specters and 3 colossal shadows, who promptly sank into the ground and vanished from sight. Li Yuan collected Jilting's remains, acquiring a piece of first-tier leather armor. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 1 in the morning. For Li Yuan, staying up late offered little utility, as the shadows were actively hunting outside, rendering his personal involvement unnecessary. After indulging in a soothing hot bath, Li Yuan nestled into his soft, warm bed. Instead of drifting off to sleep immediately, he began to reflect on the day's achievements and contemplate his forthcoming plans. The goblin tribe had acquired 500 energy stones. They must possess some themselves. And this tribe must be subdued. With a 9th-tier warrior, and once Nija ascends to the 8th tier in 2 days, coupled with the shadowy giant, it should be feasible to conquer them. The werewolf tribe, numerous and formidable, would be best left unprovoked for the time being. Tomorrow, the little fairy is set to provide 100 units of refined iron, yet upgrading the town requires 10,000 units. Clearly insufficient. Other strategies must be devised. The exchanges of stone and wood cannot be overlooked either. What about the leather armor and weapons collected? Is there anyone willing to trade? Chapter 17. The third day of rebirth, the young man and the golden dragon. The following day marked the third day for the 3 billion souls reincarnated in the war-torn continent. After 2 days of progress, the situation for many lords had markedly improved compared to their initial arrival. Within this brief span, one could at least recruit 6 different types of troops. Regardless of their strength, this should ensure survival. At the trading square, the demand for food had decreased by 70 to 80%. The focus had shifted primarily to the procurement of stone and wood. This shift indicated that everyone was preparing to upgrade their castles, especially with the beast tide looming just 7 days away. Strengthening their fortresses and upgrading their troops to higher tiers was essential to survive the impending trial of life and death. Indeed, it was a matter of survival. One could also liken it to a brutal elimination round. Only by successfully weathering the beast tide could one earn the right to engage in the so-called contest of races. However, these notions are abstract. The crux lies in surviving the beast tide to live on. Once one survives, the choice remains to either continue the struggle for supremacy or merely exist in this strange world. Failure to endure means there is no choice, only death. This is no mere game. The stark reality facing everyone is painfully harsh. Undoubtedly, many will perish during the beast tide, perhaps half, or even more. No one desires to be among the fallen. No one wishes for death. Thus, countless lords are exerting every effort to enhance their strength. Li Yuan indulged in a leisurely morning. He had stayed up late the previous night due to matters concerning the goblins, and when he finally awoke, it was already 10 in the morning. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, and preparing a modest breakfast, he walked out into the courtyard. The sight that greeted him was a heap of beast carcasses, numbering no fewer than 150, a testament to the Black Shadow's increased efficiency in slaughter. Li Yuan did not linger. He proceeded directly to collect the spoils. He gathered 2,300 units of ordinary food and 260 units of elite food. He also acquired 28 energy stones and 2 essence crystals. Without further contemplation, Li Yuan directed all the food to the trading square. As per his usual practice, he exchanged ordinary food for stone and wood at standard prices and elite food for energy stones, refined iron, and essence crystals. Although the demand for food had lessened compared to the previous 2 days, there were still those willing to trade, such as those with an excess of stone and wood, those with troop types that consumed a significant amount, or those who could find no food within their territories. Certainly, 600 units of ordinary food remained. He had not forgotten the promise made to the fairy to provide iron essence. Ensuring ample supply was essential. Li Yuan glanced at the chat window of his friend. The fairy lord's avatar remained grayed out, leaving him uncertain whether the iron essence was unprepared or if she was simply indulging in a slumber. Since he had time to spare, Li Yuan opened the trading plaza once more. After defeating those goblins last night, he had obtained 6 sets of first-tier leather armor and 5 first-tier weapons, which he intended to exchange for other items. Upon searching the standard prices, he was astonished to discover that first-tier equipment was worth merely 1,000 units of timber and 500 units of stone. He could not help but curse silently. Yet he chose to list them for trade. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Moreover, keeping them would serve no purpose and would only waste valuable warehouse space. Just as he completed the trade information, Li Yuan noticed an auction button on the left side of the trading plaza. After some contemplation, he decisively deleted the existing trade information and placed the leather armor and weapons into the auction system. In the entire trading plaza, no one had yet offered weapons for sale. This meant that Li Yuan was the first. Admittedly, he had little regard for such low-tier equipment, but for other lords, possessing weapons could make a significant difference. If one were to recruit ordinary militia, equipping them with leather armor and weapons would certainly expedite monster hunting. The auction system had a straightforward rule. The auction would last for 2 hours, and the highest bidder within that time frame would secure the transaction. Once he submitted the items, Li Yuan resolved to leave it be until the time elapsed. He closed the trading plaza, but after a moment's thought, he reopened the friend chat window to send a message to the fairy lord. Li Yuan, 600 units of food have been prepared. What about your iron essence? Shaking his head in resignation, Li Yuan casually opened the adjacent world chat channel to observe the situation of other lords. The chat records continued to multiply rapidly, flickering incessantly. After studying the chat channel for a while, he discovered that the frequency of messages could indeed be adjusted. He could set refresh times, as well as filter or block specific keywords, showcasing its remarkable functionality. Li Yuan slowed the message refresh rate by 1,000-fold, causing the rapid influx of information to decelerate. At that moment, news of his auctioned equipment caused a stir. What was going on? Could monsters drop equipment? What equipment? Haven't you seen the trading plaza? The Shadow Lord is auctioning off gear. Indeed, it was true. Those items looked familiar. He felt he had seen them before. Suddenly recalling, he remembered that a goblin had attacked his ghost-faced spider yesterday afternoon, and they were clad in that very leather armor. This meant that the Shadow Lord had begun establishing local power? He seriously suspected that the Shadow Lord was now the strongest among all the lords. The Shadow Lord's prowess was beyond words. However, the tier of these items was too low. They were all first tier, while most armies likely boasted 2 or 3 tiers by now, rendering them unsuitable. Regrettably, his stone and timber were only sufficient for personal use. Otherwise, he would have purchased some. Shopping, shopping, shopping. I possess an abundance of timber, for I am a seasoned lumberjack. I wonder where the domain of the esteemed Shadow Lord lies. Is it near me? Oh, how I wish to be favored by him. Such fanciful thoughts, you bumbling brute. Upon reading these messages, Li Yuan felt a twinge of surprise. It appeared that he had garnered a modicum of fame, likely due to his prolific sales of food. Li Yuan had no intention of joining the chat. He perused the messages further, but found little of value, merely trivial banter devoid of substance. It was rather astonishing how these individuals could chatter away, seemingly oblivious to the imminent crisis at hand. On an island amidst the endless sea, a young man strolled leisurely along the beach, while several golden-hued dragons hunted a school of sea creatures. Shadow Lord, your messages have been a constant presence these past few days, the young man mused, gazing at his golden dragon with a light chuckle. Are your troops truly formidable? The soldiers he had recruited were the kings among dragons, the golden dragons. Though they were but juvenile in form and lacked the legendary might, currently only at the 5th tier. Once they matured, golden dragons would ascend to the sacred tier, their potential rivaling that of the divine. I hope you survive the beast tide, otherwise, you shall not qualify to be my adversary. As he spoke, a subtle pressure emanated from him, causing the sea creatures to tremble in fear. This was the divine power he had acquired from upgrading his castle, the Dragon Emperor's sacred might. With the golden dragons at his command, the young man felt no concern over the impending beast tide. His sights were set on the grand tournament among the myriad races. He was destined to become one of the dominators of the war continent. Chapter 18. Esteemed Shadow Lord, I wish to become your vassal. In the Andira region, on the Takgon plain, stood a magnificent castle crowned with a pristine angel statue, adorned with 6 pairs of wings. This was none other than Isu's Angel Castle. The scale of the Angel Castle indicated that it had indeed been upgraded to a higher level. At this moment, Isu had gathered the energy stones and essence crystals necessary for upgrading her Tier 2 barracks. Having just completed the upgrade, she was initially filled with immense joy. However, her spirits dampened upon seeing Li Yuan's announcement regarding equipment auctions. Despite her tireless efforts, even personally engaging in hunts, she still found herself one step behind Li Yuan. Isu speculated that Li Yuan had upgraded his barracks the previous day. If she were to upgrade now, she would only trail him by half a day. Yet, to her dismay, Li Yuan had already begun slaying goblins. Curiously, not far from Isu's Angel Castle lay a goblin tribe. However, with her current strength, she was unable to launch an assault on such a tribe. I shall surpass you, Isu declared, clenching her fists as she addressed her newly upgraded barracks. Recruit angels. She could have initiated recruitment early in the morning, yet she restrained herself, waiting for the barracks upgrade to summon a greater number of angels. This clearly illustrated that Isu's intellect was proportional to her beauty. In other regions of the war continent, any lord possessing powerful top-tier troops shared a similar mindset. Though Li Yuan appeared to be in a leading position, his confidence remained unwavering. The formidable elite troops were sufficiently powerful to allow them to catch up in a short span, as their forces would only grow stronger. Li Yuan, however, was oblivious to this, as he was currently engaged in collecting the corpses of monsters. After gathering these beastly remains, he left Nija behind. First, Li Yuan placed the food in the trading square before instructing Nija, do not engage in monster hunting for now. Instead, investigate the goblin tribe located outside the western marshlands, and also the werewolf tribe to the north. Exercise caution. Yes, my king, Nija responded, sinking into the ground. Although Jilton had mentioned the strength of these two tribes, the veracity of his claims was uncertain. Thus, witnessing the truth firsthand was essential. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to invincibility in battle, particularly with the goblin tribe, which Li Yuan was determined to conquer. With at least 500 energy stones at stake, it was illogical not to seize the opportunity. As for Nija's safety, Li Yuan harbored no concerns. Concealed within the shadows, she was undetectable. Moreover, Nija's mission was solely to gather intelligence and would not involve any direct confrontation. It is noteworthy that the goblin leather armor and weapons had attracted considerable interest from various lords and had already been auctioned off entirely. In this auction, Li Yuan procured 7,000 units of timber and 1,200 units of stone, coupled with the food sold gradually. His warehouse boasted a total of 33,000 units of timber and 9,200 units of stone. He still had a considerable distance to go before upgrading the town, especially since he currently possessed only 20 units of iron essence. With 53 energy stones and 4 elemental crystals, he still had much to gather before upgrading the shadow crystal. It remained uncertain whether he could amass the necessary resources before the beast tide struck. He hoped that both the castle and barracks could be upgraded once more before the impending onslaught. Over the next few days, Li Yuan had not dared to contemplate 2 upgrades, given the resources required for even a single upgrade. During the 7-day protection period, he could at most upgrade once more, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose. Thus, Li Yuan resolved that his primary focus in the coming days would be to enhance both shadow and his own strength. With resource collection taking a secondary role, it was imperative that Nija, the general of shadows, reached at least the 9th tier. Otherwise, even if his castle upgraded to a town and his barracks to level 3, they would still struggle against the Holy Domain beast, the Blacklight Golden Eagle. Moreover, the impending beast tide would serve as the first life or death elimination round, which would undoubtedly pose significant challenges. This urgency to confront the goblin tribe stemmed from the fact that dealing with them was more cost-effective than mere monster farming. Slaying ordinary beasts yielded only a meager amount of energy points, and most rewards consisted of food, which required trading for other resources. In contrast, defeating the goblin tribe would yield greater energy points, alongside the coveted 500 energy stones and the chance to collect weapons and equipment. If circumstances permitted, Li Yuan even contemplated obliterating the werewolf tribe as well. After vanquishing the goblin tribe and assimilating these resources, he pondered whether he would possess the strength to take on the werewolf tribe. As Li Yuan pondered, a notification from his friend flashed on the chat interface, revealing a message from the Fairy Lord. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a crying emoji. Li Yuan. Fairy Lord, dear Shadow, could you possibly provide me with a bit more food each day? Li Yuan. At this moment, 2 exclamatory words were lodged in his throat. It was one thing for local factions to approach him once, but now they were returning for a second time. Did the Fairy Lord possess an innate charm that attracted local factions to her cause? Fairy Lord, I shall offer compensation, dear Shadow. My population has increased, as has the number of workers. With an additional 50 dwarves, my daily production of iron ore is sure to reach 400 units. Fairy Lord, I beseech you. Dear Shadow, it seems no one else can sustain me. Fairy Lord, by the way, my castle is upgrading today, and I have recruited a dwarf blacksmith. I will be able to forge weapons for you in the future. Fairy Lord, what do you say, dear Shadow? Is it acceptable? As Li Yuan watched the incessant stream of messages, he fell into deep contemplation. The prospect of a consistent supply of iron ore and weaponry was indeed enticing. Fairy Lord, what conditions must I meet? Offer myself in servitude? That simply won't do, for I am still an innocent maiden. This time, the Fairy Lord remained silent for an extended period, seemingly weighing her options. Fairy Lord, dear Shadow, why not allow my territory to become your vassal? Upon reading this message, Li Yuan's expression shifted in surprise. He was well aware of the concept of vassalage, as it had been mentioned in the global chat announcements. Countless lords existed independently, but could form alliances through contracts or become each other's vassals. Alliances were equal partnerships where lords aided one another based on the terms of their agreements, while vassalage implied subservience. The distinction between a main city and a subordinate city was significant, as the territories of subordinate cities belonged to the main city. Once a vassalage contract was established, it could not be revoked, lest the city be destroyed and its inhabitants perish. The Fairy Lord's proposition to become his vassal, rather than seeking an alliance, left Li Yuan astonished. Chapter 19. Even with our numbers, he can sustain us. If the Fairy Lord's territory were to become a vassal of Shadow, She would forfeit her chance to vie for dominance in the war-torn continent. Everything within her domain would become Li Yuan's possession. This included her troops, which, though still recruited by the Fairy Lord, would have to heed Li Yuan's commands before her own. Fairy Lord, are you unwilling, dear Shadow? It is understandable. Your territory is so formidable that you might not find mine appealing. Is it truly necessary to accept a vassal at this juncture? Ordinarily, such a decision would be made only after the lords had formally engaged in conflict. This would not only expand territorial boundaries, but also enhance the variety of troops. However, considering that neither party had yet exited the novice village, this seemed rather premature. Yet, upon further reflection, once the vassalage contract was signed, everything belonging to the Fairy Lord would become his. From any perspective, it appeared advantageous. With remarkable decisiveness, Li Yuan examined the terms of the contract, which consisted of standard provisions. In summary, he is the sovereign, while the territory is his vassal, bound to unconditionally obey his commands. Should the territory come under attack or face destruction, Li Yuan has the option to either provide assistance or remain indifferent, suffering no repercussions for the losses incurred. In the case of an alliance treaty, the specifics are drafted by the parties involved, each imposing certain limitations upon themselves. Li Yuan scrutinized the contract, contemplating for some time before finally inscribing his name upon the document. As soon as his signature was affixed, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Shadow Lord, you have successfully acquired a territory, granting you an opportunity to draw from the divine skill pool. Shall we proceed with the draw immediately? Witnessing this, Li Yuan was overwhelmed with joy. To his astonishment, the inexplicable acquisition of a territory had bestowed upon him the chance to draw a divine skill. This acquisition alone was a boon indeed. It is noteworthy that such an opportunity typically arises only from upgrading a castle. Just as Li Yuan was preparing to draw the divine skill, a message from the Fairy Princess arrived. Fairy Princess Lord, Great Shadow, could you transfer some food over? They are clamoring for lunch. Li Yuan, I will send you 600 units now, and another 300 shortly. Will that suffice? Fairy Princess Lord, that is more than enough. Thank you, Great Shadow. I will transfer all my refined iron to you. Moments later, Li Yuan's warehouse brimmed with an additional 215 units of refined iron, exceeding yesterday's tally by 15 units. This was the entirety of the refined iron from the Fairy Princess's warehouse. As the Lord of the Shadow Territory, Li Yuan had access to all relevant information regarding his vassal. Vassal Lord, Imo Shanshan. Strength, 2nd tier. Territory level, intermediate castle. Troop type, mountain dwarves. Buildings, warehouse, dwarven crystal. Forge, equipment, none. Energy stones, 62. Elemental crystals, 1. Furthermore, the warehouse predominantly contained stone, with over 2,000 units. Complemented by the hundreds of food units he had just transferred, along with a variety of colorful stones. There were 6 dwarves recruited, with 138 local dwarves pledging allegiance. While Li Yuan was aware of the numbers, he was astonished by the loyalty of these dwarves. The 6 recruited dwarves exhibited a loyalty rating of 99%. Remarkably, the loyalty of the local dwarves was also above 80%, with many exceeding 90%. How had the Fairy Princess Imo Shanshan achieved this? It was truly remarkable. The only lamentable aspect was the absence of any formidable warriors among the mountain dwarves. Most were of the 3rd or 4th tier, with several at the 1st tier. Nevertheless, in aggregate, the strength of the Fairy Princess's territory was commendable, undoubtedly surpassing 90% of lords. In terms of numbers, there was no contest. They were unequivocally the foremost. Li Yuan, by the way, do you know where your territory is located? Now that the territory had become his vassal, Li Yuan deemed it necessary to acquire this knowledge. If the 2 parties were in close proximity, it would facilitate easier coordination. Although the opposing force is not weak, it is also not formidable enough. If Niga were to arrive without a protective barrier, they could easily be annihilated. The Fairy Lord remarked, according to the wandering dwarves, this place is called Amagobi, seemingly located in some state of Andira. I have not heard of Amagobi, nor has Jilton mentioned such a place nearby. However, being in the same continent, it should not be too far, Li Yuan suggested. Then inquire further if they have heard of the Red Moon Forest. The Fairy Lord replied, all right, let me ask. After a moment, she returned with news. They said it is not far from here, just separated by the Takgon Prairie. Shadow Lord, are you in the Red Moon Forest? Li Yuan acknowledged. Yes, I will come to find you when the opportunity arises. There is no harm in revealing our location now. The Fairy Lord is bound by her contract and cannot act against me. Moreover, those dwarves are exceptionally loyal and will not betray us. The Fairy Lord cheerfully responded. That sounds wonderful. Li Yuan continued. Then let it be for now. Have those dwarves work harder, as I have ample food supplies. The Fairy Lord acknowledged, understood. Amagobi is a desolate expanse of gravel, where stones are ubiquitous and green trees are a rare sight. Nestled within a stone forest on the gravel plain stands a castle constructed entirely of stone. To the right of the castle, a broad chimney towers over 20 meters high, belching thick black smoke. Inside the castle, the busy figures of dwarves can be seen, some pushing large stones toward the castle, while others toil beneath a giant furnace. pulling bellows to pour or inside. The sounds of their labor never cease. At that moment, a young girl, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old and dressed in a princess gown, dashed into the courtyard. She is the lord of this castle, Mozhan. Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, I have wonderful news. Mozhan exclaimed, waving her small fist in excitement. I have found us a long-term food ticket. It states that as long as we work hard enough, food will be plentiful. Everyone must strive diligently. We shall surely live well and never go hungry again. Long live the fairy lord. Long live the fairy lord. The mountain dwarves cheered enthusiastically, working with even greater vigor. These were the dwarven soldiers she had summoned, the very first of her recruits. Uncle Green, did you not mention seeing a group of wandering mountain dwarfs? The dwarf named Green fell silent for a moment before responding in a deep voice. If their numbers are too great, our food. Not to worry, for I just mentioned finding a long-term food ticket. Mozhan replied with a smile. Shadow Lord is very powerful, no matter how many of us there are. He can support us. As Green exited the castle, Mozhan stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the bustling dwarves below, unable to suppress a smile. An orphan who had grown up on the kindness of others, she understood the importance of self-reliance. Upon arriving in the war-torn continent, she had indeed felt fear and confusion. But she was gradually acclimating. However, the concept of a battle among the myriad races felt distant to her. She simply wished to live well and thrive alongside these dwarves. The Shadow Lord appeared impressive, and she believed he could be a reliable ally. Reflecting on her conversation with Li Yuan, Emo Shanshan mused to herself. Could he possibly be a nefarious man? In that case, as a delicate and fragile woman, would I have no choice but to acquiesce? In Chapter 20, the incantation of the horse talisman unfolds, alongside the holy knights of the sacred court. Unbeknownst to Li Yuan, Emo Shanshan was already contemplating how to confront him upon their next meeting, even bracing herself for the direst of sacrifices. Clearly, Emo Shanshan held great confidence in him, believing that he would inevitably overcome the impending beast tide in a matter of days. She also had faith in the little fairy castle. For the Amagobi desert harbored scarcely any wild beasts, a fact that contributed to her current food scarcity. Moreover, the abundance of dwarves within the little fairy castle should render them unperturbed by the beast tide. Having secured matters on the little fairy side, Li Yuan eagerly commenced the extraction of divine skills. Initiate the extraction of divine skills now. He had already acquired the dragon talisman and the thunder magic, and he wondered what would manifest this time. Soon, a notification box materialized in Li Yuan's field of vision. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. In this extraction, you have obtained the horse talisman. The notification faded into the ether as a small horse, neighing joyfully, leapt forth from the void, instantly merging with Li Yuan's being. The horse talisman. Li Yuan was both astonished and elated, never anticipating that he would draw the horse talisman this time. The happiness arrived with such suddenness. A true stroke of fortune. Among the 12 talismans, the horse talisman and the dog talisman were the two he most fervently desired. The merits of the dog talisman are self-evident: immortality. Meanwhile, the horse talisman symbolizes the ability to heal and restore, banishing all injuries inflicted by external forces. Not only does it apply to the human body, but the horse talisman can also mend any broken object. Li Yuan placed the utmost value on the healing capacity of the horse talisman. With its acquisition, as long as his adversary did not obliterate his corporeal consciousness in an instant, he would be able to swiftly restore himself to an impeccable state. To a certain extent, this could be considered akin to immortality. However, the dog talisman bestows eternal youth and immunity to all lethal attacks, marking a significant distinction between the two. The most advantageous scenario would be the synergy of the horse talisman and the dog talisman, leading to true and unending life. Having secured the horse talisman, how far could the dog talisman be? Li Yuan reveled in the newfound power of the horse talisman coursing through him, his spirits soaring with unexpected delight. It seemed that the good fortune of the little fairy had bestowed upon him a portion of its blessings, making her his lucky star. Just then, Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. In his subtle connection with Nika, it appeared that she had perished once. Was it at the hands of goblins, or perhaps werewolves? In the next moment, Nika's figure materialized before Li Yuan, having been resurrected. The fact that Nika had been unable to evade her demise indicated that her assailant's strength must exceed the 8th tier. Both the goblin tribe and the werewolf tribe possessed such formidable power. A golden-haired human clad in silver armor, mounted upon a unicorn, was pursuing a magical beast. I desired to observe this spectacle, yet as I drew near, the human knight detected my presence, and, wielding a sword forged from holy light, struck me down in an instant. This individual was undeniably powerful. Under his holy light, shadows had nowhere to hide. However, this is also a reflection of my own inadequacies. Had I been a member of the holy domain, I would have dispatched him as easily as one slaughters a mere dog. After listening to Nija's words, Li Yuan remained silent for a considerable time, realizing that there were indeed native humans nearby. The certainty of their existence stemmed from the fact that despite the rapid advancements of other lords in the past 3 days, none could possess the power to slay Nija with a single stroke. clad in silver armor and accompanied by a unicorn. Could he be a knight of the Holy Light? Within the announcements of the global chat channel, there had been descriptions of individuals adorned similarly. They hailed from a human faction known as the Holy Court, which spans all 7 continents of the war-torn realm, ranking among the foremost organizations of the land. Each knight of the Holy Court prides themselves as the vanguards of the Holy Light, dedicated to purging the world of all darkness. Contemplating this, Yuan inquired, "How does his strength compare to that of the black-crowned golden eagle?" Nodding in acknowledgement, it seemed evident that the individual in question was indeed a knight of the Holy Light. The title of Knight of the Holy Light is bestowed upon the formidable beings within the Holy Court, while those beneath this echelon are merely referred to as Knights of Glory. He likely passed through and posed no threat to me. Yuan remained contemplative for a moment, reflecting thus. According to Nija, this Knight of the Holy Light was pursuing a beast. Nija's demise was simply a case of curiosity leading to peril. Had he not recklessly approached, he would have encountered no trouble, but rather brought doom upon himself. Nija nodded and swiftly recounted the findings of their expedition. The situation of the goblin tribe was largely congruent with what Jilton had described. The total number approached 1,900, led by a 9th-tier warrior and an 8th-tier mage. Some goblins expressed a desire to reconnoiter the castle, while others preferred to avoid confrontation, ultimately resulting in inconclusive debates. Whether they came or not was of little consequence. Yuan would eventually venture into the heart of the goblin tribe's lair. The werewolf tribe was indeed formidable, boasting 3 9th-tier beings, one of whom emanated an imposing aura, undoubtedly the half-saint mentioned by Jilton. However, unbeknownst to Jilton, within the werewolf tribe lay an altar. At the altar's center rested a desiccated wolf's head, radiating an aura of chaos and brutality. As the half-saint werewolf guarded the altar, Nija dared not venture too close, merely casting a few glances before retreating. We must keep a keen watch on the movements of the goblin tribe. If the werewolf tribe does not provoke us, we shall leave them be for now. As the saying goes, one ought to pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. The werewolf tribe exuded a sense of slight danger and an air of mystery. At this moment, in the northern expanse of the Red Moon Forest, a figure cloaked in resplendent holy light stood majestically in the void, clad in shimmering silver armor and mounted upon a white steed with a long horn. The individual possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with blue eyes and cascading golden locks that framed his face, exuding an aura of authority without anger. He was indeed the Knight of the Holy Light that Nija had spoken of, who was in pursuit of the beast. The ground bore large stains of blood, remnants left by the beast he had hunted. The corpse of a holy domain blood-eyed demon ape, along with a juvenile specimen, could easily yield 2 instances of holy light purification, elevating my strength to new heights. Alas, it escaped into the Red Moon Forest, cursed be its fate. The Knight of the Holy Light seemed somewhat reluctant, yet as he gazed upon the nearby Red Moon Forest, an unmistakable trepidation flickered in his eyes. Ultimately, the Paladin of Light chose to turn away. Even though the blood-eyed demon ape had already sustained a fatal blow and was on the verge of death, he dared not venture into the Red Moon Forest to claim its corpse. Mounted upon his unicorn, he ascended into the sky in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to vanish from sight, a slight furrow appeared on his brow, and his gaze fell upon the southern outskirts of the Red Moon Forest. There, at the forest's edge, he beheld a majestic castle. Chapter 21. The blood-eyed demon ape, delivered to his doorstep. Once again, this castle. The paladin gazed at the towering fortress, his expression shifting from one of trepidation to resolve. This castle was none other than the Shadow Castle. In the days spent pursuing the blood-eyed demon ape, he had encountered numerous similar fortifications along the way. Each castle exuded an aura of peril. Curiously, the beings dwelling within these castles possessed alarmingly feeble strength. It is worth noting that the blood-eyed demon ape was nearly his equal in power. It was only due to a collision with one of these fortresses that it had sustained grievous injuries, granting him the opportunity to chase it into the Red Moon Forest. Unfortunately, to no avail. The dying blood-eyed demon ape had managed to escape into the depths of the Red Moon Forest. The paladin discerned that an immensely powerful protective force loomed above the castle, instilling within him a profound sense of dread. Even the holy domain would struggle to breach it, and a direct assault would likely lead to severe repercussions. Was it the work of a long-hidden power? The paladin chose to withdraw, refraining from alighting upon the Shadow Castle, and swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the ether. The unknown is perpetually the most terrifying, even for those of the holy domain. Moreover, this was the Red Moon Forest, a place where he dared not linger. It was far too ominous and enigmatic. The number of holy domain beings who had perished here was not fewer than 80, and many divine beings had met their end as well. As a high-ranking member of the Holy Court, he was privy to far more knowledge than lowly goblin creatures like Giltan. The presence of this castle here, regardless of who was behind it, was tantamount to courting death. To dare trespass into the Red Moon Forest is to walk the path to demise. There are no exceptions. The paladin's fleeting attention was unbeknownst to Yuan, who was currently engaged in gathering the corpses of beasts, including 2 6th-tier magical creatures. After his efforts, Li Yuan amassed 930 units of food, 110 units of elite food, and 8 energy stones. 6 of these energy stones were derived from the 6th tier beasts, while 1 was from a 4th tier creature. This indicates that slaying beasts of the 6th tier and above yields a greater bounty of energy stones. Regrettably, during this endeavor, Nija and the others had also vanquished a 5th tier elite beast, yet did not procure any essence crystals. However, there was some good news. The 3 initially recruited Shadow Phantoms had advanced to the 6th tier, while the 2 recently recruited Shadow Phantoms and 3 Giant Shadows had reached the 5th tier. Moreover, General Nija was tantalizingly close to attaining the 7th tier. Li Yuan himself had reached the mid-4th tier. It is believed that by tonight at the latest, Nija should be able to elevate his rank. A 7th tier Nija would be formidable enough to contend with 8th tier beings, thus paving the way for a focused campaign against the magical beasts. Such creatures provide a wealth of energy stones and resources, facilitating the elevation of all. Once the group experiences another surge in advancement, it will soon be time to venture into the Goblin Tribe. Eliminate the Goblin Tribe. While the castle may not be upgraded, the Shadow Crystal should reach level 3. Nija and the others continued their quest to slay monsters, while Li Yuan casually sent 300 units of food to Imo Shanshan. Discarding the rest at the trading plaza, they gathered nearly 2,000 units of food, along with some other spoils. As Li Yuan anticipated, as night fell, General Nija successfully advanced to the 7th tier. Under the cloak of darkness, Nija and his companions were engaged in battle against magical beasts on the outskirts of the Red Moon Forest. Meanwhile, Li Yuan busied himself in the castle, preparing dinner. Just as the fragrant steam of meat wafted through the air, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the castle. The ground trembled violently. Li Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly appeared in the courtyard. 3 towering shadows stood before him, forming a protective barrier. Nija led the charge, guarding the castle entrance, while the other 5 shadows spread out to maintain vigilance. However, Li Yuan paid them no heed. His gaze was fixed on the colossal figure looming outside the castle. The shadow castle stood over 20 meters tall, yet this behemoth towered even higher. It loomed several dozen meters away, appearing as if it were right before him. A dark silhouette akin to a jagged mountain peak. Even the towering shadows appeared as mere ants in comparison to this giant. It was a gargantuan creature resembling a monkey. Its massive body bore countless wounds, some deep enough to reveal bone, with extensive burns and corrosive marks, leaving scarcely a patch intact. Blood-red eyes, resembling twin crimson moons, fixated on the shadow castle. Illuminated by the castle's lights, one could discern the half-obliterated visage of the creature, reflecting a complex array of human-like emotions: anger, reluctance, suffering, and struggle, among others. Nija seemed to recognize this giant ape and solemnly addressed Li Yuan. "My king, this is the beast that was pursued by that knight." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's heart stirred, yet he refrained from speaking. To be chased by a holy light knight, this magic ape must undoubtedly be a saintly tier beast. Although Li Yuan was astonished, he felt no fear. After all, the castle was still under protection, preventing the magic ape from entering. He was curious as to what the giant ape sought at the castle. From the creature, he sensed no intent to kill. Its aura did not exude brutality. Suddenly, the giant ape let out a deafening roar, resonating through the air like a mournful lament. In the Red Moon Forest, countless beasts and magical creatures fled in panic. Following its prolonged cry of rage, the giant ape lowered its head, baring its fangs, with its blood-red eyes once again fixated on the shadow castle. It then unleashed a powerful punch towards the castle. That colossal fist pierced through the void in an instant, producing a series of sonic booms. "Protect our king." Nija swiftly retreated, positioning himself alongside the shadows in front of Li Yuan. Through the gaps between the shadows, Li Yuan could see the giant ape's fist rapidly approaching the castle. Saintly tier magical beasts possess advanced intelligence. Li Yuan and the shadows had not provoked it. Why then? Would it attack the shadow castle? As the colossal fist of the giant ape approached, a milky white protective shield materialized above the castle, sending ripples across its surface. However, the fist soon came to an abrupt halt, not due to the barrier's interference, but because it chose to descend powerless towards the ground. Alongside the falling fist, the enormous body of the ape lurched forward, crashing heavily onto the earth. Instantly, the ground trembled violently. Outside the castle, vast trees were crushed and snapped under the weight of the giant's fall, and a cloud of dust erupted, nearly enveloping the entire shadow castle and obscuring the view of the outside world. After a considerable pause, tranquility returned. Beneath the hazy moonlight, silence reigned. The giant ape lay on its side, head tilted and eyes closed, facing the direction of the shadow castle. Only the extended fist remained, landing just short of half a meter from the castle's entrance. Is it dead? Li Yuan pushed aside the shadowy figure, staring at the ape outside, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. "I'll go take a look." Nija volunteered, swiftly appearing outside the castle and cautiously approaching the fallen giant. It was indeed lifeless. A sacred domain beast had perished at the gates of its own fortress. Wait a moment, a sacred domain beast. Li Yuan suddenly realized. The corpse of a sacred domain beast. It wasn't slain by the shadow figure. Can it be harvested? If so, that would be immensely profitable. Chapter 22. The Mutated Beast, Future Enforcer of the Divine Realm. The Black-Crowned Golden Eagle is a sacred domain beast and has been a significant threat to the Shadow Castle since its emergence. For Li Yuan, the only outcome was to be utterly overwhelmed by the sacred domain beasts. Joining forces with the shadows would only lead to the same fate. Thus, he had never entertained thoughts of defeating a sacred domain beast. Even the half-saint werewolf tribe was relegated to the bottom of his list. He would not provoke them lightly. Undoubtedly, slaying a sacred domain beast would yield substantial rewards. Were this the realm of a game, a sacred domain beast would equate to a formidable boss within a dungeon. Yet now, Li Yuan had done nothing and found a sacred domain beast dead at the threshold of his castle. A gift of a sacred domain beast's corpse. Who could have anticipated such fortune? The question remained whether he could successfully harvest it. After all, this giant ape had not been vanquished by him or the shadow figure, and he had exerted no effort in its defeat. With fervent anticipation, Li Yuan hastened towards the castle's exterior. The sheer size of the ape's body was daunting. Towering at least 40 to 50 meters and weighing over 100 tons, it could not fit within the courtyard. He had to exit to harvest, as there were distance limitations for the collection process. Without sufficient proximity, he could not trigger the harvesting prompt. This was Li Yuan's first foray outside the castle, but his mind was consumed with thoughts of the giant ape's corpse. How many energy stones could he collect? How many essence crystals might there be? Were there any other precious items? Upon reaching the entrance, Li Yuan gazed upwards at the giant's carcass, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Discovered beast corpse. Would you like to harvest immediately? The ordinarily mundane prompts now appeared exquisitely beautiful, sparking an unexpected joy within Li Yuan. Immediately, he declared. In the blink of an eye, he re-emerged in the courtyard, nestled within the protective barrier of the castle. His gaze was fixated intently on the corpse of the giant ape. Niga and the other spectral figures were equally on high alert, bracing for an impending threat. Just moments ago, the fingers of the giant ape had twitched, specifically, the finger on the fist that lay at the entrance. Remarkably, it continued to move. Li Yuan's heart raced as he observed the finger that kept bouncing up and down. What could this mean? Was the giant ape not truly dead? However, the recent prompt had indicated that he could harvest its remains, confirming that the creature had indeed perished. Was it merely a reflex action? He had been genuinely frightened just moments ago, and his heart still thudded wildly. If the giant ape were merely feigning death, that one finger could easily end him, akin to swatting a mosquito. Yet, the finger still twitched, suggesting an extraordinarily prolonged reflex arc. At that moment, a series of desperate squeaks emanated from the giant ape's fist. Soon, a half-human-sized golden monkey sprang forth from the gaps between the fingers. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey bounded eagerly towards the giant ape's chest, calling out incessantly. Squeak, squeak. It seemed to be pleading for its mother to awaken. Li Yuan silently observed this scene in the castle courtyard. Reflecting on the giant ape's earlier assault on the Shadow Castle, he sighed inwardly. No wonder he had not sensed any murderous intent from the giant ape. It had never intended to attack the castle. Instead, the creature had used its final strength to deliver its offspring to safety. After all, why would its fist land precisely at the castle's entrance? Upon glancing at the still chirping golden monkey, he noted its mere third-tier energy signature. In the Blood Moon Forest, the little monkey stood no chance of survival. Li Yuan regarded the giant ape's remains and mused. Did you wish for me to protect your child? You overestimate my capabilities. He was but a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, besieged by one crisis after another. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuan stepped out of the castle's grand door and approached the giant ape's corpse. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey seemed to sense the imminent events. Leaping to the ground with its fur bristled, baring its teeth at Li Yuan to deter him from coming closer. As the golden monkey stood before him, Li Yuan noticed a peculiar rune inscribed upon its forehead, a contract rune, indicating a master-servant bond. It was evident that this contract rune had been prepared by the deceased giant ape in advance. It had known of the presence of human strength within the castle and hoped to secure protection for its child through this means. Perhaps this exemplified the greatness of maternal love, transcending all boundaries of race. At that moment, Niga seized the little monkey, rendering it powerless against the might of a third-tier being. If Li Yuan's conjecture is correct, this little monkey has only been born for a few days. With a three-tiered strength right from birth and a notable level of intelligence, its potential is evidently significant. Given time, it could evolve into a sacred domain beast. However, while a sacred domain beast is indeed formidable, will it still hold value in the future? It is essential to note that every shadow Li Yuan recruits has a growth limit set at the sacred domain. The little monkey squealed and struggled fiercely in Nija's grasp, its cries echoing with desperation. Li Yuan glanced at the corpse of the giant ape and ultimately approached the little monkey, speaking softly. One cannot be impervious to emotion. I must admit, your mother has successfully moved me. Henceforth, you shall accompany me, as a form of recompense for your mother. What kind of recompense? Naturally, it is the very corpse of the giant ape offered willingly. With that, Li Yuan placed his hand upon the little monkey's forehead. The contract runes glowed, gradually merging with Li Yuan's essence, intertwining as one. During this process, the little monkey's struggles weakened until it fell silent, tears welling in its small eyes. Simultaneously, a new prompt appeared before Li Yuan. Contract Beast, Mutated Blood-Eyed Demon Ape, Strength Level, Tier 3, Loyalty, 100, Growth Limit, Divine Realm. Li Yuan was taken aback. The growth limit of this little creature was actually the Divine Realm, while he held little regard for Sacred Domain beasts. The growth limit of the 9 Shadow Generals in the Divine Realm is indeed the Divine Realm. Thus, it appears that accepting this little monkey is not such a bad idea after all. Not only did he acquire a Sacred Domain beast's corpse for free, but he also gained a potential ally with the strength of the Divine Realm. Moments later, the contract was established. Li Yuan instructed Nija to release the little monkey, which obediently stood by his side. Go bid farewell to your mother, but do not linger too long. Upon hearing this, the little monkey quickly dashed toward the giant ape's corpse, gently resting against its arm. Since you possess wisdom, you should remember the identity of the one who killed your mother. Keep it in your heart, for the time will come when you shall avenge her with your own hands. As Li Yuan spoke, he covered the little monkey's eyes and began to collect the giant ape's body. Monster Body Collection successful. You have acquired Chapter 23, Sacred Level Architectural Blueprint, Sacred Source Tower. Monster Body Collection successful. You have obtained 200 energy stones, 10 origin crystals, and 1 special architectural blueprint. Indeed, the corpse of a Sacred Domain beast yielded 200 energy stones and 10 origin crystals. While these items are abundant, they still fall short compared to the upgrading materials required for castles and barracks. Yet, who could resist such resources delivered right to their doorstep? Li Yuan felt quite satisfied, especially since he had also obtained a special architectural blueprint this time. Li Yuan had already garnered some knowledge regarding architectural blueprints. Previously, the Fairy Lord had mentioned that she discovered a special architectural blueprint while collecting stones, which pertained to the furnace in her territory. It was precisely because the Fairy Lord's domain had a furnace that the dwarves could refine iron essence. Subsequently, Li Yuan had taken the initiative to look up information regarding special architectural blueprints in the announcements. The types of blueprints are not limited to architecture. They also encompass equipment schematics, divine skills manuscripts, and various blueprints with unique functions. These blueprints are classified into levels, ranging from low-grade to intermediate, then to sacred and divine. For instance, the furnace belonging to the enchanting fairy Mo Shan Shan is considered a high-level blueprint, and the constructed furnace itself is a remarkable edifice. Regardless of how one acquires these blueprints, they require authentication to ascertain their specific grade and capabilities, which also depends on personal fortune. Upon obtaining a blueprint, the identification process automatically activates, eliminating the need to learn this skill. The little monkey had just lost its mother and was consumed by sorrow. Li Yuan was not particularly adept at offering comfort, especially not to a monkey. He simply gave it a piece of meat and left it at that. The realm of the divine was a matter for the future, and who could say when that might come? Li Yuan certainly did not possess the temperament of a caregiver. Ensuring the monkey's survival was already a commendable task. As for Nika and the others, they could not afford to be idle and ventured out once more to hunt monsters. After a swift meal, Li Yuan made his way to the castle's storeroom, where he located the recently acquired architectural blueprint. The blueprint was crafted from parchment, adorned with enigmatic lines and runes that obscured its true nature. It was an architectural blueprint, though its grade remained uncertain. Nevertheless, it had been harvested from the carcass of a Sacred Domain beast, suggesting that it was unlikely to be of low quality. As Li Yuan grasped the parchment, the identification process activated automatically. One architectural blueprint discovered. Would you like to proceed with immediate authentication? He selected to authenticate without hesitation. Instantly, a radiant light cascaded across the parchment, revealing the blueprint's detailed information before Li Yuan's eyes. Sacred Grade Architectural Blueprint, Sacred Source Tower. Function 1. Enhances the loyalty of troops towards the Lord. Function 2. Unconditionally elevates the strength of the Lord and troops by 1 tier within the territory. Function 3. The tower houses a rich source of energy, which can rapidly assist the Lord and troops in enhancing their power. Construction materials required: 10,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of wood, 500 units of refined iron, and 10 origin crystals. Upon reading the notification, a subtle smile graced Li Yuan's lips. Fortune favored him. The Sacred Source Tower was indeed a sacred grade structure. He chuckled softly, contemplating the specific functions of the Sacred Source Tower. The first function, which enhances the loyalty of troops towards the Lord, seemed somewhat superfluous for Li Yuan, as the soldiers of the Shadow Corps would exhibit unwavering loyalty from the moment of recruitment, with no risk of diminishing allegiance. The second function, however, was impressive. It unconditionally elevates the strength of both the Lord and troops within the territory by 1 tier. Li Yuan, currently at the 4th tier, would ascend directly to the 5th tier with the Sacred Source Tower. Nika would rise from the 7th tier to the 8th. Of course, This enhancement would only activate within a radius of 500 meters from the Shadow Castle. The third function was equally formidable. The Sacred Source Tower contained a rich source of energy, allowing for rapid enhancement of power upon entry. This bore resemblance to certain sacred training grounds in the War Continent. Although it may appear to be a game, it is a realm of reality. One can gain powerful energy through slaying monsters. But cultivation is also a viable means of enhancement. Otherwise, how would the local factions thrive? Li Yuan typically relied on Nija and his companions to slay monsters for his enhancement, neglecting his own gradual progress. His efforts to cultivate and absorb energy were hindered by the absence of a suitable technique, resulting in a painfully slow accumulation of merely 100 points of energy per day. However, with the establishment of the Holy Source Tower, he could simultaneously benefit from the energy provided by Nija and the others while absorbing energy within the tower itself. In summary, aside from the first function of the Holy Source Tower being somewhat redundant, the other two features truly lived up to the name of a sacred level structure. Examining the construction resources for the Holy Source Tower, the requirements were not excessively demanding. 30,000 units of timber, 10,000 units of stone, 500 units of iron essence, and 10 origin crystals. Fortunately, Li Yuan possessed all these resources ready at hand. After today's food exchange, his warehouse contained 15,000 units of stone and 46,000 units of timber. Additionally, he had gathered 10 origin crystals from the blood-eyed demon ape's corpse, totaling 14 crystals. As for iron essence, although he currently had just over 200 units, the little fairy lord had already refined more than 300 units today. Through the territorial information, Li Yuan could ascertain the output of resources within his domain. He was uncertain about the exact situation with the little fairy, who had previously mentioned a daily refinement of 300 units. Upon checking, he noted that the figure had risen to 390 units, nearing 400. This meant that if Li Yuan wished, he could construct the Holy Source Tower immediately. However, he found himself in a state of indecision. These resources had been gathered for upgrading the castle and barracks. Constructing the Holy Source Tower now would postpone those upgrades. He needed to carefully weigh the pros and cons and establish a priority order. Ultimately, Li Yuan resolved to build the Holy Source Tower. The benefits of constructing it at this juncture were considerably greater. The last two functions of the Holy Source Tower were aimed at enhancing both his and Shadow's combat capabilities, which was Li Yuan's most pressing need. Particularly, the unconditional upgrade of one tier within the territorial boundaries was a formidable defensive asset. This effectively meant that any enemies assaulting the castle would be unconditionally weakened by a tier upon entering the territory. In the impending beast tide, this could prove crucial. While Li Yuan was confident he could elevate the barracks level before the beast tide arrived, upgrading the castle was more challenging. It was highly probable that he would not amass enough iron essence unless the little fairy could provide 3,000 to 5,000 units daily. Constructing the Holy Source Tower required only the origin crystals for upgrading the barracks, without the need for energy stones. Currently, he had just 14 crystals, still over 30 short of what was needed for the Barak upgrade, but using some for the tower construction would not significantly impact his plans. With enhanced strength, they could hunt more elite beasts and monsters, potentially allowing them to eliminate the goblin stronghold and gather the necessary resources. Being a man of action, Li Yuan wasted no time and immediately sent a message to the little fairy lord, requesting the transfer of the available iron essence. As it was still early, and the little fairy Mozhan had yet to retire for the night, she promptly sent him 390 units of iron essence. As a subordinate territory, she was unconditionally obligated to obey the commands of the main city. Even if the little fairy does not contribute, Li Yuan can directly exercise his authority to empty her warehouse. At that moment, the little fairy sent a message. Little fairy lord, great shadow, it seems that my food supply is running low again. Li Yuan. Chapter 24. Beneath the Sacred Domain, a terrifying enhancement. What is happening? Is the food insufficient again? Today alone, I have already transferred 900 units of food to the little fairy. Li Yuan felt a stir in his heart and quickly checked the information regarding the little fairy's castle. Recruiting mountain dwarves, 6. Locally allied dwarves, 197. As expected, there were over 50 new allied dwarves. Truly, words fail me. No wonder the quantity of refined iron has increased. Li Yuan glanced at his own warehouse, slightly doubting whether he could sustain this territory. At the current rate of allegiance, if it continues at 100 per day, it indeed poses a problem. Little fairy lord, great one, it should be fine, right? Li Yuan, 400 units of food. I will transfer them to you immediately. Little fairy lord, long live great shadow. The increasing number of dwarves in the little fairy's domain is not a disadvantage for him. It signifies an imminent influx of refined iron. In the current trading square, only a handful of lords are seeking to purchase refined iron. Moreover, transactions are primarily conducted in energy stones, with one energy stone being exchanged for a single unit of refined iron. Energy stones are mainly used for upgrading barracks, while refined iron is utilized for castle upgrades. It is evident that these lords prioritize castle enhancements. The primary reason is that upgrading castles is relatively easier. with stone and wood being readily available. Upgrading barracks requires energy stones and essence crystals, which are more difficult to acquire, leaving most with only a limited supply of these resources. With little hope for barrack upgrades, it is more prudent to exchange these materials for castle upgrade resources. Successful trades do occur, but the transaction units are minimal. Even 10 units constitutes a significant amount. Regrettably, Li Yuan himself does not possess enough refined iron at the moment. Otherwise, he would certainly leverage it to acquire a wealth of upgrading materials. However, there is no need to rush. Opportunities abound in the future. As long as the little fairy does not suddenly ally with several hundred dwarves at once, Li Yuan believes he can manage. Currently, with just over 200 dwarves, he requires only 1,200 units of food per day. If he allows Nija and the others to focus on gathering food, with their current strength, they could effortlessly gather 8 to 10,000 in a day. However, Li Yuan has instructed them to hunt higher-tier beasts, which has somewhat diminished efficiency. After all, while low-tier beasts provide food, they yield too few energy points, rendering them less cost-effective. The blood-eyed demon ape was somewhat of a waste. Its corpse did not provide energy points, nor did it yield any food. Otherwise, given its status as a sacred domain beast and its weight of over 100 tons, it would undoubtedly have been capable of providing a substantial amount of food. Sacred domain level food, I believe, should surpass that of elite level food, right? Though I say this, it is merely a casual remark. The value of the blueprints for the sacred source tower is incomparable to food. At this moment, Li Yuan found himself with a rather meager stock of provisions in his warehouse, possessing only a few dozen units of elite-grade sustenance for personal use. With no other option available, he decided to withdraw 400 units from the trading plaza to transfer to the little fairy. Having resolved this matter, Li Yuan turned his attention away from it and stepped into the courtyard. Shadow Lord, the resources you possess are sufficient to construct the Holy Source Tower. Would you like to proceed with the construction immediately? Construct immediately. In an instant, a black tower materialized at the left side of the castle's annex. The tower, standing at a modest height of approximately 10 meters, was divided into 3 levels. Its surface, dark as shadow crystal, bore crimson lines that flowed mysteriously, exuding an aura of enigma. Auxiliary structure, Holy Source Tower. Level, Sacred. First level, enhances energy absorption efficiency. Higher tiers yield greater absorption efficiency. Second level, radiates energy, augmenting the strength of the Lord's troops. Third level, radiates energy, enhancing and solidifying the loyalty of territorial and subordinate troops. Note, the Holy Source Tower is only effective for those below the sacred domain. The 3-tiered energy tower corresponded to the functionalities outlined in the blueprint. Notably, the Holy Source Tower could also bolster the loyalty of subordinate troops, a detail not previously mentioned. In the struggle for supremacy among myriad races, the capacity for territorial conquest would render this ability invaluable. However, it was still premature to dwell on such matters. Li Yuan eagerly pushed open the tower's door and entered the Holy Source Tower. You have absorbed 5 energy points. You have absorbed 5 energy points. The notifications flashed before Li Yuan's eyes, nearly one every second. This indicated that each second spent within the Holy Source Tower equated to the slaying of a first-tier beast by Nija and the others outside. Despite the seemingly modest 5 energy points, this amounted to 300 points per minute. 300 points exceeded the yield from defeating 2 5th-tier elite beasts. In an hour, that would total 18,000 points, culminating in a staggering 432,000 points of energy in a single day. Conversely, Li Yuan himself typically absorbed around 100 points of energy daily, making this efficiency increase 400 times. He calculated that he had absorbed over 40,000 energy points while upgrading from Tier 3 to Tier 4. As a Tier 4, progressing to Tier 5 would require double the energy, reaching 80,000 points. Today, Black Shadow and the others had provided him with approximately 35,000 points from their relentless hunting. Within the Holy Source Tower, Li Yuan needed do nothing. While Nija and the others rested, he could ascend to Tier 5 within a day. Such enhancement was the hallmark of a sacred-level structure. Nevertheless, the Holy Source Tower came with a stipulation. It was restricted to those below the sacred domain. Once he advanced to the sacred domain, he would no longer benefit from this enhancement. However, for Li Yuan, this limitation was inconsequential. His primary desire was to rapidly enhance his strength. Even after reaching the sacred tier, the Holy Source Tower would still serve its purpose for his shadow troops. In the future, he would summon countless new shadow troops, who would not all be of the sacred domain upon recruitment. With the Holy Source Tower, he could swiftly elevate these shadows to the sacred domain. The struggle for supremacy does not solely rely on Li Yuan. Despite his formidable prowess as the sovereign of his domain, it is the shadows that serve as his external strength. In essence, the Holy Source Tower is not merely a sacred artifact, it is truly a divine instrument. Though it has consumed considerable resources, it is undoubtedly a profitable investment in both the present and the distant future. However, upon venturing outside, Li Yuan discovered the presence of merely 3 wild beasts, all of which were of the 4th tier. My king, there are no living creatures within the territory tonight. Jia remarked, seemingly perceiving Li Yuan's confusion and offering an explanation. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan furrowed his brow, quickly deducing the cause of this predicament. Perhaps the commotion caused by the blood-eyed demon ape before its demise frightened away all the beasts and magical creatures in the territory. For it was indeed a sacred domain beast. At that moment, Jia exclaimed with excitement, "My king, I have advanced to the 8th tier." Li Yuan cast a knowing glance at the holy source tower behind him. It was improbable that Jia, who had only recently ascended to the 7th tier, could now achieve the 8th tier. Clearly, this was an enhancement bestowed by the holy source tower, rather than a genuine promotion. As Li Yuan collected the corpses, he conveyed the reasoning to Jia, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened after her momentary joy. "You all go to my chamber and move the bed to the holy source tower." Li Yuan resolved that, apart from the necessities of life, he would make his abode within the tower henceforth. Chapter 25. Today's objective, the Goblin Tribe. The Shadow Castle, the Holy Source Tower. Li Yuan was not jesting. He truly rested within the tower. He passively absorbed energy without the need for active engagement. Jia, alongside the Phantom Giant, was also present within the Holy Source Tower. Not only them, but even the little monkey had been placed inside the tower by Li Yuan. Upon inquiry, Jia, now at the 7th tier, was capable of absorbing 10 energy points per second, twice as fast as Li Yuan. Over the course of an entire day, that amounted to over 70,000 points. Of course, to ascend to the 8th tier, Jia would require at least 500,000 energy points, combining those obtained from slaying beasts. After 7 or 8 days of absorption within the Holy Source Tower, she could potentially elevate to the 8th tier. However, time was of the essence. Only 4 days remained before the beast tide would strike. Thus, it was impractical for Jia and the Phantom Giants to remain in the Holy Source Tower and squander precious time. They needed to venture outside to engage in combat. Aside from requiring resources, they could acquire a greater number of energy points in the field. Should they defeat high-tier magical beasts, the yield of energy points would be significantly higher than what could be garnered within the Holy Source Tower. A 6th-tier magical beast could provide Jia with 2,000 to 3,000 energy points. Defeating a mere handful would far surpass the gains from training in the tower. Li Yuan typically acquired fewer energy points, as he did not personally engage in the combat against the beasts. It was akin to securing the final blow in a game. The player who delivers the last strike reaps the greater rewards, while their companions receive much less. Although Li Yuan was not a support character, he benefited from a collective enhancement, thus receiving a lesser share. This also illustrated that the Holy Source Tower primarily catered to lower-tier individuals for higher-tier fighters. Venturing outside to hunt was the optimal choice. It is only reasonable to ponder that if one were to struggle and risk their life outside, yet still gain less than by merely resting within the Holy Source Tower, it would seem exceedingly unjust. The beasts and magical creatures within the territory have been driven away by the blood-eyed monkey, leaving only the sacred Source Tower to absorb energy. At midnight, Li Yuan had long fallen into a deep slumber. Suddenly, Nija, seated in a meditative posture, opened her eyes and walked directly towards Li Yuan's grand bed. "My king! My king!" Nija bowed beside Li Yuan, whispering softly. After calling out twice, Li Yuan finally opened his eyes, groggily inquiring, "Is it time?" Rubbing his eyes, he swiftly got out of bed and headed towards the tower. Nija's summons had been orchestrated by Li Yuan himself, intended for the timely recruitment of new shadow soldiers. With the sacred Source Tower at their disposal, there was no time to waste. Upon reaching the base of the shadow crystal, Li Yuan, still half asleep, was greeted by the familiar prompt. "Barracks energized. Would you like to recruit shadow soldiers immediately?" "Recruit immediately," he commanded. In no time, 5 shadows appeared before him. Regrettably, this time he did not acquire any new types of soldiers. There were still 2 ghost shadows and 3 giant shadows, all at the 4th rank. Such matters depend solely on luck. One cannot force them. For 4 full days, Li Yuan's ranks comprised only Nija as a general, 7 ghost shadows, and 6 giant shadows. "Continue to absorb energy," he instructed. "Yes, my king," Nija replied, promptly departing from the sacred Source Tower. The reason for sending Nija alone was simple: to prevent other ghost and giant shadows from sharing the energy points. As the pinnacle of combat strength in the Shadow Castle and the greatest reliance against the forthcoming beast tide, Nija must be elevated to the 9th rank. Once she reaches that level, her prowess would rival that of the Holy Domain, rendering them fearless. A peaceful night passed, and the following day dawned bright and sunny. Upon awakening, Li Yuan discovered that he had successfully advanced to the 5th rank. Clearly, Nija had made progress during the latter half of the night. It was not solely the energy from the sacred Source Tower that enabled his advancement. Upon exiting the energy tower, he found several corpses of magical beasts scattered throughout the courtyard. There were about 30 in total, mostly 5th and 6th rank, along with 1 7th rank beast. Collecting the remains, he amassed a total of 1,300 units of food, all derived from high-rank magical creatures, thus yielding even greater quantities. Additionally, he acquired 18 energy stones and 3 origin crystals. Looking towards the trading square, he noted that all items had been exchanged. In the warehouse, there were currently 8,500 units of stone, 22,000 units of wood, 279 energy stones, 7 origin crystals, and 110 units of iron essence. How impoverished! Li Yuan refrained from listing the food in the trading square, transferring it all to the little fairy instead, as 200 eager mouths awaited him there. Little did he know whether more dwarves would seek refuge with her today. While preparing breakfast, he received a message from the little fairy. Little fairy lord, food has been received. Thank you, great Shadow. Oh, there are 200 extra units. Li Yuan responded. Keep it. I fear more dwarves may come seeking your support soon. Little fairy lord, great Shadow, you are truly remarkable. How did you know more dwarves would come to me? The little fairy lord, the dwarf uncle mentioned there are only about 200, and they are currently en route to the castle. Li Yuan nearly choked on the morsel of meat in his mouth. Just 200? Does this little fairy, Imo Shan Shan, regard herself as a mere grain collector? Steady, steady. With an additional 200 dwarfs, there would be over 400 in total. And the output of iron essence would undoubtedly double, soaring from 400 to 800 in a day. It's merely 2,500 units of food, a trivial matter. If you dare to multiply it tenfold, I shall have Shadow work tirelessly to procure food for you. Little fairy lord, really? That is splendid. I was worried that Shadow would be displeased. Li Yuan decisively closed the communication window. Conversation was no longer feasible. It appeared that there was a rebellion in the dwarf kingdom, indicating that the local powers on the war continent were quite chaotic. This was fortuitous news for the 3 billion lords. If the forces on the war continent were united as one, it would bode ill for them. After all, to the local powers, these 3 billion earthlings who suddenly appeared are invaders. After breakfast, Li Yuan summoned the spectral shadows from the Holy Source Tower and sent them out to hunt monsters. Nika continued to act independently, targeting high-tier magical beasts to focus on his own advancement. If all went well, after a day of slaughtering high-tier magical beasts, Nika would likely ascend to the 8th tier. With the strength of an 8th-tier warrior, he could certainly eliminate the Goblin tribe. Indeed, today's objective for Li Yuan was the Goblin tribe. Chapter 26, A Feast of Carnage. It's either you die or I live. As night fell over the courtyard of Shadow Castle, Nika, under the blessing of the Holy Source Tower, exuded the aura of the 9th tier. As Li Yuan had anticipated, after a day of fierce battles, Nika had already broken through to the 8th tier by afternoon. The cost was substantial. He had perished dozens of times throughout the day, truly fighting for his life. Nika sought out only 8th tier magical beasts in the Red Moon Forest, experiencing both victories and defeats. Not only did he ascend to the 8th tier, but Li Yuan also reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, a testament to the vast energy points acquired that day. The other spectral shadows and giant shadows also experienced advancements, especially the 5 newly recruited shadows from the previous night. After a night of cultivation in the Holy Source Tower and a day of slaying wild beasts, they all progressed from the 4th tier to the 5th tier. The 2 initially recruited spectral shadows even ascended to the 7th tier. General Nika, 8th tier, 2 7th tier spectral shadows, 5 5th tier spectral shadows, and 6 5th tier giant shadows. At this moment, the combat strength under Li Yuan's command was undeniably formidable, rightfully earning him the title of the foremost lord among the 3 billion. Standing at the castle entrance, Li Yuan's mood was rather grave. For this venture, he too had to accompany them. Without his presence, he would be unable to gather rewards. The Goblin tribe had stored resources, such as the 500 energy stones from the destruction of the old village castle, which might be acquired. However, the equipment and weapons harvested from the corpses would be beyond reach. With nearly 2,000 goblins, it was reasonable to expect the collection of over 1,000 pieces of equipment. Even if they were of the 1st tier, their value should not be underestimated. What could be extracted from the corpses would be pristine and intact. Such matters are excessively troublesome and consume precious time, rather than squander moments in this manner. One would be better served by vanquishing a greater number of beasts. Furthermore, Li Yuan is no longer the frail individual he once was. With his prowess at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, wielding the powers of thunder and lightning, along with the dragon and horse talismans, he stands unafraid before any being beneath the realm of the sacred domain. As a lord and ruler, it is generally expected that he would not engage directly, but rather orchestrate affairs from a distance. Yet, given his current weakness, the need for resources is dire. He finds himself impoverished. Moreover, Li Yuan himself yearns to venture forth and behold the true nature of this war-torn continent. Having arrived here for 4 days, he has yet to truly observe the world beyond. Although he did step outside last night, it was but a fleeting moment, scarcely an outing at all. Nijiao lingered behind Li Yuan, hesitating for a considerable time before finally speaking. My lord, perhaps it would be wise for you not to go. I assure you, I will annihilate the entire Goblin tribe. As your loyal subject, how could you risk yourself so lightly? Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively, replying, Enough, enough. You have voiced this concern 100 times already. Let us depart. Seeing Li Yuan's resolute demeanor, Nijia ceased his entreaties and inquired, Very well, my lord. How shall we proceed? Shall we go directly or take our time? Having previously traversed the Goblin cave, Nijia knew they could pass through the shadow space. Let us go directly, Li Yuan decided, eager not only to explore, but also to resolve matters swiftly. Understood. Nijia exchanged glances with several shadowy figures before seizing Li Yuan's arm, and together they vanished from the courtyard of the castle. In an instant, they covered the 3,000-meter distance, reappearing behind a massive stone. From this vantage point, they could observe the goblin tribe's cave with clarity. Ahead lay a valley, adorned with numerous torches, each illuminating an entrance to a cave. Goblins of various sizes scurried about the entrances, while at the base of the mountain, several large bonfires blazed, surrounded by hundreds of goblins roasting the carcasses of unknown beasts. Li Yuan estimated that there were around 500 goblins outside the caves in the valley, suggesting that the majority were indeed hidden within. My lord, that is the cave where the chieftain of the goblin tribe resides. Nijia pointed to a relatively large entrance, which bore decorations and an array of hanging bones. For armored goblin sentinels guarded the entrance. To capture the leader first, Li Yuan mused for a moment before instructing, Nijia, take 2 7th-tier shadows and eliminate the goblin chieftain. The remaining shadows and giants will wait. Once you engage and chaos ensues, we will charge forth to slay the other goblins. Remember, Nijia, upon dispatching the chieftain, immediately pursue and eradicate the remaining high-tier goblins. Yes, we shall obey the king's command. Nijia and the others expressed no dissent regarding Li Yuan's strategy. Nijia opened his mouth to speak, then looked towards a 5th-tier giant shadow, saying, You shall remain here to protect our lord. Should danger arise, retreat at once. The giant shadow swiftly appeared beside Li Yuan. Li Yuan did not refuse. In fact, he almost forgot about this matter until Nijia brought it up. With a shadow by his side, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Even with his current strength, he could effortlessly defeat this 5th-tier giant shadow. However, the giant's presence was primarily to facilitate their traversal through the shadows, serving as a means of protection. Action. With Li Yuan's command, Nijia led 2 7th-tier ghost shadows and vanished from sight. It was evident that Nijia and his companions had now appeared within the goblin chief's cave through their shadowy passage. Soon, sounds of combat and anguished roars echoed from the goblin chief's lair. Damn it! Who are you? An enemy attack. Numerous goblin guards rushed out from the chief's cave, shouting loudly. Li Yuan turned to the other shadows and said in a low voice, It is your turn. As soon as he finished speaking, aside from the giant shadow protecting Li Yuan, the other ghost and giant shadows swiftly dispersed, emerging at the base of the mountain and within the cave itself. In an instant, the goblin cave was filled with screams of terror. These goblins were not particularly strong, and the shadows, being natural assassins, moved with impunity in the darkness. The mere slaughter of dozens of goblins threw the entire tribe into chaos. Li Yuan shook his head in disbelief. Was this truly the army of the goblin kingdom from years past? The carnage continued, with blood blossoms blooming in the night. Just then, an elderly goblin emerged from one of the caves, leaping into the air while chanting incantations. In his hands, he wielded a gray staff embedded with elemental crystals. Fireballs shot forth from the staff, aimed at the locations of the shadows and giants. This was the 8th-tier mage of the goblin tribe. The fireballs were immensely powerful. Even the giant shadow struck by them was reduced to nothingness. However, the next moment, the fallen giant reappeared in another location, continuing its slaughter of the remaining goblins. The goblin mage, in a fit of rage, howled in midair, but it was of no consequence. Before long, a blade of light appeared. The 8th-tier goblin mage was cleaved in two, his severed body plummeting to the ground. Nijia's figure materialized, effortlessly tossing a plump goblin down to the base of the mountain. That was the goblin chief. Though this chief was a 9th-tier warrior, Nijia was equally matched in strength. Together with the assistance of the 2 7th-tier ghost shadows, they successfully dispatched him in less than 3 minutes. With Nijia and the 2 7th-tier ghost shadows participating, the slaughter both inside and outside the cave intensified, leaving the goblins with no opportunity to retaliate. As for Li Yuan, he merely observed the scene, having no chance to engage in battle. Under the relentless assault of the shadows, not a single goblin managed to escape. In less than half an hour, every last goblin lay dead in pools of blood. The ground was stained with hues of red and green, resembling a chaotic mix of blood and cabbage stew. The goblin tribe, numbering over 1,800, was completely annihilated. With the protection of the giant shadow, Li Yuan descended from the mountain hollow, his heart filled with awe at the lethal efficiency of the shadow army. They were extraordinarily powerful. Despite the goblin tribe's diminutive stature, their numbers approached 2,000, yet a mere handful of shadows swiftly dispatched them. As Li Yuan surveyed the ground littered with goblin corpses, his expression remained unchanged. Having witnessed an abundance of beast carcasses over the past few days, he had grown almost immune to such sights. Furthermore, he bore no psychological burden for the slaughter of thousands of goblins. Reflecting on the situation, had the goblins been the powerful ones, storming the Shadow Castle, would they have shown him mercy? Certainly not. In the realm of war, it is a matter of survival. Either they perish, or he does. Chapter 27. The Shadow's domain is sovereign land. The annihilation of the goblin tribe unfolded without peril. entirely as Li Yuan had anticipated. Setting aside their combat prowess, goblins were merely the most rudimentary intelligent beings in the war-torn land, a mere assemblage of subservient creatures, lacking in any pride. With the assistance of several colossal shadows, the goblin bodies were unceremoniously discarded into a ravine. Li Yuan chose not to gather these corpses just yet. Instead, he instructed the shadows to scour all the caverns for usable resources. Within the goblin's storeroom, he discovered 300 sets of leather armor and an array of swords and weapons, including 3 staffs embedded with elemental crystals. He also unearthed 438 energy stones and 15 elemental crystals, alongside various pelts, teeth, and bones from beasts. Shortly thereafter, in the Goblin Chief's cavern, he located an additional 200 energy stones and 5 elemental crystals, with scattered energy stones found in other caves as well. While the colossal shadows busied themselves with the haul, Li Yuan collected all the goblin corpses, accumulating over 1,000 sets of equipment and weapons. Once everything was in order, he activated the dragon talisman, and flames erupted as fire dragons soared from his hands. At this juncture, Li Yuan had reached the mid-stage of the 6th rank. The slaughter of nearly 2,000 goblins provided an immense surge of energy for both him and the shadows. Not only did Li Yuan ascend in rank, but all existing specters and colossal shadows also elevated to the 7th rank. Only Nija remained at the 8th rank. As the leap to the 9th required an exorbitant amount of energy, at least several million points, the fire dragons danced through the void, swiftly engulfing the entire valley, incinerating the goblin tribe and erasing all traces of Li Yuan and his companions. Let us depart. With Nija's aid, all shadows sank into the ground. Having resolved the goblin threat, Li Yuan did not forget his promise to admire the night view. This marked his first occasion gazing upon his castle from the outside. The entire fortress leaned against the red moon forest, with a small grove in the foreground that could scarcely be deemed more than a thicket. Behind it lay an expansive, towering forest stretching for thousands of miles. The red moon forest was immense, and the territory occupied by the castle, over 1,000 meters, was merely the outermost fringe. Regrettably, it was night, and only indistinct silhouettes were visible. Without uttering a word, Li Yuan approached the castle, yet within him surged an unprecedented sense of ambition. Upon arriving in this world, his foremost desire had been to survive. First, he faced the immediate threat of beast tides, then the looming danger of a sacred domain beast. All of this was a reminder to Li Yuan that he must hasten his ascent to power, lest he be met with a path leading to demise. Over the course of several days, Li Yuan diligently exerted himself, his nerves taut and unyielding, with every moment demanding his utmost vigilance. Unbeknownst to him, he had evolved from a solitary existence to one where he could now boldly strike, effortlessly vanquishing the local goblin forces. In a mere span of days, he and his shadow had ascended to an astonishing level of prowess. Frankly speaking, the pressure posed by the beast tide had diminished significantly in his eyes. Should he encounter the holy domain black-crowned golden eagle again, he would not be as awestruck as he had been at first. Let the myriad clans vie for supremacy. He was ready for the challenge. The annihilation of the goblin tribe and the brutal carnage had subtly altered Li Yuan's mindset. He had truly come to accept the rules of the game of the myriad clans. From this moment forth, his ambition was to lead the shadow and stand atop the pinnacle of this world. He aspired to forge his own kingdom, the kingdom of shadows. At this juncture, a burgeoning ambition stirred within the depths of Li Yuan's soul, embodying the heart of a conqueror. I come, I see, I conquer. Wherever his gaze fell, the ground where the shadow stood was deemed his sovereign territory. Li Yuan then entered the holy source tower, commencing the tally of the spoils from the night's slaughter of the goblin tribe. The most crucial prize was the energy stones, his primary objective. A total of 712. Clearly, in addition to the 500 energy stones yielded by the old castle, the goblin tribe had its own reserves. Energy stones are, in essence, solidified forms of energy. For the local forces, these stones could be utilized to enhance their strength. In truth, Li Yuan and his companions could do the same, though they lacked the knowledge to do so. As for the elemental crystals, including the 24 he had extracted from his staff, they totaled 24. The remainder consisted of equipment and weaponry. There were 823 sets of first-tier leather armor, 454 sets of second-tier leather armor, and 208 sets of third-tier leather armor. Additionally, there were 10 sets of fourth-tier iron armor and 1 set of fifth-tier silver armor. Undoubtedly, this had been another significant harvest. In terms of value, the spoils garnered from the goblins might well surpass the yields accrued by the shadow over the past 4 days of monster hunting in the wild. As Li Yuan gazed at the items displayed in the warehouse, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. After constructing the holy source tower, he had nearly abandoned the notion of upgrading the town, intent instead on focusing his efforts on enhancing the shadow crystal. However, the current circumstances suggested that there remained hope for upgrading both the town and the barracks. At present, within the confines of the Shadow Castle's warehouse, there were a total of 1,013 energy stones and 34 elemental crystals. The energy stones were sufficient for upgrading the shadow crystal. He needed only 16 more elemental crystals. Now that Nija was slaying 7th and 8th tier magical beasts, the drop rate for elemental crystals had improved significantly, and he should be able to collect the necessary crystals by tomorrow evening at the latest. This meant that upgrading to the 3rd tier shadow crystal was a foregone conclusion. Consequently, the next priority was to gather the materials required for upgrading the town within the castle. The inventory in the warehouse remains relatively unchanged, with 13,000 units of stone, 36,000 units of wood, and 840 units of iron essence. The little fairy, in the evening, turned over more than 700 units of iron essence. It is said that over 200 dwarves have entered the little fairy's castle, commencing work since noon, thus yielding an excess of iron essence. If the full capacity of smelting is reached, it could provide him with 900 units of iron essence daily. However, even with 900 units per day, it would be impossible to amass 10,000 units of iron essence before the beast tide descends in 3 days. Therefore, trading at the marketplace remains necessary. Li Yuan opened the trading square and searched for transaction information using iron essence as the key term. As expected, the trading volume was dismal, with few willing to exchange iron essence. Furthermore, there were still no available weapon exchanges, only the record from Li Yuan's previous auction. After all, not everyone is like Li Yuan's Shadow, who requires no weaponry. Even if a lord were to defeat local factions and acquire a few pieces of equipment, they would be reluctant to part with them. Li Yuan reassessed the prices of the equipment. The standard price for first-tier equipment is 1,000 units of wood and 500 units of stone, while the second-tier price doubles accordingly. After some rough calculations, he decided to list all first- and second-tier weapons for auction. Nearly 1,300 sets of leather armor should suffice to trade for stone and wood. First, he would use the first- and second-tier weapons to generate interest. Unsurprisingly, after Li Yuan posted the auction information on the trading square, it quickly stirred a commotion in the world chat channel. Chapter 28. Atop the mountains, visitors from another realm. My eyes are blinded. The mysterious shadowy figure has reemerged, unleashing over 1,000 pieces of equipment. By the heavens, has he annihilated a local tribe? How bold! Surely, the shadowy figure has traced the clues and vanquished that goblin tribe from last time. It seems today he has not been collecting food, but rather attacking local powers. Goodness! Over 1,000 pieces of equipment. How many local factions must he have slain? It must have been goblins, as it appears the shadowy figure previously eradicated them. Truly remarkable. Who else could decimate a local tribe but the shadowy figure? Oh, and it seems there are second-tier equipment this time. Second tier is hardly impressive. My troops are already at 4th tier, so they hold little utility. A well-fed man knows not the hunger of the starving. Alas, the shadowy figure is extraordinary. This time, the shadowy figure is only exchanging for stone and wood, so I might as well trade for some, as I cannot upgrade the castle anyway. The previous comment is correct. While the weapon tiers are not high, something is better than nothing. Amidst the bustling world channel, filled with admiration, many have rushed to the trading square. Stone and wood are certainly in demand, as they are essential for upgrading the castle. Yet, with only 3 days remaining until the beast tide strikes, the vast majority, having elevated their castles to intermediate levels, see no hope for advancing to advanced levels. Rather than letting their stone and wood languish, it would be wiser to trade them for weaponry to prepare for the impending beast tide assault. In a similar vein, Li Yuan's actions once again captured the attention of those lords commanding formidable armies. Previously, the sets of equipment had elicited little more than indifference, but now, the existence of over 1,000 sets of weaponry compelled them to feel awe. On the 4th day of the Rebirth War continent, lords possessing powerful troops had invariably engaged with local forces. They were acutely aware of the strength of these local factions and comprehended their combat capabilities. The presence of over 1,000 sets of equipment suggested that this local force must comprise at least 1,000 troops. Tribes of this nature often boasted formidable Tier 7 and 8 warriors, and it was highly probable that they even had a Tier 9 leader. Yet, these lords could muster at most a mere dozen troop types. To annihilate a local tribe numbering in the thousands with only a handful of troop types, how could such an achievement not astonish them? In the vast expanse of the Tarkon Plain, within the Angel Castle, Ishue reclined on a bench, her mouth slightly agape, her delicate face awash with disbelief. How could this be possible? The goblin tribe she had encountered the previous night had dispatched 2 small squads to ambush her angelic team. Although the angels had decisively eradicated the attackers, they had sustained considerable injuries, and these 2 squads comprised merely 15 goblins. According to Ishue's estimates, her angelic team could contend with no more than 30 goblins. Beyond that, the squad would falter, incurring casualties. Yet now, this shadowy lord had obliterated an entire goblin tribe. Ishue, who had always harbored immense confidence, found herself suddenly plagued by doubt. Could she truly catch up to this shadowy lord? No, she must. Quickly dispelling the thought, she clenched her fist and declared, Ishue, you can do it. Your troops are the unparalleled angels. In the endless sea, at the Golden Castle, the young man clad in white led the golden dragons in vanquishing a merman tribe, reaping substantial rewards. However, upon glancing at the content in the world chat channel, his triumph was swiftly overshadowed. The merman tribe consisted of only 200 members, with the strongest among them barely reaching tier 7. What a shadowy lord. He had underestimated you. The young man cast a sidelong glance at the golden dragons guarding the castle's perimeter, furrowing his brow and pondering, what exactly are you as a troop type? In his understanding, the golden dragons were among the most formidable forces on the war continent. The dragon race was supreme and powerful. Could any troop type surpass the golden dragons? Throughout the 7 continents of the war continent, countless lords marveled and speculated about the troop type of this shadowy lord. Though they might not openly acknowledge it, Li Yuan was undeniably ahead of them. Regarding discussions about himself, Li Yuan had observed a plethora of records. Some were flattering and sycophantic, others tinged with envy and resentment, while some engaged in discourse about weaponry and speculated on his troop type. An array of opinions abounded. Of course, Li Yuan was most concerned about the auction status of his weaponry. Regrettably, while the world chat channel buzzed with activity, there were few participants in the bidding for his weapons. The previous auction showcased a meager quantity, which did not reveal the true nature of the situation. However, as the number increased, it became glaringly apparent that there were indeed few bidders. Half an hour had passed, and only a few hundred bids had been placed. It seemed that the populace had little enthusiasm for such low-tier equipment. The auction, orchestrated by Li Yuan, was scheduled for 2 hours, but at this rate, completing it appeared nearly impossible. It was evening. Perhaps many were already resting? Li Yuan concocted an excuse for himself and quietly extended the auction duration to 24 hours. As long as there were bidders, he could afford to wait. After all, materials such as stone and wood were not in urgent demand. The crux of the matter lay with iron essence, which truly troubled Li Yuan. With scarcely anyone willing to auction first and second-tier weapons, who would be inclined to part with iron essence? He decided to reassess the situation the following day. If things did not improve, he would contemplate alternative strategies or perhaps abandon the idea of upgrading the town altogether. Li Yuan was not one to dwell on indecision. He promptly closed the trading square and departed from the Holy Source Tower. As the clock approached midnight, it was time to recruit new shadows. Meanwhile, outside the western marshes of the castle, where the goblin tribe had once thrived, 3 towering figures, each 2 meters tall, surveyed the ravaged goblin lair. Not a single soul had survived. All had perished. If my conjecture holds, this devastation must be the handiwork of the otherworldly visitors from the Red Moon Forest. Truly ruthless. It must be noted that the other visitors in this vicinity lack such prowess. Reports from the mountain peaks indicated that not only here, but across 7 continents, numerous otherworldly visitors had appeared. What exactly are these beings? The mountain's summit advised caution, suggesting not to provoke them for the time being, as their castle appeared to be shrouded in an inexplicable protective force. But what if they were to instigate us? The answer was obvious. We would vanquish them. We are not to be compared with the despicable goblins. It appears these interlopers are predominantly human. Would you wish to feast upon them? I am eager to try. As the 3 hulking figures engaged in casual banter, they eventually transformed into 3 colossal black wolves that vanished into the night. Li Yuan, oblivious to the unfolding events, waited beneath the shadow crystal for approximately 10 minutes before finally receiving a delightful prompt. The barracks have been fully energized. Would you like to recruit immediately? Li Yuan gazed intently at the shadow crystal and declared, recruit immediately. In the next moment, 9 crystals began to rotate, transitioning from slow to swift. As 5 shadows flowed forth, the first to emerge was a ghostly figure, followed by 3 giant shadows, and finally, a tall figure with blue skin clad in armor. Witnessing this, Li Yuan was instantly wide awake, filled with immense joy. Chapter 29, General Icarus, Special Reward from the Beast Tide. In the past 2 attempts, Li Yuan had failed to recruit a general and thus held little hope for this occasion. In fact, he had not even considered such a possibility, merely focusing on recruiting a fresh set of shadows for the day before retiring for the night. Yet, to his surprise, the last shadow to materialize was indeed a remarkable one. It is indeed one of the 9 great generals of the shadow, the commander of the armored shadows, aka. With azure skin and clad in dark gray armor, he stands tall and imposing. Emerging from the shadows, General Ike strides forth, kneeling before Li Yuan. The resounding clash of his armor echoing like a clarion call. I, Ike, humbly present myself before my king. His voice resonates like a mighty bell, filled with vigor. Li Yuan, smiling, raises his hand and replies, arise, General Ike. There is no need for such formality. Truth be told, he had not anticipated recruiting a shadow general this evening. Ika commands the Armored Shadow Legion, colloquially known as the Samurai Corps. Recently, Li Yuan had summoned neither the Armored Shadows nor the Phantom Shadows, but rather the Giant Shadows. Yet now he finds himself directly recruiting the general of the Armored Shadows. After the initial astonishment, Li Yuan promptly accessed Ika's information panel. General Ika of the Armored Shadows. Power level, 7th tier, can be enhanced by slaying foes. Loyalty, 100. Growth limit, Divine Realm. When he recruited Nija, the Shadow Crystal was only at level 1, and Nija's initial strength was at the 5th tier. Now, with the Shadow Crystal at level 2, IKA emerges at the 7th tier, just a tier shy of Nija's current standing. The other phantom and giant shadows still maintain their initial levels at tier 4. Li Yuan observed IKA and instructed, "Venture forth to slay the beasts and swiftly elevate your strength." With only 3 days until the beast tide descends, it is hoped that IKA can attain at least the 8th tier, with the 9th tier not being out of reach. Should both Nija and IKA ascend to the 9th tier, he would possess 2 warriors of the sacred domain. Furthermore, with the enhancement of the sacred source tower, their power in the territory would surpass even that of the sacred domain. "I shall not disappoint my king's expectations," IKA responded with fervor, rising swiftly and vanishing into the ground. The phantom and giant shadows, having disbanded their groups, resumed their quest for monsters, accompanied by the newly recruited members as they departed the castle. Previously, after the massacre of the goblin tribe, all of the phantom and giant shadows had advanced to the 7th tier, and it would be quite difficult to elevate their ranks further in the near future. Unlike Nija and IKA, they could not slay foes of higher tiers to gain substantial energy. With the groups rearranged, the previously recruited phantom and giant shadows could better assist the new recruits in leveling up. Given the current situation, the focus remained on Nija and IKA, while the remaining shadows could afford to be slightly weaker. Moreover, the ordinary beasts still needed to be hunted, as the demand for food from the fairy was considerable. Merely allowing the shadows to hunt monsters would be a waste of time, especially since they could not yield iron essence. Perhaps, rather than upgrading the town and barracks, it would be more prudent to elevate Nija and IKA to the 9th tier first. Even if the town and barracks do not see advancements, the enhancement of the shadow's strength would still yield benefits. Presently, the might of the sacred domain is of utmost importance. Yes, the focus should be concentrated on a singular task. Regrettably, their power is still insufficient. Otherwise, they could have eradicated the wolf tribe, potentially allowing Nija to ascend to the 9th tier directly. It was evident that the slaughter of the goblin tribe had whetted Li Yuan's appetite for victory. However, the wolf tribe poses a significant challenge, boasting a semi-saint and 2 9th tier warriors, making the prospect of assaulting them formidable. Lost in thought, Li Yuan gradually succumbed to a peaceful slumber. On the following morning, Li Yuan was unable to awaken naturally. He was roused by a resounding voice. "Greetings, esteemed lords. It is time to remind you that only 3 days remain until the first beast tide. Will your castles and troops withstand the impending onslaught?" Li Yuan opened his eyes, sprang from his bed, and hastened to the castle courtyard, gazing skyward. This was the very voice that had spoken upon his rebirth. At that moment, countless lords scattered across the war-torn continent, much like Li Yuan, looked up at the void above. Conversely, the local powers exhibited no signs of alarm. This voice was a phenomenon only discernible to the 3 billion lords who had reincarnated onto the war continent. In 3 days, the beast tide will descend. Those lords who withstand the onslaught will receive generous rewards based on their performance during the tide. This is limited to the top 1 million lords based on overall performance. The lord who ranks first will receive a unique and extraordinary reward. Lords, unleash your fury. Do not cower within your castles. Venture forth to reap greater rewards. Only through peril can one attain bounty. Upon hearing these words, Li Yuan furrowed his brow. This was increasingly resembling a game. The so-called rewards bore a striking resemblance to official events within games. Yet, Li Yuan could sense that his castle, his troops, and the wild beasts of the local powers were all palpably real. Was this truly a game? If so, who was the orchestrator behind it? Amused by his own thoughts, Li Yuan chuckled. Pondering such matters seemed impractical. Even if someone was indeed pulling the strings behind the scenes, orchestrating the reincarnation of 3 billion earthlings and conjuring such a scenario, was he truly capable of opposing such forces? As the saying goes, life is akin to a game of tic-tac-toe. Since resistance was futile, one might as well indulge in the experience. Perhaps in a distant future, when he stood at the pinnacle of this world, he might uncover the truth behind it all. For now, it was far more prudent to contemplate the rewards of the beast tide. The top 1 million lords would receive rewards, with the foremost among them receiving something truly unparalleled. On what basis would the rankings be determined? 1 million lords may seem a considerable number, yet compared to 3 billion, it is but a fraction, 3 in 10,000. Among every 10,000 lords, merely 3 might receive rewards. Of course, post-beast tide, how many of the 3 billion lords would remain is an uncertainty. It is quite possible that the count of 3 billion lords has long since diminished. With so many individuals, there are always a few whose intellect is lacking. Much like that unfortunate villager who fell to the goblins. Ranking within the top 1 million should pose no issue for him. But could he truly compete for the first place? Li Yuan was not so arrogant as to consider himself the very best among all lords. With 3 billion earthlings, one could hardly guarantee that luck did not favor someone else. There are always greater forces beyond one's own. Perhaps some individuals may directly recruit deities, commencing their journey with divine assistance. Moreover, this comprehensive performance should encompass not merely combat prowess, but also various factors such as castle, barracks, and more. In Chapter 30, the dragon bloodline and the mutated lizard horde emerge. Ranking within the top 1 million, Li Yuan believes this should pose no significant challenge for him. The crucial aspect lies in whether he can secure the coveted first position. This marks the official inaugural event. Its special rewards will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Just as the affluent tend to accumulate even more wealth, obtaining this reward will inevitably widen the gap between him and other lords. It is even more disheartening for those ranked beyond 1 million, as their prospects for future development appear bleak, fated to be mere cannon fodder. Originally, Li Yuan had intended to temporarily forego upgrading his town. However, the emergence of this special reward rekindled his ambition. The castle, barracks, and troop types are evidently vital components in assessing overall performance. It seems that motivation is essential. Li Yuan chuckled and shook his head. Yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. He has always been a man of action. Once he resolves to pursue something, he will undoubtedly strive to achieve it. If he aims for first place, he will exert every effort to attain it. With the completion of resource gathering, he acquired over 5,000 units of food and 18 energy stones. To his delight, the collection yielded 2 essence crystals as well. In high spirits, Li Yuan promptly transferred all the food to the fairy lord. With the newly obtained weapons and equipment, he found no need to continue trading food, even though the market for it still exists. However, prices had already plummeted, having in value. 1 unit of food could now only exchange for 5 units of wood or 2 units of stone. Having settled these matters, Li Yuan went to the warehouse to procure food for his breakfast. As he enjoyed his meal, he opened the world chat channel. Due to the recent emergence of a certain voice, the channel was bustling with lively discussions. The top 1,000,000 lords can win rewards. Let us go, brothers. First place may be out of reach, but we can still strive for the top 100,000. I'm going out to slay monsters today. 3 days from now will be my turning point. What a joke. My slimes are nearly devoured by the wild beasts outside. I'm doomed. By the way, what could the first prize be? Why does that concern you? Mind your own business. Brothers, let us not abandon hope. Let us fight on. Many, feeling restless, we're still chatting idly with just 3 days remaining. Can the Shadow Lord secure first place? Who knows? Perhaps some great figures are quietly leveling up, remaining unseen. Well, enough of this. Back to work. Conversations of this nature continued unabated, stirring countless lords. Li Yuan casually browsed through the chatter, but did not linger long. Instead, opening the trading plaza. The number of bidders is increasing. Last night, the goblin weapons and equipment displayed at the auction received scant bids. However, as of now, not only have the bidders increased, but their numbers continue to rise. Li Yuan pondered for a moment and deduced the reason behind this phenomenon. It was the voice from the morning. Its emergence had unsettled the lords. Whether facing the beast tide or its rewards, only by growing stronger could they hope to survive. In the span of 3 days, they must employ every conceivable method to enhance their forces, ensuring their survival amidst the impending beast tide while also striving to improve their performance. 3 days present ample opportunities for daring ventures, and equipping their troops with weapons is undoubtedly a prudent choice. Initially, they hesitated to part with their timber and stone, but now they must be willing to sacrifice. One must give to receive. As evening approached, alongside Generals Nija and Ika, the yard was once again littered with the corpses of beasts and magical creatures, a testament to the frenzied slaughter of 19 shadows. The strength of the shadows had indeed risen, and the level of the beasts they hunted had correspondingly increased. Consequently, the items Li Yuan gathered were of ever greater quality, particularly the energy stones and elemental crystals. He had collected 32 energy stones and 3 elemental crystals. Thus, Li Yuan now possessed 1,163 energy stones and 36 elemental crystals. For upgrading the shadow crystal, the supply of energy stones was already sufficient. Presently, he needed only 14 more elemental crystals, and the upgrade of the shadow crystal was nearly within reach. Additionally, after a day filled with slaughter, the newly recruited giants and specters had also leveled up to the 5th tier. General Ika remained at the 7th tier, but was not far from the 8th. Within the Holy Source Tower, Li Yuan was taken aback when he heard, "What is it? My king, we have discovered a group of lizards. Are they strong?" Li Yuan inquired, puzzled. Nija nodded. "They are not particularly formidable, but they are located deep within the Red Moon Forest." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Nija had been slaying monsters in the Red Moon Forest, but had not dared to venture too deep. Most of the time, he operated within a kilometer of their territory, as numerous 9th-tier magical beasts resided within that radius. Even the 9th-tier elite magical beasts were not much weaker than those from the sacred domain. Although Nija was unafraid of death, dying without the ability to retaliate would merely be a waste of time. Therefore, Li Yuan commanded him not to enter the depths of the Red Moon Forest. Li Yuan looked at Nija and asked, "Do you wish to join forces to slay this group of mutated lizards?" After a moment's thought, he inquired, "What is your reasoning?" Nija clasped his fists and replied, "My king, of the 4 elemental crystals you acquired today, 3 came from this lizard group, and we have only slain 5. With so many beast corpses around, Li Yuan naturally had no time to examine each one meticulously. Recently, he had simply gathered items without closely inspecting them. and he realized he had no clear recollection of the lizard-like magical beast's corpses. 5 mutated lizards yielding 3 elemental crystals was an astonishing drop rate. Nija quickly recounted the events. This afternoon, Nija and Ika had been separated but were both engaged in slaying monsters on the outskirts of the Red Moon Forest. By a stroke of fate, the two individuals encountered one another and fortuitously stumbled upon a group of lizards, each dispatching several of the creatures. Together, they vanquished 5 mutated lizards, 3 of which were harvested by Li Yuan for their essence crystals. As the slayers, they possessed an innate awareness of the collection process, and they were keenly aware of Li Yuan's need for the essence crystals. In Chapter 31, titled Hundreds of Thousands of Resources, the Wealthiest Lord, the probability of success stood at an impressive 60%. Moreover, the drops consisted of essence crystals. However, the formidable prowess of this lizard group was undeniable. According to Nija and her companions, the mightiest among them was a 9th-tier elite lizard, a creature perilously close to the realm of the sanctified, verging on being a demigod. In addition to this 9th-tier elite, there were 2 other 9th-tier lizards and 5 8th-tier ones, amounting to a total of approximately 50 creatures. Contemplating this formidable assembly, Li Yuan couldn't help but draw parallels to the werewolf tribe in the north, which also boasted a demigod, alongside a 9th-tier warrior and a 9th-tier mage. The beasts possessed intelligence, suggesting that in terms of high-end power, this lizard horde was not significantly inferior to the werewolf tribe. After a brief silence, Li Yuan inquired whether they could collectively annihilate the entire lizard group. Nija, glancing at Ika, replied that he was on the verge of advancing to 8th tier. Li Yuan turned his gaze to Ika and sensed the powerful aura of someone at the pinnacle of 7th tier. An 8th tier Ika would indeed be capable of contending with 9th tier foes. It appeared that the two were intent on launching a surprise attack on the lizard group, aiming to slay a few lizards to catalyze Ika's advancement before decisively eliminating the entire horde. Since you have devised a plan, go forth. Li Yuan concurred with the general strategy, feeling a sense of anticipation for their assault. If the drop rate truly reached 60%, this lizard group could furnish him with ample essence crystals to elevate his barracks. Of course, this was contingent upon Nija and her companion's success. Beyond the potential spoils, Li Yuan also viewed this as a valuable opportunity to rehearse an assault on the werewolf tribe. After all, the high-end capabilities of the mutated lizards were comparable to those of the werewolves. Should Nija and Ika successfully dispatch the lizards, bolstered by other formidable allies, perhaps they could indeed venture forth against the werewolf tribe. That night, the weapons and equipment Li Yuan had placed in the auction house reached the end of their 24-hour term. It must be said that he truly benefited from the rewards of the beast tide, as all his weaponry was sold. Regrettably, the auction prices were not exceptionally high, merely satisfactory. The total haul from these items amounted to 380,000 units of stone and 860,000 units of wood. With such a colossal quantity of resources, Li Yuan was likely the lord with the most abundant supply of these materials. This single auction was sufficient to elevate the Shadow Castle to a town. As anticipated, stone and wood were not within his primary needs. His focus remained on iron essence. That evening, the fairy Moshanshin transferred nearly 1,000 units of iron essence to him. In recent days, she transferred 2,000 units of iron essence to Li Yuan, totaling 2,180 units. There remained a deficit of 4/5 to reach the goal of 10,000 iron essence. Considering the abundance of stones and timber at her disposal, Li Yuan could not help but open the chat interface with the little fairy. Li Yuan, come forth. Li Yuan, your castle is currently at an intermediate level. If upgraded to advanced, will your iron essence production increase? Little fairy lord, huh? Does the esteemed Black Shadow wish for me to upgrade to an advanced castle? Little fairy lord, it seems that is not feasible. The forge is a separate structure, and upgrading the castle does not influence the forge's output. The Holy Source Tower itself is a holy level building, which indeed appears to have little correlation with the castle's level. Little fairy lord, it appears my forge is a growth type building, and I can elevate its architectural level. Little fairy lord, however, my forge is already at an advanced level, and to upgrade it further would require it to become holy level, necessitating a considerable amount of resources. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan quickly inquired, what is required? Little fairy lord, 300,000 units of stone, 500,000 units of timber, and 100 energy stones. Li Yuan, how much can the holy level forge increase production? Little fairy lord, it seems it would double. In the next moment, the little fairy was utterly astonished. Her warehouse instantaneously filled with 300,000 units of stone, 500,000 units of timber, and 100 energy stones. Little fairy lord, esteemed Black Shadow, what is this? Li Yuan, upgrade the forge swiftly, and also, let us elevate your castle to an advanced level. Subsequently, he transferred another batch of stones and timber to the little fairy lord. His stock of stones and timber was so abundant that upgrading the town did not require such quantities, while he could retain them for future use. The current resources must be converted for maximum benefit. Undoubtedly, this batch of timber was best suited for the little fairy. Upgrading to an advanced castle held little consequence. At most, it would enhance the castle's defenses. However, Upgrading the forge would yield significant advantages. A holy level forge would double production. Currently, the little fairy could provide him with nearly 1,000 units of iron essence daily, and if doubled, that would amount to 2,000. In the Amagobi Desert, within the little fairy's castle, Imo Shanshan stood on her bed, her face a mask of incredulity. The sudden influx of hundreds of thousands of units of stone and timber felt surreal, yet it had indeed transpired. Had she been keeping up with the trading square lately, she might have been better prepared psychologically. With the forge at an advanced level, she had not considered upgrading to a holy level in the near term, as she simply lacked the necessary resources. She had merely echoed Li Yuan's words, never anticipating that he would truly bestow upon her such a vast quantity of materials. Moreover, he wanted her to elevate her castle to an advanced level. It was utterly astonishing. Imo Shanshan found it difficult to articulate her feelings at that moment. Deep within, she felt an immense sense of gratitude for her decision to become Li Yuan's territory. However, Imo Shanshan was also acutely aware of her own limitations. In this world, there is never a kindness without reason. Li Yuan's considerable investment in her is not a reflection of his regard for her as an individual, but rather for the furnace, specifically, the iron essence that Li Yuan desperately requires. Indeed, this is also the intrinsic value of Imo Shanshan. Without further ado, he simply wishes to convey one sentiment. Li Yuan, yes, keep up the good work. By the way, can your dwarves increase in number? Do not fear, the more, the better. Imo Shanshan, I understand, esteemed Shadow. I will ensure Uncle Green remains vigilant. Once again, this means enhancing her furnace and gathering more dwarves. It is evident that the main city desires a substantial amount of iron essence, an abundance of it. Meanwhile, Li Yuan closed the chat window with Imo Shanshan, a smile gracing his face. Iron essence holds boundless future opportunities. His gaze is no longer fixed on the present, but rather on what lies ahead. Li Yuan reopened the trading square, once more listing weapons and gear for auction. 308 sets of Tier 3 leather armor weapons. Starting bid, 100 units of iron essence. 10 sets of Tier 4 iron armor. Starting bid, 200 units of iron essence. 1 set of Tier 5 silver armor. Starting bid, 500 units of iron essence. Chapter 32, The Silver Armor Auction. Li Yuan enters the Red Moon Forest. Currently, the trading of iron essence in the trading square has yet to gain momentum. However, Li Yuan is unwilling to believe that in this vast war-torn continent, only Imo Shanshan has access to a furnace. Perhaps others, like Li Yuan, have also recognized this lucrative opportunity. After all, every lord seeking to upgrade their town requires iron essence. Presently, most castles are of intermediate to advanced tiers, with some still at a lower level, rendering them ineffective for immediate use. Yet, as everyone upgrades to advanced tiers, who would not desire iron essence? Additionally, the items currently available in the trading square are scarce and hardly worth exchanging iron essence for. Besides elemental crystals, whose value can rival that of iron essence. It is precisely for this reason that the trading volume of iron essence remains stagnant. Even when transactions occur, they are merely for a few units at a time. The equipment and weapons Li Yuan now offers are far superior to the previous low-tier items. The minimum is Tier 3, while the maximum reaches Tier 5, encompassing both leather and iron-silver armor. In contrast to the Tier 1 armors, the value of these armors is significantly higher. Previously, Tier 1 equipment was disregarded. After all units began with Tier 1 strength. Tier 1 strength, paired with Tier 1 or 2 equipment merely embellishes their capabilities. However, the gear ranging from Tier 3 to 5 markedly enhances the attack and defense of their units. Not every unit is as formidable as Li Yuan's elite troops, which have ascended to Tiers 6 and 7 within just a few days. Currently, a staggering 99% of the lords on this war-torn continent possess units only at Tiers 2 or 3, with 4 or 5 being the zenith. Those fortunate enough to acquire such equipment will significantly bolster their power. By opting for iron essence in transactions, Li Yuan aims to entice those lords holding iron essence to emerge, while lords with powerful units may refrain from engaging. Those with somewhat weaker units will undoubtedly be compelled to step forward. By depleting the iron essence from their hands, the market will ultimately belong to Li Yuan. Not solely the iron or market, but also the arms and equipment market. Why does he fervently support the enchanting Lord Imo Shanshan? Apart from the immediate necessity for iron ore, it is the weapons and equipment that are equally crucial. The little fairy has previously mentioned that her dwarves are in the process of establishing a smithy, which will enable them to forge weapons in the future. This represents an immensely expansive market. Though the current demand for weapons and equipment may not be overtly apparent, it will inevitably manifest as time progresses. After all, if you recruit thousands or even tens of thousands of troops, will you not provide them with weapons? Li Yuan's reasoning is remarkably lucid. Having resolved to vie for supremacy, one must prepare along all fronts. The emergence of weapons and equipment of the third tier and above has, unsurprisingly, once again ignited a flurry of discussion in the global chat channel. Especially following the anticipation surrounding over 1,000 pieces of equipment, it has caused quite a sensation. Goodness, 5th tier equipment. Am I seeing this correctly? In the distance, I glimpsed a tower adorned in silver armor, a true 8th-tier local powerhouse. There is no need for further elaboration. The Shadow Lord has indeed annihilated a goblin tribe. Indeed, this 5th-tier armor can only be donned by the chieftains of tribes. It seems you have yet to witness the true might of local strongholds. To those formidable beings, 5th-tier armor is nothing but trivial. You speak as if you are exceptionally impressive. Do you possess 5th-tier armor? If so, do enlighten us once more. This time, the Shadow Lord's trade item is iron ore. It appears he is merely a step away from upgrading his town. As for the 1st and 2nd-tier weapons, can you fathom how much stone and wood the Shadow Lord exchanged? My goodness, hundreds of thousands. Both stone and wood are in the hundreds of thousands. If iron ore is excluded from consideration, he could upgrade several towns with that amount. O Shadow Lord, have mercy on me. I am but a humble castle, pleading for some stone and wood to upgrade, and I will serve you loyally. Those clamoring the loudest are typically the weaker lords. Those truly possessing formidable troops have no time to squander on idle chatter. This is also why Li Yuan seldom peruses the chat channel. At this moment, Li Yuan remains fixated on his auction information in the trading square. Following the dissemination through the global chat, his auction listings have begun to attract attention. The first item to receive a bid is indeed that 5th-tier silver armor. Of course, this is merely the starting price Li Yuan set, 500 units of iron ore. Upon inspection, the bidder is someone named the Supreme Lord of the World, a name that exudes arrogance. From the name alone, it is unclear what kind of troops he has recruited. Minutes pass, and the 5th-tier silver armor remains unbid, while bids for the 3rd and 4th tiers gradually emerge. Indeed, good items are often kept under wraps. Li Yuan chuckled and chose not to continue monitoring. He had set the auction duration for 18 hours. With results expected by noon tomorrow at the latest. Perhaps by tomorrow, he will have gathered enough iron ore for upgrading his castle. Over the past 5 days, the beasts and monsters that have perished at the hands of the Shadow Lord number at least 2,000. Yet even now, one can still encounter beasts and monsters roaming about, illustrating the abundance of such creatures in the vicinity of the Red Moon Forest. Li Yuan cast a glance at Nija and inquired, "How is the situation?" "Very well, then let us depart." With that, Li Yuan stepped forward and exited. Indeed, this evening, he intended to accompany Nija and Ika to hunt down the mutated lizards. This decision had come to him quite suddenly in the afternoon. Only 2 days remained until the impending beast tide. When that time arrived, there was no doubt that Li Yuan would take action amidst the chaos. He could not merely stand by and watch. After all, the number of troops was still insufficient. Every bit of strength counted. He was no weakling. Already at the 6th tier, and with the dragon talisman, the horse talisman, and the thunder magic energy at his disposal, his combat prowess was likely on par with that of a 7th-tier warrior. However, what he lacked was practical combat experience. Thus, he planned to venture out over the next couple of days to bolster his real-world capabilities. Ika hesitated for a moment before speaking, "Your Majesty, the mutated lizard horde is approaching deep within the Crimson Moon Forest, where 9th-tier magical beasts frequently roam. We cannot be certain that a 9th-tier beast will not suddenly intrude. Should that occur, the phantoms and giants will be unable to withstand the onslaught. If you truly wish to enhance your combat skills, you might consider allowing the phantoms to escort you to the periphery. There is no need for persuasion, Ika. A decision made by my king is not easily swayed." Ika was interrupted by General Nija. Previously, during Li Yuan's visit to the goblin tribe, Nija had attempted to dissuade him, but to no avail. "Fear not. If I find myself outmatched, I shall retreat. Combat is vital, yet my life remains paramount." Upon hearing this, Ika ceased further protest. He exchanged a glance with Nija, then positioned himself beside Li Yuan, leading him directly into the Crimson Moon Forest. Chapter 33, The Hunt Begins. A novice's first battle. The Crimson Moon Forest stretched endlessly, extending thousands of miles. The Shadow Castle lay at the forest's edge, its territory barely encroaching a little over 1,000 meters into the forest. Under the cover of night, the landscape appeared to be in impenetrable darkness, obscured by trees, some with diameters of several meters. Now at the 6th tier, Li Yuan possessed exceptional night vision. With Nija and Ika guiding him through the shadows, they arrived at the boundary of their territory. Although they were still some distance from the mutated lizard horde, the high-tier magical beasts possessed intelligence and refrained from revealing themselves. After all, they were executing a surprise attack rather than engaging in direct confrontation. They needed to approach cautiously to avoid attracting the attention of the lizard horde. Otherwise, with over 50 high-tier beasts, all above the 6th tier, even Nija, with his 9th-tier strength, would find it challenging to withstand the assault. Initially, Nija and Ika had planned to lure out a few mutated lizards, with Nija supporting from the side while Ika would strike to level up. Once both reached the 8th tier, they deemed all but the elite 9th-tier lizards inconsequential. However, with Li Yuan now in their midst, the plan had undergone slight modifications. They would split into 2 teams, one consisting of Li Yuan and Nija, while Ika would operate independently, engaging in a dual-pronged assault. As the surrounding beasts had been cleared, there were currently no magical creatures in sight. Gradually, They approached an area strewn with fallen timber. Simultaneously, a foul stench permeated the air, mingling with a subtle hint of toxicity. If an ordinary person were to inhale the toxic gas, their fate would be sealed. Yet Li Yuan was far from ordinary. Such poison posed little threat to him. Even if it did inflict some harm, it paled in comparison to the expulsion speed of the talisman. Your Majesty, there is a pool of water ahead, where a swarm of lizards resides. Please wait here, Nija advised. Casting a glance forward, he turned to IKA and commanded, let us proceed. With that, the two melded into the shadows, leaving Li Yuan alone, accompanied only by the specter concealed beneath his feet. Li Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fixating on the pool that Nija had indicated. The view was obscured by massive trees, rendering it difficult to discern details. However, he faintly perceived numerous green glimmers, eyes reflecting the moonlight, countless and densely packed. Simultaneously, he sensed a formidable presence emanating from afar, thick and powerful. It must be the elite 9th-tier lizard. Compared to the black-crowned golden eagle he had encountered, this creature was significantly inferior, confirming that it was merely a half-saint. Yet, Li Yuan understood well that even a half-saint bore the sanctified title, a challenge far beyond his current capabilities. After lingering in place for approximately 5 minutes, a deep roar resonated from the direction of the pool. What of the others? Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Their estimates had suggested a 6th-tier lizard would emerge, yet unexpectedly. A 9th tier had arrived. Your Majesty, Nija began to speak, but the ground trembled as towering figures charged swiftly towards them. Be cautious, Your Majesty. Nija seized his words and sprinted towards the oncoming figures. With a thunderous crash, Nija struck down a 6th-tier mutated lizard in a single blow, swiftly turning to engage with the remaining creatures. In an instant, he confronted 3 lizards, one of which bore a sparse golden-scaled armor. This was the 9th-tier mutated lizard. The 3 mutated lizards encircled Nija, exhaling toxic gas that obscured the battle specifics. All that could be seen were tails sweeping violently through the air. Li Yuan watched the unfolding scene with a mix of exasperation and admiration. He had anticipated facing 2 lizards, yet Nija had effortlessly dispatched one. Thus, Li Yuan was left to confront a single mutated lizard. However, just as this creature prepared to attack Nija, a fiery dragon illuminated the forest, and a precise fireball struck the mutated lizard's chest. Although this creature was referred to as a lizard, its size was akin to that of a dinosaur, imposing and armored with thick, hard scales. The fireball Li Yuan unleashed did not inflict substantial harm. It merely left a charred mark. Nonetheless, it alerted the mutated lizard to the presence of other intruders. With a thunderous clamor, the mutated lizard's short legs propelled it forward, racing towards Li Yuan amidst the chaos of fallen timber. This is my first battle. Engage, Li Yuan declared, inhaling deeply, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of impending combat. With a powerful push, Li Yuan soared into the air, propelled by the force beneath him. The mutated lizard darted past him, almost brushing against the soles of his feet. This creature was not only swift but also remarkably agile. After a fleeting moment, it halted and turned, lunging at Li Yuan with its gaping maw. Its teeth were numerous and jagged, accompanied by a cloud of toxic gas. As Li Yuan descended, he executed his movements with precision, igniting the dragon talisman flame in an instant. His palm was enveloped in blazing fire, which coiled around his arm before swiftly forming a fireball that hurtled towards the mutated lizard. Boom! The fireball struck directly atop the creature's head. Li Yuan's original target had been the lizard's cavernous mouth, but its agility allowed it to evade the attack, as if sensing the volatile energy contained within the fireball. The explosion enveloped the mutated lizard in flames, yet at that moment, a searing pain shot through Li Yuan's back, sending him crashing into the trunk of a massive tree like a kite caught in a tempest. A pitch-black tail, which had appeared out of nowhere, struck him from behind. It was the very mutated lizard, whose body was now engulfed in fire. In the instant of the explosion, its tail had swung towards Li Yuan in an unexpected arc. In that fleeting moment, a 7th-tier phantom emerged before Li Yuan. Stand back, he commanded, rolling to his feet, his voice cold and authoritative, halting the impending attack of the phantom. Having witnessed Nika and her companions dispatch beasts and monsters with ease, Li Yuan had foolishly assumed that his dragon talisman flame might have obliterated the 6th-tier lizard. The outcome was clear. He had underestimated the creature, entirely oblivious to its resilience. He also forgot that magical beasts possessed intellect, and they would not simply stand by to be struck. While the mutated lizard bore significant damage from the explosion, it remained on its feet, not only surviving but also retaliating. This unforeseen turn of events caught Li Yuan, a novice in combat, off guard, leading to a severe miscalculation. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he approached the charred lizard, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Once more, he declared, quickening his pace until he was beneath the mutated lizard once again. The lizard's tail swept towards him once more. Unfazed, Li Yuan flicked his right hand. An electric energy crackled in his palm, morphing into a blade of lightning. In the next instant, his figure vanished. Simultaneously, two arcs of blue light streaked through the air. Moments later, the lizard's tail snapped in two, and then, its head separated from its body, falling to the ground. No blood flowed, as the lightning blade seared the wound. Staunching the flow, Li Yuan descended from the air, casting a glance at the lizard's lifeless form, as the lightning blade dissipated, leaving his face slightly pale. However, he quickly regained his composure, a smile spreading across his features. True combat was indeed no easy feat. Had he not possessed the talisman of the horse, that tail strike could have cost him dearly. This encounter, born from his own negligence and overconfidence, imparted a crucial lesson, regardless of the enemy's strength. One must always remain vigilant. Furthermore, one must exert their utmost strength to avoid mishaps in the depths of adversity. Chapter 34, The Fiery Dragon's Blood. The elite 9th tier Lizard King. A 6th tier mutated lizard could hardly pose a challenge to Li Yuan. After all, given his current combat prowess, even confronting a typical 7th tier adversary was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, it was unsurprising when he severed its tail with one strike and decapitated it with another. As Li Yuan dispatched the mutated lizard, Niaja had also concluded the lives of several other mutated lizards. Though such swift resolution was unexpected, Niaja had witnessed Li Yuan's injury and, in a fit of fury, recklessly avenged him. Paying the price with his own life, he swiftly eliminated the 9th tier lizard. Once all the mutated lizards were vanquished, Niaja materialized beside Li Yuan, his flushed face nearly turning pale. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" Li Yuan shook his head and replied, "I am fine, merely scratched." Truth be told, although that recent strike had, with the assistance of the talisman, alleviated his injuries, the pain lingered. A searing discomfort that felt as though his very organs were shattered. "I have failed in my duty to protect you. Please, punish me, Your Majesty." Niaja knelt on one knee, embodying a sense of guilt. Meanwhile, the 7th tier specter had also prostrated itself on the ground, its head pressed to the earth. Li Yuan, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "Enough, this is not your fault. Besides, I am indeed unscathed." "Rise." Shifting the topic, he inquired, "What news from IKA?" "Well, let us wait a moment." Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Soon, he sensed that IK had perished once, but shortly thereafter, Ika's figure reappeared before him. With a respectful bow, IKA proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I have not failed you. I have ascended to the 8th tier." Li Yuan sensed the truth of Ika's claim. He had indeed reached the 8th tier, directly acquiring the combat strength of a 9th tier warrior. "All shadows assemble." With a commanding voice, Li Yuan summoned a multitude of spectral giants, all appearing forthwith. Finally, he turned to Niaja and asked, "Is there an opportunity for a breakthrough to the 9th tier this time?" After all, the energy required for him to ascend from the 8th to the 9th tier was an astronomical figure, numbering in the millions. In truth, had he been alone in this endeavor, he might have slain these mutated lizards and possibly leveled up. However, Niaja alone could not contend with them. Ika's participation was essential. With Li Yuan's involvement, the energy points would have to be shared among the three, which might prove insufficient. Li Yuan nodded, saying, "No matter, you may proceed. I and the other specters shall stand guard outside." Even if Niaja could not level up, the energy points shared with IKA would still enhance his strength. In due course, Niaja would likely be just a hair's breadth away from ascension, and 2 days' time would be ample for him to reach the 9th tier. The spectral giants would not partake in this endeavor, opting instead to remain outside and hunt down any stragglers. Niaja and IKA exchanged a silent glance before quietly slipping into the shadows. Before long, the sound of battle erupted from the depression, fierce and intense. Fortunately, they had just lured nearly 10 mutated lizards, and General IKA had ascended to the 8th tier. Otherwise, a direct assault would have posed an even greater challenge. Soon, Li Yuan discerned that General IKA had perished once more. Of course, Li Yuan continued to receive notifications regarding energy absorption, albeit not as swiftly as he had anticipated. Frowning slightly, he leaned forward and leapt atop a towering tree that offered a broad vista. In the hollow below, a mutated lizard, larger than the one Li Yuan had previously vanquished, emerged. Its scales were predominantly golden, with only a small portion remaining black, gleaming vividly under the moonlight. This must be the elite 9th level mutated lizard. Li Yuan speculated that should its scales turn entirely golden, it could ascend to the sacred realm. Simultaneously, the dragon blood within him coalesced, perhaps allowing him to transform into a colossal dragon. At that moment, Niaja was engaged in battle with this elite 9th level beast. While IKA had attracted the attention of other mutated lizards and was besieged by dozens of them, leading to his demise. However, this predicament afforded Niaja the opportunity to confront the elite 9th level lizard alone. This had been a premeditated strategy. While Niaja was capable of contending with a 9th level opponent, he still fell slightly short when facing an elite 9th level creature. Thus, Niaja would hold the elite 9th level lizard at bay while IKA dealt with the other mutated lizards. Once the lesser lizards were dispatched, IKA would then join forces with Niaja to tackle the elite beast. Niaja found himself in dire straits. Occasionally being flung away by the elite 9th level lizard, clearly at a disadvantage. Yet, he persevered, not only surviving but also finding the time to assist Ika. General Ika faced an even grimmer fate. Since his initial death, he had repeatedly succumbed, perishing every few seconds. Nevertheless, each time General Ika fell, he took down a mutated lizard with him. Thus, after half a minute, only 6 lizards remained to besiege General Ika. Roar, the elite 9th level lizard, now aware of the diminishing numbers of its kin, emitted a thunderous roar. Its golden scales radiated brilliance, its speed surged, and it swiftly seized the fleeing Ninja with its claws. Following this, the elite 9th level lizard crushed Ninja in its jaws and swallowed him whole. Enraged, the elite 9th level lizard charged towards General Ik, seemingly intent on devouring him as well. However, at that moment, Ninja's figure reappeared before it, positioned beneath the elite 9th level lizard's jaw, gripping its mouth firmly shut. Ika, Ninja shouted fiercely. Without hesitation, General Ika comprehended Ninja's intent and abandoned the remaining mutated lizards. With a flurry of movements, Ika's body became enveloped in blades formed from shadows, swirling around him with fervor. In the next instant, he transformed into a whirlwind, plunging directly into the gaping maw of the elite 9th level lizard, which Ninja was restraining. Simultaneously, Ninja released the elite 9th level lizard and turned to commence the slaughter of the other lizards. Meanwhile, Ika, having entered the belly of the elite 9th level lizard, behaved like a drill, wreaking havoc within its body. Roar, roar, roar. The elite 9th level lizard howled in agony, its cries echoing relentlessly. The massive form writhed with wild abandon, causing several towering trees around it to snap and tumble. Before long, the elite 9th tier lizard erupted once more in a golden radiance, its body contracting significantly. Moments later, Ika's figure reappeared beside Niga, evidently having met his demise within the belly of the elite 9th tier lizard once again. Damn it. The dragon blood painstakingly gathered had been consumed in this manner. You shall all perish. The now shrunken elite 9th tier lizard surprisingly spoke with human words, its voice laced with fury. Chapter 35. Death like the wind, yet unyielding. Typically, only beasts that have reached the sacred realm possess the ability to articulate human speech. Not only can they converse, but they can also transform into human form. Though this 9th tier elite lizard had yet to attain the sacred realm, it belonged to the category of mutated beasts. The dragon blood coursing through its veins endowed it with the capabilities of a dragon, thus granting it speech. Initially, it refrained from speaking, perceiving the 2 diminutive creatures before it as no threat. However, it now found itself grievously wounded by these very insects. The dragon blood within it was the culmination of countless years of refinement and accumulation, integral to the 9th tier mutated lizard's transformation into a dragon. Yet, having sustained injuries inflicted by Ika, it was compelled to burn a significant portion of its dragon blood. In doing so, the 9th tier elite lizard not only fully recovered from its wounds, but also emerged even more formidable than in its previous peak state, now perilously close to the sacred realm. Fortunately, during this brief interval, Niga had managed to vanquish all the other mutated lizards. Roar, the 9th tier mutated lizard, witnessing the annihilation of its kin, was engulfed in a deeper rage. It opened its mouth to unleash a fierce roar, from which a powerful flame-like light erupted. Dragon breath. After burning its internal dragon blood, the 9th tier mutated lizard temporarily possessed the innate dragon skill, dragon breath. It was evident that if this lizard were to transform into a dragon, it would likely be a fire-type dragon. Its fiery breath ignited the air instantaneously, causing the bark of nearby trees to catch fire. The scorching breath targeted none other than Niga and Ika. At that moment, Niga and Ika were profoundly aware of the gravity of their situation, for they faced the most formidable beast they had ever encountered. Individually, neither stood a chance against the elite 9th tier lizard. However, such an overt attack proved ineffective against them. Just before the elite 9th tier lizard's breath could reach them, Ika and Niga swiftly sank into the ground, traversing the shadow realm. Though the flames illuminated the area, it was still night, shrouded in darkness. Niga and Ika emerged from the shadows on either side of the elite 9th tier lizard, launching a coordinated assault. Alas, the reaction speed of the elite 9th tier mutated lizard was astonishingly swift. As Ika barely revealed himself, the lizard had already opened its jaws to snap at his location, while simultaneously, its tail, now dulled in golden scales, swept towards the spot where Niga had appeared. Having learned from the previous encounter, the elite 9th tier mutated lizard did not attempt to swallow Ika whole this time, but rather seized him in its jaws. Clearly, it recognized that Ika was weaker than Ninja and prioritized eliminating him first. In truth, it succeeded, for Ika could neither escape nor evade the beast's grasp. With a hiss, the elite 9th tier mutated lizard's razor-sharp teeth effortlessly bisected Ika. Ninja, too, was swept aside by the creature's tail, sent crashing into the trees. In a single blow, the disparity in their strengths was unmistakable, despite both Ika and Ninja possessing combat prowess equivalent to the 9th tier. they stood no chance against a direct assault from the elite 9th tier mutated lizard. Bolstered by the power of dragon blood, the elite 9th tier lizard was extraordinarily formidable. Roaring, the elite 9th tier mutated lizard, having torn Ika asunder, charged towards Nija, who had been flung away by its tail. Yet, in the next moment, Ika's form reappeared. This time, the elite 9th tier mutated lizard moved with such swiftness towards Nija that it momentarily overlooked Ika's return. With a sharp sound. It is important to note that the weapon forged from Ika's own 8th tier shadow power was essentially equivalent to an 8th tier weapon. This demonstrates the immense strength of the mutated lizard's defenses. Repulsive undead creature. I wonder how many times you can perish. The elite 9th tier mutated lizard spoke once more. Its scaled limbs flaring as it once again shattered Ika's form. Clearly, the lizard regarded Ika as a reincarnating undead entity. Certain types of undead possess the ability to resurrect upon death, albeit at the cost of their primordial essence. However, the shadows do not require such essence for rebirth. As long as the shadow realm endures, all shadows, including the 9 great generals, can be resurrected infinitely. Thus, the current situation dictates that as long as Li Yuan remains alive and the castle stands, true death will never exist for the shadows. In the distance, Li Yuan's gaze flickered with realization. It seemed as though the lizard bore a layer of armor. Could it be that the lizard's mutation was linked to this armor? As Li Yuan pondered this, Nija was once again slain by the elite 9th tier lizard. After Ika and Nija resurrected, the elite 9th tier lizard spared them no respite. Launching an unrelenting pursuit. Die, die, die. The elite 9th tier lizard roared incessantly, seeking to extinguish the life force of Ika and Nija. However, it soon noticed something peculiar. Despite having dispatched Ika and Nija over 10 times, their auras showed no signs of waning. Meanwhile, Nija and Ika discerned the lizard's condition. The power of dragon blood burning within the lizard was steadily diminishing, even as its strength appeared to rise. Thus, although they were repeatedly slain, each time before their demise, they unleashed their most potent attacks, striving to deplete the strength gained by the elite 9th tier lizard from its dragon blood. Ultimately, the lizard's aura diminished to that of an ordinary 9th tier beast. Gasping for breath, the lizard bellowed in fury, "What manner of creatures are you, that I cannot kill you?" Regardless of whether it was Nija or Ika, both had perished at the hands of this creature countless times, yet they remained in peak condition, unchanged from their initial state. Nija and Ika exchanged a knowing smile, paying no heed to the lizard's inquiries. Setting aside Nija, even in its current state, Ika could effortlessly slay the lizard. Indeed, the outcome was as expected. The elite 9th tier mutated lizard met its demise at the hands of Ika, who had experienced the most deaths. As the elite 9th tier mutated lizard lay lifeless, Li Yuan approached leisurely. At this moment, Li Yuan had successfully ascended to the 7th tier. This was primarily due to the numerous mutated lizards, all formidable, with the weakest being 6th tier, while many were 7th or 8th tier. Nija felt regret at not breaking through to the 9th tier, missing it by a narrow margin. Ika, on the other hand, was at mid-8th tier. While gathering the remains of the other lizards, the smile on Li Yuan's face grew ever more radiant. Soon, he stood before the corpse of the elite 9th tier mutated lizard. He reached out to touch its surface, feeling the coldness that did not resemble true scales. Perhaps, this was indeed a piece of armor. An artifact that could endow the lizard with draconic blood, potentially granting it the ability to transform into a dragon. This armor was undoubtedly extraordinary. However, Li Yuan opted not to have the shadow strip the armor, but chose to collect it directly. Drawing from his experience with the goblin tribe, he knew that collection could yield relatively intact equipment. He initiated the collection process. Chapter 36, Dragon Blood Battle Armor, Defensive Tower Blueprint. Monster Corpse Collection successful. You have obtained 500 units of elite food. You have acquired 85 energy stones. You have received 3 origin crystals. You have obtained the divine grade armor, Dragon Blood Battle Armor. You have acquired a special building blueprint. As the series of notifications flashed before him, Li Yuan's smile blossomed. Truly, the elite 9th tier mutated beast was bountiful in rewards, even yielding a special building blueprint. And that armor was divine. Both Ika and Nija nodded in agreement before vanishing from sight. The other shadows followed suit, their fatigue prompting them to resume their monster hunting endeavors. Within the castle, Li Yuan cheerfully began to tally the evening's spoils. He disregarded the food, focusing instead on the energy stones, totaling 140. Although the drop rate for origin crystals was not genuinely 60%, he had nonetheless acquired 18. More than these, Li Yuan's attention was captured by the dragon blood armor and the special building blueprint. The existence of the dragon blood armor confirmed Li Yuan's previous conjecture that the elite 9th tier mutated lizard indeed wore armor. He retrieved the entire golden suit of armor from his warehouse, and simultaneously, all the information regarding the armor materialized before him. Equipment introduction, Dragon Blood Battle Armor. Crafted from divine grade dragon scales, tempered with the blood of a divine dragon. Equipment level, divine. Equipment skills, 1. Reduces damage from attacks below divine grade by 50%. 2. Activates dragon blood, allowing the user to unleash the breath of a dragon. Gentle reminder. Donning this armor will invoke the animosity of all dragonkind. This equipment is rather formidable. Li Yuan mused as he perused the description of the dragon blood battle armor. The armor appeared to be meticulously crafted from the scales of a unique dragon. Remarkably supple and capable of altering its size at will. This is easily comprehensible. Otherwise, the mutated lizard would not have been able to wear it. The crux of the matter is that the dragon blood armor on the lizard was not intact, but rather fractured. As a divine grade armor, it could withstand 50% of the assaults from a deity-level powerhouse, rendering ordinary attacks nothing more than a mere tickle to him. Additionally, this dragon blood armor possesses the ability to activate the power of dragon blood, briefly unleashing the breath of a dragon. The previously mutated lizard indeed employed this capability. It is evident that the lizard must have inadvertently acquired the broken dragon blood battle armor, resulting in the mutation of their kind, as well as its attempt to harness the power of the dragon blood armor to undergo a transformation, thereby further diminishing the already weakened armor. Had the dragon blood battle armor been intact, not even Nijiya or Ike would be capable of vanquishing this lizard, let alone a sacred realm powerhouse. Now, however, what Li Yuan has collected is the complete dragon blood battle armor. This signifies that the armor can now fully exert its original might. In summary, he has stumbled upon a tremendous bargain. Li Yuan stowed away the dragon blood battle armor, harboring no intention of selling this exquisite piece of equipment. Selling a divine artifact would be a lapse in judgment. Common equipment holds little value for him and the Shadow, and selling it would be inconsequential. But this armor's utility is immense. If Nijiya and Ika were to don the dragon blood battle armor, they would not merely be capable of contending with 9th tier opponents. They could decisively eliminate them. Once they break through to the 9th tier, they would significantly narrow the chasm between themselves and the sacred realm. After all, the disparity between the sacred realm and the 9th tier is vast, representing an elevation in the realm of existence, allowing one to harness the energies of heaven and earth. Thus, even if Nijiya and Ika reach the 9th tier, they may still struggle against sacred realm powerhouses. This unexpected acquisition of the dragon blood battle armor might well bridge that gap, enabling them to rise in combat beyond their tier. Should they be within their territory, they could unconditionally ascend an additional tier, the 9th tier Nijiya and Ike, and might even slay ordinary sacred realm beings. After securing the dragon blood battle armor, Li Yuan retrieved a set of special architectural blueprints. Instantly, a prompt appeared. A building blueprint has been discovered. Would you like to identify it immediately? Identify it now. Li Yuan, with a sense of anticipation, wondered if this time he might receive another sacred-level blueprint. Just as before, a glimmer of light swept across the parchment, revealing the identification details before Li Yuan's eyes. Advanced building blueprint, magic defense tower. Function, connected to the castle's core, it launches magical projectiles to attack invading forces, with attack and defense equivalent to the castle's tier. Construction materials, 1,000 units of stone, 2,000 units of wood, 100 units of fine iron, and 1 elemental crystal. Upon seeing the identification results, Li Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. It is merely a high-level special structure, not a sacred one. It is only reasonable to think so, as the sacred source tower is derived from the blood-eyed demon ape, a sacred-level beast, while that lizard is merely an elite level 9 creature. This magical defense tower possesses some utility, yet its effectiveness is somewhat limited. Presently, the core defense of the Shadow Castle is at the 6th tier, implying that any defense tower constructed would similarly possess only the offensive and defensive capabilities of a 6th tier entity. This is not overly formidable, and being a consumable, once damaged, it necessitates reconstruction. Furthermore, given the vastness of the castle, the construction of 1 or 2 towers may not yield significant results. Unless one were to establish 100 or 80 towers, it would be akin to possessing 100 or 80 fixed units, which would indeed be advantageous. After all, the current lords possess limited troop types. The presence of such towers would evidently enhance the castle's defensive capabilities, provided there are sufficient resources to erect them. The requirements include 1,000 units of stone, 2,000 units of wood, 100 units of fine iron, and a crystal core. While these material demands are not excessively high, it is indeed a challenge for an ordinary lord to amass such quantities. Li Yuan possesses a considerable amount, yet regrettably, he had previously allocated all of it to upgrade the furnace for the little fairy. Now, the stone and wood in his warehouse must be reserved for upgrading the town, leaving him with little to spare at the moment. Particularly, this defense tower also requires a crystal core. It would be prudent to wait and see. Once the town is upgraded, he may have surplus resources to construct some. The number of bidders for the equipment auction has been steadily increasing, with the 5-tier silver armor now soaring to over 800 units of iron essence. Other items have also experienced slight increases. Li Yuan remains unperturbed. As the auction concludes tomorrow at noon, it is time to enhance the shadow crystal. With a smile, Li Yuan turned towards the shadow crystal. The spoils from the night's hunt of the mutated lizard swarm have allowed him to meet the requirements for upgrading the Shadow Crystal, as he now possesses 1,203 energy stones and 54 crystal cores. The upgrade of the Shadow Crystal necessitates merely 1,000 energy stones and 50 crystal cores, leaving him with a surplus. Chapter 37. New Legion, Flying Shadow, Claw Shadow, Helmet Shadow. The prior endeavor of slaying the mutated lizards consumed a fair amount of time. Following the upgrade, he would almost be ready to recruit more shadows. Yuan had prepared for this upgrade for quite some time, primarily due to the scarcity of crystal cores. Had he not encountered the exceptionally high-yield mutated lizard swarm, he might have had to wait until tomorrow or the day after to achieve this upgrade. This night marks the 5th evening, drawing near to the impending initial beast tide. Upon arriving before the Shadow Crystal, a prompt appeared. Shadow Lord, you possess sufficient resources to upgrade the barracks. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade immediately? Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan exclaimed, upgrade immediately. Instantly, the Shadow Crystal radiated a brilliant light. Before long, the brilliance subsided, revealing minimal changes to the surface, reminiscent of the first upgrade. Following the illumination, the information panel also underwent a transformation. Shadow Crystal, unique barracks housing 9 distinct legions. The 9 legions: Shadow Legion, Claw Legion, Giant Legion, Flying Legion, Helm Legion, Soft Legion, Devouring Legion, Pincer Legion, Scythe Legion. Level 3. Level 3 productivity, capable of nurturing 10 shadow soldiers daily, with a random selection of legion types, and a 1 in 1,000 chance of recruiting a shadow general. Upgrade items: 5,000 energy stones, 200 essence crystals. As he gazed upon this information panel, Yuan's face broke into a smile. The productivity had finally doubled, increasing from 5 to 10 each day. Before the impending beast tide, he would have the opportunity to recruit twice more, yielding a total of 20 shadows. Furthermore, if time permitted, there was still a chance to recruit once more at dawn on the 8th day, potentially adding another 30 shadows. Of course, this hinged upon the timely arrival of the beast tide. It was imperative that it did not emerge past midnight, granting them this opportunity. Regardless, any enhancement in quantity was undeniably a boon. The purpose of upgrading the Shadow Crystal was to summon forth an abundance of shadows. Currently, their numbers were insufficient, falling short of the boundless potential Yuan envisioned, which was crucial for the future of the castle. Now that he had ascended to level 3, the number of his shadow legions would continue to grow. Beyond mere quantity, the chance of recruiting a general had also increased tenfold. Originally, there were only 9 generals within the shadow legions, and thus far, Yuan had successfully recruited Ik and Nia, leaving 7 yet to be obtained. Although this tenfold increase, in the grand scheme of infinite shadows, remained a minuscule probability, it was nonetheless an improvement. In just a few days, Yuan had already recruited 2 generals, indicating that his overall fortune was quite favorable. Moreover, with the capability to recruit 10 shadows at once, the likelihood of obtaining other legion types should similarly not be too low. At present, he had only managed to recruit soldiers from the Giant Shadow Legion, with a total of 7 legions still awaiting recruitment. The Ghost Legion served as a fundamental, versatile unit, though their combat capabilities were rather average. The Giant Legion, while serving as a sturdy shield, lacked agility. This was not to say that these 2 legions were weak. Rather, it was that other legions possessed more pronounced abilities. If all 9 legions were to unite, the overall combat strength of the shadows would undoubtedly multiply several times. Yuan fervently hoped to recruit shadows from the remaining legions. Taking a deep breath, his gaze once again fell upon the Shadow Crystal. Commence recruitment, he declared. Yet, upon uttering these words, the Shadow Crystal remained utterly still. Thus, Yuan patiently stood beneath the Shadow Crystal, obediently waiting for 1 minute. However, as midnight passed, a prompt from the Shadow Crystal appeared before him. The Shadow Crystal has completed its charging. Would you like to recruit immediately? Yuan nodded. Commence recruitment. As his words echoed, shadows began to flow forth from the Shadow Crystal, just as before. Previously, there were merely 5 groups of shadows, but this time, it has transformed into 10. Moments later, these 10 groups of shadows gracefully materialized before Yuan, coalescing into 10 dark figures. In an instant, Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ha ha ha. My fortune truly shines. I have successfully recruited additional battalions. At this moment, the 10 shadow soldiers distinctly revealed their forms. Among them, 2 were the familiar ghost shadow ninjas, while 2 towering figures were the previously recruited dark shadow soldiers. Additionally, there were 2 others, adorned with bat-like wings, hovering effortlessly in the air. These belonged to the Flying Shadows, one of the 9 elite battalions, also known as the Night Bats. The Flying Shadows possessed wings reminiscent of bats, and their overall shape echoed that of these nocturnal creatures, endowing them with remarkable speed. Beyond their swiftness, they wielded unique magical-like attacks. Their palms could emit waves of light, inflicting damage upon enemies, and they could conjure light strands to bind their foes, showcasing their versatility in both ranged and close combat. However, their defensive capabilities were notably lacking. Among the newly recruited shadows, besides the flying shadows, there were 2 additional battalions. Adjacent to the flying shadows stood 2 figures resembling mantises, their arms long and slender. Devoid of fingers, replaced instead with razor-sharp claws. Their feet were equally peculiar, resembling spikes, sharp and formidable. These were the Stinger Battalion, also known as the Claw Shadows, renowned for their exceptional close combat prowess, surpassing that of the Ghost Shadows. Beside the Stinger Battalion, there stood a shadow clad in armor. This was none other than the Armored Shadows, one of the 9 battalions under General Ika's command, also referred to as the Samurai Battalion. In this recruitment, Li Yuan had succeeded in enlisting 2 Ghost Shadows, 2 Giant Shadows, 2 Armored Shadows, 2 Flying Shadows, and 2 Stinger Shadows. He was genuinely astonished that this upgraded shadow crystal had enabled him to recruit 3 new types of battalion warriors all at once. Although their numbers were modest, the diversification of battalion types was a significant improvement. The newly recruited shadows all possessed initial strengths of the 5th tier. Should they strive to advance individually, it would be challenging to reach higher tiers in just 2 days. Therefore, Li Yuan once again organized them into groups, with the 7th tier Ghost Shadows leading, sacrificing some of their energy to facilitate the upgrade of these new shadows. After all, for the 7th tier Ghost Shadows, further advancement seemed rather impractical. Prior to the impending Beast Tide, Li Yuan aspired for all these Ghost Shadows to attain the 7th tier. He had also prepared for tomorrow's recruitment, ready to have Nija and others lead the charge for experience points. A rigorous grind, a steadfast elevation. By then, a formidable assembly of over 37th tier shadows, alongside Nija and Ika, would surely render the so-called Beast Tide a negligible threat. Chapter 38. The Evolution of the Little Monkey's Bloodline, the Golden Sacred Ape. With the grouping of the shadows accomplished, they ventured forth to hunt monsters. Now, he too had reached the 7th tier. Any further enhancement would undoubtedly pose considerable challenges. However, Li Yuan remained hopeful, for he had absorbed a considerable amount of energy from the Sacred Source Tower, coupled with the relentless slaughter of shadows outside. This dual accumulation of power suggested that while reaching the 9th rank might be impossible, the 8th rank was indeed within his grasp. After tidying up, Li Yuan felt the urge to sleep, only then recalling that he had yet to bathe and freshen up. Seizing this moment, he calculated the amount of iron essence he possessed. Previously, he had 2,180 units, the majority provided by the little fairy. The furnace of the fairy, Mo Shanshan, had been upgraded to a sacred level, doubling its output, and tomorrow he could expect at least 2,000 units of iron essence. Altogether, this would amount to approximately 4,200 units. By the 7th day, he would be able to gather another 2,000, bringing the total to over 6,000 units. Let us not forget that the auction at the trading square was still ongoing, where he could anticipate a few thousand units of iron essence as well. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, by tomorrow at the latest, his castle would be upgraded to a town. Li Yuan lay down on his bed, smiling, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. That night, he experienced an extraordinary and exhilarating dream. In this dream, during the forthcoming Beast Tide event, he achieved 1st place and received tremendous rewards. In the future Lord competition, he would vanquish gods when confronted with them and annihilate Buddhas upon their arrival. The entire war-torn continent lay under the dominion of shadows, a true embodiment of the Shadow Kingdom. While Li Yuan was lost in dreams, in a corner of the Sacred Source Tower, the mutated blood-eyed demon ape cub, which had been overlooked since arriving at the castle, remained quietly absorbing energy. Over the past few days, the little monkey's level had significantly increased, rising from the 3rd to the 6th rank, with an exceptionally high efficiency in energy absorption. However, at the stroke of midnight, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the little monkey. Li Yuan, roused from his slumber, turned his gaze towards the corner where the monkey resided. His concern was not about an enemy invasion. After all, they were still within a protective period. Moreover, the little monkey was bound by a master-servant contract and could not rebel. Observing the little monkey, Li Yuan noticed that its body was undergoing a remarkable transformation. At that moment, energy from the Sacred Source Tower surged toward the monkey with fervor. Its absorption efficiency reached over 10,000 energy points per second, far surpassing Li Yuan's own capabilities. As it absorbed this energy, the little monkey's yellow fur transformed visibly into a radiant gold. Simultaneously, its stature increased from half a person's height to 2 meters tall, its body expanding significantly. The monkey's eyes turned a fierce crimson, yet within the scarlet depths, a glimmer of golden light flickered, mirroring the hue of its fur. What could be happening? Perhaps this was a result of its elevated rank. Li Yuan glanced outside, deciding not to return to sleep, but rather to quietly observe the little monkey. Following this, there were no significant changes in the monkey's other aspects. The aura has grown increasingly potent, having surged from the 6th to the 7th tier in a mere span of just over 10 minutes. Such rapid ascension is akin to being propelled by a rocket. At this moment, Li Yuan discerned that this little monkey was undergoing a transformation of its bloodline. Indeed, it can scarcely be referred to as a little monkey any longer, for its stature now surpasses that of Li Yuan himself. Yet, in comparison to its mother, It is still no larger than a finger of the formidable sacred domain blood-eyed demon ape. Li Yuan's belief in the monkey's bloodline evolution stemmed from the fact that the once vivid crimson of its eyes had nearly entirely faded, leaving behind pupils of pure gold. With only a minuscule trace of red remaining at the center, its sole remaining hue. Apart from this, the entirety of the monkey's body was enveloped in a resplendent golden aura, resembling a magnificent gilded statue. Ultimately, the last vestige of crimson in its eyes was overtaken by gold. Suddenly, the monkey's aura erupted, breaking through the barrier of the 7th tier and ascending to the 8th tier. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This upgrade was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Surely this monkey epitomized that notion. At that moment, the golden light surrounding the monkey began to recede, and its limbs gradually returned to their original state. While the golden fur underwent little change, the monkey's form reverted to that of a half-human height, transforming back into a diminutive creature. Its appearance remained youthful, yet its gaze had inexplicably matured. As though it had instantaneously transitioned from childhood to adulthood, a profound growth of the spirit. "Greetings, master." To Li Yuan's astonishment, the little monkey spoke, articulating in the common tongue of the war continent. It is noteworthy that only sacred domain magical beasts possess the ability to speak human language. The previously slain elite 9th tier lizard had done so due to its mutation. Reflecting upon this, Li Yuan recalled that the little monkey's information panel had indicated it was also a mutated beast, as an aberration of the blood-eyed demon ape. The little monkey possessed a divine level potential. Nevertheless, despite this, it was still merely at the 8th tier, and the ability to articulate human speech at such a stage piqued Li Yuan's curiosity. "My bloodline has evolved," it declared. "Golden sacred ape?" Li Yuan murmured, and in an instant, the little monkey's information materialized before him. Contract beast, golden sacred ape, strength level, 8th tier, loyalty, 100, growth potential, divine realm. Note: the golden sacred ape is an ancient divine beast that primarily preys on dragons. Upon maturity, it attains the divine realm, unmatched in combat. Indeed, the little monkey's designation had transformed into golden sacred ape. Upon reading the final note, Li Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although the upper limit of the golden sacred ape remained at the divine realm, the fact that it could consume dragons suggested that it was a formidable presence even among divine beings. After all, dragons are apex creatures of the war continent, typically attaining maturity at the sacred domain or divine realm. The ability to feast upon dragons speaks volumes of the golden sacred ape's formidable prowess. In the announcement of the global chat channel, it is evident that even within the divine realm, there exists a hierarchy of strength. Numerous tiers are present in this realm. However, due to the current lowly status of the lords, they remain undisclosed. Undoubtedly, after the recent bloodline evolution, the little monkey's potential has significantly escalated. Upon reaching maturity, it will ascend into the divine realm, marking its presence as a formidable entity within it. This news is indeed favorable for Li Yuan, as having an 8th tier adept in the castle bolsters its strength. The only lament is that the little monkey is not a shadow, thus lacking the ability to resurrect. Li Yuan pondered whether there exists a method to assimilate the little monkey into a shadow. Truth be told, while the divine realm may seem powerful, it pales in comparison to the 9 great generals. Although the extent of their capabilities within the divine realm remains unknown, their immortal attributes render them invincible. Should there be a way to transform the golden sacred ape into a shadow, it would then possess the gift of immortality. Yet, this is merely a notion within Li Yuan's mind, for currently, it remains unattainable. Otherwise, not only would the golden sacred ape be transformed, but the magical beasts of the Crimson Moon Forest could also be assimilated, forming an army of shadow beasts. Just then, the little monkey spoke. "Master, may I go outside?" Li Yuan glanced at the little monkey, frowning as he replied, "Your strength is not yet formidable. What purpose would you have in venturing out?" He could sense the little monkey's inner hatred, clearly haunted by the tragic memory of its mother's demise. "Do not worry, master. I am self-aware and know I am no match for the sacred domain at this time." The little monkey shook its head and continued, "In my ancestral memories, the Holy Court harbors countless beings of the divine realm. Even if I ascend to the divine realm, it would be futile to seek vengeance against the Holy Court. However, that human I must slay." As it spoke those final words, a fierce intent radiated from the little monkey, its eyes gleaming with golden light. After a brief pause, the little monkey continued, "With my recent bloodline evolution, I have acquired numerous divine abilities. By venturing out, I can familiarize myself with other magical beasts, thereby enhancing my combat prowess. Once I gain familiarity, I will be capable of battling beyond my tier. Furthermore, as I am now at the 8th tier, absorbing energy to advance within this tower is not feasible in the short term." Li Yuan contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. "Very well, you may go out. Just be cautious." "Thank you, master." The little monkey grinned, saying, "I shall not perish until I have slain that knight of the Holy Court." "That is where you err, little monkey," Li Yuan remarked, gazing at it with a calm demeanor. "Your life belongs to me. As long as I do not permit your demise, you shall not die. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the little monkey felt as though it had been struck by lightning. I understand. It replied hastily. The bond between them was sealed by a master-servant contract, in which Li Yuan held dominion over life and death. The recent evolution of the bloodline had restored a semblance of pride from the golden sacred ape lineage, leading the little monkey to speak with less consideration. However, with Li Yuan's reminder, it recognized its reality. It was now Li Yuan's contracted beast. Under ordinary circumstances, how could a golden sacred ape ever serve as a human's contracted beast? Yet this was the opportunity his mother had procured for him in her final moments, exchanging her life for his chance at survival. Otherwise, this little Tier 3 monkey would have perished in the Red Moon Forest, transformed into mere excrement for other beasts. Li Yuan smiled, aware of the hatred that burned within the little monkey, understanding its fervent desire for vengeance. He reassured, "Rest assured, if the opportunity arises, I shall allow you to exact your revenge personally." The little monkey, as Li Yuan's contracted beast, was akin to a subordinate, benefiting from the enhancements of the Sacred Source Tower. Chapter 39, 88 Units of Iron Essence, a Bountiful Harvest. At present, both Nija and Ika had attained Tier 8 and were capable of battling Tier 9 foes. With the support of the Sacred Source Tower, their prowess rivaled that of the Holy Domain. Moreover, with the addition of the Golden Sacred Ape, the little monkey's combat strength was comparable to that of Nija and Ika, albeit lacking the indestructible traits of the Shadow. Except for the newly recruited Shadows from that evening, the others had also reached Tier 7. Under the enhancement of the Sacred Source Tower, they boasted combat capabilities equivalent to Tier 8. Alongside Li Yuan, who was also at Tier 7 yet possessed strength akin to Tier 8, or even Tier 9, the overall high-end combat capability of the Shadow Castle was commendable. It is worth noting that within just over 5 days, other lords would find it challenging to elevate their troops and themselves to Tier 4 or 5. Aside from a limited number of elite troop types, such feats were nearly impossible. Upon awakening once more, it was already past 10 in the morning. As per usual, he began with his morning routine, preparing breakfast before heading to the front yard to gather the corpses of the magical beasts. The quantity was substantial, comprising both high-tier and Tier 4 to 5 beasts. Li Yuan did not concern himself with the exact amount of food collected, opting instead to relinquish it all to Mo Shanshan's fairy castle. The Shadows recruited in the early hours had now leveled up, with most advancing from Tier 4 to Tier 6. Evidently, Li Yuan's grouping was exceptionally well thought out. Moreover, with the integration of the Armored Shadow, Flying Shadow, and Claw Shadow, the efficiency of monster farming had improved significantly. Before long, noon arrived. Having had his breakfast late, Li Yuan did not rush to prepare lunch. At this moment, he was perusing the weapons auction listed in the trading plaza. With only 3 minutes remaining until the auction's conclusion, all weaponry had received bids. The Tier 3 leather armor weapons totaled 208 sets, with bids ranging from 300 to 400 units of iron essence. The 10 sets of Tier 4 iron armor had an initial bid of 200 units, currently rising to 600. The Tier 5 silver armor was even more astonishing. Li Yuan had set an opening bid of 500 units yesterday, yet the highest bid had astonishingly reached 3,200 units. As Li Yuan had surmised, these lords were not devoid of iron essence. They simply had been reluctant to part with it earlier. Perhaps they wished to reserve it for their own use. Or perhaps they were loath to see others upgrade their towns. However, spurred by the beast tide activity, and with Li Yuan offering currently useful weapons and equipment, they were finally willing to release their holdings. Indeed, there is some, yet judging by the bidding situation, it is evidently not substantial. Mere minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and when the time was up, the trading square concluded the auction. Naturally, Li Yuan's weapons and equipment vanished from the warehouse, replaced instead by a heap of iron essence. Upon glancing at the trading backend, Li Yuan discovered that he had amassed a total of 88,000 units of iron essence from this auction. Indeed, a staggering 88,000 units. While this quantity may seem considerable, in the grand scheme of 30 billion lords, it is hardly noteworthy. Nevertheless, combined with his existing stock, this newfound iron essence would suffice for upgrading the town 8 or 9 times. However, the moment for such an endeavor was premature. Li Yuan had initially contemplated upgrading the town immediately upon acquiring sufficient iron essence, but now he had altered his decision. The optimal moment for such an upgrade had yet to arrive. At that moment, a message arrived from Mo Shanshan. Little Fairy Lord, Black Shadow. I've just received 300 mountain dwarfs. By the way, I have transferred the iron essence to you. Li Yuan checked his warehouse and indeed found that just over 2,000 units of iron essence had been transferred, a doubling of his previous amount. Yet, compared to the nearly 90,000 units he had obtained, it was but a trifling sum. Little Fairy Lord, there's still enough. The warehouse contains over 8,000 units of food. Li Yuan inquired. Has the castle been upgraded? Little Fairy Lord, it has been upgraded to a high-level castle. Thank you. Black Shadow. Li Yuan then asked, have you completed the blacksmith shop you mentioned earlier? Can you now forge weapons and equipment? Little Fairy Lord, I was just about to inform you. Uncle Green and the others have completed it. They can begin this afternoon. Li Yuan queried. What tier of weapons can they forge at the outset? Little Fairy Lord, let me ask. After a brief moment, she returned with the answer. Uncle Green says they can forge Tier 3 weapons at will, while Tiers 4 and 5 depend on luck and materials. Li Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He had initially assumed that those wandering dwarves would only be capable of crafting low-tier weapons, yet here they were starting at Tier 3. Are there weapon masters among them? He inquired. Little Fairy Lord, not exactly a master, but that dwarf's mentor was once a royal blacksmith of the Dwarven Kingdom, having crafted Tier 6 weapons before. He mentioned that with high-quality materials, they should also be able to forge Tier 6 weapons. Not only were local factions voluntarily coming forth, but they were also brimming with talent. Tier 6 weapons were already considered commendable within the war continent. Although that goblin tribe was merely a small faction, even their chieftain wore Tier 5 armor. Li Yuan replied, I have quite a few materials, let me share them with you. As he spoke, he transferred all the teeth, furs, bones, and other items from his warehouse that he deemed unnecessary to Mo Shanshan. There was an abundance of items, and Li Yuan had not scrutinized them closely. After all, his primary focus had previously been on energy stones, primal crystals, and iron essence. He had scarcely paid attention to other resources. Little Fairy Lord, Black Shadow, have you slain thousands of beasts and monsters? Li Yuan responded, more or less. The Little Fairy Lord, I have taken Uncle Green and Uncle Lumbo to see the items, and Uncle Lumbo was quite exhilarated, stating that many of these items are of a high grade, capable of crafting weapons and equipment of levels 3 or 4, with some materials from high-tier magical beasts, potentially even levels 5 or 6. Li Yuan, as long as they are useful, that's all that matters. Allocate a portion of your people primarily to craft the weapons and equipment. We can afford to slow down on the iron essence. The Little Fairy Lord, is it that you don't need iron essence anymore, Black Shadow? Li Yuan, I do, but there is no rush. By the way, you may trade a small amount of iron essence at the trading square for stone and wood. The Little Fairy Lord, isn't that unnecessary? I'm not in a hurry to upgrade the town. Li Yuan, no, do it. My stock of stone and wood is running low, otherwise, I could have you upgrade the town right now. The Little Fairy Lord, what is going on? Li Yuan, you are my subordinate territory. The stronger you are, the more beneficial it is for me. Just follow my instructions. If you find yourself short of resources later, I will transfer some to you. The Little Fairy Lord, all right, I shall heed Black Shadow's advice. Li Yuan, very well, let us proceed this way. By the way, have the dwarves craft high-tier weapons without concern for materials. Create them to the highest grade possible. Aim to have them ready for me by noon tomorrow. The Little Fairy Lord, understood, I will inform them right away. Chapter 40, An Unexpected Visitor, the Arrival of the Goblin Aristocracy. In the afternoon, Li Yuan took a moment to peruse the world chat channel. It was now the 6th day, with just over a day remaining before the beast tide strikes. The chat channel was noticeably quieter. Relatively, there was less banter than before. However, there was still a flurry of messages, predominantly concerning the impending beast tide in the coming days. Time was indeed of the essence. The impending beast tide threatened the lives of 30 billion Earth Lords. Even with Li Yuan's current strength and influence, he dared not underestimate the beast tide, let alone others. No one desires to meet their demise. Despite being thrust into this world uncontrollably, every individual strives to survive by any means necessary. The 7 days are swiftly drawing to a close. How arduous! It is not merely difficult, it is profoundly challenging. Recently, I have noticed an increase in the magical beasts in my vicinity. Even after the beast tide, we must remain vigilant, my comrades. The sentiment expressed upstairs is accurate. The beast tide is merely a trial we must face to emerge from our novice phase. The world beyond our castle is perilous indeed. Indeed, the indigenous forces are formidable. It appears that more than one wave of local powers has ventured near my castle. These native factions seem inherently averse to us, labeling us as intruders from another realm, exhibiting strong hostility. It is evident that our sudden appearance in this world marks us as invaders, positioning us in opposition. I believe that in the end, only one side will survive against the indigenous forces. The last one standing shall dominate the war-torn continent. Naturally, it will be the elite among us lords. Li Yuan observed the messages in the chat channel, finding some agreeable while dismissing others with skepticism. For instance, the assertion that these lords and local powers are entirely opposed to one another is evidently a simplification. A quintessential example is the Lord Mo Shanshan, known as the Little Fairy. There, the number of mountain dwarves who have pledged their allegiance to her is nearing 1,000, accompanied by a plethora of diverse talents. Nevertheless, on the whole, their arrival on the war-torn continent undoubtedly categorizes them as invaders. Most local forces are bound to perceive them as adversaries in this regard, affirming that some opinions hold merit. The beast tide merely marks the initial challenge as everyone emerges from their novice villages. Following the beast tide, the protective barriers of the castles will dissipate, heralding the greatest trials for all lords. In that moment, local forces will gain entry into the castles. From that juncture onward, the war-torn continent may plunge into its most chaotic phase, igniting countless conflicts. Consider this, with 3 billion lords, within a mere 7 days. They could summon over 20 distinct troop types. Consequently, the sudden influx of such beings into the war-torn continent would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Only through a series of wars can a semblance of stability be achieved. Yet, this would merely be the beginning, as previously stated. Only one faction can survive among the lords and local powers. Only the victor shall ascend as the sovereign of the war-torn continent. A ruthless game in a brutal world. However, as he contemplated the days to come, Yuan felt an inexplicable excitement within him. This was the ambition for supremacy that had previously stirred in his heart. Just as Yuan envisioned his future, a notification resonated in his mind. Your troops have slain a goblin, earning 250 energy points. Yuan paused. Perplexed, had the shadows encountered goblins? The last time they annihilated a goblin tribe, it was merely a small, fleeing contingent serving the goblins. Now, goblins were appearing near the castle? Curious, could it be that the destruction of the goblin tribe had drawn the attention of the goblin kingdom? Yuan was aware that the goblin kingdom resided in Andira State. Through Niji Aika's inquiries regarding the shadows, Yuan eventually grasped the unfolding events. Indeed, the goblin kingdom had taken note of the goblin tribe's demise. The location where the shadows had slain the goblins was precisely in the direction of the former goblin dwellings. Near their caves, Aika, go and investigate the situation. Yuan commanded Aika to examine the matter. Upon receiving Aika's report, Yuan's brow furrowed in concern. The situation was unexpected. The goblin tribe they had previously exterminated was not a defeated army at all. Instead, it had been dispatched by a prominent figure from the goblin kingdom, specifically stationed outside the Red Moon Forest. The purpose was clear, not to seek anything within the Red Moon Forest, but to monitor the werewolf tribe. Monitoring the werewolf tribe? When Niji visited, she had sensed an impending crisis. Could it be that the werewolf tribe indeed harbored some clandestine secret? Yuan pondered for a moment before turning to Nija and inquiring. How far are you from reaching the 9th tier? After vanquishing that group of mutated lizards last night, Nija stood at the threshold of the 9th tier, having spent the better part of the day battling monsters, now nearly fully immersed in this new rank. Yuan nodded and said, Then let us proceed together to confront this band of goblins. IKA, you shall continue to hunt monsters on your own. Naturally, IKA had no objections and felt no concern for Yuan's safety, as there was merely one 9th tier goblin leading the group, one 9th tier, several 8th tiers, and the rest appeared to be of the 5th and 6th tiers. Their total number was scarcely 100. Not only Nija, but even IK could have obliterated this entire goblin squad had it not been for Yuan's prior command. Before long, Yuan, under Nija's guidance, arrived at the very location of the goblin's cave. By the time they reached the site, the goblin party had already set up camp beneath the cave. The goblins had not entered the cave itself, but had erected several tents in a hollow still marked by the remnants of black ashes. In appearance, these goblins were not significantly different from the previous ones, save for their taller and more robust stature. However, their equipment was far superior to the rags worn by the goblins. A cursory glance revealed that most were clad in 4th-tier iron armor, while the more formidable among them donned 5th-tier silver armor. Furthermore, the 9th-tier goblin IK had mentioned was adorned in golden armor. Given that the silver armor was of the 5th tier, the golden armor was evidently of 6th tier or higher. At that moment, outside the tents, the golden-armored goblin was engaged in conversation with several silver-armored ones, his expression decidedly grim. What is the situation? Have we clarified who killed Mutuo? The golden-armored goblin, sporting a lengthy beard, spoke with an unpleasant spittle-laden delivery that was rather distasteful. Mutuo was the goblin chieftain slain by Nija. I surmised that it was not the pack of wolfhounds that struck. Their intentions have long been known to us. Had they wished to act, they would have done so years ago. The golden-armored goblin snorted, It is best not to be them. Otherwise, my highball family will avenge their centuries-old sacrifices. Just then, a leather-armored goblin hurriedly tumbled down the hillside, approaching the golden and silver-armored goblins. This is bad. This is bad. One of the silver-armored goblins barked. What is the matter? Speak. He's dead. The golden-armored goblin's eyes narrowed dangerously. The leather-armored goblin trembled in fear and quickly added, I discovered a castle. Outside the Red Moon Forest. Humph. It seems we encounter these otherworldly humans wherever we go. Upon hearing the mention of the castle, the golden goblin scoffed. If it was not the werewolves who killed Mutuo, then it must have been these otherworldly visitors. What shall we do, my lord? Beside him, a silver-armored goblin frowned and remarked. This group of otherworldly visitors possesses a unique magical array for protection. They hailed from the capital of the Goblin Kingdom, well aware of the basic information regarding castles. After all, such castles had appeared throughout the entire continent of war, and news of them had long since spread far and wide. The Highball family, esteemed as the third most prominent lineage in the kingdom, stands resolute. While the Muto clan may be deemed D-class, they are, nonetheless, the refuse nurtured by the Highball family. To slay our kin would invoke the wrath of the Highball family. The golden-armored goblin, evidently unwilling to depart quietly, paused momentarily before continuing. Let us not forget that we have previously captured those otherworldly visitors within the castle. They have disclosed that the magical barrier protecting them will only last for 7 days. They materialized 6 days ago, which implies there is just over a day left before their protection dissipates. Since we have come this far, we need not rush in these final days. With this proclamation, the other silver-armored goblins nodded in agreement. They had encountered numerous otherworldly visitors, all of whom were feeble human beings. Outside the castle's protection, they amounted to naught. Not far off, Yuan, having overheard the goblins' exchange, felt a flicker of intrigue. Their discourse revealed that the native powers of the war-torn continent were not entirely oblivious to the lords such as himself. Over the course of several days, they had gleaned a general understanding of the castle's master, particularly the knowledge that the protective period lasted merely 7 days. However, beyond this, Yuan's primary curiosity lay with the werewolf tribe. During Nija's initial reconnaissance, she had uncovered an altar deep within the werewolf territory. Now, with the golden-armored goblin mentioning sacrifices and alluding to preparations spanning centuries, it was evident that a secret loomed large. Casting a glance at the goblins, Yuan instructed Nija, "Let us proceed. Capture that golden one." Chapter 41. A proactive assault, submit or perish. The aristocracy of the Goblin Kingdom, to be candid, held little significance in Yuan's eyes. The Highball family and their third-place status were of no consequence. Indeed, the entire Goblin Kingdom seemed trivial to him. After all, in the war-torn continent, goblins were merely marginally stronger than their goblin cousins, hardly a formidable race. Having already offended the Dragon Clan upon acquiring the Dragonblood battle armor, which represented the apex of races on the continent, Yuan had little reason to fear goblins. At Yuan's command, Nija sprang into action, emerging from the tent. The goblins, taken aback, hardly anticipated an assault from behind. Upon her arrival, Nija charged straight at the golden-armored goblin, disregarding all others. This naturally drew the attention of the nearby goblins. "Protect our lord! Protect our lord!" A throng of silver-armored goblins rushed to Nija's aid. Yet these 8th-tier goblins stood no chance against her prowess. With resounding impacts, Nija dispatched them with ease, sending them flying. However, their interference granted the golden-armored goblin a moment to react, wielding a large axe fashioned from an enigmatic metal and a handle made from bone. How audacious! To dare strike at a member of the Highball family. The golden-armored goblin, axe in hand, charged at Nija with surprising aggression. The outcome was all but inevitable. In a matter of moments, Nija seized the weapon of the golden-armored goblin, effortlessly capturing him and lifting him into the air. "Stand back." Nija coldly commanded the surrounding silver-armored goblins. With her fierce countenance, her authoritative shout compelled them to retreat obediently. The golden-armored goblin struggled in midair, furiously declaring, "Do you have any idea who I am? I am the 3rd steward of the Boar family. Release me, or regardless of who you are, the Boar family will hunt you down and kill you." Nija paid him no mind, patiently awaiting Yuan's arrival. At that moment, Yuan had swiftly descended from the mountain with several agile leaps. More accomplices. Some of the goblins instinctively gathered around him. However, Nija leapt high, bypassing the throng of goblins, and appeared before Yuan, still holding the golden-armored goblin aloft. "Step back, or I shall slay this wretch." Nija raised the golden-armored goblin, and the other goblins, wary of the threat, retreated. Yuan cast a casual glance at the golden-armored goblin, taking a step back in disdain. The creature indeed emitted a rather foul odor. It was apparent that he had never bathed, and the stench was revolting. "Human, outsider." The golden-armored goblin spat, his fury palpable. "What are you? A mere aberration among evil beings." Not only did he reek, but his words were equally vile. Yuan replied coldly, "Finish him." With that command, Nija wasted no time, raising her axe and severing the goblin's head from his shoulders. My lord! My lord!" A chorus of goblins gasped in horror at the scene. Though they shrieked, not a single goblin dared to act. While they were not goblins in the strictest sense, their genetic lineage bore the mark of timidity. Yuan did not even glance at the lifeless golden-armored goblin, instead turning his gaze toward the remaining silver-armored goblins. "Now, is there anyone among you who can converse with me civilly?" The goblins exchanged glances, the death of their leader having left them disoriented. Just then, one silver-armored goblin quickly began to retreat, evidently opting for flight. Yet, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the silver-armored goblin. "Ah!" A scream erupted as a burst of flames consumed him, reducing him to ashes in an instant. Despite being an 8th-tier goblin, he was swiftly dispatched by Yuan's lightning magic combined with the dragon talisman. Yuan remained motionless, and the demise of an 8th-tier goblin captain left the others in shock. Yuan surveyed the remaining goblins once more, speaking leisurely as if nothing had transpired. At last, one silver-armored goblin cautiously stepped forward and asked, "Esteemed lord, what would you like to inquire about?" "What are the plans of the werewolf tribe?" Yuan asked directly, as matters concerning the Highball family and the Goblin Kingdom were not currently within his purview. The silver-armored goblin hesitated, seemingly resigned, before responding. "They intend to summon a wolf god that perished in the Red Moon Forest." "A wolf god?" Yuan inquired, surprised. Is it true that a deity fell in the Red Moon Forest? Silver Armored nodded and remarked, indeed, many deities perished in the Crimson Moon Forest. Particularly, 8 centuries ago, a multitude of deities sought to explore the depths of the forest, provoking a certain figure clad in white, leading to their demise. No fewer than a dozen deities met their end. Upon hearing this, Yuan felt a profound shock. After all, deities are regarded as the pinnacle of power in the war continent, transcending even the sacred domain. The fact that so many perished in the Crimson Moon Forest was alarming. It seemed that this forest was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Yuan's wariness of the Crimson Moon Forest grew. Initially, he attributed the danger to the black-crowned golden eagle. However, he later learned that this place was a graveyard for gods. And now he discovered that it was not merely 1 or 2 deities that had fallen, but rather several. Ultimately, the peril posed by the Crimson Moon Forest was paramount. With so many deities having perished here, what would become of his castle's future development? To be honest, he was genuinely contemplating relocating his castle. Yuan had immense confidence in his shadow, yet circumstances mattered. If even a host of deities could not withstand the Crimson Moon Forest, how could he, in his current state, manage it? The figure clad in white, capable of slaying over a dozen deities, indicated the formidable strength of this entity. Were they a top-tier deity, or perhaps a supreme god? Yuan sighed inwardly. The Crimson Moon Forest was beyond his control, and for the time being, he had to set it aside. He could only hope that during the expansion of his territory, he would not provoke such beings. Otherwise, the white-clad figure, as described by the goblin, would undoubtedly reduce his shadow castle to rubble. Yuan now found himself hesitating about whether to upgrade his castle to a town. Moreover, would the impending beast tide incite chaos within the Crimson Moon Forest? Once brimming with confidence regarding the beast tide and the future, the news he had just received dampened his spirits significantly. One step at a time, he thought. He quickly brushed aside these thoughts and continued questioning the silver-armored goblin. You mentioned that those werewolves aim to summon their fallen wolf god to bring it back to life. But if resurrection is possible, why haven't other deities attempted the same? Indeed, my lord, the silver-armored goblin patiently explained. They do not seek to resurrect the deceased wolf god. Rather, they intend to utilize the remains of that wolf god to reconstruct the divine essence of the werewolves through a special ritual. This is a secret art known only to their kind, which other races cannot replicate. Yuan was aware that some of this information was present in the world announcements. However, it was the first time he had heard that a deity could have their divine essence reconstructed after death. Pondering this, he suddenly inquired, if they can indeed reconstruct their divine essence, does that mean they can create a new deity? Yuan continued, what is their current situation? Do you have any knowledge of whether the divine essence has been successfully reconstructed? He nodded, temporarily setting aside this matter, glanced at the group of goblins once more, and finally spoke, I have asked all that I needed. Now, I present you with a choice, submit or perish. As these words fell, the goblins turned pale. My lord, I, heard, am willing to submit. With the emergence of the first, the second quickly followed, and soon, the other silver-armored beings, as well as additional goblins, knelt on the ground, mimicking the same gesture. My lord, we are willing to submit. The ants, ever eager to survive, let alone these timid, intelligent goblins. After all, they were merely servants of the Highbaugh family, insignificant figures devoid of any profound loyalty. Yuan cast a glance at Nija and remarked, let all of them sign the master-servant contract. Of course, retaining these goblins was merely a means to use them as fodder during the beast tide. They served little purpose otherwise. Yuan felt it would be more beneficial to eliminate them and allow Nija to level up directly. Another reason was the little fairy, Emo Shanshan. With the local forces having pledged allegiance, he wished to see if he could also subdue the native powers. The outcome revealed that these goblins were indeed fearful of death. With the demise of just 2 goblins, the rest had lost all will to resist. I shall obey. These goblins were originally servants of the kingdom's nobility, so signing the master-servant contract elicited little in the way of resistance. Any dissent would be futile, without signing the contract. Their fate was sealed. Soon, Nija completed the contract with the goblins, totaling 82 in number, comprising 3 at the 8th tier and the rest varying between the 5th to 7th tiers. Having secured these goblins, Yuan collected the body of the golden-armored goblin, acquiring a set of 6th-tier armor. The axe he obtained was also a 6th-tier weapon. Furthermore, the body of the silver-armored goblin he incinerated left behind a dark, tarnished silver armor. However, this was of no concern. A simple wash would restore it, as it sustained no significant damage. Naturally, the goblins were unfit to enter the castle. Yuan instructed them to set up tents a few hundred meters from the castle, near the marshlands. Chapter 42. The Little Fairy Upgrades to a Town. Masters of the sacred domain come to pledge allegiance. As the 6th night descended, only 1 evening and 1 day remained until the castle's protection period expired. Yuan remained within the sacred source tower, having just concluded a conversation with the little fairy, Emo Shanshan. In the evening, the little fairy managed to gather all the necessary timber and stone for upgrading the town through the auction of iron essence. Of course, during this time, Li Yuan transferred over 10,000 iron essence to her. Without this assistance, the little fairy's stock would have been insufficient to exchange for the required materials to continue upgrading the castle. Now, the little fairy, Imo Shanshan, had just elevated the castle to the status of a town. Li Yuan was uncertain whether Imo Shanshan was the first among all lords to upgrade to a town, but she was certainly among the foremost. Perhaps she was indeed the very first. However, this was not Li Yuan's primary concern. Rather, he was keenly observing the news regarding the little fairy's castle. No, it should be termed a town now. Territorial castle name, Little Fairy Town. Town level, primary town. Town core crystal, 9th tier defense. Territorial range, a radius of 5,000 meters. Buildings, Heart of the Dwarves, Warehouse, Forge. Items required to upgrade to a mid-level town. 500,000 units of stone, 1 million units of timber, 100,000 units of iron essence. Faction, aligned with the Shadow Lord. Reputation, 8,000. The defense of the town's crystal core has ascended to the 9th tier, meaning only attacks of the 9th tier or above can breach it. The territory has expanded to a radius of 5,000 meters. The resources required to upgrade to the next level are manageable, 500,000, 1 million, or 100,000, not excessively burdensome. How is it that this young lady has such high prestige? Mine is merely 1,800. Li Yuan sighed helplessly upon seeing the other party's reputation. It is no wonder so many wandering mountain dwarves have flocked to her. His goblins were coerced into submission. While these matters are not of paramount importance, what truly matters is that Li Yuan has acquired the information he desired. Indeed, the reason Li Yuan supported the upgrade of the Little Fairy Castle to a town was to experiment with the effects of such an upgrade. The territorial range of 5,000 meters is precisely what Li Yuan is most concerned about. Once his Shadow Castle is upgraded to a town, it will easily encompass the werewolf tribe located 3,000 meters away. Li Yuan had long since devised a plan to eliminate the werewolf tribe. At that time, he was unaware that the werewolves were in the process of reconstituting their divine essence. Now that he is aware, preparations can be made more thoroughly. Otherwise, should he launch an assault only to find them conjuring a deity or demigod, the outcome would have been rather grim. Now that he is informed, it only strengthens his resolve to confront the werewolf tribe, particularly since they possess divine essence. One divine essence can potentially yield a demigod. Once that occurs, the threat of beast tides will be significantly mitigated. The only remaining concern will be the Red Moon Forest. Yet, Li Yuan has largely ceased to dwell on the terrors of the Red Moon Forest. There is little utility in such thoughts, other than striving to enhance his strength before provoking the formidable beings within the Red Moon Forest. There are no alternatives. Initially, Li Yuan intended to attack the werewolf tribe tonight. However, he has since altered his decision, primarily due to the complications arising from upgrading to a town at this juncture. Particularly, the shift in territorial range post-upgrade could be tactically advantageous. Initially, Li Yuan aimed to utilize this upgrade solely against the werewolf tribe, but he now realizes that such a resource would be squandered. Imagine, when the beast tide descends, with countless magical beasts besieging the castle. If Li Yuan's Shadow Lord were to abruptly upgrade to a town, what spectacle would unfold? Even if the entire beast tide cannot be encompassed, a significant portion surely could. In that fleeting moment, all magical beasts would effectively be suppressed by one tier, leading to a chaotic slaughter by the shadows. It is essential to employ strategy in all endeavors, and Li Yuan is grateful that his intellect is not wholly lacking. Next, it is time to construct a batch of defensive towers. Li Yuan inspected the warehouse. Resources such as stone and wood are ample, but the primary requirement for the defensive towers is elemental crystals. Each tower requires one elemental crystal for construction, which is quite a significant expenditure. However, should he build these defensive towers now, upon upgrading the town, they will possess an attack power equal to that of the crystal core's defenses. In essence, a defensive tower is akin to a 9th-tier artillery platform. Previously, Li Yuan held a dismissive view of defensive towers. Yet the formidable attack power of a 9th-tier tower is not to be underestimated. After all, the number of shadows is limited. Having additional defensive towers is certainly advantageous. Regrettably, upgrading the shadow crystals consumed 50, leaving Li Yuan with scant resources. In his storage, he possessed only 12 crystals, 8 of which were obtained from the beasts slain by the shadows during the previous night and day. Moments later, Nia's figure materialized within the sacred source tower. Nia, go and search, Li Yuan instructed, but before he could finish, he was astonished. You have broken through to the 9th tier? Indeed, your majesty. Although Nia's advancement was anticipated, Li Yuan felt a swell of joy, as she was the foremost expert in the territory. The combat prowess of a 9th-tier warrior rivals that of a demigod. And with the enhancement from the sacred source tower, she would be on par with the Holy Realm. Very well, your majesty. Thus, Li Yuan acquired 18 crystals. At that moment, the Fairy Lord sent a message. Fairy Lord, Great Shadow, come quickly. Come quickly. Li Yuan inquired, what is it? What has happened? Something monumental has transpired. A mountain dwarf from the Holy Realm has arrived. He expressed immense gratitude for my care of the mountain dwarves and wishes to stay and protect our town. Upon reading this message, Li Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of dismay, reflecting on his recent days spent yearning for Nia's growth to match the power of the Holy Realm. He was now confronted with the fact that the Fairy Lord had a Holy Realm expert delivered right to her doorstep. Fairy Lord, haha, is it not a joyous occasion? Moreover, this gentleman gifted me 20 crystals. Li Yuan felt a surge of frustration, nearly wishing to overturn the table in exasperation. You little imp. Could it be that you are the illegitimate daughter of the one who reincarnated them on the war continent? Fairy Lord. All right, Great Shadow. I shall transfer them to you now. Upon reading this, Li Yuan's spirits lifted somewhat. Regardless of her lineage, she was still his subordinate. Chapter 43, 40 Defensive Towers. And a master emerges. Surprisingly, the Fairy Lord transferred 22 crystals, indicating that Mo Shanshan had also acquired some recently. With this addition, Li Yuan now had a total of 40 crystals in his possession. Constructing all defensive towers would equate to having 40 fixed 9th-tier powerhouses at his disposal. Furthermore, Li Yuan had ample materials, as the requirements for constructing defensive towers were rather modest: 1,000 units of stone, 2,000 units of wood, and 100 units of refined iron. Without delay, Li Yuan exited the Sacred Source Tower. However, he pondered whether to establish these defensive towers within the castle or in the surrounding territory. Ultimately, he resolved to construct them within the castle itself. This decision was primarily due to the immobile nature of defensive towers. They could not be easily relocated and would be vulnerable to destruction during a beast tide. Moreover, the shadows would primarily be responsible for withstanding the onslaught of the beast tide. The construction of defensive towers can merely be regarded as a means to target a few elusive threats. Thus, their placement within the castle proves to be more advantageous. Consequently, Li Yuan promptly commenced the erection of these defensive towers, establishing 40 of them at evenly spaced intervals beyond the castle walls. Once completed, the towers bore a striking resemblance to those found in games, with a luminous crystal hovering above each, tethered by a delicate, pale filament to the castle's core defense, thereby creating a shared energy source. In essence, these defensive towers resemble oversized magical staffs, albeit without the necessity of a sorcerer to activate them. Any intruder would inevitably fall prey to their assault. With a formidable 9th-tier attack power, they possess the capability to vanquish beasts of a lower tier. The presence of these 40 towers significantly alleviates the pressure exerted by the shadows. However, it is important to note that Li Yuan's castle currently maintains only a 6th-tier defense, thereby limiting the tower's attack potency to the same level. Upon the completion of the towers, Li Yuan sought out Nika. Now at the 9th tier, Nika's ascension to a higher level within the near future appears rather implausible. As such, Li Yuan decided to retain Nika for the time being, allocating more formidable beasts to Ika, who is on the cusp of reaching the 9th tier himself. Tomorrow marks the final day, and the likelihood of Ika's advancement to that level remains exceedingly high. Meanwhile, the goblins have not been idle. After some contemplation, Li Yuan dispatched them to the werewolf tribe to gather further intelligence. According to the goblin tribe, the Red Moon Forest lies within the domain of the Goblin Kingdom. The werewolf tribe's ability to conduct rituals in this location is tacitly approved by the goblin authorities. Otherwise, they would have been expelled long ago. It remains uncertain whether the Goblin Kingdom harbors ulterior motives while observing the werewolf tribe's pursuit of divine essence, as such a culmination could potentially yield a demigod. Is it possible that the Goblin Kingdom feels envious? Nevertheless, Li Yuan chooses not to concern himself with these matters for the time being, as he considers the divine essence to be as good as his. The Goblin's journey is justified, for they represent the Goblin Kingdom, rendering it difficult for the werewolf tribe to deny them entry. The annihilation of the Goblin tribe serves as a legitimate pretext for inquiry. Nika accompanied them as well, for the goblins lack the necessary intellect, and Nika's presence would undoubtedly facilitate a clearer understanding of the werewolf tribe's circumstances. Meanwhile, within the Sacred Source Tower, Li Yuan initiated yet another round of auctions. Although the 80-odd goblins had submitted, 2 additional sets of weaponry remained available for bidding, 1 set of 6th-tier golden armor and 1 set of 5th-tier silver armor. This time, Li Yuan stipulated that the auction would commence with iron essence, setting the starting bid for the 6th-tier golden armor at 10,000 units of iron essence, while the 5th-tier silver armor commenced at 5,000 units, a significant increase compared to previous auctions. Time is of the essence. Every moment counts. The advanced armor also serves as a guarantee for survival. Thus, Li Yuan harbored no concerns regarding its sale. Furthermore, the duration of his auction was no longer 24 hours, but a mere 4, concluding at midnight tonight. Notably, the enchanting fairy, Mo Shanshan, had also contributed over 50 sets of 3rd-tier armor, reportedly crafted by the dwarven blacksmiths as their initial practice. Although Li Yuan had requested a focus on higher-tier creations, it was entirely reasonable for them to begin with simpler designs at this early stage. Consequently, he decided to include these several sets of 3rd-tier leather armor in the auction. The previous auction had demonstrated that many lords possessed iron essence, and a considerable number were eager to upgrade their castles to towns. However, with only a day remaining. Those unable to elevate their status to townships were evidently intent on converting resources into combat power. Thus, armor and weaponry became highly sought-after commodities. The over 1,000 sets of weaponry Li Yuan had auctioned previously had utterly failed to satisfy the demands of these lords. To suggest that even 2,000 sets would suffice would be an understatement. Even 1,000,000 would fall short. One must remember that, including the various troop types, there were billions of beings on the continent of war. It was reminiscent of the earlier food shortage, where supply could hardly meet demand. Li Yuan did not dwell on the auction for long, but instead opened the world chat channel, eager to discover the current state of affairs among other lords. Regrettably, upon opening it, he found that the majority of discussions revolved around him. Goodness, the Shadow King is truly invincible. He has already decimated goblins and is now targeting gremlins, clearly disregarding the beast tide. The 6th-tier golden armor is reserved for the elite of the gremlin aristocracy. Has the Shadow King invaded the gremlin kingdom? I've heard those aristocrats seldom make an appearance. Terrifying. This, perhaps, highlights the divide between us lower-tier players and the elite. Sigh, all I can do is envy. I wonder if I will survive the beast tide. By the way, what on earth brought us here? Will we truly die? I don't want to perish. I'm only 18, and life has only just begun. As the conversation progressed, the tone began to shift. Regardless, time was undeniably running short, with merely a day remaining. Initially, there was little sense of urgency among the participants, but as the reality of life and death approached, many lords with weaker resolve began to falter. However, the chatter soon took another turn. What the heck? Another powerhouse has emerged, boasting over 5,000 sets of weaponry. Who is this formidable figure? The Shadow King hasn't he even produced this many? Over 5,000 sets, including several 5th-tier pieces. This must have been a massacre of a mid-sized tribe. Upon closer inspection, these appear to be equipment from the werewolf tribe. Incredible. The combat prowess of werewolves far surpasses that of goblins or gremlins. A true titan. Even more impressive than the Shadow King. Upon encountering this sudden shift in news, Li Yuan's attention was indeed piqued. With over 5,000 sets of werewolf equipment on display, it must be said that this lord's strength is formidable. However, Li Yuan did not perceive his counterpart as superior. As long as no divine beings from the sacred realm made an appearance, leading the shadow, he could very well flatten a werewolf tribe numbering not just 5,000, but even 10,000. Nevertheless, he decided to visit the trading square, eager to discern the nature of this rival and the types of troops at his disposal. Chapter 44. Midnight approaches. The beast tide is about to descend. Not only Li Yuan, but also several other prominent lords of elite troops in Andhra province were greatly intrigued by this lord who had suddenly unveiled thousands of weapon sets. After all, to produce such a quantity without prior notice, especially on the final day, suggested intentions that extended beyond mere resource exchange. It was also a declaration of presence. In the Tarkhan Great Plain, at the Angel Fortress, Ishue gazed at the auction information in the trading square, feeling a pang of discomfort. For a long time, she had regarded the Shadow Lord as her target, diligently pursuing him without a moment's respite. Now, her barracks had been upgraded to level 3, and she might soon gather sufficient resources to elevate her fortress to a town. Her personal strength had also ascended to level 6, and her strongest angel had even reached level 8, a formidable force in its own right. She had even annihilated the previous goblin tribe, and with the Shadow Lord's recent lack of significant actions, she felt she was closing the gap. Yet, soon after, news of thousands of werewolf weapons emerged, signaling the presence of a medium-sized tribe. At this juncture, her angel fortress was still incapable of conquering such a force. In addition to the Shadow Lord, I have yet another challenger. Ishue clenched her fists, filled with renewed confidence, as her rising power rekindled her spirit. On the islands of the Endless Sea, a young man from the Golden Fortress was also scrutinizing the information regarding that lord. Alongside other top lords from various provinces, they congregated in the trading square, eager to discover the identity of the one who had produced such an impressive array of weapons. The Lord of the Divine. This was the moniker of the lord who had presented 5,000 sets of werewolf equipment. The term divine is quite broad, as any deity could be referred to as such. Could it be true that he had recruited divine troops? Li Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head, feeling that the likelihood of recruiting a deity was slim. If someone truly managed to enlist a divine being, how could others even hope to compete? Yet, this was not an absolute certainty. The continent of war was vast, and deities were not invincible. Among the local powers, who among them lacked a deity if they possessed even a modicum of strength? Nonetheless, Li Yuan did not belittle himself. After all, what was a deity? His shadow was not far from divinity itself. Furthermore, he was on the verge of ascending to level 8. As he awaited the recruitment of more shadows, his level would undoubtedly rise even more swiftly. Although some ordinary beasts and monsters provide him with limited energy, the sheer number of shadows can instigate a qualitative change. Thus, it is merely a matter of time before his strength surpasses that of the shadows. In the not-so-distant future, he may quickly eclipse Nija and Ika. If he acquires the divine essence from the werewolf tribe, even if it does not elevate him to the status of a demigod. Attaining a sacred domain is undoubtedly within reach. In the world chat channel, many are engaged in discussions regarding this lord's troop types. Some speculate that the recruits may include celestial beings, while others express their previous conjectures about Li Yuan, suggesting possibilities such as liches or necromancer summoners. Given that most players currently possess only a handful of troop types, these are the only beings capable of aiding in combat. Otherwise, how could they dare to challenge the werewolf tribe of over 5,000? Indeed, at this moment, some are proclaiming that this so-called celestial lord will likely emerge as the foremost among the beast tide. Li Yuan has naturally become a point of comparison, as he was previously regarded as the frontrunner. However, these notions stem primarily from lower-tier lord perspectives. The elite lords of superior troop types have refrained from voicing any rebuttals. For them, being at the forefront does not guarantee ultimate victory. Who can truly discern the nature of the beast tide? The voice had originally proclaimed fairness and impartiality. Who can assure that all lords face identical beast tides? It is possible that the intensity of the beast tide correlates with the castle's level and the lord's strength. If that is indeed the case, both this newly emerged celestial lord and the previous shadow lord may face significant setbacks. At that juncture, it would be the stage for those lords possessing top-tier troops. Amidst the astonishment and skepticism of the crowd, one after another, lords who had remained in the shadows began to emerge. Some appeared in the trading square, unveiling a plethora of weapons and equipment for auction. Others displayed unique items, even offering dozens of elemental crystals for sale. Additionally, some lords took to the world chat channel to boast, disparaging their peers and declaring themselves as the world's #1. Others claimed to have upgraded their towns and barracks to level 3, while some boasted of having obtained a 9th-tier special building, entirely unperturbed by the impending beast tide. Without exception, these individuals possessed elite troops, black dragons, behemoths, liches, titans. The previously subdued chat channel was reignited by the presence of these formidable figures. At this moment, Li Yuan had already closed the chat channel. Empty boasts are merely the bravado of the tongue. The true measure of strength can only be discerned through genuine combat. After gathering resources, he entrusted the food and miscellaneous items to Mo Shanshan, retaining only the energy stones and elemental crystals, 5 elemental crystals and 67 energy stones. Time swiftly approached midnight, and Li Yuan arrived punctually at the shadow crystal. Within the protection period, this would be his final opportunity to recruit shadows. He hoped for a stroke of good fortune. Li Yuan stood before the shadow crystal, gazing at the prompt that had long since materialized. He inhaled deeply and commanded, "Recruit immediately." As shadows swirled, the final figures emerged. Regrettably, he did not manage to recruit any of the 9 great generals once more. Instead, he was presented with the same ones as before: 2 spectral figures, 2 armored shades, 2 clawed apparitions, 2 colossal forms, and 2 fleeting shadows. Quite a balanced assortment. However, this was not a significant concern. After all, only a day and a night remained. In such a brief span, even a general could not attain the prowess of Niaja and his companions. Conversely, the advancement of the other shadow figures was rather swift. Previously, he had recruited a total of 27 shadows, excluding Niaja and Ika. With the 10 newly recruited, the tally rose to 37, prompting Li Yuan to reorganize them into new groups. The earlier 17 shadows had already ascended to the 7th tier through grouped hunting. The shadows recruited tonight were merely at the 5th tier. Li Yuan restructured the shadows, pairing 1 or 2 7th-tier figures with a 5th-tier counterpart specifically to hunt high-tier magical beasts. The energy provided by these formidable creatures was sufficient to facilitate rapid advancement for the lower-tier shadows. As for Ika, Li Yuan ultimately decided to let him venture alone, as focusing on reaching the 9th tier was paramount. Nonetheless, Li Yuan sensed that the little monkey remained nearby, not straying far from the territory. As night fell, Li Yuan, as per his routine, washed up and had breakfast without burdening himself with undue pressure. He had grown indifferent to the trading posts and auctions. His primary focus was now on enhancing his troop strength and maintaining his mental fortitude. Most of his time was spent wandering around the castle, occasionally constructing additional defensive towers at strategically significant locations, particularly those that could potentially be breached by a beast tide. By midday, he had erected a total of 9 new defensive towers, bringing the total to 49. Good news also arrived at noon. Ika had successfully broken through to the 9th tier. With the support of the Holy Source Tower, a new force of sanctified combatants had joined the ranks of Shadow Castle within the territory. The other shadows were steadily progressing in strength as well. The goblins, possessing a commendable status, confidently entered the werewolf tribe, which could do little but allow them entry, even treating them to find food and drink. Of course, Niaja remained concealed within the shadows of the goblins, undetected by the werewolves. As evening approached, the fairy Mo Shanshan delivered 5,000 units of iron essence along with 800 sets of weaponry, including 10 sets of 5th-tier equipment. Naturally, the fairy was well aware of the impending beast tide, and thus, these items were produced by the mountain dwarves working overtime. However, Li Yuan was currently preoccupied with other matters, even neglecting to visit the trading square. That night, He personally ventured out, accompanied by Ik, who led the hunt for experience points while Li Yuan dealt the finishing blows. Ultimately, Li Yuan ascended to the 8th tier. To his surprise, the Golden Saint Monkey had managed to elevate itself to the 9th tier within these 2 days. Li Yuan, at the 8th tier, ascends to the 9th tier under the aegis of the Sacred Source Tower. Clad in dragon blood battle armor, his prowess in direct confrontations rivals that of the Holy Domain. IKA, at the 9th tier, bolstered by the Sacred Source Tower, stands capable of contending with the Holy Domain. The Golden Sacred Ape, also at the 9th tier, retains the ability to challenge the Holy Domain under the same enhancement. The remaining 37 shadows are all at the 7th tier, yet under the Sacred Source Tower's influence. They elevate to the 8th tier. Moreover, alongside Nija from the Werewolf tribe, who is likewise at the 9th tier and can battle the Holy Domain with the tower's support. Additionally, the castle possesses 49 defensive towers. These constitute the entirety of the combat power of the Shadow Castle, the culmination of Li Yuan's tireless efforts over 7 days. On the castle's tower, the clock ticks steadily, with only 5 minutes remaining until midnight. In 5 minutes, the beast tide shall surge forth. Chapter 45, The Prelude to Slaughter. Heralding the Symphony of Death. Time dwindles to a mere 5 minutes. After this brief interlude, the formidable barrier that has safeguarded countless lords for a full 7 days will dissipate. At that moment, only the castle's inherent protective energy shield will remain. Without the invincible protective barrier, all lords shall face their ultimate trial, an ordeal of life and death. At this moment, every lord prepares, waits, and endures. Some are filled with trepidation, others with cowardice, and many with despair. Yet, there are also those lords brimming with confidence, unperturbed by the impending beast tide. Their thoughts have already drifted toward the future, toward the grand contest of myriad races. The beast tide is merely a threshold to their ambitions. Unsurprisingly, these self-assured lords possess formidable armies. However, in the final 2 minutes, the global chat channel erupts with fervor. The exchange of information accelerates beyond any previous instance. The unbearable anticipation renders the atmosphere oppressive, compelling most lords to seek solace in conversation, to connect with others. Only 2 minutes remain, comrades. Have you noticed the protective barrier fading? It matters not. We are destined to perish anyway. I am prepared. If death awaits, so be it. Let us fight with all our might. There is no other path left. Damn it. If I die, may I curse the wretch who brought me here. I am besieged by beasts. Once the barrier falls, my 20 serpent warriors will be utterly inadequate. You still have 20 troops? I attempted to venture forth yesterday, and now I am left with merely 2. Indeed, beasts are encroaching upon my castle, and more monsters lurk behind. Verily, it seems these creatures are aware that my castle's shield is about to vanish. My barrier has already been breached by the beasts. Brothers and sisters, perhaps soon I shall no longer be among you. Yet, I wish for your survival. Likewise, I hope you all endure. Enough with the despairing words. Charge forth. Even in death, let us not grant those beasts an easy victory. May fortune favor us all. As time passed, the chatter within the channel gradually faded into silence. Only half a minute remained. The ferocious beasts encircling the castle grew in number, and the lords lost their motivation to continue conversing. At this juncture, Li Yuan had already traversed from the entrance to the Shadow Crystal. Once midnight struck, it heralded the dawn of a new day, granting him the ability to summon 10 shadows anew. He was uncertain whether others might seize this moment to summon additional troops, but he would not squander such an opportunity. Whether or not he would recruit a general or a new troop was of little concern to him. 10 shadows, even if they were merely ordinary shadow warriors, would still commence at 5th tier. 10 5th-tier shadows, indestructible and eternal, represented a formidable force for the Shadow Castle. At the very least, they could vanquish the lower-tier savage beasts, allowing the previously summoned shadows to confront the higher-tier magical beasts with peace of mind. Furthermore, these 10 shadows would have the opportunity to level up amidst the battles. Li Yuan did not stand upon the ground. Instead, he floated in the void before the towering Shadow Crystal. His gaze was cast outward, beyond the castle, in the pitch-black expanse. Whether in the red moon forest behind the castle or in the thickets ahead, pairs of eyes, some crimson, others emerald, emerged, reminiscent of countless fireflies flickering in the night. Undoubtedly, the castle was now encircled by the beasts from all directions. Moreover, as some lords had noted in the chat, certain beasts had begun to inch closer to the castle's invulnerable protective shield, even tentatively launching attacks. The shield had become exceedingly thin, as if it might shatter at any moment. Furthermore, more ferocious beasts hurried towards the castle, causing tremors upon the ground. The relentless roars of beasts echoed continuously. The time had come. Shadows, prepare for battle. Li Yuan murmured, and the shadows at the castle entrance immediately dispersed, forming groups to guard the castle's periphery. With only 10 seconds remaining, Li Yuan took a deep breath and donned the divine armor, the dragon blood battle armor. In the next instant, a silver long blade materialized in his hand. This was one of the 5th-tier weapons bestowed upon him by the fairy Mo Shan Shan, which he had casually retrieved from the warehouse. Li Yuan was not skilled in swordsmanship, His true strength relied primarily on dragon seals and the power of lightning. However, with the horse seal in hand, he was capable of engaging in close combat. Having a weapon was undoubtedly preferable to being unarmed. Tick, tick, tick. The 10 seconds swiftly elapsed. The already tenuous protective shield of the castle vanished in an instant. In its stead emerged the inherent protective shield of a high-tier castle, radiating a faint glow. Compared to the invulnerable shield, this 6th-tier defensive barrier was nothing remarkable, yet it was better than nothing. At the very least, savage beasts below the 6th tier could not breach the protective barrier. Only magical beasts possessed that capability. At the same time, sensing the impending threat from the outside world, the 49 defensive towers positioned around the castle interconnected with the core of the Shadow Castle, radiating beams of light as they concentrated the energy for the magical artillery shells. In the final moment, Yuan raised his long blade, his voice cold as he commanded, "Kill. Break through." With Nija absent, Ika shouted loudly, "Kill." Similarly, the golden sacred ape revealed its true form. Though its massive figure did not quite match that of its mother, it was still formidable, standing nearly 20 meters tall behind the castle. Empowered by the Holy Source Tower, the golden sacred ape possessed strength worthy of the sacred domain. Yuan had assigned it the task of guarding the rear, fending off the attacks from the beasts of the Blood Moon Forest. 3 voices thundered like lightning across the castle's sky, and as their words fell, all shadows surged forth from the castle in predetermined groups. The flying shadows soared through the air, while others flickered on the ground. For many other troops, fighting in the darkness was a troublesome disadvantage. However, for the shadows, the night belonged to them. Their vision and other senses were unimpeded, allowing them to exploit their stealthy advantages even further. At that moment, Yuan swiftly addressed the shadow crystals, commanding, "Recruit the shadows." Without waiting for the shadows to fully take form, he transformed into a fleeting specter, dashing toward the castle's entrance, issuing a single order to the newly recruited shadows: eliminate all ferocious beasts invading the territory. As the lord and master of the castle, he would guard the gates. Yuan held the main entrance, while the golden sacred ape stood firm at the rear. General Ika acted as a versatile firefighter, responding wherever he was needed. After all, neither Yuan nor the golden sacred ape could traverse through shadows, while Ika could appear anywhere within the territory at any time. In that moment, the agonized cries echoed continuously from outside the castle. Chapter 46, The Ghoul Beast. It's either you die or I live. 3 billion lords found themselves bereft of their invincible shields at this critical juncture. A brutal, bloody hour enveloped the entire war continent. Not only the 3 billion lords from Earth, but also numerous local factions were entangled in the chaos. As these lords faced assaults from the ferocious beasts, some monsters unleashed indiscriminate attacks upon all living beings on the war continent. However, the ferocious beasts primarily targeted the lords hailing from Earth. In that moment, it seemed as if the beasts had lost their sentience, driven solely by a singular desire: to annihilate all lordly castles. The Shadow Castle was besieged by an almost endless tide of monstrous beasts. Leading the charge were the lower-tier ferocious beasts, while the more powerful monsters lingered behind, occasionally unable to restrain themselves from rushing forward. The magical shells from the 49 defensive towers unleashed waves of light, sweeping away these lesser creatures. The shadows, akin to the scythes of death, mercilessly reaped the lives of these ferocious beasts. For those of the 7th-rank shadows, wherever they tread, hordes of ferocious beasts fall in an instant. However, they also discern that even mightier foes lie beyond, the monstrous creatures. Of course, the beasts besieging the castle. These mere cannon fodder must be dealt with. Otherwise, they risk allowing the subsequent waves of monsters to breach the castle's defenses, thereby granting them energy. Although the energy provided by these beasts is meager, the sheer number of the beast tide accumulates. If one offers 100, 100 yields 10,000. In comparison to the slaughter of beasts and monsters in these recent days, what has been achieved thus far is but a drop in the ocean. Among them, the most prominent is undoubtedly General Ika, a 9th-tier warrior. His armor has similarly evolved with his ascension, allowing him to nearly disregard the attacks of lesser creatures. Transforming under the cover of night into a human bomb, rampaging through the throngs of beasts, each appearance marking the demise of dozens of ferocious entities. Even the freshly recruited 5th-tier shadows are inciting frenzied carnage within the beast ranks. It is noteworthy that, as with the last recruitment, Yuan has summoned 2 of each type: the Shadow of Armor, Shadow of Flight, Shadow of Claw, Shadow of Darkness, and Shadow of Giant. However, they are merely of the 5th tier. In one-on-one encounters, they may leverage the advantage of night to slay 5th-tier wild monsters without difficulty. Yet, these are trivial matters. Should they perish here, they instantaneously resurrect elsewhere, resuming their slaughter. The abundance of feral monsters accelerates their progression remarkably, within mere minutes. They have all ascended to the 6th tier. After a few minutes, a multitude of beast carcasses has accumulated outside the castle, alongside numerous monsters around the 6th tier, slain by the higher-tier shadows. Nevertheless, these ferocious monsters remain oblivious to their fate, continuing their relentless assault on the castle. At the entrance, Yuan suddenly furrows his brow. Undead beasts. In his line of sight, the second wave of the beast tide has brought forth a host of ghoul-like creatures. These ghoulish beasts, reeking of decay, emanate a nauseating stench even before nearing the castle. Ordinarily, such undead monsters should not manifest near the Red Moon Forest, as they are typically found in graveyards or other places steeped in necromantic energy. Recently, the shadows have indeed not encountered any ghoulish beasts nearby. Given the current circumstances, it is possible that the shadows had previously overlooked these creatures, or perhaps the ghouls had been lurking underground or in other hiding places, only emerging now due to the provocation of the beast tide. Nonetheless, their rank is not high, merely at the 6th tier. Thus, they are considered part of the initial wave assaulting the castle, while the others are scattered and insignificant. These ghoulish beasts, numbering approximately 30, are charging towards the castle's entrance. Illuminated by the castle's lights, one can see the rotting flesh of these creatures, pieces falling away as they run. Each ghoul beast exuded a green haze, thick with the essence of the undead. Although several shadowy figures observed these ghoul beasts, they tacitly refrained from intervening, adhering to Li Yuan's command to each fulfill their designated roles and maintain the established defensive positions without disruption. With a casual motion, Li Yuan severed the head of a gray wolf, his cold gaze fixed upon the ghoul beasts as he advanced towards them, wielding his long blade. Empowered by the sanctified source tower, Li Yuan possessed the formidable strength of a 9th-tier warrior. In contrast, the most formidable among the ghoul beasts was merely a 7th-tier elite, with the strongest barely reaching 8th-tier prowess. Undeterred, Li Yuan swiftly approached the throng of ghoul beasts. However, his primary focus remained on defense. He did not stray far from the entrance, lest other ferocious beasts seize the opportunity to invade the castle. Fortunately, for defensive towers stood guard at the entrance, posing little threat from the ordinary beasts. With swift precision, Li Yuan's blade fell, dispatching 3 approaching ghoul beasts in an instant, their green blood splattering across the ground, hissing as it corroded the earth, creating dark voids. Toxic? Li Yuan furrowed his brow, igniting the long blade in flames. In the next moment, he swung his weapon once more, overwhelming the ghoul beasts with his superior strength. The fire-controlling ability of the Dragon Sigil spell, executed with 9th-tier prowess, rendered the 6th-tier ghoul beasts utterly defenseless. As his blade descended, flames surged from their wounds, rapidly engulfing the ghoul beasts, reducing them to ash in mere blinks of an eye. In less than a minute, after a relentless slaughter, over 30 ghoul beasts were reduced to merely a handful. This marked Li Yuan's first experience of such exhilarating carnage against magical beasts. Surprisingly, he felt no discomfort, his strikes executed with unwavering resolve. It was a matter of survival. Either they perished or he did. Moreover, these were beasts of darkness, devoid of any moral dilemma for him as he dispatched them without hesitation. Yet, just as he felled another ghoul beast, a massive silhouette descended from the sky, lunging towards him. The foul stench reached him before the figure itself, as decayed hands, larger than his own body, struck towards him with lightning speed, accompanied by streams of green liquid aimed at him. At last, I awaited your arrival, vile creature. Li Yuan had been vigilant of this 7th-tier elite ghoul. As he twirled his long blade, it erupted with blue electrical brilliance, forming a tempest of lightning before him. Surging towards the approaching elite ghoul beast, the blue radiance of the lightning supplanted the flames of the Dragon Sigil. The fetid, decaying hand emitted a hissing sound as it approached the electrical aura, flesh and skin rupturing. In that moment, Li Yuan's blade descended, severing the rotten hand along with its arm. As the severed limb crackled with electrical energy, it disintegrated into charred remnants upon contact with the ground, crumbling to ash at the slightest touch. Roar! The 7th-tier elite ghoul beast emitted a chilling, anguished cry as its green blood swept through the air. Unfortunately, its wail was abruptly silenced. Li Yuan, stepping upon the radiant light of thunder, unleashed a torrent of electric flames that cleaved the creature in twain, reducing it to mere ashes in an instant. Between the severed halves of its body, Li Yuan's godlike figure emerged. Indeed, the 7th-tier elite beast merely equated to an 8th-tier combat power. It posed no challenge to Li Yuan. Nevertheless, he did not hold back, unleashing his full strength without granting the ghoul beast a single opportunity. This approach was a steadfast principle he had adopted ever since nearly being grievously wounded by a mutated lizard. Regardless of the enemy's strength, he would strike with all his might. Until the foe drew their last breath, they remained a potential lethal threat. With the demise of the 7th-tier elite ghoul beast, most of the lower-tier savage beasts surrounding it had also been slaughtered. The higher-tier magical beasts, lingering at a distance, began to shift their steps, gradually encroaching upon the castle. These creatures represented the gravest threat to Shadow Castle. Meanwhile, far beyond the Tucker Plain, in the Amagobi Desert, the young fairy lord, Imo Shanshan, was also besieged by a tide of beasts. However, the number of savage beasts in the Amagobi Desert was indeed sparse. A glance revealed a mere handful of magical beasts, perhaps numbering less than 1,000. Moreover, the fairy-esque castle had transformed into a town, fortified by a 9th-tier crystal core defense, rendering ordinary beasts incapable of breaching its walls. Additionally, over 500 mountain dwarves, now fully armed, were fiercely retaliating against the beast onslaught. Notably, among the dwarves allied with Mo Shanshan was a formidable presence, a master of the sacred realm. It could be said that her town's defense was perhaps the most effortless among all lords. With the low number of beasts and a sacred realm expert stationed, scarcely any savage beasts could approach within 100 meters of the fairy's castle. Yet, within Mo Shanshan's heart, fear lingered, standing at the third-floor window of her castle. Her face was ashen. After all, she was but a girl of 16 or 17, and despite her mature disposition, she had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Such images belonged in the realm of film, yet they were unfolding vividly before her eyes. The endless howls and the relentless assault of the beasts. Were she an ordinary girl, she would have long sought refuge beneath her covers, too frightened to look. However, Mo Shanshan did not succumb to such instincts, despite her terror. She continued to shout from above. "Uncle Green, be careful. Uncle Avel, hurry and assist Rand. There's a large wolf dog behind him. Come on, uncles, you can do it." Her voice, trembling yet resolute, pierced through the cacophony of roars and clashing. Hearing Mo Shanshan's rallying cries, both the dwarves she had recruited and those who had allied with her were invigorated. "We shall defend the fairy's domain. We shall protect Lord Shanshan. Slay, annihilate these beasts. We cannot allow them to harm our Lord Shanshan. Charge forth. Kill, kill, kill." Indeed, even in the presence of formidable beings from the sacred domain, the mountain dwarves have perished without any sign of retreat. These dwarves, who have allied themselves, are either slaves of the dwarven kingdom or servants of prominent families. None of them hold any noble status. Even that sacred domain dwarf is merely a slave of a great family, having narrowly escaped death after being punished for a mistake. In their daily lives, they are seldom regarded with respect. It is only through Mo Shanshan's kindness, providing them with ample food, drink, and a comfortable living, that they can sustain themselves without being treated as mere chattels to be abused at will. The hearty laughter of the elder dwarf and his bright, innocent eyes render them utterly defenseless against her charm. Surprisingly, during battle, the loyalty of these dwarves has been steadily increasing, with many nearing an astonishing 97 or 98%. Each time Mo Shanshan witnesses a dwarf being torn apart by beasts, tears stream down her face. Just yesterday, she had worked alongside 2 dwarves, who had carefully wiped the dirt from her feet. Now, one familiar face lies lifeless, never to be seen again. If only I could venture forth to slay the beasts. Mo Shanshan clenches her delicate fists, lamenting her lack of strength. She is only at the 3rd tier. She understands all too well that with her current capabilities, engaging these ferocious beasts would only lead to her demise or burden her fellow dwarves further. Stay strong, she silently prays within her heart. Meanwhile, deep within the Tarkhan plain, where the angelic castle resides, an ominous horde of beasts relentlessly assaults the stronghold, while beams of holy light pierce the night. The angels, their wings fluttering, unleash a torrent of sacred spells upon the advancing monsters. Clad in the luminous armor bestowed by the angels, Ishue skillfully draws her bow, releasing pure white arrows that pierce through one or multiple ferocious beasts with each precise motion. Now, Ishue stands strong, having ascended to the 7th tier. Among her angelic ranks, one has even reached the 9th tier, making their combat prowess formidable. In the endless sea, a golden castle stands against the tide. Strange aquatic monsters surge from the depths, launching various magical assaults upon the castle, while colossal octopuses sweep their tentacles, covered in suckers, across its walls. Alas, these sea creatures pale in comparison to the majestic golden dragons standing guard. Beneath the moonlight, the surface of the sea reflects a ghastly crimson, littered with drifting corpses. In a secluded valley, a gray fortress rises amidst chaos. Surrounding it, monstrous beasts continuously rush forth. The ground inside and outside the castle is strewn with bodies, some belonging to the beasts, others to the soldiers recruited by the castle's lord. The war within this stronghold seems to be nearing its conclusion, as the monsters have breached its inner sanctum. Please no? A chilling scream echoes within the castle as several beasts emerge, jaws clenching a mangled human corpse. Moments later, the core of the fortress is crushed beneath the weight of the advancing horde. In the span of mere breaths, the grand castle crumbled into ruins. Across the war-torn continent, similar scenes unfolded in various locales. Some nonchalantly confronted the tide of beasts, their formidable troops effortlessly halting the onslaught at the castle gates, even counterattacking with vigor. Others led their forces in a desperate resistance, barely managing to stem the advance of the beasts, suffering considerable losses in the process. Tragically, some had already perished beneath the onslaught, their homes reduced to ashes. The brutality and savagery of this war-torn domain were laid bare before all the lords. Life and death hinged solely upon oneself and one's troops. Chapter 48. It did not end so simply. In the Red Moon Forest, the Shadow Castle stood resolute. With the passage of time, An increasing number of magical beasts converged from the darkness. Their ranks grew ever more formidable. The once prevalent mindless monsters had nearly vanished. Now, the majority were beasts of the 6th tier and above. Particularly after Li Yuan vanquished the elite ghoul beast, a horde of magical creatures surged towards the castle. Shadows of 7th tier elite beasts were not uncommon, while 8th tier beasts occasionally made their presence known. Only the 9th tier remained absent from the fray. And as for the sanctified tier beasts, they had yet to reveal themselves. Had they appeared, Li Yuan would undoubtedly have sensed their presence due to their overwhelming aura. It must be noted that the tide of beasts besieging Shadow Castle was significantly more powerful than that faced by other lords. In other castles, the appearance of 7th or 8th tier beasts was already considered a formidable challenge. Yet here, 7th and 8th tiers were the norm. This perhaps aligned with Li Yuan's earlier conjecture. The scale and strength of the beast tide bore a direct correlation to the comprehensive strength of the castle. However, this was not the sole factor. After all, Shadow Castle was nestled against the Red Moon Forest, a veritable den of magical beasts. Additionally, the castle's reputation was not insignificant. Having previously annihilated numerous ferocious beasts, they had drawn the attention of other creatures within the Red Moon Forest. Even if they had not yet shown themselves, amidst the tide, these beasts were compelled by an unyielding consciousness to attack the castle. At this moment, the Shadow Castle was illuminated brightly, further enhanced by the magical projectiles from its 49 defensive towers, casting light over a 1,000-meter radius, making it nearly impossible to avoid attracting the nearby beasts. At the entrance, Li Yuan remained undeterred, continuing to slay the invading creatures. At that moment, 9 colossal wolves, each nearly 10 meters in height and sporting fleshly wings, charged at the gates. 8th tier beasts. While undeniably powerful, they could not match Li Yuan's prowess. However, the aerial assault of the 9 wolves posed a significant challenge, complicating matters for Li Yuan. Particularly troublesome were the invisible blades of wind they could unleash, which, if overlooked, could inflict grievous wounds, as evidenced by the cuts that had marred his arms. Yet, as soon as the wounds manifested, the energy from his talisman had already begun to mend them. Li Yuan wielded his long blade with relentless vigor, surrounded by crackling lightning and flickering flames, darting through the pack of wolves like a streak of light. It must be said that these colossal wolves possess an extraordinary vitality. Some had their wings severed by Li Yuan, yet still lunged fiercely towards the castle. At that moment, a blue figure swept in from the distance. Ika had arrived. With a thunderous crash, Ika landed and seized one of the flesh-winged giant wolves by the head, flinging it into the air with sheer force. Boom, boom, boom. Upon landing, the sound of explosions reverberated as Ika wielded the giant wolf as a weapon, sweeping through the ranks of its brethren. Now a force of the sacred domain, Ika channeled the power of shadows through the giant wolf, transforming it into a double-edged axe that smashed the other wolves to pieces, ultimately resulting in the disintegration of the wolf's own body midair. "My king, are you unharmed?" Ika inquired. Li Yuan shook his head, responding calmly, "I am fine. You continue to assist elsewhere." "Understood." Ika nodded and swiftly vanished from sight. Allowing Ika to depart was not an act of arrogance on Li Yuan's part. Rather, he truly had no need for assistance. He was indeed capable of slaying those wolves himself, but their massive forms were merely obstructing other beasts. However, with Ika's intervention, Li Yuan could not falter actions. Around the castle, the shadows relentlessly dispatched the magical beasts. Nearly half an hour had passed, and still, not a single creature had breached the castle's walls. The fortress stood as an impenetrable bastion. Nevertheless, the magical beasts continued their assault, seemingly unwilling to retreat until the Shadow Castle lay in ruins. This time, they surged forth en masse, with numerous high-tier beasts charging from all directions, including several 9th-tier creatures. The number of shadows was ultimately fewer than 40, leaving them somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, Ika went into a frenzy, resembling a human cannonball as she barreled through the throng of beasts, swiftly dispatching several 9th-tier adversaries. Yet this provided the other magical beasts with an opportunity to assault the castle. The 49 defensive towers, with a combat capability of only 6th tier, were utterly inadequate against those of 7th tier and above. Just then, a resounding roar erupted from the rear of the castle, echoing through the heavens. Accompanied by this roar was a visible shockwave that rapidly spread forth. While it had no effect on Li Yuan or the shadows, it abruptly halted the charging beast horde. This was the roar of the golden sacred ape, imbued with a potent mental assault, temporarily incapacitating the beasts. The shadows seized this opportunity, slaughtering the dazed creatures as one would reap wheat. However, the stupor of the beast horde did not last long. Mere seconds later, they regained their mobility and resumed their charge towards the castle. Li Yuan was not to be outdone, unleashing his full firepower. Lightning. Fireball. In an instant, bolts of lightning and fireballs rained down from the sky. The lightning-infused magic and the dragon's flame spell wreaked havoc upon the beasts below the 9th tier, resulting in instant annihilation. In an instant, the ground before the castle was littered with charred corpses. Even those beasts who survived were rendered incapable of fighting. unable to rise again. Upon the charred remains, arcs of blue electricity and flames flickered, creating a scene of profound devastation. With a mere flick of his hand, General Ika unleashed a barrage that decimated more than half of the beast horde, leaving heaps of monster corpses arranged in a circular formation around the Shadow Castle. There was little room for communication as Li Yuan and the shadows engaged in fierce combat with the remaining beasts. Gradually, the numbers of the monsters dwindled, and the nearby forest fell silent, with only a few beasts still visible. A final group of several 9th-tier beasts and 2 elite 9th-tier creatures arrived. Yet they posed no significant threat to the Shadow Castle. Before long, these beasts were all vanquished. Ultimately, only sporadic assaults from a few remaining monsters persisted, soon to be cut down as well. Gazing into the distance, Li Yuan furrowed his brow, questioning whether the beast tide had truly come to an end. The ferocity of this assault on Shadow Castle was formidable. At least 99% of lords would undoubtedly have faltered. However, the intensity was still lacking in comparison to Li Yuan's expectations, as no Saint Realm beasts had emerged throughout the onslaught. As he pondered, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Chapter 49, Upgrading the Town, the dominant Saint Realm Tiger Beast. Upgrading the town amidst the beast tide had long been Li Yuan's plan, as he had accumulated ample resources for the endeavor. His concerns included the possibility of being overwhelmed by an excessively large beast tide, prompting him to enhance the town and catch the horde off guard. Additionally, he feared that upgrading the town would strengthen his territory, attracting an even larger beast wave. Unexpectedly, the first wave of beasts lacked overwhelming power, and the town was easily defended without an upgrade. Now, with another beast tide forming outside the castle, led by a Saint Realm monster, Li Yuan felt compelled to proceed with the town's enhancement. As his voice echoed, the stone, wood, and iron materials in the warehouse rapidly vanished. The ground shook with an intensity surpassing that of the earlier beast tide's tremors. Following this, a radiant golden light enveloped the Shadow Castle. Within moments, the golden gleam faded, revealing a cleared expanse of land extending 2,000 meters from the castle. Where once stood trees and boulders, now only a smooth terrain remained. Of course, the beasts forming the new tide were still present. At this moment, they stood bewildered, having just traversed the forest, now confronted with an empty surrounding. Instinctively, the monsters hesitated, letting out low growls towards the Shadow Castle. The transformation of the town was primarily marked by the newly cleared land. The castle itself now gleamed in a dark golden hue and had gained several additional stories, appearing even more majestic. The Shadow Crystal and the Holy Source Tower remained largely unchanged, though the crystal core atop the castle had grown considerably. The protective barrier enveloping the castle had thickened significantly, amplifying the energy relayed to the 49 defensive towers. With the enhancement of the town, the offensive capabilities of these defensive towers, along with the town's core defenses, escalated to the 9th tier almost instantaneously. They even commenced launching elongated magical projectiles to assail the monstrous invaders encroaching upon their territory. It is noteworthy that the range of these defensive towers encompasses the entirety of the domain. Following the town's upgrade, the territory of the Shadow Castle has expanded to a full 5,000 meters. All invading beasts now lie within the reach of the defensive towers. Roars echoed as the monsters, taken aback by the tower's onslaught and the castle's elevation, rallied once more towards the fortress. Naturally, the inhabitants of the Shadow Castle, led by Li Yuan, did not require his prompting to engage. For the moment, Li Yuan refrained from intervening, choosing instead to scrutinize the approaching beasts. The once concealing foliage had vanished, allowing for a clear view of the monstrous entities. Initially, Li Yuan surmised that the scale of this beast tide exceeded that of the first wave. However, he soon recognized his error. It was not merely the numbers that were greater, but rather their formidable strength, as they consisted predominantly of beasts rated at levels 7 and 8, devoid of any lesser creatures. Even more peculiarly, despite their heightened intelligence, these high-tier monsters seemed driven by an inexplicable directive, singularly focused on annihilating the castle before them, engaging in chaotic combat. In stark contrast, this current wave of beasts exhibited a remarkable degree of organization. The robust and resilient surged forth first, supported by aerial creatures, while those at the rear unleashed a variety of ranged attacks. They appeared to retain their self-awareness, demonstrating a capacity for coordinated battle. This was decidedly unsettling. Li Yuan gazed intently towards the rear of the beast horde, where a solitary tiger stood, an apex predator among this tide, distinguished as a true domain beast. The regal domain tiger perched upon the back of an iron-clad rhinoceros, exuding an air of majesty. Though its size was akin to that of an ordinary tiger, its fur shimmered in a golden gradient, and the kingly mark upon its forehead glowed an eerie crimson. Was this related to the Red Moon Forest? As anticipated, the Red Moon Forest harbored more than one domain beast. The arrival was not heralded by the black-crowned golden eagle. Despite the clearing extending 2,000 meters, it merely represented a slight encroachment upon the Red Moon Forest. Seemingly attuned to Li Yuan's gaze, the domain tiger turned its attention towards the castle gate. A flicker of light enveloped it, and the tiger's form gradually dissipated, replaced by a figure clad in golden robes. The transformed domain tiger, now in human guise, regarded the castle with a playful demeanor, its lips moving soundlessly. Yet, to Li Yuan's ears came a voice laced with levity. "Are you the human that Black Third spoke of?" Upon hearing these words, Li Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, these beasts possessed intelligence. Perhaps they were not merely driven to assault the castle by the tide. Just then, the voice of the golden-robed figure resonated once more. "Black Third must be jesting. Your prowess far exceeds his claims. This place is quite remarkable, capable of augmenting combat strength. The 9th-tier magic array, capable of both offense and defense, is quite impressive. You humans from another realm truly possess an intriguing nature." Li Yuan's expression shifted once more. This sacred domain tiger was no ordinary creature, for it had discerned the enhancement of the shadow being's combat prowess granted by the sacred source tower merely at a glance. Following this revelation, the anthropomorphic sacred domain tiger extended a hand. This hand, seemingly weightless, rapidly enlarged in the air, transforming into a colossal paw that descended upon the castle with formidable force. The protective barrier of the shadow castle appeared to sense the impending danger, instantly radiating a brilliant white light. Yet, as the massive paw struck down, the white barrier trembled violently, particularly at the point directly beneath the paw, which began to cave in, seemingly unable to withstand the oppressive force and on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the golden sacred ape emerged, its towering figure expanding in an instant, raising its arms to shield itself beneath the descending paw. Boom! The earth quaked as the golden sacred ape's legs buckled slightly, its feet sinking into the ground. Fortunately, the golden sacred ape managed to intercept the paw, which subsequently dissipated, allowing the castle's protective shield to return to its original state. Upon the back of the iron-clad rhinoceros, the figure clad in golden robes offered a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the futile strike. "This is intriguing. The blood-eyed demon ape's variant, the golden sacred ape. What a pity that a creature destined for godly realms has entered into a master-servant pact with these otherworldly visitors. Such a waste indeed. Had I known, I would have intervened to save your mother's life back then." In contrast, the golden sacred ape was panting heavily, clearly having sustained significant injuries from fending off that paw. The disparity in strength was evident. Despite the enhancement from the sacred source tower elevating its power to the sacred domain, it remained no match for this tiger. Within the sacred domain, there exist distinctions in tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. It was apparent that, under the tower's boon, the golden sacred ape was merely a novice in the sacred domain, a low-tier sacred domain creature, while this tiger was a formidable expert, belonging to the intermediate or even advanced tier. The golden sacred ape, filled with self-reproach, remarked, "Master, I am no match for him. He must be an intermediate sacred domain." Li Yuan nodded, his expression grave as he regarded the figure in golden robes. The other waves of beasts posed little threat. This tiger was the greatest danger to him and the castle. Could the golden sacred ape and IKA join forces to contend with it? A multitude of thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind. However, at that moment, the voice of the figure in golden robes spoke once more. "Hey, you, the human from another realm. How about you dissolve your contract with this golden sacred ape, and I shall spare your life? Of course, your castle must be abandoned. You and your subordinates may leave the Red Moon Forest." Chapter 50, Infinite Self-Destruction. It is indeed unreasonable. The figure in golden robes loomed above, casting a condescending gaze upon Li Yuan, as though bestowing a favor. To dissolve the contract with the little ape would grant him leniency. One cannot deny that this proposition was rather appealing, at least from the perspective of the sacred domain tiger. Yet, for Li Yuan, the underlying contempt in those words was unmistakable. The mere existence of the Shadow Castle is untenable. What difference does it make if Li Yuan is killed? A city without its people is a city doomed. Were it not for this constraint, Li Yuan would have relocated long ago, rather than linger in the cursed expanse of the Blood Moon Forest. Thus, dialogue is futile. Li Yuan, weary of further discussion, felt the radiant surge of his dragon blood battle armor. His pact with Nija dictated that upon upgrading the town, Nija would confront the werewolf tribe. After all, the territory of their town now enveloped the werewolf clan, enabling Nija to harness the blessings of the Holy Source Tower and wield the power of the sacred domain. Furthermore, Nija's objective was not merely to annihilate the werewolf tribe, but to seize the divine essence of the wolf god. Moreover, while the holy domain tiger beast was formidable, Li Yuan, alongside the golden sacred ape and IKA, was not without means of resistance. Additional shadows could also be dispatched to confront the holy domain tiger beast. Regardless, the town's defenses stood at the 9th tier, with the attack power of the defense towers also at the 9th tier. They merely needed to intercept magical beasts of tier 9 and above. Those of tiers 7 and 8 could not breach the defenses of the Shadow Castle. Upon witnessing the activation of Li Yuan's dragon blood battle armor, both IKA and the golden sacred ape comprehended his intent. They were prepared to fight with all their might. The holy domain tiger beast, meanwhile, had also noticed the dragon blood battle armor adorning Li Yuan. What a splendid piece of divine armor. Who would have thought you possessed such a treasure? Moreover, an additional condition, relinquish this armor, and you may leave the Blood Moon Forest. The Holy Domain Tiger Beast either failed to perceive Li Yuan's determination or chose to ignore it entirely. Yet, scarcely had it uttered these words when Ika's figure erupted from the ground behind it, his sword lunging toward the beast's back. Ignorance. Did it truly believe itself to be invulnerable in the Holy Domain? The Holy Domain Tiger Beast scoffed. IK's once lightning-fast assault seemed to slow to a crawl, as if ensnared in a mire. Moreover, IK's armor began to shatter incessantly. His expression contorted into one of agony, as if racked with unbearable torment. Moments later, IK's form exploded into fragments. The Holy Domain Tiger Beast had scarcely lifted a finger before extinguishing IK's life. The term Holy Domain signifies the ability to manifest realms. The unique enhancement granted them the combat prowess of the Holy Domain. But could it conjure realms from thin air? My realm is the realm of gravity. Any attempt to strike against me renders you incapable of even approaching. The Holy Domain Tiger Beast revealed the crucial secrets of the Holy Domain, causing Li Yuan's heart to plummet. He had indeed overlooked this aspect. He had initially believed that under the auspices of the Holy Source Tower, Ika and his companions would possess the combat strength of the Holy Domain. However, this strength did not encompass the power of the realm itself. Within the domain of the Holy Domain, the caster is akin to a deity, omnipotent, unless one can shatter the opponent's domain. To breach a domain, there exist two methods. The first entails clashing one's own domain power against that of the opponent. The weaker will shatter. The second method involves employing brute force that exceeds the opponent's domain tolerance to directly dismantle it. Yet, at present, Li Yuan's side lacked the means to accomplish either approach. Ika and the Golden Saint Ape possess the power of the Sanctum, albeit at the rudimentary level, lacking the strength to rival the Sanctum Tiger Beast in sheer force. They also lack a domain. Li Yuan, upon reconsideration, abandoned the approach of a direct assault. Charging forth would merely equate to delivering oneself as a meal. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed General Ik, who had been reborn and concealed within his shadow, instructing, utilize that technique. The Sanctum Tiger Beast, displaying signs of impatience, growled, humph, were it not for the boss forbidding me from indiscriminately slaying those outside, I would have already put an end to you. My patience is finite. Do not compel me to eliminate you one by one. Surrender the Golden Saint Ape and the armor, swiftly. Before he could finish his sentence, the Sanctum Tiger Beast's expression shifted as a glimmer of sword light grazed his cheek. A wound manifested, oozing blood. Yet, the Sanctum Tiger Beast swiftly retaliated, capturing the ambushing Ika in his grasp. Damn it, you dare to injure me. Ah, it is you? The Sanctum Tiger Beast's countenance darkened with fury, but confusion flickered in his eyes upon recognizing General Ika. Did I not just slay him? How has he reappeared? At that moment, General Ika made the audacious choice to self-destruct. The explosive energy contained within the Sanctum-level General Ika was unimaginable. Due to the Sanctum Tiger Beast's momentary oversight, combined with Ika's unanticipated self-detonation, the iron-armored rhinoceros beneath him was obliterated into fragments. Though the Sanctum Tiger Beast sustained no injuries while maintaining his gravitational domain, he found himself covered in dust and debris. Damn it! The Sanctum Tiger Beast's expression soured, and he roared, "You have enraged me. You shall all perish." Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when General Ika reappeared. However, the Sanctum Tiger Beast, still upholding his domain, was well aware of Ika's presence upon his emergence. "You again?" he exclaimed in astonishment. General Ika paid him no heed, and, upon being discovered, detonated himself once more, bellowing, self-destruct to eliminate those beasts. Everyone, converge on this one. Instantly, a cacophony of explosions erupted throughout the castle. Outside the Shadow Fortress, it resembled a festival of firecrackers, with thunderous detonations resonating relentlessly. The Shadow Warriors ceased direct assaults on the encroaching beasts, opting instead for a frenzied self-destruct mode. Self-detonation, rebirth, self-detonation, rebirth. Infinite rebirth, infinite self-detonation. The Shadows had nearly all attained 8th tier power, with several having ascended to 9th tier strength. Under their relentless barrage, they swiftly exterminated the remaining beasts from the second wave of the beast tide. Swish, swish, swish. Having vanquished the beasts, the Shadows converged at the city gates. Without uttering a word, they charged towards the Sanctum Tiger Beast, joining General Ika in a frenzied, suicidal assault against the Sanctum creature. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of self-detonation echoed once more, while at the epicenter of the explosions, the Sanctum Tiger Beast roared in defiance. Despite his formidable strength and domain, he found himself continually retreating amidst the unending chaos of explosions. Even his domain manifested in a substantial way, sending ripples that seemed on the verge of being shattered by sheer force. What in the world are you? The Holy Domain Tiger Beast, after all, recognized that Ika and the Shadows were in a perpetual cycle of death and resurrection. The war continent is not devoid of beings capable of revival. Liches can indeed return. However, other creatures that can resurrect expend soul energy each time they perish, and once that energy is obliterated, they truly meet their end. Yet now, after Ika and his companions self-destruct and revive, they maintain their peak power, with not a hint of diminished aura. At the entrance, the golden sacred ape appeared utterly bewildered. Seemingly stunned, Li Yuan, however, wore a broad smile, for what the Shadow Army revealed at that moment was their true strength. Chapter 51, Reluctantly Retreating. The Beast-Tide Assault concludes. Ika led dozens of shadows in an infinite cycle of self-destruction and rebirth. The Holy Domain Tiger Beast was indeed formidable. Yet the power of the Shadow's self-detonation was not to be underestimated. His domain trembled incessantly, teetering on the brink of collapse. After all, no matter how strong, it could not withstand such relentless explosions. Particularly, Ika's self-detonation, a force of incredible ferocity. Regardless of circumstances, Ika's holy domain strength was genuine, merely lacking the domain power associated with it. Boom. The explosions continued unabated. In just a few minutes, Ika and the shadows had self-destructed at least 100 times, executing their detonations seamlessly. Damn it, you bastards. The Holy Domain Tiger Beast roared incessantly, being forced to retreat repeatedly. The tremors within his domain caused turmoil within him, his aura surging chaotically. Should the domain be forcibly breached, he might sustain grievous injuries. Despite being unafraid of Ika's direct combat prowess without his domain, if the domain were to rupture and the adversary employed such unscrupulous tactics, he might indeed meet his demise here. The Holy Domain Tiger Beast, filled with reluctance, found no choice but to entertain the idea of retreating. From his birth to ascending to the Holy Domain, having carved out a modest reputation within the Crimson Moon Forest, he had never encountered such a humiliating battle. Initially expecting to dominate, he now found himself being overwhelmed. You humans from another realm will come to regret this. You will undoubtedly regret it. With the thought of retreat solidifying, the Holy Domain Tiger Beast wasted no time, emulating Ika and the shadows in self-detonation. Without such an act, escaping would be a daunting challenge. Of course, it was not his own self that he detonated, but his domain. Boom. The domain shattered into fragments, violent energy surging forth, while the residual waves of Ika's self-detonation dissipated into the ether. Seizing this momentary lapse, the Holy Domain Tiger Beast reverted to its original form, a golden gradient soaring skyward, darting into the depths of the Crimson Moon Forest. Witnessing this, Li Yuan felt a surge of energy, and the skies crackled with thunder and lightning. Crackle! Bolts of lightning flickered fiercely, racing towards the Holy Domain Tiger Beast. The Sacred Domain Tiger Beast detonated its territory, bearing injuries within, and did not anticipate Li Yuan's sudden assault at this moment. Otherworldly humans, I shall make you pay dearly for this, indeed. Amidst its anguished cries, the figure and voice of the Sacred Domain Tiger Beast swiftly vanished into the Red Moon Forest. At the castle's entrance, the recently obliterated shadows reformed, silently standing guard outside the Shadow Castle. Upon hearing this, General Ika's expression shifted, and he promptly departed the castle with 3 shadows. Those 3 shadows had already advanced to the 8th tier amidst the Beast Tide, possessing 9th tier combat strength within the confines of their domain. 2 specters and 1 towering figure. The golden sacred ape wished to depart, but was at a loss for direction, casting a helpless glance at Li Yuan. After Ika's departure, Li Yuan smiled and remarked, "The Beast Tide has concluded. Let us clear the battlefield." Indeed, the Beast Tide had come to an end. In fact, it had ceased long ago. The subsequent horde brought by the Sacred Domain Tiger Beast was not a true Beast Tide. This was an unexpected turn of events for Li Yuan. Although the initial Beast Tide was formidable, not a single magical beast breached the walls of the Shadow Castle. It could be deemed a resounding victory, particularly for the shadows, who had slain thousands of ferocious beasts. Their enhancement was substantial. Even the 10 shadows recruited that night all ascended to the 7th tier in this battle. Ika and Niga remained at the 9th tier without change, while the 2 specters and 1 towering figure reached the 8th tier. The remaining 44 shadows all attained the 7th tier, with many nearly stepping into the 8th. The primary reason for this was the cooperative nature of the battle, resulting in evenly distributed experience. Otherwise, the previously recruited shadows would have had the opportunity to genuinely ascend to the 8th tier. However, this was inconsequential. Niga had been absent. Yet they managed to repel a Sacred Domain magical beast, and it was of intermediate rank. From the Sacred Domain Tiger Beast's words, there were numerous Sacred Domain magical beasts within the Red Moon Forest, and its strength was not the most formidable. Yet, there was little that could be done now. They could only meet force with force. At least for the time being, the Shadow Castle, now more appropriately termed Shadow Town, had surmounted its initial challenge. As for the subsequent attacks from Sacred Domain magical beasts, that was a matter for another time. In any case, for Shadow Town to continue its development, it would inevitably have to confront the Red Moon Forest head-on, a reality Li Yuan had long understood. It would be best to coexist peacefully. If not, it would be a battle to the death. Unless the Red Moon Forest were to immediately dispatch stronger Sacred Domain forces, it would be impossible to significantly challenge Shadow Town. Moreover, the Sacred Domain Tiger Beast had stated that magical beasts within were prohibited from slaughtering humans. This implies that the Sacred Domain magical beasts of the Red Moon Forest are constrained in the outside world. Thus, the threat posed by this forbidden domain will persist, though it is not an immediate concern. Meanwhile, the Shadow Castle will continue to grow stronger. In just a few days, they have already managed to repel Sacred Domain magical beasts. Furthermore, through this conflict, Yuan has truly grasped the formidable strength of the Shadows. They are indeed an insurmountable force. Yuan's spirits were quite elevated. The castle had been upgraded to a town, and the Shadow Crystals now allowed the recruitment of 10 phantoms each day. The future looked promising. Under Yuan's command, dozens of shadows swiftly cleared the battlefield. The corpses of the magical beasts were overwhelmingly abundant, surrounding the castle in a gruesome circle, with blood pooling into small streams. However, for the shadows, the task of cleaning was remarkably effortless. They simply needed to transport these remnants into the Shadow Realm, sending them away to another location. Regrettably, the number of intact magical beast corpses had significantly diminished, primarily due to the self-detonation of the shadows, which obliterated nearly half of the remains. Yet, even with this reduction, the bounty was substantial, rivaling the spoils collected over several previous days. For the moment, Yuan refrained from gathering the remaining magical beast corpses and instead reached out to the fairy, Shanshan. Although her fairy castle had also been upgraded to a town and possessed considerable strength, he remained uncertain whether it could withstand the onslaught. Who could predict whether Shanshan might suddenly face an influx of magical beasts beyond the usual numbers? Yuan, how are things on your end? Fairy Lord, it's all over now. Everything is fine here. Uncle Green and the others are leading the cleanup. Fairy Lord, but Brother Shadow, so many dwarves have perished. Shanshan feels so miserable. Fairy Lord, yes. Closing the chat window, Yuan shook his head slightly. How could there be a war without casualties? War has always been an unfeeling slaughterhouse. Not to mention the dwarves, even his Shadow Legion, aside from the absent ninja, had faced death hundreds of times. Yet, for the shadows, death held little significance. Chapter 52, The Annihilation of the Werewolf Tribe, 1/3 of Divine Power. After 2 successive waves of beast tides, the clock struck 2 in the morning. For all surviving lords, this night would be one of sleeplessness. Those who had survived the beast tide were naturally exuberant, and their immediate task was to gather the corpses of the magical beasts. Yuan was engaged in this endeavor, entirely devoid of drowsiness. Although the shadows had cleared away the dismembered remains and blood, a strong metallic scent still lingered in the castle. In the past, such a stench might have attracted other magical beasts. However, at this moment, it seemed that most nearby beasts had been vanquished, particularly those brought forth by the Sacred Domain tiger beasts. Thus, within the realm of the Shadow Town, other magical beasts were nearly non-existent. Undoubtedly, the spoils from the beast tide were immense. The energy stones alone filled the corners of the warehouse. The quantity of elemental crystals was also considerable, and in addition, Yuan had gathered several blueprints. This was merely the yield from half a circle of the magical beast corpses, hinting at the grand scale of the overall harvest. It took Yuan nearly half an hour to complete the collection of these magical beast remains. However, he had yet to sort through the quantities of various resources and found himself pondering whether to venture to the werewolf tribe. It is worth mentioning that although the beast tide has long since subsided, the defensive towers continue to unleash magical projectiles, aimed indiscriminately towards the direction of the werewolf tribe. This tribe resides within the territory of Shadow Town, and thus, the tower's attacks can indeed reach that location. However, the distance remains rather considerable. Despite the tower's attacks reaching the 9th tier, they are not homing strikes. Consequently, at a distance of 1 to 2,000 meters, the tower's assaults may not necessarily hit their intended targets. As a result, the attacks manifest as a carpet bombing, a relentless barrage. For half an hour now, it is likely that the werewolf tribe has been reduced to rubble. Yet, the onslaught from the towers persists, indicating that some werewolves still survive, unvanquished. Throughout this ordeal, Yuan's objective during the beast tide was not merely to thwart the oncoming horde, but to acquire the divine essence of the wolf god. The emergence of the Sacred Domain tiger beast was merely an unforeseen incident. Logically, with Niga now aided by IKA and 2 shadowy figures along with a giant shadow, they should be more than capable of annihilating the werewolf tribe. There should be no reason for such a protracted engagement. Could something have gone awry? At this moment, Yuan's expression shifted as he swiftly ascended the castle. In the northern expanse, a towering mushroom cloud rose ominously. Simultaneously, Niga, IKA, and the 3 shadows were all slain. Indeed, a crisis had unfolded. Niga and IKA, bolstered by the Sacred Source Tower, possessed combat prowess on par with the Sacred Domain. Together, they should have been more than a match for the werewolf tribe. According to prior reconnaissance, the werewolf tribe boasted only a single demigod, while the remaining members posed little threat at Tier 9. Moreover, the explosion that just occurred was not a result of Niga and Ika's actions, but rather an eruption of a far more formidable force. 3,000 meters away, even the Shadow Castle trembled, and the town's crystal core began to glow, clearly indicating a looming threat. Li Yuan assessed the situation. The energy from this explosion could undoubtedly shatter the domain of the sacred domain tiger beast. With a swift motion, he made his way towards the northern werewolf tribe's location. Upon witnessing this, Li Yuan paused and turned his gaze towards Niga. Seeing Li Yuan's look, Niga's expression turned to one of remorse as he knelt, saying, "Your Majesty, I have failed in my duties. Please punish me." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan relaxed his brow and smiled. "I was wondering what was amiss. Very well, rise." Niga and Ika slowly stood, and Niga stepped forward to present half of a skull to Li Yuan. "Your Majesty, the divine essence of the wolf god has not fully coalesced. It can only be preserved within the remnants of the wolf god's remains." Li Yuan nodded and took the skull. The moment it touched his hand, the power of the dragon talisman within him stirred restlessly. How fortuitous! It appears that the wolf god, before his demise, was a deity of the fire element. Likewise, within the skull, Li Yuan sensed a fierce and blazing fire energy. Indeed, it imparted upon him the sensation of wielding a core artifact. Undoubtedly, should this skull shatter, the power contained within the divine essence would erupt, potentially reducing his shadow castle to ashes. The power of the divine, even if only a third of it, is not something that mere 9th-tier defenses can withstand. The recent explosion from the north serves as a testament to this reality. Both Nija and Ika have perished. If no unforeseen circumstances arise, it is likely that, apart from Nija, Ika, and the shadowy figure, no other werewolves survived the blast. Including the goblins who had previously surrendered to the Shadow Castle, they too have likely been reduced to ashes. Li Yuan observed Nija, still burdened by guilt, and spoke again. "Enough. We have gained something. This journey has not been in vain, though it was merely a third of a divine essence." Li Yuan considered it to be a significant acquisition. Moreover, he had not suffered any tangible losses, having only lost a few goblins. It was a case of reaping rewards without risk. As for how to utilize this divine essence, that could wait. "Yes, Your Majesty." Nija bowed deeply to Li Yuan, clearly still struggling with his emotions. In his eyes, Li Yuan's decision to send him alone against the werewolf tribe was an act of trust and esteem. Thus, his failure inevitably fostered feelings of remorse towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan secured the skull of the wolf god and addressed the gathered shadows. "Very well. Everyone has worked hard today. Let us rest well." With that, he turned to head to the warehouse to tally the spoils. However, after taking only a few steps, he felt as though he had overlooked something important and came to a halt. After pondering for a while, his expression suddenly shifted. Where was the golden sacred ape? Could it have perished in the explosion of the divine essence? That did not seem quite right. He had a master-servant contract with the golden sacred ape. If it had indeed died, he would have sensed it. He had felt the demise of Nija and the others, but had received no indication of the golden sacred ape's demise. So, where could the golden sacred ape be? As if sensing Li Yuan's thoughts, Nija spoke up. "That monkey should still be alive. It was previously engaged with that 9th-tier werewolf mage and might have been caught in the explosion's shockwave, but it should be fine." In truth, Nija was not entirely certain. The little monkey harbored a deep-seated obsession with avenging its mother. "Let us search for it and see if we can locate it," Li Yuan replied to Nija, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. If the golden sacred ape were merely injured, that would be acceptable. It would still be a part of Shadow Town. However, if it had fled without Li Yuan's permission, then it would have no reason to continue existing. Divine beasts are rare, yet they must also be obedient. Of course, Li Yuan believed the chances of the little monkey fleeing were slim. After all, it had previously left. If it had intended to escape, it would have done so long ago. Nija took his orders and promptly vanished from sight, with Ika and the others following suit. Li Yuan set aside his concerns and arrived at the warehouse. Upon seeing the abundance of supplies within, a smile spread across his face, and he felt a surge of excitement. The haul was indeed substantial. In the recent beast tide, an impressive count of over 2,800 energy stones was amassed. Together with the remnants from previous encounters, Li Yuan now possesses nearly 3,000 energy stones. To elevate the shadow crystal, 5,000 stones are required. And from just this single beast tide, he has secured 3/5 of that goal. Should another beast tide occur, he might very well achieve the upgrade. However, such hopes remain uncertain, as it is unclear whether the town will face another wave of beasts. If not, the only recourse will be for Shadow and the others to gradually accumulate them. In addition to the energy stones, the collection of essence crystals has proven to be substantial, totaling 108. With the prior crystals included, the total has exceeded 120, leaving just 70 or 80 more needed for the barracks upgrade. The drop rate, while not excessively high, is understandable, as not all elite beasts yield essence crystals. As for food, the bounty is plentiful, with half the warehouse filled to the brim. Furthermore, various items collected from the beasts, such as teeth, bones, and hides, occupy a significant portion of the storage as well. Beyond the energy stones and essence crystals, there are also blueprints. Li Yuan cannot recall which specific beast dropped them, as he gathered them in large quantities. They likely originated from several unique ninth-tier beasts. With a gesture, 3 sheets of parchment materialized in his hand, ready for immediate appraisal. Low-level building blueprint, ordinary house. Function, provides living quarters for troops and citizens. Reusable up to 50 times. Construction materials, 800 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Intermediate building blueprint, villa. Function, offers high-tier accommodations for troops and citizens, reusable up to 10 times. Construction materials, 2,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone. Intermediate building blueprint, city wall. Function, provides 6th-tier defense. Construction requirements, 50,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of iron essence. Among the 3 blueprints, 1 is low-level while 2 are intermediate. Li Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment, as the previous 2 blueprints he received were either of saintly or high caliber, creating a stark contrast. These building blueprints are not particularly beneficial to him. Nonetheless, acquiring them is not without merit. His castle has now been upgraded to a town, sprawling over an area of 5,000 meters, a considerable expanse. Besides the castle, the surrounding land remains barren, presenting a desolate sight unbefitting a town. These blueprints can be utilized to establish the town as structures. The city wall holds particular value, as the current castle wall is low and resembles a mere fence. In contrast, the city wall serves as a robust protector of the entire town. Contemplating the future appearance of these buildings brings a smile to Li Yuan's face. While he and Shadow may not require them at present, a solitary castle standing in the territory hardly conveys the essence of a town. Moreover, Li Yuan has no intention of living in solitude. Perhaps in the future, local forces or other lords may yield to him, and at that time, there might indeed be inhabitants moving in. Moreover, what Li Yuan desires is not merely a town. He aspires to establish a city and forge a dynasty. Ultimately, he cannot be the sole occupant. Thus, without further hesitation, Li Yuan commenced the construction of ordinary residences and villas. He was not lacking in materials, and the resources required for these edifices were minimal. Before long, numerous structures began to emerge around the castle. Due to the uniformity of the blueprint, the houses were all alike in their simplicity, as were the villas. Li Yuan meticulously arranged the ordinary houses and villas in a pleasing layout reminiscent of a community, creating several distinct neighborhoods. Consequently, the overall appearance was rather commendable. Notably, the villas were comparable to mid-tier castles. As for the materials needed for the city walls, they were considerable. So Li Yuan decided to pause construction and reassess the situation later. Li Yuan approached to inspect the golden sacred ape, which had sustained significant injuries. Its internal organs severely damaged. According to Nika, had the golden sacred ape not been distanced from the werewolf tribe, it would likely have perished in the explosion of the divine essence. However, in its current state, the golden sacred ape was teetering on the brink of death, merely clinging to a thread of life. If it were left outside, without the intervention of skilled healers, the golden sacred ape would face certain demise. Fortunately, the golden sacred ape was Li Yuan's contracted beast, bound by the power of the horse talisman. Li Yuan placed his hand upon the bloodied and battered form of the golden sacred ape, and instantly, the power of the horse talisman enveloped it. In the blink of an eye, all the wounds on the golden sacred ape vanished, its fur restored to its former glory. As described by the horse talisman, this was not mere healing, it was a complete restoration, returning the golden sacred ape to its optimal state. The golden sacred ape's consciousness revived, and upon rising, it surveyed its body, finding it unscathed. "Thank you, Master, for saving my life once more." In the moments preceding the explosion of the divine essence, the golden sacred ape, grievously wounded, had felt utterly desolate, believing its end was nigh. Its mother had painstakingly ensured its survival, and now, just as vengeance was within reach, it faced death, what profound regret and bitterness that entailed. Yet now, Li Yuan had resurrected it, granting it a new lease on life. However, Li Yuan, at that moment, paid no heed to the golden sacred ape, his gaze fixed intently upon it. Restoration, perfect restoration. A spark of inspiration ignited in Li Yuan's mind. Could the horse talisman restore the shattered remnants of the divine essence? Chapter 54, Fire Divine Essence, the perfect restoration of the horse talisman. Initially, Li Yuan had conveyed to Nika that a third of the divine essence was a commendable acquisition. Yet, should it be possible to attain the complete divine essence, he would undoubtedly pursue it with fervor, unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. The complete divine essence, irrespective of the prowess of that werewolf deity in the divine realm, remained a divine essence nonetheless. Deities, upon igniting the divine fire, would coalesce their divine essence. There is a saying, "Beneath the sanctum, all are but ants." While this statement may seem somewhat absolute, it is not without merit. At the very least, were it not for the indomitable Shadow Legion, utilizing their infinite self-detonations to repel the sacred domain tiger beast, the existence of the Shadow Castle would remain uncertain. One must admit, at present, Both Li Yuan and the Shadow Legion are indeed no match for the sacred domain tiger beast. The creature's effortless annihilation of IKA is a testament to the validity of this claim. The sacred domain's strength is already formidable, and one can only imagine the might of the divine realm. It is fitting to describe the divine realm in similar terms. Beneath it, all are mere insects, including the sacred domain itself. Of course, a single divine essence cannot be equated with a deity. At best, it serves merely as a key to enter the divine realm. It can be said that possessing this key facilitates the igniting of divine fire without significant difficulty. Gradually merging with the divine essence suffices. However, this means that potential becomes virtually non-existent, with the utmost limit being the level of the original owner of the divine essence. The divine essence one cultivates possesses true growth potential. This information is readily available in the world's chat channels. A divine essence with a fixed limit is something Li Yuan would certainly disdain. As the future ruler of the Shadow Kingdom, he has no intention of borrowing another's divine essence to ascend. His goal, naturally, is to forge his own. Yet, his disdain does not imply that others do not find it necessary. Even casually bestowing a divine essence upon a shadow would suffice to create a divine being. Nijia and Ika, however, are not suitable candidates, as their inherent potential is already capped at the divine realm, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they are among the strongest within that tier. Utilizing another's divine essence would undoubtedly sever their intrinsic potential. The situation is different for other shadows. The typical shadow soldier's limit is merely the sacred domain. Securing a means to rapidly ascend to the divine realm would significantly bolster the strength of Shadow Town. At the very least, should the sacred domain tiger beast and the black crown golden eagle return, they would no longer need to fear. Contemplating these matters, Li Yuan felt an irresistible urge and turned to Nijia, saying, "Take me to the werewolf tribe at once." Nijia, taken aback, nevertheless complied unconditionally with Li Yuan's command. He approached and gently grasped Li Yuan's arm, and in an instant, their figures vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the recovering golden sacred ape looked around in confusion. With Li Yuan permitting them to rest, they naturally took the opportunity, as there were no magical beasts to slay in their vicinity. Once the golden sacred ape found itself alone, it transformed into a small monkey and made its way to the sacred source tower. As for Li Yuan, guided by Nijia through the shadowy realm, he successfully arrived at the location of the werewolf tribe. However, there were no signs of the tribe remaining, only an immense, gaping pit was left in its stead. The werewolf tribe was located 3,000 meters from the castle, and the diameter of this pit exceeded 500 meters. Should it rain in the future, this site would undoubtedly transform into a lake. Li Yuan did not linger to examine the pit. Upon his arrival, he immediately retrieved the small fragment of a skull that Nijia had just given him. Although the Talisman of Restoration possesses the ability to revive any object, it requires remnants left behind after its destruction. For instance, if a cup shatters, the talisman can successfully restore it, provided that the fragments remain. However, if the shards vanish after the cup's demise, the talisman cannot conjure the cup anew from thin air. This predicament is precisely why Li Yuan personally ventured to the werewolf tribe. The divine essence shattered here, making it impossible to locate the remnants. Yet, given that the explosion occurred in this very location, the residual energy should still linger. While this may not guarantee restoration, attempting it bears no risk. Should he succeed, he would effectively gain a complete divine essence without any cost. With resolute determination, Li Yuan tossed the skull into the air, and the power of the talisman enveloped it instantaneously. Nijia observed curiously from the side, refraining from inquiry. Li Yuan fixated on the suspended skull, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. At that moment, the talisman's power not only concentrated on the skull, but also radiated outward, as if searching for the other scattered components of the skull. Minutes elapsed, and suddenly, Li Yuan's expression shifted. He sensed a transformation within the skull. From the surroundings, particularly near the deep pit, some peculiar particles were gradually drawn forth by the talisman's influence. While their exact nature was indiscernible under the talisman's guidance, these particles began to converge slowly toward the fragment of the skull. Before long, it appeared that something new was emerging from the skull. It seemed to be growing ever so slightly. Though minimal, Li Yuan, possessing 9th-tier combat prowess, could discern the skull's development with clarity. Hope surged within him. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he intensified the talisman's power. Thus, while the talisman tirelessly sought and gathered the dispersed energy of the skull, the suspended fragment became increasingly whole. The process remained gradual, for not only was the divine essence shattered, but the energy had also erupted, complicating the restoration. 3 hours passed, and the night had transformed into dawn when the skull finally ceased its restoration. The talisman seemed unable to locate any further dissipated divine essence. At that juncture, Li Yuan no longer felt the tumultuous and chaotic energy within the skull. Instead, the energy had softened considerably, although the restoration was not entirely complete. For a noticeable indentation marred the skull's surface, as if struck by a sharp instrument. Li Yuan pondered this revelation and reached a conclusion. Perhaps the skull, meant to contain the divine essence, was never whole to begin with. Yet, why dwell on that? The skull merely served as a vessel for the divine essence. As long as the essence itself was intact, that was sufficient. Li Yuan smiled, and flames erupted from his hand. In a short while, the skull in his grasp glowed a brilliant red, and with a gentle breeze, it disintegrated into fine white powder in the air. The skull vanished, replaced by a crimson crystal roughly the size of an infant's fist. The shape is irregular, resembling a flame, with the essence of fire seemingly burning within the crystal. It is evident that this is a divine fragment of the fire element. Chapter 55. The Beast Tide Activity. Why has it not yet arrived? Li Yuan compared the strength of divine powers as indicated in the world announcements. This fire divine fragment should belong to a lower-tier deity. The realm of deities is categorized into upper, middle, and lower gods, with the supreme god level above them. Beyond the supreme god, there exists the exalted deity and the master of rules. Judging by the divine fragment, the wolf deity does not appear particularly formidable. It is merely a lower-tier god. Nonetheless, even the weakest of deities is still a deity. Nijia gazed at the red crystal in Li Yuan's hand, sensing the potent energy contained within, and remarked, "Such immense power. The divine fragment is indeed remarkable. It must be acknowledged that this divine fragment represents the greatest acquisition since arriving in the war continent, surpassing even the gains from the beast tide. Of course, this is largely thanks to the talisman of the horse. Without the talisman, the divine fragment would only possess 1/3 of its value, significantly diminishing its worth." Upon returning to the castle, Li Yuan discovered that IKA and the others had vanished, showing no intention of summoning them back. As dawn approached, Li Yuan, despite feeling somewhat fatigued from the tension of the night, decided to leave matters in Nijia's capable hands. After taking a refreshing bath, he made his way to the Holy Source Tower and promptly fell into a deep slumber. However, his rest was short-lived, as he soon awoke. The warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as if nothing had transpired the previous night. Li Yuan's strength had surpassed his former self, thereby reducing his need for sleep. 2 to 3 hours of rest sufficed. Rising to prepare himself in the castle, he enjoyed a light breakfast. Standing atop the castle, he surveyed the surroundings, admiring the newly constructed houses that were aesthetically pleasing yet lacking in vibrancy. However, he mused that the absence of life was not an immediate concern. The true period of development lay ahead as the beast tide had just passed. The struggle among the myriad races heralded a grand era of territorial expansion. Li Yuan leaped down from the castle and sought a chair in the courtyard to recline, opening the trading square. Compared to previous days, today the trading square was nearly filled, bustling with transactions of various food supplies, with quantities reaching into the thousands of units. The presence of such a substantial amount of goods indicated that many lords had reaped bountiful rewards during the beast tide, at least those who had survived. Last night, the beast tide swept across the entire war continent, attacking all lords. A staggering 1/10 of them faced catastrophic destruction during the onslaught, their circumstances undeniably dire. Those who endured naturally repelled the beast tide, securing abundant food supplies. In the short term, they would not be able to consume all these provisions, making their sale entirely reasonable. Although prices were low, there was little activity in transactions. Some unique materials from wild beasts and magical creatures did see a bit of trade, yet the volume remained modest. Li Yuan pondered for a moment, considering the possibility that certain lords, akin to the enchanting fairy Imo Shanshan, may have acquired something similar to a forge amidst the beast tide. This thought furrowed his brow, for it was evident that someone sought to encroach upon his business. He had long envisioned that the fairy town would dominate the arms and equipment market of all lords. However, he recognized that others harbored similar ambitions, and while he could not prevent it, he merely needed to maintain enough initiative in the time to come. After a leisurely stroll, he also cast some special food items into the trading square. Ordinary food held little demand. However, elite-grade special delicacies were infinitely more desirable to the other lords. As for the common food and materials, he directly transferred them to the fairy Imo Shanshan. The dwarves in her domain were consummate artisans when it came to weapon crafting, and it was reasonable to anticipate that they would soon establish a formidable reputation in the arms market, with undeniable competitiveness. Finally, Li Yuan tallied other resources such as wood and stone, estimating that there was sufficient material for the construction of walls. Thus, he proceeded to erect the walls. The blueprint was instantly consumed, and at the periphery of his territory, a towering wall rose, exceeding 30 meters in height and spanning over 10 meters in width. The dark-hued structure emanated a faint glow, interconnected with the town's crystal core. Simultaneously, the town's defensive shield melded seamlessly with the wall, becoming indistinguishable from one another. This fortification rendered it nearly impossible for any beast below the 9th tier to breach the territory. Once the walls were erected, Li Yuan opened the chat channel to assess the current status of the various lords. To his surprise, the fervor in the chat was as vibrant as it had been prior to the beast tide. Many lords were engaged in conversation. "Oh dear, the beast tide has passed. Yet my forces have dwindled to just 7 or 8. Is that so? My forces consist of merely 5, and they are all newly recruited. Let us be grateful for survival. Just surviving is a blessing, considering the fate of those fallen lords. How did you manage to contact your wife? How do you know it's her? Regardless, the beast tide has concluded. At least we, the survivors, have navigated the first hurdle. However, surviving in this war-torn land is only the beginning. The castle's protective shield has vanished, meaning we are now fully exposed to the gaze of local factions. Indeed, my friends, our greatest adversary now lies in the local forces. I propose we form an alliance to unite against these factions. I concur, let us establish an alliance. Is there a leader among us who can guide this endeavor? This reasoning holds true. Now is not the time for infighting. We must join forces to confront those entrenched local powers. Our development has been too brief. Individually, we cannot contend with their deep-rooted strength. By the way, have you all overlooked something? The beast tide was active, yet there has been no sign of movement since. Indeed, the beast tide has ended, has it not? Could it be that it has not truly concluded? Oh, my goodness. Could it really be that there will be another beast tide? The voice from earlier seemed to have indeed mentioned the first beast tide. With the arrival of these final chat messages, the previously lively atmosphere shifted dramatically. Why bring this up when everyone was so joyful? Couldn't I just enjoy my happiness a little longer? How inconsiderate to mention the beast tide at such a moment. Upon reading these messages, Yuan recalled the beast tide event, where rewards were distributed based on rankings, with the top ranker receiving a unique special reward. Yet, the voice had not yet reappeared. Was it truly calculating the rankings among the lords, or was another beast tide imminent? Chapter 56, Town Strength, Speculations on Shadow Evolution. Without paying much heed to the chat channel's messages, Yuan brought up his town information panel. Town name, Shadow Town. Town level, Primary Town. Town Core Crystal, 9th Tier Defense. Territory range, 5,000 meters in radius. Buildings, Shadow Crystal, Warehouse, Holy Source Tower, City Wall, 50 standard residences, 10 villas. Requirements to upgrade to Intermediate Town, 500,000 units of stone, 1,000,000 units of wood, 100,000 units of iron ingots. Reputation, 12,000. Notice, you and your town have incurred the enmity of the Dragon Clan, the Goblin Kingdom, and the Wolf Clan of the Mountain Peaks. From the data presented, it seemed quite comparable to that of the little fairy Mo Shanshan. Yuan's buildings likely surpassed hers, and he had also accumulated a reputation exceeding her 8,000 points. However, it was a pity that Mo Shanshan's reputation was genuine, enough to attract the allegiance of the mountain dwarves, while Yuan's was more akin to infamy, earning him the ire of the 3 major local factions. The Dragon Clan's animosity stemmed from the dragon blood battle armor. As for the Goblin Kingdom, it was needless to say. Yuan had slain numerous goblins and their allied goblins. The hostility from the wolves atop the mountains was hardly surprising. After all, he had not only killed many of their kind, but had also taken their ancestral divine essence, which had been condensed over centuries. It would indeed be strange if they did not harbor resentment. This enmity was inherently woven into Yuan's very essence. Thus, even if no one knew his identity, should he encounter members of the Dragon Clan, goblins, or werewolves, they would instinctively harbor animosity towards him, offering no friendly gestures, and would likely attack him on sight. It was akin to being a red-named player in a game. Yuan felt a sense of helplessness regarding this, but it was of little consequence. As they would all be adversarial forces, he needed to devise a solid defense for his town. After several hours of rest, he felt rejuvenated and could not simply remain idle. Whether another beast tide would emerge was uncertain, but it was impossible for there to be no other ferocious beasts lurking outside his territory. Once the bloodlust from the previous night dissipated, these creatures would undoubtedly invade his domain. Of course, Yuan had not forgotten about the Holy Domain Tiger and the Black-Crowned Golden Eagle. There might be more than one Holy Domain beast lurking behind them. In the absence of further advancements in Shadow Town, these sacred domain beasts posed the greatest threat to him. Moreover, he had previously noted in the chat channel that someone mentioned the Red Moon Forest. This indicates that there are certainly other lords nearby, akin to himself, and caution is warranted, regardless of the discussions of alliances in the chat. Once one arrives on this war-torn continent, there are no friends, only foes. Unless the adversary submits, all other lords could potentially endanger Shadow Town. However, this does not extend to the little fairy town, which has already become part of his territory. Although Yuan harbors no fear of other lords, he cannot afford to be caught unawares. He must also remain vigilant against local factions. Thus, during this time, the Shadow Legion must intensify their patrols in the vicinity, while also gathering intelligence on the surrounding conditions. Currently, Yuan's forces are impressive in both number and quality. General Nija of the Ghost Shadow is at the 9th tier. General Ika is also at the 9th tier. There are 14 Ghost Shadow soldiers, comprising 2 at the 8th tier and 12 at the 7th tier. The Giant Shadow soldiers number 15, with 1 at the 8th tier and 14 at the 7th tier. There are 6 Shadow Armor soldiers, 6 Claw Shadow soldiers, and 6 Flying Shadow soldiers, all at the 7th tier. The total number of the Shadow Legion stands at 49, in addition to the shadows. There is also a golden sacred ape at the 9th tier. After some contemplation, Li Yuan made a simple arrangement based on their numbers. In the forthcoming days, Generals Ika and Nija would lead 15 shadows each on hunts while simultaneously scouting the area, while the remaining shadows would patrol the outskirts of the town to prevent any external incursions. Li Yuan would refrain from leaving the town lightly, remaining with the golden sacred ape to guard against any potential home invasions. After all, the existence of the castle is intrinsically linked to his life. If his absence were to result in the destruction of the town's crystal core, all his prior efforts and his very life would be rendered futile. The shadows and the golden sacred ape naturally had no objections to Li Yuan's arrangements. The remaining 17 shadows would be led by an 8th tier giant shadow patrolling the walls, while another 8th tier ghost shadow would patrol outside the walls, ensuring a coordinated defense. As long as the intruders are not as elusive as the shadows themselves, the 2 patrols would be sufficient to detect any invaders. Having sorted these matters, Li Yuan, with some leisure time, decided to explore the newly constructed villa, accompanied by the golden sacred ape. In the short term, you want to be able to break through to the sacred domain. Why not find a villa to reside in? Li Yuan suggested to the small monkey-like golden sacred ape. The little monkey was now newly at the 9th tier. Previously, it had advanced rapidly in the sacred source tower, but now that it had reached the 9th tier, further elevation to the sacred domain within the tower seemed nearly impossible, as the sacred source tower only caters to those below the sacred level. Even if one forcibly enhances their energy to the level of the sacred domain, the domain itself must be comprehended independently. The golden sacred ape scratched its fur and replied, "No need, master, I'm fine residing in the sacred source tower." Li Yuan had merely made a casual suggestion, and since the little monkey preferred not to move, he let it be. Li Yuan primarily sought to enhance the popularity of his castle. Reflecting on this, he felt a tinge of regret. The other shadow beings lacked a verbal communication system, rendering them mute and limiting interaction, which was quite inconvenient. If these shadows could articulate their thoughts, the shadow town would undoubtedly be much more vibrant. After all, even the beasts could transform and speak once they reached the sacred realm. Could the shadows not do the same? If they were to ascend to the sacred level in the future, might they gain the ability to speak? It is worth noting that the upper limit for these shadow soldiers was indeed at the sacred realm level, capable of advancing further. Presently, an opportunity had arisen to test this theory. With a flicker of movement, Li Yuan soon appeared atop the castle walls several kilometers away. The patrolling shadows, upon seeing him, immediately knelt on one knee, expressing their loyalty and reverence. Li Yuan nodded and casually pointed to a gigantic shadow. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the wall, and the shadow he indicated obediently followed, devoid of any confusion. To them, Li Yuan's words were akin to divine decree, demanding unquestioning obedience. Chapter 57. A failed experiment, and a new neighbor lured. Upon returning to the castle, the towering figure of the giant shadow stood obediently before him. Li Yuan glanced at it, retrieving the divine essence he had acquired from the werewolf tribe. "Merge," he commanded. The giant shadow lowered its gaze to the divine essence in Li Yuan's hand, its expression remaining utterly unchanged. Lacking a communication system, it exhibited no emotional fluctuations, as if devoid of the human experience of desires and emotions, akin to a mere tool. Thus, Li Yuan aimed to ascertain whether a shadow elevated to the sacred realm could possess true life, capable of speech, feeling, and independent thought, rather than merely executing commands. Should this endeavor succeed, the future Shadow Legion would ascend to a new level of power. Faced with challenges, they would not solely rely on Li Yuan or the 9 great generals. They could think independently and make appropriate decisions. The disparity between sentience and lack thereof is immense. Li Yuan chose the giant shadow for its superior defensive capabilities compared to the other shadows. The fusion with divine essence would expose it to the essence's overwhelming power, and a frail body might not withstand the impact. This giant shadow was at the 7th tier, bolstered by the sacred source tower to the 8th tier. To ensure success, Li Yuan even provided the dragon blood armor to the giant shadow. Fortunately, the armor could resize itself. Otherwise, the giant would have been unable to wear it. Once adorned in the dragon blood armor, the giant shadow raised its hand, grasping the flame-shaped divine essence, and pressed it against its forehead. In the next moment, the divine essence merged into its brow, and the entire form of the giant began to radiate with fiery light, engulfed in flames. Simultaneously, the giant's body began to swell, fissures appearing along its surface. Clearly, the power of the divine essence was too great, and the giant struggled to endure it. Indeed, within less than half a minute, the giant's form erupted, leaving only the divine essence and the dragon blood armor in its wake. I had perhaps been too presumptuous. Li Yuan felt a sense of helplessness upon realizing that his experiment was temporarily unfeasible. The essence of the divine realm, especially the divine essence of deities, is not something that can be casually wielded. It is indeed a matter of life and death to attempt the fusion of divine essence at the 7th or 8th tier. Perhaps the opportunity to merge with divine essence would only arise when the shadow reaches the saint realm. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to bear. Although the Niji Ika Golden Sacred Ape possesses combat prowess at the saint realm within its territory, Yuan was reluctant to squander their inherent potential. Furthermore, his desire for divine realm combat strength was not driven by urgency, but rather a wish for the shadow to attain true life. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered, it was of little consequence. The shadow would eventually grow into the saint realm, and there would be ample time to attempt the fusion then. After all, the divine essence was securely in his possession and would not elude him. Meanwhile, as Yuan conducted his experiment with the giant shadow merging with divine essence, IKA led a team patrolling the territory. Despite the carnage inflicted upon the beasts during last night's beast tide, a few remnants of wild beasts still lingered, albeit of a lower tier, and they had already dispatched over 10 of them. The shadow team, led by Niji, on the other hand, had ventured beyond the confines of their territory. Their mission was not one of hunting, but rather to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the vicinity outside the territory, as per Yuan's orders. Neither the shadows nor Yuan had ventured 5,000 meters beyond. The farthest they had reached was the location of the werewolf tribe, which was merely 3,000 meters from the high-level castle. At that time, they feared the presence of stronger beasts outside, and there was no necessity to venture further. However, with 7 days having passed and the shadows significantly bolstered in strength, it was imperative to understand the situation beyond their borders. The wilderness outside their territory saw a slight increase in the number of beasts, yet it was manageable. These beasts posed no hindrance to Niji and her team, who continued to eliminate foes while probing further outward. After an hour of circular reconnaissance, they indeed discovered a castle, situated approximately 3,500 meters from the shadow territory, equating to over 8,000 meters from the nearest town. It was a close neighbor, and judging by its appearance, it was a high-level castle. The ability to upgrade to a high-level castle and survive the previous night's beast tide suggested that the opposing forces were not to be underestimated. From a distance, they could see figures moving within the castle, few in number. Surrounding the castle was a fence constructed from a mix of wood and stone, with several towers dotted around the perimeter. Each tower was manned by a militia member, armed with firearms, standing vigilant. Niji signaled one of the shadows to approach and ascertain the specifics of the castle. Inside the castle's grand hall, a burly, middle-aged man with a thick beard appeared to be in a foul mood. Darn it, over half of his 20-plus militia had perished. The memory of last night's beast tide sent a chill down his spine. His castle had nearly faced annihilation. Even though his castle was of a high level and his troops were decent, equipped with modern weaponry, the firearms, though seemingly rudimentary, were powered by energy stones, with projectiles that were energy rounds, exhibiting considerable lethality. With such strength, there was utterly no resistance to the beast tide. They were merely a breath away from breaching the castle walls. At this thought, a flicker of relief crossed the middle-aged man's rugged face. Indeed, just last night, as the beast tide threatened to obliterate his fortress, they inexplicably retreated. It was quite peculiar. All of a sudden, these magical beasts, particularly the formidable high-tier ones, seemed to have received a command and hastily fled towards the direction of the Red Moon Forest, abandoning the castle that was on the verge of destruction. The middle-aged man raised his gaze towards the Red Moon Forest, a look of suspicion shadowing his features. He had not forgotten that shortly after the beast tide had retreated from his vicinity, a tremendous explosion had erupted in that direction, at the site of the werewolf tribe. However, he had always exercised great caution, almost forbidding the militia from venturing towards the Red Moon Forest. Was there a lord on that side? Had they survived the night? He inhaled deeply and shook his head. Even if a lord had managed to endure, they were surely not within his reach. Moreover, the Red Moon Forest was known to be a forbidden place. That area was best left alone, but here, there was a chance to seize an opportunity. By demolishing the castles of other lords, he could reap substantial rewards, perhaps even compensating for the losses incurred during this beast tide. His adversary was merely a mid-tier castle, having survived solely due to the unexpected departure of the beast tide, yet their losses must be even more grievous. They would hardly anticipate a sudden assault from him. On the opposite side of the middle-aged man's castle stood another fortress, which he had evidently set his sights upon as his target. Chapter 58. Upon his return to the castle, he would strike decisively. The middle-aged man resolved firmly within his heart and stepped outside the fortress. He left 2 militia members to guard the castle while instructing the rest of his warriors to accompany him, bringing along the 2 artillery pieces. With a commanding shout, several militia hurriedly retrieved 2 green cannons from the storeroom and departed the castle in unison. Before leaving, the middle-aged man hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to follow along, yet ultimately chose to venture forth with his troops. Fortune favors the bold. To take the lead now would ensure a significant advantage over others in the future. As he exited the fortress, his peripheral vision inadvertently drifted towards another direction of the castle. Simultaneously, a golden sheen enveloped his eyes. In his periphery, he discerned a shadow beneath a tree, where the outline of a humanoid figure began to materialize. Others were oblivious, but he alone could perceive it. This was a special ability granted by his camp's upgrade, the Golden Eyes. This skill allowed him to perceive things invisible to the ordinary eye, such as certain concealment techniques, which were of little use against him. Thus, as the middle-aged man stepped outside, he immediately spotted the lurking figure concealed in the shadows. However, he refrained from voicing his discovery, wishing instead to observe the intentions of this hidden being. Under the scrutiny of the Golden Eyes, he discerned a figure shrouded in a black robe, with eyes as red as blood. A humanoid beast? No, it appeared to be a demon of the dark arts. In the perception of the bearded middle-aged man, there existed no such humanoid intelligent beings. Thus, he regarded the shadow as a demon. The shadow's form and aura were so indicative of its dark nature that it might as well have been inscribed with the words, "I am a creature of darkness." A 7th-tier entity. It appeared to be of elite caliber. It was unexpected that, just after the beast tied, he would be singled out. The bearded man sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the shadow, causing a stir within him. Given his own strength, he could not possibly contend with the 7th-tier elite. His own prowess barely reached the 4th tier. His troops were similarly lacking, with his strongest unit barely at the 6th tier. Yet, the bearded middle-aged man had survived the beast tide, demonstrating that he possessed considerable skill. His reliance lay upon his artillery. This was his advantage. At this moment, he was emboldened to target the other castles, thanks to these 2 artillery pieces. The artillery was not of his own making. Rather, it was acquired through the recruitment process at the barracks, where he had enlisted 2 gunners along with the barracks standard artillery. This artillery was no ordinary weapon. It boasted an attack power equivalent to the 8th tier and the ability to track targets. It could be likened to a guided missile, locking onto its target and pursuing it until detonation. Over the past few days, these 2 artillery pieces had not only proven their worth, but had also felled several 8th-tier magical beasts. The bearded man's thoughts raced, yet he maintained a facade of calm as he continued forward with his troops. In secret, he had already communicated with his forces. Before long, the bearded man shouted, "Fire!" In an instant, the 2 artillery pieces pivoted their barrels, directly aimed at the location where the shadow had concealed itself. The speed of fire was astonishing. Almost as soon as the words left the bearded man's lips, 2 shells, trailing long tails of flame, descended upon the ground beneath the great tree, erupting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the tree and left chaos in its wake. As the smoke cleared, the bearded man and his troops rushed forward. Upon observing the barren ground, the bearded man's brow furrowed in confusion. Impossible. I distinctly saw that demon get hit. My artillery is formidable. Yet the opponent is a 7th-tier elite. Even if it were killed, there should be a body left behind. Resolutely, the bearded man ordered another barrage against the shadow, driven by the desire to slay the elite and reap the rewards. A 7th-tier demon would undoubtedly yield a wealth of energy stones, and perhaps even a chance at acquiring crystals, blueprints, or equipment. He was convinced of the correctness of his actions, and the shells had indeed struck the demon. Withstanding a direct assault from 2 shells, it should have been gravely wounded, if not dead. Yet now, the adversary had vanished, disappearing without a trace. No living being, no corpse. The bearded man activated his golden eyes once more, meticulously scanning the surroundings, but still found no sign of the demon's presence. Infuriatingly, it had escaped. Without receiving any notification of a kill, the bearded man understood that the demon had fled. This encounter with a demonic creature was the first for the bearded man, leading him to ponder whether the demon possessed some form of specialized evasion magic. After remaining in place for a considerable time without discovering any further anomalies, the bearded man was left in contemplation, originally intending to embark on a mission to conquer another castle. The middle-aged man with a bushy beard found himself perturbed and hesitant as soon as he stepped outside. Cursed be it. Leave 1 artillery piece behind. The rest shall follow me for a swift resolution. After much contemplation, he still refused to abandon his pursuit of the other castle. Even if the demon sought vengeance, it would undoubtedly wait until it had recovered. In the distance, Niga observed the departing bearded man with a cold gaze. Beside him stood the shadow that had just been obliterated by 2 of the man's cannonballs. It must be said that the power of those 2 artillery pieces was indeed formidable, catching the shadow completely unawares and resulting in its immediate demise. Primarily, the shadow had never anticipated being discovered, a notion that even Niga had not considered. Since their recruitment by Yuan, their ability to conceal themselves in the shadows had proven infallible, with no previous failures. Even last night, when IKA dealt with the sacred domain beast, the adversary failed to trace his presence, relying solely on the domain to ascertain Ika's location beforehand. Stay here and keep watch, the rest shall follow them. Yes, your majesty. They had uncovered a castle. Niga revealed all that had transpired to Li Yuan without reservation. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's expression grew grave. The enemy's strength was of lesser concern. The shadows were more than capable of dispatching them with ease. The critical issue remained that this lord could discern the hidden shadows, presenting an undeniable threat to Li Yuan. Such individuals must not be allowed to linger. I shall obey the king's command. Niga bowed respectfully and then sank into the ground, departing. Chapter 59. By the king's decree, lay waste to this city, show no mercy. The bearded man demanded a swift resolution. Thus, upon arriving at another nearby castle, he afforded the enemy no opportunity to react. He promptly activated the artillery, unleashing a fierce barrage upon the castle. After one round, nearly 99% of the castle's forces had been annihilated. The bearded man's troops then surged into the castle, mercilessly slaughtering all remaining enemy combatants, including the castle's lord, who met a brutal end. The bearded man ultimately commanded the final cannon to obliterate the castle's core, effortlessly securing a swift victory. Simultaneously, he awaited his rewards. Having destroyed the local castle, he reaped bountiful rewards. Not only were the spoils in the warehouse his to claim, but he also acquired additional energy stones and elemental crystals, even uncovering a blueprint. Compared to slaying magical beasts, this haul was undeniably substantial. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man was not blinded by joy. He was well aware that the castle's inherent strength had been lacking, making its swift downfall entirely predictable. He had not forgotten that he had incurred the wrath of a 7th-tier elite demon before embarking on this venture. As he entered the castle with his spoils, the bearded man was in high spirits. The beast tide from last night, coupled with today's assault on a castle, had nearly provided him with enough energy stones and elemental crystals to upgrade his Tier 3 barracks. A Tier 2 barracks would grant him access to artillery units, and a Tier 3 barracks would undoubtedly allow the recruitment of even more formidable troops. Regrettably, he was still short by a dozen energy stones and 2 essence crystals. The prospect of upgrading the barracks loomed tantalizingly close, and the middle-aged man with the bushy beard could not help but dwell on the escaping demon. A 7th-tier elite might very well yield essence crystals. Of course, had he known that he was not facing a demon, but rather the troops under the command of Li Yuanqing, hailing from the Shadow Lord, he would have undoubtedly fled far away, daring not to entertain even the slightest delusion. The Shadow Lord wielded considerable influence in the chat channels, and most lords were well aware of his reputation. The bearded man fancied that his castle was developing quite well, yet he was acutely aware of the gravity of confronting the Shadow Lord. However, the thought had never crossed his mind until now. Yet now, even if he wished to contemplate it, it was too late. For at this moment, the guards outside the castle had begun to shout in alarm. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The voice abruptly ceased, and the middle-aged man suddenly felt invigorated. Since they had come, they might as well stay. With the appearance of the bearded man, nearly 20 militia soldiers gathered around him, each armed with firearms. 2 artillery pieces had also been set up, ready to unleash their firepower. However, aside from the corpses of 2 of his militia, there was no sight of any demons in the courtyard. The bearded man was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling the enemy's cloaking ability, and activated his golden eye skill. Yet, upon taking a glance, his expression transformed in an instant. My goodness! The bearded man swallowed hard. Rendered speechless, his face a mask of disbelief. What he beheld was not a single demon, but rather a multitude of them. And these demons seemed to be aware that they had been discovered, as shadows swirled upon the ground, revealing their forms. At the forefront was none other than the Horned Spectre General, Nija, 9th tier. Looking at the other specters, some were the same demons as before, while others soared through the air, towering like giants. None were below the 7th tier. The bearded man's body trembled, nearly paralyzed with fear, questioning whether he was trapped in a nightmare. Was it not just one demon? How had so many suddenly appeared? Could it be that these demons had long set their sights on his castle, and that the previous demon had merely been scouting for information? Truly, he had suffered an unprecedented stroke of misfortune. 1 or 2 demons he might have been able to contend with, but now, his legs felt weak, barely able to support him. Unless an unforeseen miracle occurred, his fate was already sealed. He was doomed. Nevertheless, the bearded man refused to succumb to despair, tremblingly uttering, Esteemed lords of the demons, I am willing to submit to your will. I beseech you, spare my life. I am prepared to offer my soul to you, to become your loyal servant. He relinquished any hope of resistance, praying that these demons might show him mercy. Trading his soul with demons was something he had read about in novels back when he was still on Earth. Demons were known to covet human souls, engaging in exchanges of this nature. What manner of demon is this? The middle-aged man with the bushy beard cared not for such distinctions. All that mattered was his survival, and he was willing to do whatever it took. Kill. Ignoring the pleas of the bearded man, Nijia waved his hand, giving orders for the other shadows to spring into action. In an instant, the shadows dispersed, unleashing a massacre upon the bearded man's troops, who stood no chance against them. As for the artillery, it was rendered utterly useless at such close range. At that very moment, the middle-aged man finally noticed the urgent notifications he had previously overlooked. Emergency warning. Your troops are under attack by enemy forces. Please organize your troops for defense. Emergency warning. Your troops are under attack by enemy forces. Please organize your troops for defense. This alert had appeared long before when the militia was first ambushed. However, at that time, the bearded man was solely focused on slaying demons and acquiring energy stones and essence crystals, paying little heed to anything else. Now, upon seeing the notification, The bearded man was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. He had always assumed that these demons were a local force of the war-torn continent. Or perhaps like the villains from Tales, emerging from a dark dimension. After all, demons in stories are invariably the antagonists, the embodiment of evil opposed to the forces of righteousness. Yet, reflecting on it now, with the myriad types of troops available, how could it be impossible to recruit demons? Undoubtedly, judging by the current level of these demons, they were undeniably top-tier troops. To think that such elite forces could be recruited in this place. Elite troops, the very kind he had long desired, had made their appearance in his castle. Alas, these top-tier forces were not his to command. They had come to claim his life. He felt no need to inquire about their purpose, just as he had not questioned the other castle he had recently obliterated. There were no grandiose justifications. It was simply for plunder. Yet, as the bearded man gazed at these demons, noting their affinity for shadows and their dark robes, a sudden thought struck him. He recalled a lord, whose name and the combat prowess of his castle seemed to align perfectly with these demons. The Shadow Lord. Could these be the troops of the Shadow Lord? Were his forces composed of demons? Just then, a splash of blood struck his face, interrupting his musings. The bearded man's vision turned crimson, and upon glancing at the nearly decimated remnants of his troops, he fell to his knees before Nijia. Great One, I am willing to submit. I am willing to submit. Please convey to your lord that my white-beard castle wishes to become your vassal. Nijia regarded the middle-aged man coldly, uttering, My king has decreed the slaughter of this city, with no mercy. With that, the blade fell. Chapter 60, The Chat Channel. Discussions on demon troops. The middle-aged man with the bushy beard wished to flee, but escape was an illusion. The flash of the blade passed, and his head tumbled to the ground, severed from his body. The head rolled a few times before coming to a stop, revealing two wide-open eyes. With the beast tide just receding and the contest for dominion among the various races about to commence, how could he find peace in death at such a moment? With the demise of the bearded middle-aged lord, his castle began to tremble ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. The lord is dead. In the castle courtyard remained 3 militia members who, upon witnessing the death of their commander, promptly discarded their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. This reveals the rather tenuous loyalty these soldiers held towards their lord, as it is only when loyalty dips below 50% that troops choose to betray or abandon their stronghold. Conversely, should loyalty soar above 70 or 80%, they would continue to resist, regardless of their lord's fate. However, it was not long before the shadow terminated their lives. Nija paid them no heed. He understood that to utterly obliterate the enemy's castle, one must shatter its crystal core. A 6th-tier defensive crystal core posed no challenge for Nija, as he smashed it with a single punch. In the instant the core shattered, the entire castle was reduced to rubble, vanishing from existence. Meanwhile, far away in the town of Shadow, Yuan received pertinent notifications. Congratulations, Shadow Lord. Your troops have destroyed the enemy castle's crystal core, achieving victory in this lordly confrontation. Your rewards are being tallied. Please hold on. Tallying complete. You have acquired an advanced blueprint for a mobile artillery platform. You have obtained all resources from the enemy's warehouse. 918 energy stones, 2 essence crystals, 700 units of food, 564 units of wood, 780 units of stone, 234 units of refined iron, and various other materials. You are the 1136th lord to destroy an enemy castle, gaining 600 prestige points. Upon reading the final notification, Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. It appeared that in the past few days, numerous individuals had already taken action against others' castles. It was no surprise. The rewards for demolishing an enemy stronghold were indeed substantial, particularly for lords commanding high-tier units, as it far surpassed the gains from hunting beasts or monsters alone, providing a comprehensive array of resources. Now that the beast tide had subsided, it was merely a matter of awaiting the settlement of the beast tide rewards, after which conflicts among lords would undoubtedly escalate. While small-scale alliances might form, confrontation would be more prevalent. Yuan, with over 1,000 lords having engaged other castles, found himself neither at the forefront nor lagging behind. This indicated that many lords were acutely aware of the future, driven by ambition to accumulate resources early on to advance further down the line. However, Yuan was not overly concerned, as he had anticipated such developments. Overall, his recent gains were truly significant. With 2,000 energy stones alone, alongside a wealth of other resources, he had even acquired a high-level blueprint, a mobile artillery platform with an attack power of 8 tiers. Such a named blueprint requires no further authentication. However, this type of weapon cannot be constructed directly from the blueprint and must instead be crafted by artisans according to its specifications. This posed little issue, as the dwarven craftsmen at the side of the enchanting Mo Shanshan were most proficient. At this moment, Yuan's warehouse contained a total of 4,319 energy stones and 131 essence crystals. The supply of stone and wood was somewhat limited, primarily due to the extensive consumption during the construction of defense towers, leaving the current stock mainly derived from recent acquisitions. The total amount of wood stood at 21,800 units, while stone amounted to 14,500 units. There was a substantial quantity of iron ore, nearing 50,000 units. In light of this, I wish to address the collective obsession with data. Truly, my memory fails me at times. A slight lapse in recording renders me incapable of tracking changes, which is quite frustrating. Feel free to express your thoughts freely. Moreover, regarding the initial query about food collection, it is not a matter of slaying beasts simply to consume them. Direct consumption would preclude the gathering of other resources. The food collected is generated by the game system, and it is understood that a fee is associated with this acquisition. At present, Li Yuan's resources are somewhat insufficient for upgrading to a mid-level town or enhancing the level 4 Shadow Crystal, though the deficit in energy stones and essence crystals for upgrading the Shadow Crystal is minimal, making it a viable focus moving forward. After all, upgrading the barracks is, to a certain extent, more crucial than upgrading the town itself. An enhanced barrack allows for the recruitment of more powerful units, which in turn facilitates the gathering of resources to further advance the town's development. Li Yuan organized the supplies in the warehouse and directly sought out Imo Shanshan. Li Yuan, are you free? Come out. Little Fairy Lord. What is the matter, Brother Black Shadow? Li Yuan, I've sent you a blueprint. Please show it to your dwarven artisans and have them create it. Little Fairy Lord, understood. I will ensure the task is completed. Li Yuan, additionally, I've transferred some food and various beast materials to you. Little Fairy Lord, received. Li Yuan, for now, let's focus on crafting more weapons and equipment in the coming days, along with the blueprint I just provided you. The rewards from the beast tide had yet to materialize. And now, taking advantage of the time, Li Yuan intended to deplete the iron ore market. Regardless of the time or place, warfare invariably requires funding. Alternatively, one might say that warfare equates to burning money. However, just as Li Yuan was about to close the chat with Imo Shanshan, she suddenly sent another message. Little Fairy Lord, Brother Black Shadow, you must look at the world chat channel. Many people are discussing your units. Upon reading this message, Li Yuan was taken aback. Previously, there had been speculation about his units in the chat, but it was all mere conjecture. Why was this topic resurfacing? Furrowing his brow, Li Yuan opened the chat channel. Indeed, the rapidly scrolling messages predominantly revolved around him. Demons. Demons. Brother Black Shadow's unit is the super unit. Demon. Demons, as beings of darkness opposing the divine. Could they truly be classified as units? How absurd. Anything could potentially become a unit. Angels and demons. Wasn't he there a goddess who had previously recruited only angels? In this light, it seemed entirely reasonable for Brother Black Shadow to recruit demons as well. Brother Black Shadow is indeed remarkable, capable of recruiting demons. The discourse regarding angels and demons above suggests a natural opposition between the goddess who recruits angels and the formidable Shadow. Are you pondering nonsensically? The troops we enlist are under our command. Not necessarily. Our castle territories are aligned with specific factions. By the way, why has there been no delineation of these factions yet? Must we establish them ourselves, or are they allocated directly? Speaking of which, how did you ascertain that the troops of the Shadow are demons? Could it be that someone has ill intentions towards the Shadow? Previously, an individual mentioned that a friend of theirs was under attack by a horde of demons, cloaked in dark robes with crimson eyes, appearing and disappearing like phantoms, lurking in shadows. He speculated that they were the Shadow's troops. Yet, as he spoke, all communication from his friend ceased abruptly, vanished entirely, presumed dead. Well, it was mere conjecture. But the name Shadow does evoke such possibilities. In Chapter 61, The Opportunity to Relocate, Ishua aims to establish an alliance. Observing the messages in the chat channel, Li Yuan's expression darkened. He had just vanquished a castle territory, and now, here were discussions about his troops. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of the bearded middle-aged man. The global chat channel does not require actual typing. It operates through mental communication, which is why this individual could transmit messages even in dire circumstances. Restless even in death. Li Yuan snorted, resolutely deciding that the Shadows would need to act with even greater ferocity henceforth. Nevertheless, this matter did not significantly affect him. Are Shadows classified as demons? Perhaps, albeit with reluctance. Even if exposed, how many could withstand the Shadows? Not everyone possesses the golden eyes of that bearded man. Moreover, as long as Li Yuan engages with other castles, the Shadows will inevitably be revealed, so their exposure now holds little consequence. If they claim their troops are demons, let it be so. Yet, it remains uncertain whether anyone has genuinely recruited such a demonic troop. Otherwise, he might bear the brunt of the blame. Contemplating demons piqued Li Yuan's curiosity. He had acquired the Shadow Legion, the talismans, and the demonic energy. Could he recruit the 8 great demons? Their prowess in battle is formidable, each one a force to be reckoned with. However, demons do not belong to the Shadow system. At this moment, in the expansive Takkong Plains, amidst the vast grasslands, Ishua led her angelic battalion, encircling a group of half-orcs, specifically the Bearmen tribe. The Bearmen are sentient beings of the War Continent, seemingly hailing from a tribe not far from the Angel Castle. Seizing the opportunity presented by a beast tide that struck the Angel Castle last night, they intended to raid it. Little did they know, upon commencing their attack, they were met by Seraphim Cheryl, who had evolved to 6 wings and reached the 9th tier of power. Without a doubt, the bearmen had struck a solid barrier, fleeing in terror from the angelic forces. Furthermore, Ishue, leading her troops, pressed directly into the heart of the bearmen's stronghold, intent on uprooting them entirely. The Angel Brigade has now reached formidable strength. Not only has Cheryl attained the 9th tier, but Ishue herself has also ascended to the early stages of the 8th tier following the events of last night. Furthermore, there are numerous angels at the 6th and 7th tiers, placing their overall combat prowess far ahead of countless lords. The mightiest of the Bearman tribe merely ranks as a 9th tier elite, making them no match for the Angel Castle. At this very moment, amidst the divine radiance, the Bearman tribe is on the brink of annihilation. Ishue has not even had to engage directly, for she has established keyword alerts in the chat channel. The first keyword is Shadow, and the second is Angel. Thus, she has been monitoring the information flowing through the chat, and upon glancing at it, she found herself momentarily stunned. The Shadow Lord has made moves against other castles, revealing his troop type. His troops are demons. Demons. Ishue's brows knitted tightly. To be frank, she had never anticipated that Li Yuan's troop type would be demons. Demons are indeed on par with angels, belonging to the highest echelon of troop types. Ishue continued to peruse the ongoing discussions regarding Li Yuan's troop type. There was no need for speculation. The Shadow Boss's troop type is undoubtedly demons. For how else could one explain his earlier prowess? Nonsense, others are formidable too. Troop types are a matter of fortune. Knowing that his troop type is demons changes nothing, leaving one only to feel envy and resentment. Of course, envy and resentment abound, for they are demons. Have you not encountered Western fantasy novels or films? In those tales, aside from gods, it's always angels and demons. Yet, that goddess who recruits angels does not seem particularly formidable. Why is the Shadow Boss so exceptional? Perhaps the goddess is simply understated. Well then, even if the Shadow Boss's troop type is demons, what of it? What business is it of yours? How can it not concern us? What if the Shadow Boss comes to attack me? The pressing question is, who knows the whereabouts of the Shadow Boss's territory? Let me see how far it is from me. Their essay location, the Red Moon Forest in Andira Province. That fellow claimed his deceased friend was there. The Shadow Boss must have annihilated his castle nearby. Oh my, thankfully I am not in Andira Province. I may be in Andira Province, but I have never heard of the Red Moon Forest, so it should be quite distant from me. Now that the location has been revealed, are there any lords near the Red Moon Forest? Perhaps I should go and investigate? Are you suggesting we send someone to their demise? A certain death awaits. Regardless of whether that lord is the Shadow Boss, it would indeed be courting disaster. Surely it cannot be that dire. Merely going to take a look is not tantamount to death. Then you go, my friend. If you do, I shall honor your bravery and burn incense for you each year. No more talk. I am preparing to relocate. Relocate? Is it not impossible to move? It is now possible. Did you not notice? Goodness, it truly is possible. Now every lord of a high-level castle has an opportunity to relocate once a month, taking the castle core with them, although it requires additional resources to reconstruct the castle. The conversation continues unabated, with some expressing the view that Li Yuan's troops are akin to demons, while others remain uncertain. However, with the emergence of the term relocation, the chat took an unexpected turn. The 30 billion Earth lords, though, in truth, there are likely far fewer now, have arrived at the war continent, each in a random location, some fortuitous and others less so. Previously, there was no opportunity to change one's location, but now they are afforded the liberty to select preferred sites for constructing their castles as territories. Of course, not everyone is permitted to relocate their castles. The chosen site may already be occupied by another faction, and one would face expulsion unless they possess greater strength. Furthermore, relocation necessitates additional resources to reconstruct the castle, which the average lord cannot afford. As Ishue observed the discussions regarding relocation, a thought sparked in her mind. Shortly thereafter, she typed in the chat box, "The Angel Castle lies in the Tarkhan Great Plain. Should anyone wish to ally with me, feel free to reach out. For specific locations and further discussions, please join my group. When joining, kindly provide your troop types and various strengths. Thank you." Following this, Ishue included the link to her newly established personal chat group. This strategy had long been in her mind before arriving in the war continent. She was a corporate executive, a woman of ambition. She has always believed in the power of teamwork, despite the formidable nature of her Angel Brigade. Relying solely on them to dominate the war continent seemed inadequate. From the outset, Ishue envisioned rallying other lords to jointly pursue supremacy. Her troops, the powerful angels, are not inferior to demons and can easily subdue other lords for her benefit. The emergence of Li Yuan, a lord with top-tier demon troops, has instilled a sense of urgent crisis among many lords, particularly those from Andira State and those near the Red Moon Forest, who are certainly unwilling or unable to confront him. Ishue, as a lord with angelic troops, stepping forward now undoubtedly positions her to gather her initial cadre. Chapter 62, The Lord's Common Enemy, once again drawing divine skills. An opportunity presented itself on a silver platter. and Yixue could not afford to let it slip away. In fact, her announcement regarding the formation of an alliance quickly caused a stir. Many expressed their desire to join her private group. However, while Yixue indeed sought allies, she was not interested in recruiting the weak, she sought the strong. With at least 100 million lords in Andira State alone, if they all flocked to join, it would be unmanageable. Regardless, Yixue's angelic troops are no less formidable than those of the Shadow Lord, undoubtedly attracting countless lords eager for her protection. Thus, Yixue naturally imposed requirements on those wishing to join her group. They must not only match her strength, but also not fall too far below it. She seeks companions to help her conquer the realm, not mere wards to babysit. Thus, most of the lords who sought to join her were thwarted by her conditions and summarily rejected. Only a handful of those possessing advanced units were permitted entry into her group. Within the chat group, those lords denied by Yixue began to express their grievances. However, in light of Yixue's stipulations, they were left with little recourse beyond venting their frustrations. After all, she sought to avoid any hindrance, an entirely reasonable stance. Consequently, numerous lords began discreetly forming alternative alliances. The provocation from Yuan, coupled with Yixue's pioneering establishment of an alliance, ignited a wave of coalition building. Going solo was no longer a viable option, as none were particularly formidable. Although they were rivals, the most pressing threat came from local factions. If they failed to unite, they would be unable to withstand the assaults from these indigenous forces. Moreover, should other lords band together, those who remained isolated would inevitably fall behind. When the time came for conflict among the lords, only ruin awaited the unallied, especially for those lacking ambition and possessing weaker troops. There was a desperate yearning for protection from those with superior forces. Not only in Andira, but across the other 6 continents, large-scale alliances were forming. Some lords, akin to Yixue with their elite units, emerged as leaders, while others had previously conferred with allies about forming alliances. Indeed, near the Red Moon Forest, there were several lords. Without exception, these individuals possessed relatively weak units, and most had previously attempted to join Yixue's group, only to be turned away. Among them were a dozen lords led by one known as the Fire God Lord. His unit, the Lava Behemoths, was of advanced rank and unwilling to become a vassal. He took note that many had been denied by Yixue. Thus, he began to devise plans, quietly rallying other lords in the vicinity of the Red Moon Forest. Regardless of their strength, he sought to gather all who dwelled nearby. He was not yet ready to relocate, harboring ambitions of his own. But if the Shadow Lord truly resided near the Red Moon Forest, he would be unable to fend them off alone. Therefore, he felt compelled to amass all available forces to confront the looming threat posed by the Shadow Lord. Their alliance was dubbed the Fire God Alliance, with the Fire God Lord at its helm. Within the alliance group, discussions ensued regarding strategies to counter the Shadow Lord. For the very formation of the alliance was a tactic to confront this formidable foe and prevent annihilation or annexation by the Shadow Lord. Could we, united, withstand the Shadow Lord? His units are demons. Strength lies in numbers. Even though his forces might be demonic, their numbers are limited at present. If we combine our strengths, we may yet prevail. Indeed, at most, he commands only 30 to 50 troops. Every loss diminishes his power. With so many lords and units at our disposal, what is there to fear? However, we still lack sufficient numbers. Everyone should venture forth to recruit more allies. The greater our alliance's strength, the less we need to fear the Shadow Lord, and perhaps, in time, we could secure a place for ourselves in Andira. But esteemed leaders, shall we truly remain here? This is, after all, the Red Moon Forest. Patience is a virtue. Let us not rush into matters. As far as I am aware, the formidable entities residing within the Crimson Moon Forest typically refrain from emerging. Indeed, we have yet to upgrade our town and have not even encroached upon the boundaries of the Crimson Moon Forest, so there is no immediate need to relocate. Nonetheless, relocation is inevitable. We shall proceed gradually, shifting towards other territories at a measured pace. That angelic overlord is quite repugnant. Should the opportunity arise, we ought to eliminate her. By the way, should we not reach out to the Shadow Lord? I believe it may be worth a try to have him establish an alliance. He has been remarkably silent in the chat channel. Have you not added him as a friend? I have attempted to do so hundreds of times. Yet he has not accepted. It is evident that both the Shadow Lord and the angelic overlord regard us with disdain. Why subject ourselves to such indignity? Strength is the ultimate truth. Speaking of which, what of the Fire God? Let us consolidate our resources and allocate them wisely. Swiftly now. The Shadow Lord possesses formidable troops and has made significant advancements. We cannot afford to lag behind, lest we find ourselves outmatched in a future alliance. We must strategize, and once we are assured of our strength, we shall first vanquish the Shadow Lord before dealing with that insufferable angel. The mere thought excites me. All right, let us share our resources. I shall begin. Here is what I possess. These lords are brimming with confidence, eager to harness the resources at hand to fortify their strength. At this moment, Yuan observed the chat channel bustling with individuals seeking to form alliances. He too received private messages through the trading channel, urging him to establish an alliance and inviting themselves to join. Many messages portrayed him and his shadow town as hypothetical adversaries. It was evident that he had outpaced numerous lords, instilling within them a sense of fear and trepidation. Have I become a public enemy? Li Yuan shook his head, feeling little enthusiasm for such thoughts. The might of the shadow is beyond their comprehension. Should they regard it as mere malevolence, they are gravely mistaken. Once his 9 shadow legions swell in number, these so-called alliances will prove utterly ineffectual. Li Yuan closed the chat channel, erasing all private messages. There was yet one task he had postponed for too long. Upgrading the advanced castle to a basic town had once granted him an opportunity to draw upon divine skills. However, the sudden onslaught of the sacred domain tiger beast and the subsequent restoration of the wolf goddess divinity had left him too exhausted to recall this matter. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan summoned the notification from that time. Your advanced castle has upgraded to a basic town, granting you one opportunity to draw upon divine skills. Would you like to proceed with the draw immediately? I shall draw at once. Li Yuan steadied his thoughts, filled with anticipation, uncertain whether the outcome would yield a talisman or magical essence. He had already acquired the horse talisman, dragon talisman, and thunderous magic essence. Might this draw yield more magical essence? Chapter 63. The Essence of the Moon. The Undead Zombies Emerge. Congratulations. You have drawn the essence of the moon in this lottery. As the notification materialized, an inexplicable force seamlessly integrated into Li Yuan's being. Indeed, it is the essence of demonic energy, the essence of the moon. Li Yuan was no stranger to this magical force. It belonged to the malevolent spells of the moon demon and possessed formidable abilities, primarily the manipulation of gravitational forces. With a mere thought, he found himself suspended in midair, buoyed by the enhancement of the Holy Source Tower, allowing his 9th-tier prowess to enable brief flight. Now, with the moon's demonic essence, he could truly soar. Moreover, he discovered the ability to manipulate objects. With a flick of his wrist, various items in the courtyard levitated. Bang! 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 Several stones were instantly reduced to dust under the pressure of gravity. After savoring this newfound power, Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Within his territory, even 9th-tier adversaries might struggle to approach him. Undoubtedly, the arrival of the moon's demonic essence had elevated his combat strength to a new echelon. With a single move, he unleashed the universal gravitational pull, directly exerting gravitational suppression. Coupled with the lightning demonic energy and dragon talismans, his foes became mere targets, vulnerable to his whims in battle. The enhancement of his abilities was undeniably a boon. However, Li Yuan swiftly turned his attention to other matters. Listing all the equipment that the little fairy Mo Shanshan had previously gifted him on the transaction square. She had provided him with over 50 sets before, and today he received more than 100 additional sets, all of 3rd tier or higher, including the 5th tier battle blade he had once wielded. Though the quantities were not overwhelming, they served no purpose in retention. After all, they were crafted for sale. Naturally, the auction format remained, as few lords currently possessed the means to exchange weapons for other goods. This approach would elevate the final sale prices, yielding greater profits. As for the trade items, iron essence was the preferred choice. At least now, unlike before, there were not countless sets of weapons flooding the market. While discussions regarding Li Yuan's demon troops continued unabated in the chat channels, the listing of his weapons did not deter others from bidding on them. In the aftermath of the Beast Tide, these lords had come to recognize the significance of weaponry. Furthermore, the rewards from the Beast Tide had yet to be settled, leaving everyone uncertain about the possibility of another onslaught. Thus, preparation was paramount. One must possess weapons and equipment. These lower-tier items were merely trivial. The artillery Li Yuan had commissioned from Mo Shanshan constituted a true weapon of power. With an 8th-tier offensive capability, launching it would undoubtedly create a sensation. Although selling such items could be seen as a means of aiding the enemy, the truth was, their impact on him and the shadows was minimal. Any shadow of moderate strength would hardly be harmed by the artillery. The middle-aged bearded man had only managed to strike a shadow with the artillery due to his possession of the Golden Eye's divine ability. Even if, hypothetically, a weaker shadow fell to the artillery's assault, it was of little consequence. It could simply resurrect elsewhere without a care in the world. To upgrade the town, iron essence was an absolute necessity. To upgrade the town, iron essence is essential. However, by that time, most of the iron essence had already fallen into the hands of Li Yuan. To acquire iron essence, one could only barter with other resources. This strategy not only stifles the development of rival lords, but also prepares for the impending advancement of the Shadow Kingdom. With Li Yuan's Shadow Town and Shadow Crystals, along with the potential acquisition of other unique structures, he would undoubtedly require additional higher-tier resources. At that juncture, the iron essence weapons and equipment in his possession would grant him a commanding advantage in this regard. Upon reviewing the auction prices, Li Yuan noted that bids had risen significantly, no longer lower than those prior to the Beast Tide. It appeared that everyone had genuinely recognized the importance of weaponry and equipment. Yet, the scarcity of magical beasts in the territory was evident. Nevertheless, Li Yuan decided against sending them beyond the territory or deeper into the Red Moon Forest for the time being. He preferred to assess the situation further, at least until the rewards from the beast tide were settled. For now, having Nija and the others outside was sufficient. Your Majesty, we have discovered another castle. Nija bowed to Li Yuan and subsequently relayed the complete details of this newly uncovered castle. This castle was also of a high rank, situated over 13,000 meters from the Shadow territory. Its military forces were similar to those of the Bearded Man, comprised of human warriors. When Nija stumbled upon this castle, its lord was preparing to relocate. At that moment, a horde of zombies appeared. Li Yuan had seen discussions about castle relocation in the chat channel and confirmed it in the announcements. Thus, he was not surprised that the lord intended to move, as he had previously contemplated relocating his own castle from the Red Moon Forest. Given that the opposing lord was also near the forest, relocating was entirely reasonable. In fact, upon learning of the possibility of moving castles, Li Yuan had entertained this notion himself. The threat posed by the Red Moon Forest was indeed formidable. He would consider relocation later, but he pondered whether there was a necromancer's lair nearby. During the beast tide, ghouls had emerged, and now zombies were appearing in other areas. Zombies, being a higher tier than ghouls, were sentient beings, yet all belonged to the undead category. This led Li Yuan to suspect that a significant population of undead creatures resided somewhere in the vicinity of the Red Moon Forest. Nija then inquired, Your Majesty, should we rescue this castle first? Saving it before engaging would allow them to obtain resources and rewards for breaching the enemy stronghold. If the zombies destroyed it, even if they could secure energy stones from the undead, other material rewards would be lost. Li Yuan considered this and nodded, You may go alone. But change your attire to avoid exposing the identity of the shadows. Secure the castle first. Also, do not eliminate all the zombies. Leave a few alive for the other shadows to follow and locate their lair. Understood, Your Majesty. After receiving Li Yuan's command, Nija transformed into a shadow and departed. Li Yuan's intent for Nija to secure that castle was certainly not born from a sense of compassion, but rather from ulterior motives. After the recent beast tide, the castle has gained an additional functionality aside from its ability to relocate. In Chapter 64, the sentiment is expressed, You are of no use to me. Why should I keep you? What Li Yuan seeks is the castle's core from the opposing lord. The core of his own castle possesses the remarkable capability to devour that of the enemy. Initially, Li Yuan was unaware of the castle's relocation feature until he noticed it in the chat channel. Upon examining the announcements, he discovered the newly added function of devouring the castle's core. Consuming the core of an adversary's castle can significantly enhance the defensive capabilities of one's own core. Undoubtedly, this initiative by the officials serves to intensify the rivalry among all castles. Not only does the destruction of an opposing castle yield rewards, but the absorption of its core also empowers one's own castle. It is conceivable that in the forthcoming period, the rate of castle demolitions will escalate rapidly. It will not merely be a clash with local factions or monstrous beasts. The predominant contention is likely to arise from conflicts among lords vying for supremacy. Of course, Li Yuan's motivations extend beyond the mere consumption of cores. If the lord of this castle possesses troops or other attributes advantageous to Li Yuan, he would not hesitate to make them his vassal. The prior experience of drawing divine skills has served as a reminder. When the fairy, Mo Shanshan's territory became his subordinate domain, it also granted him an opportunity to draw divine skills. However, if the opposing lord proves to be exceedingly weak, such a fief would hold little value. It would be prudent to ascertain whether accepting a fief guarantees a chance at a lottery. If no lottery opportunity arises and the vassal holds little utility for him, he would simply discard them as expendable when necessary. Whether in the present or the future, Li Yuan has no intention of nurturing the inept. Had Mo Shanshan's territory not provided him with sufficient benefits and assistance, he would not have considered acquiring any fiefs at that time. Although the lives of those lords would fall under his dominion once they became vassals, this does not guarantee their absolute loyalty. This is incomparable to the Shadow Legion. After all, human hearts are the most unpredictable of entities. One moment, they may be loyal to you. The next, they might betray you for reasons unknown, even at the cost of their own lives. Such situations are utterly unpredictable and beyond his control. In this brutal realm of warfare, Li Yuan adopts a perspective steeped in suspicion, extending this wariness even to his fellow countrymen. Whether it be Mo Shanshan or the Golden Sacred Ape, he maintains a vigilant stance. This is also the rationale behind his quest for a means to assimilate them. Only by becoming shadows can true absolute loyalty be achieved. At least until he reaches a state of invincibility, he will uphold this belief. Currently, he can rely solely on himself and his beloved Shadow Legion. Li Yuan, accompanied by Nika, arrived at the castle with no additional shadows, just the two of them. Presently, other lords regard his forces as demons, and there is no need for unnecessary exposure. At this moment, Nija had already deliberately altered her appearance according to Li Yuan's instructions. Her dark attire and rosy complexion had transformed. Even her head and horns had changed, taking on the guise of a minotaur. Nija had just assisted in vanquishing those zombies while embodying this form. Upon arriving before the Grand Castle, Li Yuan's gaze fell upon the castle's lord and his troops. The lord was of the 4th tier, while the other troops, with the highest being 5th tier, primarily ranged between 3rd and 4th tier, totaling 24 individuals. Such overall strength could only be described as barely adequate. Surviving the beast tide was indeed a miracle. The lord appeared to be around Li Yuan's age, in his 20s. Sporting a pair of glasses, resembling a student still engrossed in his studies. Upon noticing Li Yuan, the lord approached him, adopting a gesture reminiscent of martial arts films, and clasped his hands in greeting. I am grateful for the assistance of your troops. Otherwise, my castle and I would be finished. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Dong, and my castle is called the Zhou Castle. May I inquire about your esteemed name, my brother? Zhou Dong's initial address as friend quickly transitioned to brother, evidently an attempt to forge a closer rapport with Li Yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan merely stated his name, leaving Zhou Dong momentarily taken aback, his reaction revealing a flicker of wariness. It seemed that Li Yuan's assistance bore ulterior motives. However, upon glancing at Nija, the 9th-tier minotaur beside Li Yuan, Zhou Dong realized his caution was futile. Do I have any chance to refuse? Zhou Dong remarked with a bitter smile. Li Yuan shrugged and replied, no. With a sigh, Zhou Dong said, your troops are so formidable. If I were to decline, it would be akin to my own folly. With that, Zhou Dong willingly presented the territorial contract. As they stood face to face, the contract materialized before them. Li Yuan accepted the document and swiftly completed the signing, then awaited in silence. Regrettably, several minutes passed without any notification appearing. This indicated that recruiting a territory did not guarantee a chance at divine skill lottery. Akin to the randomness of monster drops. It was only natural. If acquiring a territory ensured a lottery opportunity, one would need only to conquer lands, forsaking all else. Although slightly disappointed, Li Yuan did not dwell on the matter, but rather focused on the information regarding Zhou Dong's Dezhou Castle. The castle was impoverished, lacking special buildings, and the troops were rather ordinary. The resources in the warehouse were dismally scant. However, with thoughts of relocating, any significant strength would indeed be extraordinary. Contemplating this, Li Yuan casually inquired, I see your barracks have also upgraded to the 2nd tier. What divine skills have you drawn? Now that his life and death were at Li Yuan's discretion, Zhou Dong adopted a respectful demeanor. As he spoke, another figure emerged from within him. Identical in appearance to Zhou Dong himself. Li Yuan observed the two Zhou Dongs with surprise, noting that not only did they share the same visage, but their strength and aura were also indistinguishable. Unable to discern which is the true body and which is the doppelganger, one could assert that both are indeed authentic manifestations. Li Yuan lifted the corners of his mouth and remarked, how intriguing. Does this imply you possess 2 lives? Indeed. Came the reply, a demonstration of his prowess. This exchange was directed at Nyaja, who immediately grasped the underlying meaning. Before the words could fully escape his lips, both of his corporeal forms were simultaneously obliterated by Nyaja. Unfazed, Li Yuan continued his stride toward the trembling core of the castle, now bereft of its lord. Why? The doppelganger technique is somewhat fascinating, yet merely a trifle. You offer little utility. What purpose do you serve? Chapter 65. The disappointing core and the 3-headed hellhound. Zhou Dong lay lifeless, while the remaining 23 human warriors remained unmoved. Although their master should have been Zhou Dong, their first and foremost loyal figure, now that he was deceased, their allegiance shifted solely to Li Yuan. However, their loyalty was still rather tepid, hovering around 50%, necessitating Li Yuan's effort to bolster their fidelity. Presently, he lacked the inclination to concern himself with them. Loyalty, after all, could be addressed later at the Holy Source Tower, known for enhancing the fidelity of troops. Moreover, retaining these warriors merely aimed to bolster the population of Shadow Town. They could perform minor tasks within the town, remaining blissfully unaware of the potential exposure of its secrets. Primarily, Li Yuan had no intention of sending these feeble beings into battle. At this moment, Li Yuan had ascended to the apex of the Great Zhou Castle, facing the castle's core. Upon reaching an advanced level, the castle would possess a core, serving as the source of its energy. Not only did it support the corresponding defensive capabilities, but it also provided essential resources for the castle's infrastructure. For instance, the electricity within the castle was a testament to the core's contribution. In the wake of Zhou Dong's demise, the core trembled, as if on the verge of shattering. Without hesitation, Li Yuan reached out for the core. It emitted a faint resistance, but soon seemed to recognize Li Yuan's identity and withdrew its opposition. As the rightful lord of the territory, he held the authority to manage all within, including the core itself. Effortlessly extracting the core, the Great Zhou Castle collapsed instantaneously. Remarkably, the debris did not descend upon Li Yuan. As he soared through the air, everything around him was propelled away, allowing him to safely approach Nyaja. Upon returning to the castle, Li Yuan instructed Nyaja to deposit the human warriors into the Holy Source Tower, permitting them to emerge only once their loyalty reached 100%. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was eager to make his way to the core of Shadow Castle. The core of the Great Zhou Castle was merely the size of a fist, whereas that of Shadow Castle was akin to a basketball. Observing the core pulsating with streams of white energy, Li Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. The existence of the core presented both advantages and disadvantages. The most glaring drawback was its immobility. Being confined to the castle rendered it exceedingly cumbersome. If one is absent from the castle while others invade and obliterate the castle's core, regardless of one's location, both the castle and its inhabitants shall face annihilation. Consequently, it becomes imperative to have formidable guardians stationed within the castle. Otherwise, one might easily find themselves in a predicament akin to losing their base in certain tower defense games. Engaging in fierce battles outside only to return to find one's home destroyed is, without a doubt, a most frustrating experience. It raises questions about the rationale behind such a poorly conceived game mechanic by the developers. Perhaps in the future, the core should be capable of merging with the Lord. Otherwise, it would render gameplay impossible, as one would be utterly confined, while it is feasible to remain within the castle and send the shadow out to conquer the world. Such a life spent eternally guarding the castle would be dreadfully monotonous. One can only hope that the developers will rectify this abysmal design soon. Li Yuan cast a glance at the great Zhou Castle core in his hand and slowly raised it towards the Shadow Castle's core. With the successive implementation of castle relocation and core absorption, it is evident that the developers are continually refining the game. Moments later, a notification appeared before Li Yuan's eyes. Detecting an absorbable castle core. Would you like to absorb it immediately? Absorb it now, he commanded, as his voice resonated. A stream of milky white energy emanated from the Shadow Castle's core, enveloping the great Zhou Castle core, which gradually melted away, merging into the Shadow Castle's core. Following this, no further notifications appeared. However, Li Yuan could sense a slight enhancement in the strength of the protective shield enveloping the castle. If quantified, where the previous strength of the shield was rated at 1, it had now increased to 2. The elevation was modest, yet it was still an improvement. Li Yuan estimated that to elevate the shield's strength to the sanctum level, it would likely require hundreds of such advanced castle cores. Naturally, obtaining a town core would necessitate far fewer, given that one is of the 6th tier while the other is of the 9th tier. Zhou Dong was indeed impoverished. He possessed only 108 energy stones and not a single unit of elemental crystal. The timber supply was decent, totaling 27,000 units, while stone amounted to 12,000 units. As for iron essence, it was as lacking as the elemental crystals, with not a single unit available. With such meager resources, upgrading the castle to a town seemed an insurmountable challenge, and death might serve as a form of liberation for Zhou Dong. With his current strength, relocating anywhere would carry a high risk of destruction. At that moment, a notification flashed on the screen, revealing a friend chat message. Little Fairy Lord. Haha, Shadow Big Pot. Guess what fabulous item I've just acquired? Upon reading the message, Li Yuan immediately surmised that Imo Shanshan had once again been favored by fortune. Had another sanctum expert pledged allegiance, or had she discovered some remarkable blueprint or equipment? Li Yuan, spill it. Little Fairy Lord. I was just on my way to the iron essence mine with Uncle Green when I stumbled upon a little puppy. And it turns out to be a hellhound with divine potential. A hellhound? With divine potential? That sounds rather promising. However, Li Yuan was somewhat prepared for this. It was hardly surprising that Imo Shanshan, with her fortuitous luck, could stumble upon a magical beast of divine potential. At that moment, the little fairy sent another message. Little Fairy Lord, Black Shadow, I have yet to sign a contract with the little pup. Do you require it on your side? It could bolster your strength. I noticed many individuals in the chat channel seem to be speaking ill of you. Imo Shanshan had previously perused the chat channel, where much was said about demons. Although she was unaware if Li Yuan's troops belonged to the demon category, considering Li Yuan's prowess in the Crimson Moon Forest, she naturally assumed he was the lord referred to in the chat, known for commanding demon-type forces. Thus, she believed that this three-headed hellhound of divine potential would be of assistance to Li Yuan. Li Yuan was slightly taken aback upon reading Imo Shanshan's message. He had not anticipated her intention to gift him the three-headed hellhound. Little Fairy Lord, that seems reasonable. If the little pup cannot be delivered, I shall foster it for now. Chapter 66. Thunderous Roars, the True Beast Tide. At that time, Nika had dispatched 2 zombies attacking the Great Zhou Castle, intentionally releasing them to allow Black Shadow to follow them back to their lair. As for the specifics of their communication, Li Yuan was not entirely informed. However, Nika and IKA could converse directly with Black Shadow. Upon relaying the acquired information to Li Yuan, Nika noted his slight disappointment. He had envisioned a necromantic nest ripe for a grand feast, only to discover that the zombies were not spawned from a necromanceress lair, but rather a small, inexplicable collective of fewer than 200. Their overall strength was weak, with only 1 zombie at the 9th tier. Li Yuan pondered briefly before instructing Nika, eliminate them all. As you command. Nika responded with a respectful bow, then departed the castle with the shadows. These zombies were not the type commonly depicted in Li Yuan's home on Earth. They resembled Western zombies, repulsive and foul. Their tough skin and low intelligence rendered them inferior even to magical beasts, making their existence redundant. Were they vampires from the War Continent? He might have considered subjugating them for eventual assimilation into Black Shadow. In the War Continent, Vampire factions were formidable, boasting significant individual power. However, being creatures of darkness, they were not mainstream, primarily existing in clan-based communities. Despite Nika leading only a handful of shadows, a gathering of zombies with their highest tier being 9th would certainly pose no challenge to them. Before long, the horde of zombies was entirely vanquished. The energy stones and other spoils were meager and hardly noteworthy, underscoring the poverty of this undead group. Li Yuan opened the trading channel to check the fluctuating prices of weapons and equipment. Yet, as the auction's conclusion loomed, he turned his attention back to the chat channel. The dialogue predominantly revolved around the demon faction, with other messages largely drowned in the cacophony. He even noticed some alliances openly recruiting, brazenly declaring their intent to oppose Li Yuan, proclaiming some notion of righteousness triumphing over evil. The individuals capable of commanding demonic legions are unlikely to be virtuous souls. In any case, they have elevated Li Yuan as a target, aiming their disdain at his realm of shadows. Li Yuan, however, saw no need to offer explanations. Such efforts would be futile, as few would lend credence to his words, which might only serve to deepen the shadows surrounding him. Moreover, it was widely understood that Li Yuan's shadows were formidable, and his very existence cast a significant pall over others, instilling immense pressure. Whether his legion was composed of demons was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Li Yuan was overwhelmingly powerful, posing a grave threat to the other lords, necessitating their concerted effort to suppress him. If they could vanquish Li Yuan's Shadow City, it would be an unparalleled triumph. Li Yuan surmised that perhaps the castles in the vicinity of the Red Moon Forest, albeit a distance away, had already formed alliances to confront him. His thoughts were ambitious, yet perhaps overly so. The reason for this confidence lay in Li Yuan's unwavering belief in himself and his shadows. Any challenger would meet their demise. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. The booming thunder and the crackling lightning engulfed the dark clouds, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the apocalypse. What was happening? Li Yuan swiftly ascended, finding himself hovering above the castle. Amidst the continual rumble of thunder, the 9th-tier defensive shield of his castle trembled violently. After a prolonged interval, the thunder gradually subsided. The world around him, save for the whistling wind, seemed to freeze in that very moment. Yet soon, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted from the jungles beyond his domain, the sounds multiplying and growing increasingly chaotic. It was daytime, allowing for a clear view. Thousands of meters away, ancient trees in the jungle swayed and collapsed, producing a thundering noise. In the sky, small dark figures emerged, birds of prey and various flying magical beasts. Roars echoed from the depths of the Red Moon Forest behind the castle. The energy radiating from these roars caused Li Yuan's expression to shift dramatically. These were the roars of sanctified beasts. Furthermore, he recognized a familiar roar, the roar of the sanctified tiger beast. Turning to investigate, he spotted a familiar silhouette above the Red Moon Forest, the black-crowned golden eagle that had first appeared. 2 sanctified beasts were present, and it was certain that others lurked within the forest's embrace. However, what perplexed Li Yuan was that both the sanctified tiger beast and the black-crowned golden eagle were not headed toward the Shadow City, but rather deeper into the Red Moon Forest, as though they sensed an overwhelming terror, unwilling to linger, seemingly driven away. In the more distant depths of the Red Moon Forest, a red glow pervaded the atmosphere. What was occurring? Li Yuan furrowed his brow. The sanctified tiger beast was indeed fleeing, and that red light was likely the manifestation of a forbidden existence within the Red Moon Forest, which now seemed to be retreating as well. Li Yuan gazed upward, recalling the earlier thunder. Could this be the cause of the turmoil? Nika and Ika also wore grave expressions. Ika scanned their surroundings and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "My lord, what is transpiring?" It seemed that a true beast tide was upon them. Li Yuan shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. No wonder the beast tide settlement has yet to materialize. It is likely because the preceding beast tide was not, in fact, the official incursion as proclaimed. Rather, it appears that the 30 billion lords of the war continent experienced a sudden loss of their castle's protective shields. This unprecedented event incited a brief uprising among the beasts and magical creatures, leading to what is now perceived as a beast tide, albeit one not orchestrated by official decree. Moreover, Li Yuan just glimpsed a crimson glow deep within the Red Moon Forest, reminiscent of the red light observed in the eyes of the magical beasts during the previous beast tide. This suggests that the calamity he encountered may very well have been the handiwork of the Red Moon Forest. Such a revelation could elucidate why the beast tide assaults on his side are more formidable, manifesting as 2 consecutive waves. Perhaps what is to come is only the beginning. Li Yuan hastily accessed the world chat channel to validate his hypothesis. As expected, the thunderous roars were not confined to the Red Moon Forest. They resonated across all 7 continents and the endless seas of the world. What is transpiring? It feels as though something monumental is on the horizon. Natural disasters? Has calamity struck the war continent? Or are divine beings engaged in conflict above? Let not one's imagination wander too far. It may merely be a thunderstorm. Can your local thunderstorm blanket the entire world? Nonsense. What are you all thinking? Is there not a gathering of magical beasts around your castles? I sense another beast tide is imminent. Goodness, could it be so soon? Has it not been but a short while since the initial beast tide? Are you certain that was merely a preliminary incursion? Why has the reward settlement been delayed until now? This defies logic. No way. I've just narrowly escaped death. And you inform me of yet another beast tide? It appears we may have misinterpreted the official announcements regarding the commencement of the initial beast tide. Last night was not the true beast tide. Chapter 67. Terror and Despair, the Opportunity for Class Change. Initially, some lords had expressed skepticism about the likelihood of another beast tide. Even Yuan considered this notion, though he had not anticipated it would materialize so soon. Not merely a possibility, but a reality now unveiled. As discussions in the chat channel spiraled into chaotic conjecture, a singular voice reverberated in the minds of all surviving warlords. It was the very same voice that had made its presence known 3 times prior. The first occurrence was when everyone still resided on Earth. The second upon their reincarnation into the war continent, and the last, merely 3 days ago, when it warned them of the impending initial beast tide. Greetings, esteemed lords. The 7-day protection period has officially concluded. In 3 hours, the initial beast tide will strike your castles with unwavering punctuality. Your task is simple. Safeguard the core of your castle from destruction. Furthermore, ensure the preservation of your own life. The intensity of the beast tide you encounter will be randomly assigned. Whether it is strong or weak depends entirely on your fortune. The top 100,000 lords in the comprehensive rankings will receive substantial rewards. The lord who claims the first position will be granted an unparalleled special reward. All shall be determined by the final comprehensive score leaderboard. At last, an opportunity is presented for those lords who are disinterested in the competition among myriad races to transition into solitary wanderers. By choosing to become wanderers, the beast tides shall no longer target you. However, you will forfeit your castle and your troops, becoming a free spirit adrift in the war-torn continent. It is your decision to either strive for supremacy among the races or embrace the path of a wanderer. Esteemed lords, this is the dawn of a new era that belongs to you. The war-torn continent will inevitably be claimed by one among you. Will that individual be you? The information divulged by this voice stirred a momentous uproar among the countless lords. The true onslaught of the initial beast tide is now poised to commence. This implies that virtually all lords have been ensnared, mistaking last night's beast tide for an official arrangement. In the chat channel, messages flooded in an instant. What a travesty. This is genuinely a beast tide. It's utterly absurd. We are doomed, utterly doomed. I barely survived the beast tide from the early hours. And how on earth can we contend with another? Truly, I feel the same. I believe that was the initial beast tide, and I was fighting for my life. Now, we must confront this new tide with nothing but our bare hands. You are not alone. Undoubtedly, most lords find themselves in a similar predicament. Are they toying with us? Treating us like mere puppets, and watching us perish one by one? Damn it. Out of 3 billion Earth lords, how many will remain after this? Many are vocally condemning the officials, hurling a plethora of curses. After all, last night's beast tide inflicted devastating losses upon them, rendering them incapable of withstanding the true assault of the beast tide. It is worth noting that during the early hours of the previous night, at least 1 million lords perished. If another tide strikes, how many more shall fall? Especially for those lords whose troops are not particularly formidable. The sense of hopelessness is palpable. Just when they had narrowly escaped the last tide, a moment of joy has transformed into despair. The officials are indeed merciless. The multitude of lords must confront not merely a beast tide, but death itself, with scarcely any alternative outcome in sight. Nevertheless, there are some optimistic lords in the chat channel, rallying their peers. We are not without hope. The intensity of the beast tide we face is random. Thus, we may encounter only a small faction of the tide, potentially weaker than last night's assault. If this is the case, we may yet survive. Is this not a matter of luck, betting our lives on the strength of the beast tide? Even the weakest tide could overwhelm me. My troops perished last night, and I have no chance to recruit anew. I wonder if the strength of this beast tide correlates with the surrounding environment. Typically, there are few ferocious beasts in my vicinity, and last night's tide was not particularly severe, so perhaps the initial beast tide here will be mild as well. If that is the case, having slain many last night, today's tide should be manageable, right? Who knows? In any case, it is a gamble between life and death. Alas, aside from the prominent figures, we, the lords of lesser standing, find ourselves in dire straits, our fates seemingly sealed. The notion of fair competition is but a mockery. As discussions progressed, numerous lords vented their frustrations with fervent curses, yet such outbursts bore no fruit. No matter how vehement their protests, the authorities would show them no mercy. From the moment they set foot on the war-torn continent, their destinies were irrevocably determined. Bad luck is simply bad luck. However, at that juncture, another topic emerged. Dear brethren, are you not being overly pessimistic? Did the officials not state that one can opt out of the beast tide assault? One may reclassify as a free agent, shedding the title of lord. Indeed, Should one feel incapable of withstanding the initial wave of beasts, it would be wise to make a decisive retreat. Life is paramount. I have already transitioned to a free agent, and from here on, my survival rests in the hands of fate. Could someone share what happens after transitioning to a free agent? The castle is lost, the barracks are gone, yet my resources and the troops I have recruited remain. Henceforth, I cannot enlist new units. It is akin to being part of the local factions, is it not? Not quite. I can still hunt beasts or pursue other means of leveling up, unbound by the constraints of castle territories. It seems rather appealing. Perhaps I shall become a free agent and forsake the competition of races. Regardless, this is an opportunity for survival granted by the authorities, albeit at the cost of my chance to compete. Who among us desires to compete? We are all compelled to do so. Free agents unite. I have chosen to abandon the fight. Thus, it was resolved. I shall immediately transition to a free agent. Within mere minutes of this conversation, a multitude of lords relinquished their resistance against the impending beast tide, opting instead to embrace the freedom of being a free agent. Better to forsake life amidst the beast horde than to meet a grim fate. As free agents, we can still relish in leveling up through monster hunting, and perhaps, in time, become formidable sovereigns in our own right, merely sacrificing the opportunity for grand competition. With 30 billion lords on Earth, most are simply ordinary citizens. How many truly harbor grand ambitions? Surviving is sufficient. Now, regarding the free agents, why not form an alliance? Ah, splendid idea. A free agent alliance. We can band together and establish our own dominions. Dominion? Let us instead find warmth in unity. Come, let us organize. Who shall take the lead? I hail from the northern expanse of the endless sea, and those nearby rally to me. With this declaration from a free agent, all other conversations were swiftly eclipsed. In that brief moment, many lords had already transitioned to free agents. Perhaps, at this very moment, the number of free agents has vastly surpassed that of the lords. Chapter 68. The Comprehensive Scoreboard. Who does not aspire to claim the top spot? Although many lords have transformed into free agents, the authorities have not deprived them of their access to the chat channels. Clearly, other fundamental functionalities should still be accessible. The realm of castles and barracks has witnessed the forfeiture of all authority. This, in a way, is the official sanction allowing them to persist in the war continent, preventing them from being left destitute at the dawn of their new existence. Gradually, the chat channel became inundated with the voices of independent players. In the shadowy town of Black Shadow, Yuan let out a soft sigh. In the face of the brutal struggle for survival, retreat is a natural response. Those who can endure wish to cling to life. In mere moments, these independent player alliances have coalesced into a formidable force. Should all independent alliances unite, their numbers would surpass even some lordly coalitions. Of course, this refers solely to their headcount. In terms of actual combat prowess, certain independent alliances would undoubtedly fall short of the lords. However, Yuan held no concern regarding this. The more independent players transitioned into their new roles, the more resources would be available for their kind. Moreover, those willing to become independent players often hail from weaker territories. Consequently, a significant number of feeble lords would be eliminated, allowing the more powerful territories to flourish. Transitioning into independent roles is not bound by time constraints. Thus, lords may choose to become independent players at any moment. As time progresses, even after this beast tide subsides, there may still be individuals unable to withstand the pressure and opting for transition. Only those who endure until the end shall emerge as rulers. Regarding these independent players and their alliances, Yuan did not foresee any significant achievements. Having lost their military units, they are merely numerous. In the face of formidable military forces, these independent players and their alliances cannot stir substantial waves. At best, they are but a group of outcasts. It is not that Yuan looks down upon them. Rather, it is a mere reflection of reality. The dominion over the war continent will rest solely in the hands of lords and local powers, never in the grasp of these independents. Ultimately, the fate of these independent players and alliances may merely lie in their dependence on other territories. As for the local forces, perhaps the human factions might accept them, but the likelihood of acceptance by other races is slim. Yuan inhaled deeply, exiting the chat channel, disinterested in further observations. His immediate priority now is to confront the impending initial beast tide and secure the top position on the comprehensive leaderboard. The first 100,000 will receive rewards. Yet who does not aspire to claim the first place? After all, attaining the pinnacle of the comprehensive rankings grants a unique, special reward. Although Yuan was unaware of how many lords had opted to transition into independent players, it was certain that a substantial number of lords remained. Should there exist high-tier military units, they would not relinquish their chance to contend for supremacy among the myriad races. Assuming 2/3 of the lords opted for independence, there would still be 1 billion lords vying for dominance. From these billion, 100 million would be selected, and from that esteemed group, the top contender would be chosen. It must be acknowledged, this is no simple undertaking. Given the current combat capabilities of Black Shadow Town, Yuan felt quite confident. Securing first place is not beyond the realm of possibility. As long as they are not besieged by several domain-level beasts, Black Shadow Town shall remain unscathed. However, judging by the reactions of the sacred beasts in the Red Moon Forest just now, it seems unlikely that any sacred beasts will participate in the impending beast tide. At this moment, there remain 2 hours and 40 minutes until the initiation of the primary beast tide by the authorities. The enchanting fairy, Imo Shanshan, sent him a message. Fairy Lord, Great Shadow, this beast tide shouldn't be particularly strong, right? Li Yuan, I am uncertain. Have you made adequate defensive preparations? Fairy Lord, I am not well versed in such matters. I have entrusted everything to Uncle Green, Uncle Lumbo, and Uncle Avail. Li Yuan, that should not pose significant issues. Fairy Lord, Great Shadow, do your best and aim for the top spot in the overall rankings. Li Yuan, you too, strive to minimize casualties. I must now attend to the defensive arrangements for our territory. Imo Shanshan's domain is quite formidable, boasting over 1,000 mountain dwarfs, along with a master dwarf of sacred caliber. Much like the beast tide of last night, crossing over should not present insurmountable challenges. Therefore, Li Yuan harbored little concern for Imo Shanshan's situation. Fairy Lord, wait. Great Shadow, wait. I see that I can now switch to a free class. Should I make that transition? Li Yuan, why would you want to change classes? Fairy Lord, I possess self-awareness. I am not cut out to be a lord. As I lack understanding of the responsibilities, it would be better to become a free class and then lead these mountain dwarves to seek refuge with you. Li Yuan, there is no need for that. It is quite perilous here, and I may need to relocate in the future. Li Yuan, it is best to remain safely in the Amagobi Desert. By the way, have you noticed any other lords nearby? Fairy Lord, not yet. I have not discovered any. Li Yuan, well then, stay calm in the Amagobi Desert. Whether to migrate or change classes, we shall decide based on future circumstances. Fairy Lord, all right, I shall heed your advice, Great Shadow. After concluding the conversation with Imo Shanshan, Li Yuan began the fortification of his territory. Although he and Shadow had vanquished over 1,000 ferocious beasts the previous night, the surrounding area was nearly cleared. However, the roars of beasts and the shadows above had begun to converge once again, though the distance made it difficult to discern their exact numbers. Moreover, with more than 2 hours remaining, who could predict the scale to which the beast tide might swell? Thus, it was prudent to prepare adequately, lest the pursuit of victory lead to unforeseen disaster. Li Yuan first repositioned 49 defensive towers, placing them directly atop the city walls. Regrettably, he had only just received the blueprints for the artillery. Otherwise, he would have deployed a cannon every meter, which, in conjunction with the defensive towers' assault, would undoubtedly have kept smaller beast hordes at bay, rendering the castle's protective energy shield unnecessary. Nonetheless, he managed to mount the 2 artillery pieces obtained from the Great Zhou Castle onto the walls for defense. In theory, a 9th-tier defensive shield should withstand attacks below the 9th tier without fear. However, this does not imply that a lack of sacred beasts would render the shield unbreakable. The cumulative effect of numerous attacks could indeed culminate in a breach. Should several 9th-tier magical beasts coordinate their assaults, they could potentially shatter the core's defenses. Therefore, Li Yuan resolved to remain steadfast within his territory, choosing to fortify rather than abandon his domain. The 23 human warriors, captured from the Great Zhou Castle, were brought forth from the sacred source tower by him. Their strength exhibited no significant alteration. However, their loyalty had remarkably surged, escalating from a mere 60% to over 80%. Had they remained within the sacred source tower for a few more days, their loyalty would likely achieve a perfect 100%. The 23 warriors, primarily stationed at the front gate with 2 artillery pieces, stood vigilant against any sudden incursions by magical beasts. To send them outside would be tantamount to leading them to their demise, for among these warriors, the strongest barely reached the 4th tier. The golden sacred ape, as it had done the previous night, maintained a watchful guard in the rear of the territory, prepared for any beasts that might emerge from the Blood Moon Forest. 3 hours swiftly elapsed, enveloping both the Blood Moon Forest and the skies above the territory in a fleeting tranquility, reminiscent of the calm before an impending storm. Yet, at that moment, the heavens erupted once more with a singular, thunderous clap, resonating like a command. Following this thunder, the woods beyond the territory and the skies echoed with a cacophony of relentless roars. They were coming again. What a surprise. Chapter 69. The Restoration of the Beast Symbol Spell, Securing the Gates Against the Dogs. The roars of beasts filled the air, and concurrently, a leaderboard appeared in the chat channel, the comprehensive scoring board. However, it remained blank, with no scores calculated as of yet. The chat channel buzzed with conversation once more, this time among the newly transitioned freelancers. They're here. I can hear the beast roars. Haha. I've already transitioned to a freelancer. The beast horde is dispersing. Goodness. There are far too many beasts, at least 1,000, many more than last night. Is it still possible for me to transition to a freelancer now? Transition to a freelancer. Brothers, there is no need to risk our lives at this moment. Our lives are paramount. Do not waver in your resolve, you coward. Indeed, we have come to the war continent to be lords. Only lords are entitled to vie for supremacy over the continent. Who says we freelancers cannot contest for dominance? Have you not seen our numerous alliances? We certainly do not fear you. Huh, a bunch of cowardly rejects daring to speak so boldly? The Blue Sky Lord, is it? We, the House of Freelancers, shall remember you. If we cross paths, you shall be the first to fall. Come on, do you think I fear you? Ha ha ha, you fool. Focus on surviving the initial wave of beasts first. Can you manage that? Do not concern yourself. My units are top tier, with an array of special buildings. What is a mere beast horde to us? As the beast wave approached, the chat channel erupted into discord. Given the tone of the conversation, it seemed that the freelancers' alliances might indeed challenge some lordly fortresses in the future. The strength of numbers is undeniable. However, Yuan had little interest in the chatter within the chat channel. The beast horde was already launching its assault on his territory. He adhered to the defensive plan, ensuring that their formation remained unbroken. Yes, my king, came the resounding replies from the shadows and the golden sacred ape. At that moment, the beast horde drew near to the city walls, a dense mass that rivaled the previous night's spectacle. It is evident that the scale of the beast tide faced by Yuan is formidable. The initial assault on the tide is launched from the 49 defensive towers atop the city wall, where a barrage of magical shells rains down upon the throngs of beasts. Some of the wild and magical creatures are instantly obliterated, their remains scattered in an explosive display. The chaos ensues as many more beasts are flung into the air, disrupting the formation of the tide. However, the advancing horde shows no signs of retreat. The fallen creatures and carcasses become mere fodder under the relentless march of their brethren, who surge forward towards the city walls with fervor. The towering beasts, in their reckless advance, indiscriminately trample both shadows and their own kind, fixated solely on one objective: to raise the towering walls before them and shatter the castle's defensive core. This tumult is not confined to the ground. In the skies above, countless raptors, propelled by swiftness, descend upon the castle in overwhelming numbers. From every direction of the territory, except the depths below, the beast tide assaults relentlessly. The sheer multitude of creatures is staggering. Despite the shadows' valiant efforts to thwart them, some magical beasts still collide with the territory's protective shield. While a single beast may not pose a threat, a dozen crashing against it causes the barrier to tremble precariously. Moreover, some elite magical beasts resort to self-detonation, resulting in thunderous explosions that severely shake the castle's defenses, creating minute fissures in certain areas. The walls, too, suffer continuous damage, with sections crumbling under the onslaught. Yuan is not surprised. The 9th-tier shield cannot possibly withstand the entirety of the beast tide, and it is only a matter of time before some creatures breach the territory. Atop the castle, Yuan's figure ascends, and he coldly commands, contract the shield, and ensure the castle's protection. The 9th-tier shield, encompassing a radius of 5,000 meters, cannot rival the shield that merely envelopes the castle. As his words resonate, the pearlescent energy shield above the territory suddenly contracts toward the castle. Simultaneously, under the leadership of Ka, the shadows swiftly regroup, killing as they converge toward the castle. With the barrier now diminished, the wolves and ferocious beasts face only the 6th-tier walls, which struggle to withstand the tide's ferocity, allowing numerous magical beasts to surmount the walls and infiltrate the territory. This scene may appear to signify the shadows' defeat, yet it is merely a phase of their strategy. Previously, they battled outside the territory, unable to benefit from the enhancements of the Holy Source Tower. Now, as the horde breaches the territory, the shadows, too, gain the boon of the tower's power. Observing from above the castle, Yuan occasionally intervenes to eliminate some flying magical creatures encroaching upon the castle, but refrains from direct engagement in the battle. Compared to the previous night, the daylight grants him a clearer view of the conflict. He observes the densely packed horde, noting a significant number of elite 9th-tier magical beasts among them. However, they are merely elite 9th-tier creatures. His primary concern is whether any domain-level beasts lurk within the tide. Thus far, there appear to be none, allowing him to remain unperturbed. Confident that the shadows will adeptly manage the tide's onslaught, it is merely a matter of time. Such an overwhelming number, perhaps after this ordeal, the strength of the shadows may well ascend to a higher echelon. I might even attain the 9th tier. The 2 beast tides from last night have already elevated everyone's capabilities, nearly reaching the threshold for advancement. Yuan is on the verge of the pinnacle of the 8th tier, and his promotion is not far off. He glanced at the dilapidated walls and the beast horde that had nearly breached their territory, and a smile crept across his face. Having allowed the beasts to enter, it was now time to lock the doors and deal with them. Walls, defensive towers, restoration. In that instant, the power of the talisman surged through the void, descending upon the crumbling walls. The several defensive towers that had been ravaged by the beast onslaught were swiftly restored, ready to launch a barrage of magical projectiles once more. With shadows in front and the walls and towers behind, was it not the perfect opportunity to strike? As the battle raged within the territory, the combat prowess of the shadows instantaneously elevated by a tier. Most notably, Nija, Ika, and the golden sacred ape had now attained the strength of the sacred domain. Whenever these 3 intervened, the beasts fell in heaps. The other shadows were not to be underestimated either, as the majority had risen to the 8th tier, with several boasting 9th tier capabilities. The 20 or so human soldiers had retreated to the city gates under Li Yuan's orders, while 2 artillery units, under the command of their gunners, incessantly fired shells, systematically annihilating the beast horde with an impressive 8th tier lethality. In a short span of time, hundreds of ferocious beasts had perished within the territory. Not a single beast had breached the castle's 500-meter perimeter, all being held at bay by the shadows. The aerial beasts, too, were valiantly intercepted by the flying shadows, and with the assistance of the 3 sacred domain warriors, none managed to infiltrate. However, the aerial forces were somewhat lacking, as the number of flying shadows was limited to merely 6. Li Yuan contemplated the possibility of enhancing the strength of the flying shadows if the opportunity presented itself. There were indeed methods to achieve this, such as through divine empowerment. Yet even the robust giants struggled to withstand the divine forces, and the flying shadows, with their lesser defenses, were evidently incapable of enduring such power. Thus, alternative strategies would need to be devised, or one could simply await the gradual accumulation of more flying shadows. Presently, the flying shadows were at the 7th tier and now functioning at 8th tier strength, which was not too shabby. For the moment, Li Yuan observed the battlefield with an air of leisure, finding no necessity to intervene. The entire beast tide was firmly within his grasp. Just then, he sensed a shift in the air, as if the comprehensive leaderboard in the chat channel had refreshed. Chapter 70. The leaderboard refreshes, Li Yuan's ranking. In the chat channel, the lords had largely fallen silent. However, those who had transitioned into free agents remained unaffected by the beast tide. Consequently, the information in the chat box continued to pulse with activity. Oh, without the looming threat of the beast tide, it truly feels liberating. The free agents are indeed free to roam wherever they please. Not to mention, the air quality in this war-torn continent is beyond compare, far superior to that of our homeland. The ferocious beasts are alarmingly few, having all surged toward those castle lords. I presume, let us gather nearby to hunt the solitary beasts and gain experience. Speaking of which, with the initial beast tide concluded, a significant number of lords are likely to perish, are they not? Life and death are choices made by oneself. Thus, if they fall, they bear the blame alone. Who told them not to change their class to that of a free agent? They deserve their fate. Indeed, they deserve it. They look down upon us free agents. The more that perish, the better. Why waste breath on such matters? It's mere banter. In truth, we are already outmatched by the other lords. So we must hasten to grow stronger. If we do not, we shall be reduced to mere shoe shiners for those lords. You all go ahead and play. I am preparing to find a secluded spot to quietly spend my remaining days. Good-for-nothings. Who are you calling a good-for-nothing? It's you fool. Your entire family are imbeciles. If you seek death, why drag me along? All right, enough of this nonsense. The comprehensive leaderboard has refreshed. No way, heavens. The leaderboard is filled with unfamiliar faces, concealing numerous masters. The refresh of the leaderboard instantly captured the attention of this group of free agents, who paused their chatter to peruse the rankings. In no time, the chat channel buzzed with activity once more. The focus of their discussions was none other than the Shadow Lord, Li Yuan. Why? Because at this moment, Li Yuan ranked merely 8th on the comprehensive leaderboard, barely clinging to the top 10. Human nature is such, it cannot abide the success of others. When what was presumed to be a formidable opponent turns out to present such modest data, it ignites their excitement. Wasn't he the Shadow Lord supposed to be so formidable in the early stages? How is he only 8th? It seems this demon is not as powerful as we imagined. Underestimating the world's heroes, undoubtedly, other lords possess troops that rival the Shadow's prowess, and some may even surpass the demon. The Shadow Lord is nothing exceptional. I thought he would seize first place with ease, alas. Whether he claims first or not, what concern is it of mine? I say, it would be better for him to perish in the beast tide. The scores trailing behind are tightening. Surely the Shadow Lord will not slip out of the top 10 by the end, will he? If that were to happen, it would truly be a farce. I advise you to tread carefully. The Shadow Lord holds grudges. Beware of him settling the score with you in the future. Come now, if he can find me. I'll gladly accept my defeat. In the chat channel, there are no shortage of free agents relishing in his misfortune, wishing for Li Yuan's rank to plummet further, even cursing him to perish in the beast tide. Naturally, Li Yuan pays no heed to the chat channel, having no desire to engage with these castaways. Presently, he is focused on the comprehensive leaderboard. Initial beast tide, comprehensive leaderboard, top 1 million. First, Dragon's Nest, score 34, 735. Second, Heaven's Sanctuary, score 32, 178. Third, Mountain of the Gods, score 31, 643. Fourth, Golden Town, score 30, 123. Fifth, Angelic Town, score 28, 767. Sixth, Night Kingdom, score 27, 893. Seventh, Holy Sanctuary, score 26, 785. Eighth, Shadow Town, score 25, 623. Ninth, Necromancer's Hell, score 25, 364. Ranked 10th, Knight's Haven, with a score of 24,897. Ranked 11th, Divine Town, with a score of 22,145. As Li Yuan perused the comprehensive leaderboard, the numbers incessantly fluctuated, indicating that others were still valiantly battling against the beast tide. Li Yuan, no longer inclined to observe, was astonished to find himself in 8th place, not due to its insignificance, but rather its surprising elevation. He had anticipated that the lords would be formidable, concealing their true prowess. Yet, was this truly the case? The strength of these lords left him somewhat disheartened. They were rather weak. It is worth noting that his Shadow Town had yet to engage in any significant slaughter. He had merely repelled the beast tide at his borders. And with such modest achievements, he had already ascended to 8th place. The top rank seemed less daunting than he had imagined. Glancing at the leaderboard once more, he exited, brimming with confidence in his pursuit of the 1st place. The incessant shifts in scores reflected the fervent struggles of other lords, each striving for a more advantageous ranking. Simultaneously, those lords perched at the top were keenly observing Li Yuan's Shadow Town. Its 8th place standing was unexpected for many, despite it being a commendable feat among the top 10 of a billion lords. For Li Yuan, who had made a striking impression in the early stages, this outcome felt rather underwhelming. After all, how could a top-tier unit like demons yield such results? Many lords found this hard to fathom, yet the rankings were undeniably accurate. Could it be that the Shadow Lord was simply unfortunate, facing an overwhelmingly powerful beast tide that even demons could not withstand? Little did they know that Li Yuan had merely yet to exert his strength. The initial wave of the beast tide primarily consisted of ferocious wild animals, with a scant few magical beasts. Such adversaries were easily decimated by high-tier units. When the remaining advanced magical beasts launched their assault, that would signify the true test for these lords, and the moment Li Yuan would ascend the ranks. Before closing the leaderboard, Li Yuan took note of the names of several prominent factions. Those who made it into the top 10, or even the top 100, could not be deemed weaklings. Achieving such standings among approximately a billion lords could not be attributed solely to fortune. Thus, these factions were likely to become formidable competitors in his future endeavors. Among the top 10, only Angel Town and Divine Town were somewhat familiar to him. Having seen them mentioned in the chat channels, the others were entirely new to him. He silently committed these factions' names to memory and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned a bolt of lightning to strike down a distant predator. Turning his gaze toward the encroaching magical beasts surrounding the castle, Li Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The true moment of the hunt was approaching. 1st place was rightfully his, and no one could hope to wrest it from his grasp. From a little past 8, the score steadily climbed to 9, and there are those who wish to elevate it even further. Today, as the 5th watch progresses, the ascent continues unabated. Chapter 71, A Constant Surpass. The arrival of a massive beast horde. On the war-torn continent, nestled amidst the mountains near the boundless sea, a magnificent castle stands resolutely among the woods. Now besieged by a tide of beasts. Surrounding the castle, the remains of ferocious magical beasts lie scattered, some torn to shreds, others frozen into statues of ice, and some charred to cinders. Dragons of immense size rampage across both land and sky, leaving no magical beast unscathed in their wake. Some dragons unleash breaths of various elemental attributes, while a few soar high above, casting widespread draconic spells. The Shadow Lord and demonic minions are but trifling jesters. The pinnacle of the score rankings is undoubtedly mine, along with the unique special rewards that accompany it. A 6th-tier white dragon perches atop the castle, with a young man standing on its back, surveying the carnage wrought by his dragon legion upon the ferocious magical beasts that threaten his domain. His words brim with audacity, and he possesses every right to such confidence. For his army consists not of a singular type of dragon, but a diverse array, including red, fire, ice, and even the undead skeletal dragons. His castle is none other than the Dragon's lair, now reigning supreme atop the leaderboard. At this very moment, his dragon legion tirelessly augments his score on the rankings. Although the Sacred Land and the Pantheon are in hot pursuit, the gap continues to widen, making it increasingly arduous for them to catch up. However, at this juncture, several colossal figures swiftly approach the Dragon's lair. Leading them is a 9th-tier elite leopard. Following closely behind are various 8th-tier feline beasts, each formidable in their own right. With a resonant roar, the agile leopard leaps into the air, landing squarely upon the back of a flying dragon. With a thunderous impact, the leopard strikes the dragon's nape, the sheer force sending both crashing to the ground. Amidst the cries of anguish, the leopard rends the 7th-tier dragon into fragments. The other feline beasts also launch their assaults on the remaining dragonkin. The emergence of these high-tier magical beasts instantly alters the tide of battle, which had previously seen the dragons mercilessly decimating their foes. In an instant, yet another fire dragon falls victim to this onslaught. The young man upon the white dragon's back, witnessing this calamity, is stricken with alarm and shouts. Focus all efforts on vanquishing the leopard and these high-tier beasts. Upon hearing their lord's command, The dragons abandoned their slaughter of the lower-tier beasts and converged to besiege the newly arrived high-tier adversaries. A fierce battle ensues between the dragons and the elite feline beasts. Ultimately, while the dragons manage to slay the leopard, several among them sustain injuries, and the victory comes at the cost of 2 more dragon lives. The strength of the dragon race is not in question. Indeed, they possess a certain bloodline suppression over ordinary magical beasts. However, the magical creatures, under the instigation of the authorities, are blatantly disregarding this suppression and are ruthlessly attacking. Moreover, the dragon warriors led by the youth are not of particularly high ranks. Only one 9th-tier dragon is involved in the encirclement, while the others are merely 6th or 7th tier. Thus, it is only natural that there would be some casualties. The young man atop the white dragon now wore a grim expression. He could endure the losses of a few dragons, but the demise of these creatures, coupled with the recent dragon assault on the high-tier magical beasts, has significantly impacted his score income, slowing its growth considerably. Upon surveying the rankings of other factions, he noted some minor fluctuations. The second-ranked Holy Land had plummeted to 4th, while the Necropolis ascended to 5th. Meanwhile, the Angelic Castle surged directly to 2nd place. As the youth glanced at Shadow Town, he observed that Shadow Castle had not only failed to ascend, but had actually fallen to the 10th position. However, in the blink of an eye, he noticed that Shadow Town had suddenly vanished from the 10th spot. Could it be that they were unable to enter the top 10? Never mind, the Shadow Lord is of little concern, as my true rivals lie among the others. Yet, as he shifted his gaze to the more formidable factions, he realized his misjudgment. Shadow Town had not merely dropped out of the top 10. Rather, it had surged 5 places to claim the 5th position, pushing the recently elevated Necropolis down a rank. How could this be possible? The youth found it hard to believe, yet Shadow Town indeed occupied the 5th position, with its score rapidly escalating. Just as he was momentarily distracted, Shadow Town rose once more to 4th. Anxiety began to grip him. At this rate, Shadow Castle's ascent might genuinely threaten his standing at 1st place. At that moment, their internal chat group erupted with notifications. The Glory Alliance, formed by the youth and others when Yue rallied them to establish a union, comprised a mere dozen lords, each possessing top-tier troops. Among them was not only the Dragon Nest, but also another in the top 10, previously ranked 7th, now 9th, the Heavenly Sanctuary. The remaining members were outside the top 10, yet nearly all ranked within the top 300. What is happening? Heavenly Sanctuary, muster your strength. You are on the verge of falling out of the top 10. Dragon Nest, hold fast. Maintain the 1st position. Our alliance relies on you to remain in the top 10. You must persevere until the end. Glory Alliance is invincible. Following the Great Ones means feasting on success. Goodness gracious, that girl from Angel Town is formidable. She's now reached 2nd place. Am I seeing things? Or is Shadow in 4th? Why are the other lords so weak? How could they be so easily surpassed by the Shadow Lord? This is infuriating. Are you implying that I am weak? No, Heavenly Sanctuary, keep pushing, defeat Shadow. The 2 esteemed leaders are urged to strive valiantly, to conquer the shadows and the angels, to engage in relentless battle. Alas, I find myself lacking in beastly minions, unable to accumulate a significant score. The Wulong Nest and the Cathedral of the Lord have ceased their communications, wholly focused on repelling the onslaught of beasts. They stand as the pillars of the Glory Alliance. If one can secure the top position while the other maintains a spot within the top 10, the reputation of the Glory Alliance will be forever cemented. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Town, the battle rages fervently. The ground and the skies are teeming with an overwhelming number of magical beasts. Just moments ago, Yuan's score surged dramatically, a result of the Shadow's unprecedented self-destructive assault on the beast horde. The sheer accumulation of monstrous entities was staggering, surpassing even the total from the 2 previous waves last night. With at least 10,000 beasts amassed both above and below, dozens of 9th-tier magical beasts, including several elite 9th-tier creatures, surged forth. The recent wave of self-detonation, which included Ika and Nija, was essential. They had no choice but to sacrifice themselves to mitigate the beast tide's advance. Their actions resulted in the demise of over 2,000 magical beasts, granting Yuan a substantial influx of points. However, in the distance beyond the territory, many more beasts were gathering. Yuan had yet to engage, gazing at the distant silhouettes of the beasts with a sense of bewilderment. There were simply too many. Had it not been for the Shadow's earlier self-detonation, the beast tide might have very well breached their defenses and reached the castle. A relentless assault involving tens of thousands of beasts would spell disaster for any other lord. Even the currently top-ranked Wulong Nest would face annihilation. Only the Shadows could withstand such a force. No one else could. It appeared that I had truly encountered a high-intensity beast tide. The good news, however, is the absence of domain-level magical beasts. As long as there are no domain-level creatures, the sheer number of others is rendered inconsequential. I appreciate everyone's enthusiasm. It is heartening to see dozens of ratings. There should be quite a few readers, likely in the thousands, yet only 300 or 400 reviews have been submitted. Please lend a hand. A 5-star rating requires but a flick of your finger. Chapter 72, fusion of divine skills, Thunderfire Lotus. Due to the subsequent gathering of ferocious magical beasts, the previously repaired walls once again crumbled. Countless ferocious beasts surged forth, charging towards the castle. Once these creatures breached the territory, Li Yuan employed his tried-and-true method, repairing the castle and defensive towers once more, effectively sandwiching the beasts within a pincer movement. Thousands of ferocious beasts overwhelmed the shadows, who found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, the direction of the Red Moon Forest did not present a significant number of ferocious beasts, allowing the golden sacred monkey to lend assistance to the other shadows. Although the beast horde was vast, Li Yuan remained unconcerned for the safety of the castle. After all, with no domain-level magical beasts present, the shadows merely needed to execute a few more self-destructive maneuvers. These ferocious beasts would merely translate into additional points. It was time for me to revel in the battle. Li Yuan ascended from the castle's peak, for if he did not act soon, Nija and the others would likely commence their self-detonation once more to clear the way. In the comprehensive ranking of points, slaying monsters undoubtedly yields points. However, since it is a cumulative score, mere monster hunting cannot account for everything. The performance of castle troops and lords is also factored in. Thus, Li Yuan decided to take the initiative and showcase his prowess to the officials. Moreover, having witnessed the ferocious beasts assaulting the castle, he was eager to take action. Furthermore, having recently obtained the moon's demonic energy, it was only natural for him to test its effects. Descending from the castle's apex, he took several strides through the air, halting at the grand entrance. Outside, the sky and ground were teeming with chaotic figures of beasts, yet they remained at bay, 500 meters from the castle. Shadows flitted among the horde, and the toll of death was not insignificant. Apart from Niji Aika and 2 other 9th-tier shadows, the remaining shadows had met their demise 7 or 8 times. Yet they were unfazed. One moment surrounded by foes, the next, they reappeared, snatching the lives of the ferocious beasts. At that moment, the beast horde had received reinforcements, significantly amplifying their assault. The shadows were overwhelmed, with 2 8th-tier shadows opting for self-detonation, taking down over a dozen beasts. Moreover, Niji and her comrades were not oblivious to their aerial weaknesses. They had previously commanded the shadows to self-destruct in the air if the situation became dire. For the 6 flying shadows could scarcely contend with the dense throng of avian beasts. In the time preceding this, most of the defense had relied on the assistance of Niji Aika and her 2 companions of divine prowess. Otherwise, the avian ferocious beasts would likely have already breached the 500-meter mark, threatening the castle's protective barrier. The golden sacred ape also occasionally roared, aiding in the suppression of the flying beasts. Li Yuan's gaze swept across the beast horde outside, then up at the flying creatures above, as he slowly extended his hands. An intangible force erupted from within him, tendrils of energy racing outward in all directions, enveloping the entire territory. "Come down," Li Yuan proclaimed, his outstretched palms clenching into fists. It was as if his fists activated the very powers he had just summoned. With his fists formed, a terrifying pressure descended upon the entire realm, bearing down on all the ferocious beasts. None could escape this overwhelming force. It was a complete dominion. In an instant, under the weight of this invisible power, the flying avian beasts plummeted to the ground almost simultaneously. Their descent was swift, as though iron fists had struck them, rendering them helpless. Only the 9th-tier avians fought against this force, albeit at a slightly reduced speed. They too were still falling. Not only did the airborne avian beasts succumb to this pressure, but the multitude of ground-dwelling beasts also felt as though a mountain had pressed down upon them, their aggressive movements stilled, as if trapped in viscous quicksand, unable to act. As the airborne avian beasts crashed to the earth, they erupted in a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Weaker ferocious beasts, upon plummeting to the ground, were brutally crushed to death. In this singular moment, at least 100 ferocious beasts and 6th-tier magical creatures met their demise. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As countless avian creatures descended, the sky was illuminated by arcs of blue lightning and an abundance of fireballs. Gazing upward, it resembled a blue lotus gradually unfurling. The blue lightning served as petals, while each fireball represented the stamen and seed pod, collectively forming an extraordinarily resplendent lotus platform. However, within this floral display lay immense power. Roars of unease echoed from the beasts below, instinctively filled with dread. Unfortunately, aside from the 8th and 9th-tier magical creatures, all other ferocious beasts remained utterly immobilized beneath the weight of an invisible pressure. Not only the ferocious beasts but even the golden sacred ape found its mobility partially restrained. With Li Yuan exerting such extensive control over gravity, there was no way to spare attention for it. The onslaught began with indiscriminate coverage over the entire territory. The 20 or so human soldiers were similarly forced to the ground. Only the shadows remained unaffected, as they were, in essence, ethereal and insubstantial. Gravity held no sway over them. At this moment, Li Yuan's complexion paled slightly, clearly indicating that simultaneously wielding the powers of lunar magic, lightning, and dragon incantations was taxing his energy reserves. Although these divine abilities granted him control over the corresponding energies and the lightning fireballs were not sourced from within him, the simultaneous invocation of three distinct powers exerted a tremendous strain on his mental fortitude. Thanks to the enhancement from the Sacred Source Tower, only a 9th tier combatant could encompass the entire territory. Had he been merely 8th tier, he could have managed to cover just the castle. Yet now, the entirety of the territory was enveloped by his divine abilities. This was a devastating technique he had meticulously devised, a wide-ranging, indiscriminate offensive maneuver. The lunar magic not only suppressed the ferocious beasts below, but also continuously compressed the Thunderfire Lotus platform in the sky. The forces of lightning and fire were being constricted, with both the blue lightning and red fireballs rapidly deepening in hue. Though it may seem lengthy, in reality, it transpired in mere seconds. Li Yuan's extensive control over gravity, coupled with the rebound from thousands of ferocious beasts, began to strain his gravitational field. Roars erupted as dozens of 9th tier ferocious beasts and several elite 9th tier magical creatures first broke free from the gravitational hold, howling toward the heavens. As they escaped, other beasts also started to tear apart the gravitational field that Li Yuan's lunar magic had disseminated. In an instant, the ferocious beasts regained their mobility. Despite the explosive power converging in the Thunderfire Lotus platform above, their minds, conditioned by instinct, chose to ignore the imminent danger and once again launched a frenzied assault on the castle, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Meanwhile, the shadows remained tirelessly engaged in their slaughter of these ferocious beasts. At that moment, Li Yuan's voice resonated in the ears of all the shadows, including the Golden Sage Ape and the 23 human soldiers. Upon receiving Li Yuan's command, they unhesitatingly abandoned their adversaries. The 23 human soldiers, already positioned at the entrance, swiftly pushed the cannon platform and re-entered the milky white energy shield. With the shadows no longer obstructing them, the beast horde surged into the castle's vicinity like a relentless tide. However, at that very instant, blue and red lights cascaded from the sky, illuminating the world in a dazzling interplay of colors. Bloom, Thunderfire Lotus. Li Yuan gazed at the thunderous blossoms above, his eyes glinting with a cold intensity. Chapter 73, No Holds Barred, Annihilate This Pack of Beasts. The name Thunderfire Lotus was a spontaneous creation of Li Yuan's. It felt fitting, yet he soon found it slipping from his memory. As his voice echoed, the enormous Thunderfire Lotus, whose blue petals had initially closed slightly, suddenly unfurled outward. Countless fireballs, nearly solidified, rained down with a thunderous crash. Simultaneously, the blue petals shattered, unleashing a torrent of furious energy along with innumerable fireballs. It was as if heaven's wrath sought to obliterate the earth. The intertwining blue and red lights filled the territory of the shadows, with only the shadow castle remaining distinct. At that moment, the feral beasts were a mere 100 meters from the castle. Yet, just then, the Thunderfire Lotus erupted, and the fireballs, propelled by the lightning, unleashed a series of explosive sounds. Following this, the fireballs detonated amidst the beast horde, creating continuous explosions. Within the castle, the Golden Sage Ape stood in stunned silence. General Ika and Nijo wore expressions of stoic calm, but the flickering light in their eyes betrayed their astonishment at the scene. The 32 human soldiers swallowed hard, realizing that such a formidable lord was the one they should follow. Their loyalty, which had initially hovered around 80%, began to soar, approaching a near 100 at that moment. The booming explosions echoed relentlessly. Over 100 suppressed fireballs erupted, exhibiting unparalleled might. The lightning spread alongside the explosions, weaving a pulsating web of electricity among the beasts. Most of the 6th-tier feral beasts barely registered what was happening before being reduced to ashes. Those beasts above the 6th tier, if somewhat weaker, initially turned to charred remains from the fireball blasts before being shattered by the lightning force. The higher-tier beasts, those above the 8th tier, suffered grievous wounds if they directly faced the onslaught of the fireballs, their flesh torn asunder by the dual assault of fire and electricity. After a full half-minute, the residual waves of the Thunderfire Lotus's explosions began to dissipate slowly. Piles of corpses lay strewn across the ground, with few remaining intact, many reduced to blackened ash. Witnessing this, Li Yuan's lips twitched. It was hasty. The power of the Thunderfire Lotus was undeniably immense, but it was overwhelming. In the wake of its detonation, over 2,000 feral beasts had been slaughtered, leaving behind a mere handful of beast corpses. In other words, Li Yuan has lost the corpses of 2,000 magical beasts. However, the gains are not insignificant. Besides bringing him an energy value harvest that brings him infinitely closer to the 9th tier, the comprehensive points of Shadow Town have surged by over 20,000 in an instant. As a result, Shadow Town's ranking has soared, directly surpassing Ishue's Angel Castle. Now, having accumulated tens of thousands of points, Li Yuan occupies the 2nd position on the leaderboard. Only the Dragon's Nest remains above him, but the gap between them has narrowed considerably. Currently, the points for the Dragon's Nest stand at 67,836, while Li Yuan's Shadow Town now boasts 61,834. A mere few thousand points apart. The dramatic rise in Shadow Town's ranking has undoubtedly caused a stir in the chat channel. My eyes are blind. My heavens. The Shadow Lord, whom you all disparaged, has shot straight to the heavens, his points skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket. What on earth happened to cause such a surge? No wonder the Shadow Bigwig's ranking was consistently low. It turns out he was holding back a powerful move, waiting for a stunning revelation. Goodness, this is astounding. A surge of over 20,000 points. Haha, what about those who just belittled the Shadow Lord? Are their faces burning from embarrassment? Boom. Thankfully, I refrained from boasting and kept my words in check. Whether he rises to second or even first, it matters not to me. I am merely a wanderer now. It is evident that the Shadow Lord must have unleashed a formidable attack, reaping a significant harvest of beasts. The question arises, if the Shadow Lord were to unleash another powerful move, would he not surpass the dragon's nest directly? Two prerequisites exist. First, he must still possess the ability to execute such a move. Second, there must be a considerable number of beasts still charging towards his castle territory. Such a powerful move would surely be difficult to replicate, wouldn't it? I too find it improbable. If he could execute it multiple times, the other lords would have no chance and might as well retire to rest. Yet, did you not notice? The gap between him and the dragon's nest is merely a few thousand points, making another powerful move unnecessary. The points of the dragon's nest are also on the rise. This has truly turned into a spectacle. Shall we place bets? I wager that the Shadow Lord will overtake and claim first place, betting 100 energy stones. Even in another world, one can encounter fellow gamblers. Come, let us proceed. I too wager 100 energy stones that the dragon's nest will maintain its lead. A group of onlookers, after a brief moment of shock, quickly turned to banter. In truth, who claims the first place on the primary beast tide leaderboard holds little significance for them. It has devolved into mere entertainment. Meanwhile, within the Glory Alliance group, the members, upon witnessing the Shadow Lord's point surge, were equally bewildered. What in the world? Has he taken medication or received an injection? 20,000 points, just like that. The chief is in danger. But do not panic. Perhaps the leader of the dragon's nest has a powerful move up his sleeve as well. Hold steady, big boss. Speaking of Shadow's demonic troops, could they truly possess such a grand move capable of eliminating thousands of magical beasts in one fell swoop? Unthinkable. No matter how strong the troops, it is improbable that they could achieve such a feat within these few days, even reaching the sacred domain. The strongest troops of the dragon's nest are merely at the 9th tier. Perhaps it is akin to the magical scrolls depicted in novels? Forbidden magic? Never mind. As long as the leader of the dragon's nest remains steadfast, the first place must belong to our Glorious Alliance. Let us rally. Glorious Alliance. At this moment, the young man from the dragon's nest was utterly astonished and had no mind for conversation in the group. Just moments ago, he had surpassed the Shadow Lord by over 30,000 points, yet now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself trailing by merely a few thousand points. I cannot afford to lose. I cannot lose. White Dragon, you must join the fray as well. The young man leaped from the back of his beloved White Dragon, urging it to join the battle. In the Shadow Castle, Yuan panted lightly. The Thunder Fury Fire Lotus had indeed drained much of his mental energy, and he nearly faltered upon landing. However, the results of the Thunder Fury Fire Lotus were evident, having obliterated over 2,000 magical beasts in one fell swoop. This was achieved without the assistance of the shadows, relying solely on his own formidable skills to produce such remarkable results. In less than 8 days, he had transformed from a defenseless individual on the brink of death into a master capable of annihilating thousands of magical beasts in an instant. Honestly, Yuan found this experience almost surreal. Yet, as the remaining beasts charged recklessly at the castle once more, he was reminded that all of this was not a dream, but indeed reality. Chapter 74. The bitter struggle for first place, Ishwa. At Yuan's command, the shadows appeared silently amidst the beast horde. No longer merely obstructing the beasts, they unleashed a reckless slaughter. One shadow enticed several magical beasts, and when overwhelmed, self-destructed, sending the beasts flying in every direction. After receiving Yuan's healing, the golden sacred ape, aware of his master's extraordinary healing abilities, charged into the fray without hesitation. Using its massive form to distract multiple 9th-tier magical beasts, disregarding its own injuries as it rampaged through the chaos. Nijia and Ika were relentless, embodying the very essence of death as they ruthlessly cut down the ferocious beasts. The 20 or so human soldiers did not retreat either, manning the castle's artillery, taking turns to fire. Yuan momentarily refrained from engaging, as the unleashed shadows were sufficient to eliminate the remaining 3,000 to 4,000 magical beasts. Moreover, should he unleash another Thunder Fury Fire Lotus, he would be left with a severe headache. With his 9th-tier combat prowess, whether he participated or not made little difference. The previous Thunder Fury Fire Lotus, which had instantaneously slain over 2,000 ferocious beasts, had already satisfied his craving for action. Roars of beasts and the explosions of the shadows echoed continuously throughout the town. Meanwhile, Yuan's accumulated points surged rapidly, climbing at an impressive pace. Although the points from the dragon's nest were also increasing, they could not match the speed of Li Yuan's progress. Thus, the gap of several thousand points continued to narrow, ultimately leading to Li Yuan's total eclipsing that of the Shadow Castle. In less than half an hour, Li Yuan triumphantly reached the summit, securing the top position on the comprehensive leaderboard. Undoubtedly, this caused a tremendous stir in the chat channels and among the internal alliance groups. Just a few moments prior, Li Yuan's Shadow Lord was on the verge of slipping out of the top 10, yet in the blink of an eye, it surged into the top 5. And shortly thereafter, it brought down the dragon's nest. Such speed is nothing short of astonishing. Previously, we proclaimed the Shadow Lord as the strongest, and this has now been unequivocally validated. He truly is the mightiest. Unless an unforeseen dark horse emerges, Shadow Town is certain to claim the first position. Remarkably powerful. And what of the hammer-wielding dark horse? Have you not noticed? Shadow Town has widened the gap, surpassing the competition by over 5,000 points. Where, oh where, have those who praised the dragon's nest vanished to? And those who ridiculed the Shadow Lord, where have they gone? Even the solo players are human. Now that they see the formidable Shadow Boss in action, they must be trembling in fear, worried that the Shadow Boss might remember their names. I wonder where the Shadow Boss is in the Red Moon Forest. Perhaps they should consider seeking allegiance. As for you, do you truly believe the Shadow Boss would regard your meager kind? Why, you scoundrel, if you have the audacity, challenge me in the Amagobi. Enough of this nonsense. Have you not noticed that Angel Town's ranking has plummeted from 2nd to 4th? Astonishing, indeed. It appears that angels and demons should belong to the same tier of troops. Had you not mentioned it, I might have overlooked it. Given the prowess of the Shadow Boss, Angel Castle should not be so weak. Perhaps the scale of the beast tide summoned by the goddess of Angel Town is insufficient. If the horde is sparse, acquiring points becomes a formidable challenge. This is not an inconceivable scenario, as the beast tide is of random intensity. However, there could be other possibilities. Perhaps we have all been misled, and the Shadow Boss's troops are not demons at all, but rather another class of troops, one that surpasses both angels and demons in power. Absurd. If that were the case, why has there been no appearance of a demon lord? Are you not a fool? The name is not chosen haphazardly. If my troops were demons, would I name my stronghold Demon Castle? Just like that godly town, despite showcasing over 1,000 sets of armor. Can we truly assert that their troops are divine? If they were indeed of the divine class, how could they fail to even break into the top 10? Merely a pretender. Is there truly a class stronger than demons and angels? Hardly. Who can say for certain? What if there is? Does it concern us solitary players? We are merely bystanders. Within the Glory Alliance's chat group, the atmosphere has grown rather grim. What a pity. It feels as though we are doomed. Who would have thought that the Shadow Fellow would not only catch up, but actually ascend to the first position? Pathetic. A dragon race with all attributes. And yet it can still falter. Dare you repeat that? Even if I, the dragon's nest, cannot claim first, at the very least, I am second. What do you amount to, you insignificant being? Second is impressive, you say? Second. Begone. I, the Glory Alliance, have no need for such weaklings. If it were not for the mere hundreds of beasts in my tide, do you think I would find it challenging to secure a top 10 position? The initial declaration may well belong to me. With this pathetic Glory Alliance, I have no desire to remain any longer. Foolish and worthless, I am leaving. With that, the individual exited the Glory Alliance. The Alliance chat fell into a profound silence. Within less than half a day since its establishment, signs of fracture were already evident. The Antao Alliance, founded by the Angel Lord Ishue, derives its name from the initial characters of Andal Estate and Takon Plain, aligning with her original intention to unite nearby lords and form a coalition. For now, Ishue has not considered lords from other states, as their distance diminishes the Alliance's utility. Presently, the Antao Alliance boasts over 20 members, primarily consisting of lords commanding high-tier and top-tier troops. In stark contrast to the fiery tempers of the Glory Alliance members, the Antao Alliance is markedly more harmonious, with everyone rallying support for Ishue and another lord. Goddess, go for it. Maintain your position in the top 5. Purple Gold Lord, we believe in you. You're about to break into the top 10. You two titans. Our Antao Alliance depends on your prowess. That Shadow Lord is indeed formidable, having ascended to the first position, truly impressive. It said that his troops are demons. The arch-rivals of our goddess's angelic forces? That seems rather excessive. No worries. It's likely due to the abundance of low-tier magical beasts on his side. Pure luck. Indeed. The goddess's angels are the strongest. Should they encounter him, righteousness will naturally prevail over evil, and our goddess will subdue him. At Takon Plain, within the Angel Town, Ishue, after the beast tide of the previous night, gathered the necessary resources to upgrade her castle to a town successfully. At this moment, her silver armor was stained with blood, as she had just left the castle to slay numerous magical beasts within her territory. Gazing at the Shadow Lord, who held the first position, a bitter expression crossed Ishue's face. The continent of war is vast, and Ishue is acutely aware that there are undoubtedly other formidable troop types capable of contending with her angels. Yet, she never anticipated that amidst the beast tide, she would struggle to maintain a position in the top 5. Her ambition had always been to claim the first place. Indeed, Ishue had always viewed Li Yuan as her primary competitor, envisioning a fierce rivalry for the top spot. However, the reality is that Li Yuan has indeed secured the first rank, while she languishes in 5th. Chapter 75. When I say I will annihilate you, I shall annihilate you. Although Ishue had anticipated that Li Yuan might emerge as the victor, the moment had arrived, and she felt a tinge of disappointment within her heart. 5th place is far from what she desired. The top 3 would have been more acceptable, but this 5th position is merely unsatisfactory. Her troops are undoubtedly top-tier angelic forces. In contrast, the Shadow Lord, seemingly ranked low, has rapidly overtaken others and now claims the first position. Demons and angels. Ishue shook her head, speculating that the Shadow Lord's troops might not necessarily be demons. Perhaps the perceptions had been skewed. No matter how powerful demons might be, they should not surpass angels by much, as they are, after all, rivals of equal standing. From the fact that Ishue could only secure the 5th position, it becomes evident that the troops of other lords are not inferior to angels and demons. This implies that Li Yuan's forces may indeed surpass those of angels and demons. Thus, Shadow Lord, what exactly are your troops? Ishue's curiosity towards the Shadow Lord has never waned. In fact, it has only intensified. However, Ishue has now established the Anti-Alliance. Although she has faced some setbacks in the current rankings, her confidence remains intact. The competition among the myriad races cannot rely solely on one lord. A single finger is no match for a fist. The alliance members she has gathered are formidable in their own right, and united, they may well rival Li Yuan's shadow territory. The Shadow Lord's continued prominence will undoubtedly render him a target among all lords. Such a state of being the center of attention does not guarantee a final victory, even if the Shadow Lord possesses extraordinarily powerful troops. A multitude of ants can bring down an elephant, let alone these already formidable lords. Of course, had Ishue been aware of the Shadow Legion's extraordinary attributes, her perspective would surely differ. Once the shadows have matured, a single shadow could contend with an entire territory. One shadow embodies the might of 1,000 armies. Within the Shadow Town, although the beast horde still numbers in the thousands, it has dwindled by 7 or 8,000, leaving only 1 or 2,000 remaining. The shadows no longer need to resort to self-destructive tactics. They effortlessly intercept and slay their foes. The ground, previously scorched by Li Yuan's wrathful lotus attack, is now strewn with the bodies of magical beasts. No fierce beasts remain, as they have been exterminated, leaving only magical creatures behind. Unfettered by the fear of death and fatigue, over 30 shadows operate as pure, unfeeling killing machines. In contrast, the 20 or so human troops lack such attributes. Despite merely controlling artillery and exerting little effort compared to the shadows, fatigue is etched on their faces. Even the golden sacred ape, after relentless slaughter, shows signs of weariness, primarily due to the numbing effects of continuous killing. As a being of the holy domain, he faced no significant threats from the magical beasts after the initial onslaught of dozens or hundreds. Each strike is executed with mechanical precision. Initially, Li Yuan had not noticed, but upon observing the golden sacred ape's condition and glancing at the human troops, he frowned. Let us conclude this swiftly. With his command, the golden sacred ape and the human troops felt an inexplicable force surge within them. In an instant, their vitality and spirit were restored to their peak state. Meanwhile, the shadows, receiving Li Yuan's orders, intensified their efforts to annihilate every visible magical beast before them. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays, dusk approached. Before long, the remaining 800 to 1,000 magical beasts charging at the castle showed signs of weakening in their assault. Li Yuan keenly observed that some of the magical beasts within the horde were, in fact, retreating. In the eyes of these beasts, the madness seemed to have dissipated. Perhaps they had regained a modicum of their senses and were no longer under the control of the authorities. Glancing at the sky, Li Yuan mused to himself. Is it coming to an end? Some 6th and 7th tier beasts continued to clash with the shadows, while the elite 8th and 9th tier beasts began their retreat. At this point, there were not many high-ranking beasts left, as the shadows had previously focused on eliminating the more formidable foes. Dozens of 9th tier beasts had long since been eradicated, and those remaining were merely the ones that had managed to hide. There were still 5 9th tier beasts, and only 1 elite 9th tier beast remained, a colossal serpent with 2 heads. One head was a deep green while the other was a vibrant yellow, each the size of a grinding wheel. Its serpentine body undulated over 100 meters, adorned with alternating scales of green and yellow. The 2 heads towered prominently, and even its flickering tongues were a striking mix of colors, lending an air of peculiarity. At that moment, the dual-headed serpent lowered its heads, writhing its massive body as it began to slowly retreat. The other 5 9th tier beasts followed suit, utilizing the bodies of the still lunatic beasts assaulting the castle as cover, inching away while evading the magical projectiles from the defensive towers. After 2 more minutes, Li Yuan, who had been scrutinizing the battlefield, noticed that even many 8th tier beasts had joined the ranks of those in retreat. Indeed, These creatures were gradually breaking free from the authorities' control. The initial wave of beasts was drawing to a close. Li Yuan remained vigilant. After all, the previous night had witnessed 2 waves of beasts, and he was not inclined to welcome another due to negligence. However, the colors around him were faint, perhaps indicating that night had yet to fully descend, or perhaps due to the authority suppression of the Red Moon Forest. The forest lay in silence, devoid of any disturbances. Scanning the surrounding territory, he noticed no signs of movement or congregating beasts. Surely, there wouldn't be another wave? The second wave from the previous night had been orchestrated by the Red Moon Forest. Now, it seemed that the forbidden entities within were being expelled by the authorities, leaving them too preoccupied to cause further chaos. Li Yuan felt a slight sense of relief upon confirming this. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze fell upon the retreating 9th-tier beasts and the elite 2-headed serpent. You think you can escape? Not on my watch. Since you've come, you shall remain here, he commanded. Isekai and the little monkey, do not concern yourselves with anything else. Focus on slaying the 9th-tier beasts and that elite serpent. As he spoke, Li Yuan soared over the castle walls, appearing amidst the throng of beasts 100 meters away. Upon hearing Li Yuan's orders, Isekai and the others sprang into action, navigating through the dwindling horde of beasts to engage the dual-headed serpent and its kin. Although the trio had temporarily departed, with Li Yuan's involvement, the other beasts could not breach the castle's defenses. It was primarily due to the increasing number of beasts regaining their senses, their fighting spirit extinguished, retreating while battling. They were no match for their opponents, making the slaughter easier than ever before. Indeed, the tide has turned. The once daunting horde of beasts charging towards the castle has now transformed into a relentless pursuit of these creatures fleeing from its confines. In no time at all, the last 300 to 500 ferocious beasts were vanquished, with not a single one escaping the Shadow Castle unscathed. The decree to eradicate these vile creatures was executed with unwavering resolve. Chapter 76. The fate is sealed. Envy breeds resentment. The officially sanctioned initial beast tide has finally come to a close. The misunderstandings of last night, coupled with today's genuine beast wave, have left the lords utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally. After fending off 2 consecutive beast waves, their forces are equally exhausted, suffering considerable losses. Meanwhile, the chat channel has ceased to reflect any changes in the rankings. In first place stands Shadow Town, with a score of 198,984. Following closely is WNL Nest, with 139,877 points. In third is the Realm of the Undead, amassing 127,863 points. Angel Town holds fourth place with 108,765 points, while the Night Kingdom secures fifth with 102,345 points. The Heaven S Town ranks sixth with 98,679 points, and Golden Town occupies seventh with 92,365 points. The Mountain of Gods is in eighth place with 91,234 points, followed by the Sacred Land of the Overcast Sky in ninth, scoring 89,324. Lastly, in 10th place is the Night S Home with 87,564 points. In comparison to the initial comprehensive leaderboard, significant shifts have occurred. However, the top 10 remains populated by familiar names. The only entity to fall from this esteemed group is the Glory Alliance's Holy Cathedral, now positioned at 15th. WNL Nest began as the frontrunner, ultimately overtaken by Shadow Town, yet it remains in a commendable second place. The Realm of the Undead and Heaven's Town have ascended from 9th and 11th to 3rd and 6th, respectively. The Sacred Land of the Overcast Sky, which initially held second, has now slipped to 9th, nearly falling out of the top 10. Angel Town, previously 5th, has fluctuated between 2nd and 3rd, but ultimately ended in 5th place, narrowly clinching 4th with a mere 1,000-point advantage over its competitors. With over 1 million lords gracing the leaderboard, the focus naturally lies on the top 10. Subsequent rankings will undoubtedly witness substantial transformations, with some low-ranking names surging into the top 100 or even the top 10,000, while others may have vanished entirely from the list, likely having fallen out of the top million or, more grimly, being consumed by the beast tide, leading to ruin. As the lords have successfully weathered the official initial beast wave, the chat channel is no longer populated solely by casual players. The lords finally have the opportunity to engage in conversation. Surviving 2 beast waves in a single day, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to the heavens. No need for further words. I have already bowed to my parents, my grandparents, and even to the revered 3 pure ones. Regardless, we have persevered, and I feel an overwhelming urge to sing at the top of my lungs. If only I had some liquor to accompany my celebration. The era belonging to our lordly castles has finally dawned. A word of caution to those upstairs. Let us refrain from repeating yesterday's discussions. We must hope the officials do not conjure any further mischief. What a dreadful situation. Please refrain from uttering such ominous words. If this continues, I fear for my very existence. There are now but 2 troop types remaining. Speaking of the beast tide, fortune seems to have smiled upon us. I was moments away from despair, yet the beast tide retreated on its own, leaving me utterly astounded. Though I have survived, I find myself outside the top million on the leaderboard, thus missing out on the rewards. Fear not, my friend. There are countless lords who are equally unable to claim their prizes. If you cannot obtain it, so be it. I believe the one who should be most disheartened is the Lord of the Dragon's Nest. Huh, what a twist. First place turned to second. I had assumed the Dragon's Nest was assuredly in the lead. Who could have predicted this? Well, I certainly did. Let us take a moment to commend the illustrious Shadow. Truly a force to be reckoned with. The mightiest territory, the most formidable lord, there's no escaping that. Angel Town ranks only 4th, which is quite amusing, as it stands on par with the Shadow's troops. Let us not engage in gender rivalry. In another world, do you believe a punch would spare you? Oh, I was mistaken. Women are both the heavens and the earth, the most formidable beings in existence. By the way, is this score determined by the number of beasts slain? My goodness, if that is the case, the beast tide faced by Shadow Town must have been truly terrifying, with at least 10,000 beasts involved, I presume? The overall score certainly considers various performances as well, yet the number of beasts undoubtedly carries significant weight. Over 10,000 magical beasts. Goodness. I wouldn't manage even 1,000. Not even 1,000? To have survived thus far, one would indeed have to pay homage to their ancestors. It is certain that the Shadow Lord has slain a considerable number of magical beasts to secure first place, yet their overall performance must also be exceptional. That being said, one cannot overlook the possibility that the beast horde encountered by Shadow Town may not have been particularly strong, perhaps comprised entirely of low-tier ferocious beasts. Are those from the Glory Alliance attempting to defend the Dragon's Nest? I merely speak the truth. Over 10 9th-tier magical beasts appeared at the Dragon's Nest, claiming more than half of their troops. My word, so many 9th-tier magical beasts? Just one could obliterate my fortress. In that light, the Dragon's Nest indeed possesses remarkable strength. To achieve second place, they must possess considerable prowess. How could they not? Yet, if the scales of the beast tide were to be reversed, it is uncertain whether the Shadow Lord could contend with the Dragon's Nest. Who can say? All I know is that the official special reward for first place is firmly in the Shadow Lord's grasp. The envy is palpable. Hey. Let us not sing their praises too loudly. Consider your own fate. Can you endure? If not, perhaps it's time to transition into a rogue. Our great Demon King's Rogue Alliance welcomes all. Go away. I have no intention of changing my class. Only the foolish would do so. The upstairs fool has been duly identified. I wonder when the officials will distribute the rewards. I currently stand at 89,000. Just wait, it should be soon. The chat channel has regained its previous vibrancy, though now it is mostly populated by lords discussing the leaderboard and rewards after surviving the beast tide. There are also a few rogues speaking up, yet the lords scarcely pay them any heed. Meanwhile, discussions about the leaderboard are undoubtedly ongoing in the internal groups of various alliances. The Glory Alliance finds its members in a state of profound discontent, with the most despondent among them being the Lord of the Dragon's Nest himself. How could this possibly be? I cannot fathom my defeat. Brothers, a loss is a loss. It is an irreversible reality. If the reversal had been marginal, one could argue against accepting it. But having been overtaken by tens of thousands of points, what grounds do I have for dissent? Indeed, Dragon's Nest, maintain your composure. Acknowledging the strength of others bears no shame, especially as you stand second. As the saying goes, the leaderboard cannot be deemed a true reflection of territorial prowess. Had the Shadow Lord faced your beast horde, perhaps he too would not have claimed the top spot. Let it go. It is merely a beast horde. Our true aspiration lies in the conquest of all races. Yet, I cannot suppress my frustration. I have lost over 10 dragon units and the coveted first place reward. Dragon's Nest, you are currently the mightiest within our Glory Alliance. Should you continue lamenting, I may well withdraw from the alliance altogether. Very well, I concede. I appreciate everyone's consolation. The true measure of strength will only reveal itself in future encounters. For now, this is but a fleeting moment. Indeed, let us look to the future and strive together. While the Lord of the Dragon's Nest speaks these words, his heart cannot truly accept defeat. The unique special reward is undoubtedly a powerful asset that now eludes him. Following the Shadow Lord's acquisition of this reward, he is likely to become even more formidable, isn't he? Contemplating these thoughts drives the Lord of the Dragon's Nest to the brink of fury, consumed by envy and resentment. Several members have already quietly exited the alliance. If he were to voice further grievances, the Glory Alliance might very well dissolve into a farce. Fortunately, his strength is still recognized by many, or else he would not receive such comfort. Chapter 77. A significant enhancement of power, the true sacred domain. The Lord of the Dragon's Nest stands within his territory, littered with the corpses of magical beasts, his expression dark and brooding. Shadow Lord, just wait and see. And to those who mock me, your time will come. The young man's gaze is somber. He refrains from further conversation and directs the remaining dragon units to clear the battlefield. At the Tarkin Plains, in Angel Town, Ishue personally aids her angelic battalion in gathering the corpses of magical beasts within their territory. During the official Beast Horde event, the Angel Battalion experienced significant enhancement, with many units achieving upgrades. At this moment, her battalion boasts 2 9th-tier archangels. The thousands of beast corpses provide a substantial amount of resources. In her moments of respite, Ishue searches for the name of the Shadow Lord, hoping to add Li Yuan as a friend. Unfortunately, ever since Li Yuan disabled the friend request function, he has not reactivated it. Ishue sighs. To be honest, the pressure exerted by the Shadow Lord is considerable. If possible, she would prefer not to find herself in opposition to Li Yuan. Her angelic units and territory are formidable. If she could forge a strong alliance with the Shadow Lord, it would not be long before the Andila province fell under the banner of their Antao alliance, sweeping away the local forces and obstinate castle lords. Yet, the Shadow Lord seems to operate as a lone wolf, refusing to accept friend requests, rendering communication impossible. If this continues, a conflict between the Antao alliance and the Shadow Lord is inevitable. 2 tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. In the realm of Andira, there can only be one sovereign, either she, Ishue, or the Shadow Lord. The clash of these 2 formidable powers is bound to result in injury for one, which is tantamount to internal strife within Andira, inadvertently granting opportunities to the lords of other states. Ishue aspires to dominate the entire war continent, and thus her ambitions stretch far beyond the present. At this moment, she already hopes to forge an alliance with Li Yuan. Unbeknownst to her, however, Li Yuan has never contemplated an alliance with other lords. There is no need. It is a simple dichotomy, either submit or perish. Therefore, Ishue's desire to ally with Li Yuan is destined to remain a mere fantasy. A confrontation between Li Yuan and the alliance of Anta, along with her angelic town, is inevitable. Yet, these matters are best left for another time. In the Red Moon Forest, within the territory of Shadow Town, the Shadows concluded their pursuit of the fleeing beasts, marking the official end of the battle, and tranquility finally descended upon the land. However, the Shadows swiftly commenced their relentless task of cleaning the battlefield. Those collecting bodies gathered the fallen, while dismembered remains were cast into the Shadow Realm. All were busily engaged in their endeavors. Li Yuan, too, was not idle, cheerfully gathering those relatively intact corpses of ferocious beasts. The presence of tens of thousands of beast carcasses would undoubtedly yield an immense bounty of resources. Yet, what delighted Li Yuan most was not merely the material wealth, but the substantial enhancement of the Shadow's strength due to this official beast tide. After all, the countless beast corpses brought him not only material goods, but also a staggering amount of energy value. Especially noteworthy was Nija, the first ghostly general Li Yuan had recruited, who had truly stepped into the realm of the sacred. No longer merely a combatant of the sacred level, but one who possessed a complete domain of the sacred. Alas, the Sacred Source Tower, being a mere sacred-grade structure, could no longer enhance those of the sacred level, capping their potential at the sacred combat tier. Otherwise, with the support of the Sacred Source Tower, Nija would have attained semi-divine combat prowess. IKA and the Golden Sacred Ape were also on the cusp of a breakthrough, though they still required a slight push. The number of 9th-tier shadows had surged from a mere 2 to 20, with half of the shadows having ascended to the 9th tier. The remaining shadows had all reached the 8th tier. However, the most significant enhancement belonged to the 23 human troops, whose initial lower ranks allowed them to leap from the 4th and 5th tiers directly to the 7th tier, with one artilleryman even achieving the 8th tier. With such collective strength, it would be remiss not to claim the top position. Furthermore, considering that after collecting these beast corpses, there would be a plethora of energy stones, crystals, and materials, the smile on Li Yuan's face grew even broader. The 2 waves of beast attacks from the previous night had bestowed upon him a vast trove of resources. The materials needed for upgrading the shadow crystals to the 4th tier were nearly within reach, and with the additional resources he would gather shortly, it should be sufficient. Despite having lost 1 or 2,000 beasts to Li Yuan's Wrath of Thunderfire Lotus and the self-detonation of the shadows, there remained still 7 or 8,000. Even with Li Yuan's diligent collection, it would consume a considerable amount of time. Having gathered less than a third, this was the 3rd blueprint. He wondered how much more he could obtain. Li Yuan, brimming with excitement, continued to collect the corpses of the magical beasts, not immediately proceeding to appraise them. He paid little attention to the specifics of the 3 blueprints, the various energy stones, and the primordial crystals. At that moment, he suddenly lifted his gaze to the sky, as the official voice echoed once more in his mind. Greetings to all castle lords. The initial beast tide assault has officially concluded. Congratulations to the 83, 563, 218 lords who survived. You have passed the trial, and shall now embark on the grand era of the myriad races vying for dominance. Congratulations also to the top 100,000 castles on the leaderboard. You will receive corresponding rewards, which will be distributed shortly. Finally, congratulations to the Shadow Lord for achieving the highest comprehensive score in this initial beast tide assault. You will receive the most substantial reward, a unique special prize. Lords, the gateway to the Supreme Throne has been opened for you. Take a moment to recuperate and resume your slaughter. The term Supreme Throne resonated once again in the official announcement. Undoubtedly, this Supreme Throne might represent the ultimate goal for countless lords vying for supremacy. Ascending to the Supreme Throne could signify becoming the final sovereign of this war-torn continent, the sole master of the battlefield. Naturally, only one individual could claim the Supreme Throne. Most lords were acutely aware that they would never sit upon this seat of power. The only contenders for this position would likely be the top 10 lords, such as the Shadow Lord, who possessed the qualifications to pursue it. As for the rest, attaining divinity and enjoying eternal life would suffice. The Supreme Throne. Who could possibly occupy such a position? As long as it's not me, I would honestly contemplate becoming a lone wanderer instead. The initial beast tide has claimed the lives of at least 200 million lords. It's far too perilous. Can my streak of good fortune endure? It feels increasingly unlikely. The Shadow Lord, having secured a unique special reward, must be growing even stronger. The gap is widening. To those in the top 100,000, what rewards did you receive? I placed around 90,000 and received a chest containing a holy tier potential magical beast cub. Not too shabby. The Lord ranked 72 reports that they received a holy domain weapon. Goodness, even those in the holy domain aren't ranked highly. Could the Shadow Lord possibly ignite divine fire directly? What am I thinking? Ascending to divinity means no competition. The selection for the Supreme Throne is practically predetermined for the Shadow Lord. However, I am genuinely curious about the Shadow Lord's reward. Alas, I am not in Andira state. Otherwise, I would certainly visit the Red Moon Forest to pay homage to the Shadow Lord. That sounds odd. To pay homage to a visage that might lead to being struck down by the Shadow Lord. Chapter 78. Special Reward, Shadow World Inheritance Rights. The official announcement left the surviving lords and lone wanderers in a state of profound shock. Firstly, their futures were at stake, whether lords or wanderers. All aspired to secure an everlasting existence. Secondly, there was the burning question of what kind of special reward the Shadow Lord, as the top scorer, would ultimately receive. This time, the name of Yuan, the Shadow Lord, has undoubtedly spread among all the lords and free individuals, becoming a widely recognized figure. One can only imagine that Yuan's reputation now stands unparalleled among the lords. Should the native forces of the war continent become aware of him, Yuan would surely gain fame across all 7 continents and the endless seas. Countless lords and free individuals yearn to ascertain the whereabouts of Yuan's Shadow Town. After all, such a formidable figure is akin to a mighty pillar of support, and many aspire to cling to it tightly. Even simply following in Yuan's wake, gleaning some benefits, would be quite advantageous. However, as of now, no one knows the precise location of the Shadow Lord. The only hint, the Red Moon Forest, is merely speculation based on information provided by a deceased lord's acquaintance, the veracity of which remains uncertain. A figure who rose to prominence from the onset, yet remains shrouded in mystery. This is the essence of the Shadow Lord. If Yuan were to rise at this moment and call for the establishment of a so-called alliance, millions of lords would undoubtedly choose to follow him, propelling him into the position of the most formidable alliance, capable of dominating all lords from Earth. Even when facing the powerful native forces of the war continent, this alliance would not falter significantly. Nevertheless, Yuan harbors no such intentions. The alliance will not be formed for now, as a king requires no allies, only conquest. At this moment, upon receiving the official notification, an information prompt materialized before Yuan's eyes. Shadow Lord, congratulations on achieving the first position in the comprehensive score rankings for the initial Beast Tide Assault. As a lord, your personal strength is formidable, and your troops surpass those of all other lords. First place is truly well-deserved. You have now taken a significant step towards the exalted throne. Do not be content with the status quo. Establish a city, forge a kingdom, and vie for supremacy over the war continent. That is your rightful destiny. Now, please accept the honor of your first-place reward. This reward consists of a standard reward and a unique special reward. The unique special reward is singular. No second individual will possess it. This reward will be granted directly, without the need for collection. The standard rewards have 4 options. You may select the one most suitable for you. Standard Reward 1. A complete set of divine tier equipment. Standard Reward 2. An immediate enhancement of your power to the sacred realm. Standard Reward 3. An upgrade of your town to a high-level city. Standard Reward 4. Troop attribute-specific buildings. Unique Special Reward. Inheritance of the Shadow World. Yuan's gaze, guided by the prompt, gradually descended. At last, his eyes settled upon the final unique reward, his breath quickening noticeably. The inheritance of the Shadow World, what does this imply? As soon as his inquiry surfaced, a clear explanation regarding the inheritance of the Shadow World appeared before him. The Shadow World is the realm where the 9 Shadow Legions reside. The inheritance of the Shadow World signifies that you now possess the qualification to become the master of the Shadow World. Requirements. 1. Summon the 9 Shadow Generals. 2. Activate the ultimate darkness, enveloping the entire war continent in a shadow barrier. Current permissions. 1. Free access to the shadow world. 2. Utilize the shadow mark. 3. Manifest the shadow barrier. Upon reading these descriptions, Li Yuan's expression transformed into one of unrestrained joy. Truly, this unique reward was tailor-made for him. In the next moment, Li Yuan took a deep breath, and his consciousness was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming darkness, as if he had transcended into another realm. Not merely an impression, but he had genuinely entered a different world, the shadow world. Here, with merely a thought, he could traverse to any location within the war continent, provided he had either visited or his troops had previously been there. This realm was devoid of light, consumed by an endless abyss of darkness. Yet, Li Yuan perceived countless crimson eyes densely surrounding his field of vision. These were not the warriors of the Shadow Legion, but formidable beasts of colossal size. The Shadow World was not only home to the 9 legions, but also teeming with innumerable shadowy behemoths, native creatures of this dark domain. Roar, roar, roar. The low growls echoed in Li Yuan's ears, accompanied by a multitude of crimson eyes. Fortunately, at that moment, the magic of the moon surged from within him. Under the influence of an invisible gravitational force, the crimson eyes scattered in all directions. However, in the next instant, Li Yuan's expression drastically shifted. What the hell? He exclaimed, realizing he had no time to observe the intricate details of the shadow world before he vanished from his spot. Just as he disappeared, the ground beneath him transformed into a vivid crimson. The very spot where he had stood was atop the head of a shadowy behemoth, resting upon its closed eyelid. Now, the behemoth's eyes opened. It was the manifestation of the moon's magic that allowed Li Yuan to perceive the overwhelming surge of energy beneath him. A sacred domain? A divine realm? Li Yuan was uncertain of the behemoth's strength, but one thing was clear. It was undoubtedly 1,000 times more powerful than him at present. Had he lingered a moment longer, he would have surely become the behemoth's meal. Within the shadow castle, Li Yuan's figure materialized, his eyes flashing with a mix of astonishment and rage. As the inheritor of the shadow world, his inaugural entry into this realm nearly saw him consumed by a shadowy behemoth. Simultaneously, this brief excursion into the shadow world served as a stark reminder. Although he was now the inheritor, merely obtaining this status did not make him the true master of this realm. Aside from the shadows he had already summoned, it was unlikely that even the shadowy behemoths of this world, or other legions, would recognize him as their inheritor, and they might very well attack him upon meeting. Nevertheless, the ability to traverse the shadow world was a significant strength. At least he would no longer require the assistance of Nia and the others. To claim dominion over the shadow world, he must first gather the 9 generals. Having already recruited 2, he was still short of 7. The time has come to unleash the ultimate darkness, as the shadow barrier envelopes the war continent. Only by fulfilling these 2 conditions can I truly claim to be the master of the shadow world, commanding all shadow legions, including the colossal shadow beasts. The mere thought of becoming the sovereign of the shadow realm fills Li Yuan with an uncontainable exhilaration. To be the ruler of a world, a dominion unto itself. The first condition, however, is not particularly daunting. With time, I shall recruit the 9 great generals. The second condition poses a greater challenge, for it entails shrouding the entire continent in the shadow barrier. This equates to allowing the shadow world to consume the war continent, transforming it into an integral part of the shadow realm. This aligns perfectly with the ultimate goal of the myriad races vying for supremacy. To master the war continent is to master the shadow world. Oh, does this not imply that I would become the sovereign of 2 realms? After a considerable moment, Li Yuan managed to suppress his excitement and began to test the second privilege bestowed upon him as the heir of the shadow world, the shadow mark. Chapter 79, Newly Acquired Legions, Phantom Shadows and Beast Shadows. Li Yuan quickly grasped the essence of the shadow mark. Raising his hand, he conjured a series of runes forged from pure shadow energy. These runes were composed solely of shadow power, potent enough to transform other beings. Indeed, the ability of the shadow mark was the very power Li Yuan had long coveted. It allowed for the assimilation of other beings through shadow energy, endowing the assimilated entities with the attributes of the shadow legions. Upon death, they could be reborn in the shadow world and traverse through its realms. Those who received the shadow mark from Li Yuan would remain largely unchanged apart from their minds and bodies, and would, of course, possess absolute loyalty to him. However, bestowing the shadow mark upon another being does not guarantee their immediate transformation into a shadow entity. The being must be capable of integrating with the shadow mark. If they can endure the encroachment of shadow energy, they will successfully acquire the unique attributes of the shadow. In other words, the shadow mark does not ensure a 100% success rate. Li Yuan shook the runes in his hand and turned his gaze toward the 20 or so human warriors who had approached from the Great Zhou Castle. Perfect. These human soldiers can serve as the initial test subjects. You, come here. Li Yuan beckoned casually to one of them. The chosen warrior immediately sprinted toward Li Yuan, bowing respectfully and reverently uttering, "My king." The reverence stemmed from Li Yuan's status as lord, while the admiration arose from the divine spectacle of him slaying thousands of beasts with the thunder fury fire lotus. The title of my king was simply a mimicry of what he had heard from Nijiaika. Li Yuan nodded and inquired, "What is your name?" After a moment of reflection, he declared, "Let us call you Li Cheng." For him, receiving a name personally conferred by Li Yuan was the pinnacle of honor. "Rise." Li Yuan gestured, and Li Cheng found himself involuntarily standing. "Now, I shall grant you a boon. Whether you can seize this gift depends solely on you." In an instant, the shadow mark transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, enveloping Li Cheng entirely. Soon, anguished cries echoed from within the black fog. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he meticulously observed the metamorphosis of Li Cheng. The power of the shadows was gradually eroding Li Cheng's flesh, suffusing every inch of his skin and cells with this dark force. The torment evident in Li Cheng's screams indicated the excruciating nature of this transformation. After approximately 10 minutes, the shadow power was completely absorbed into his body, and he successfully integrated the shadow mark. At that moment, a dark, sigil-like rune appeared on Li Cheng's forehead. His aura remained largely unchanged, save for the transformation of his pupils into a vivid crimson hue, while the sclera retained its whiteness, contrasting sharply with his blood-red irises reminiscent of shadows. "Quite impressive. The first one succeeded," Li Yuan remarked with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He continued, "Li Cheng, from this moment forth, you shall serve as the general of the Shadow Brigade, the 10th Battalion of Black Shadow Town, tasked with leading those of your kind. I, Li Cheng, shall obey the king's command." Li Cheng responded, kneeling once more with a face brimming with exhilaration. Concurrently, his loyalty towards Li Yuan surged to a perfect 100%. Li Yuan then turned his attention to the other human soldiers, opting for brevity as he directly placed 22 marks upon their foreheads. Instantly, the courtyard of the castle was once again filled with the cacophony of anguished cries. While Li Cheng had succeeded, it was likely that some among this group would falter. However, Li Yuan showed no signs of compassion. As he had indicated to Li Cheng, this was a reward he had bestowed, and whether one could grasp it depended solely on their own resolve. Should they fail to do so, the distinction between dying now or later was negligible. For the time being, Li Yuan did not concern himself with the success rate of the human soldiers, but rather focused on the golden sacred ape, which had transformed into a small monkey. Without needing further prompting, the golden sacred ape approached him. "Master." It bowed its head, clearly aware of Li Yuan's intentions. Being a formidable magical beast on the verge of advancing to the Saint Realm, it was not blind to what Li Cheng had just endured. The aura emanating from Li Cheng now closely resembled that of Nijia and his companions. Having spent several days in Black Shadow Town, the golden sacred ape was well aware of their attributes, and it felt an overwhelming envy, especially towards their ability to resurrect upon death and their elusive nature. Now, the opportunity to acquire similar attributes lay before it, making refusal unthinkable. Observing this, Li Yuan inquired with a wry smile, "Are you willing? Should you accept this, you shall never have the chance to gain your freedom again." "I am willing," the golden sacred ape declared without hesitation. This was its chance to grow stronger. Only by becoming more powerful could it avenge its mother against the holy light knights of the Holy Court. As for freedom, that was no longer a possibility. Though young, it bore its mother's inherited mark and possessed wisdom that rivaled any adult. Thus, he was acutely aware of his master's character. Even if he refused to accept the fusion of the shadow mark, freedom would still elude him. Li Yuan ceased to elaborate further, and a dark shadow mark descended upon the forehead of the golden sacred ape. In an instant, the golden sacred ape began to tremble violently, soon enveloped by the power of the shadow. However, given the formidable strength of the golden sacred ape, the encroachment of the shadow power did not evoke the same cries of anguish as it had with Li Cheng before. Before long, the golden sacred ape successfully fused with the shadow mark. Similar to Li Cheng, there were no significant changes, save for the transformation of its pupils to a vivid crimson. "Now, you should choose a name," Li Yuan remarked, stroking his chin. "There is a remarkably powerful monkey from my homeland named Sun Wukong. Henceforth, you shall be known as Sun Wukong." "Very well, master. From now on, I shall be called Sun Wukong." The golden sacred ape responded without objection. Li Yuan nodded approvingly. "Excellent, Sun Wukong. You will henceforth serve as the general of the 12th Beast Shadow Legion of Shadow City, overseeing the future beast troops akin to yourself. I, Sun Wukong, shall faithfully obey the king's orders." Sun Wukong mimicked Li Cheng and the others, kneeling on one knee and introducing himself as a general. Li Yuan smiled, then turned his gaze to the human troops, who had also completed the absorption of their shadow marks. However, apart from Li Cheng, who had initially numbered 21, only 12 remained. It was evident that the others had perished. A success rate of nearly 50% was quite commendable. At this moment, the shadows had nearly tidied up their territory, with only a heap of beast corpses left uncollected. Li Yuan was in no hurry. He still had one authority he had yet to test: Shadow Barrier. His body felt remarkably well, with no ailments, and he expressed gratitude for everyone's concern. "I feel as though I could write 10 chapters a day. Perhaps I shall try tomorrow?" For those who have yet to leave a 5-star review, please do so. I am just shy of 1,000 readers. Critiques on my writing are fine as long as they remain non-personal. What follows will be the competition among the myriad races and the ultimate darkness. Please stay tuned. Chapter 80, Shadow Little World, Selection of Standard Rewards. Regarding the Shadow Barrier, Li Yuan had come to some understanding. Essentially, it involved utilizing the projection of the Shadow World to cover individuals and other entities on the war continent. To become the true master of the Shadow World, one condition was to allow this projection to envelop the entire war continent, consuming it. However, at present, Li Yuan's strength was still insufficient. The projection he could manifest was quite feeble. Achieving the coverage of the war continent with the Shadow Barrier was currently unattainable. As the barrier itself remained small, silently, Li Yuan communicated with the Shadow World, and in the next moment, shadows began to spread from beneath his feet. As the shadows emerged, they incessantly extended outward. Soon, the shadows ceased their expansion, having covered half of the Shadow Castle. If feasible, Li Yuan naturally wished for the Shadow Barrier to envelop the entirety of his territory. As the future beckons the transformation of the war-torn continent into a part of the Shadow World, it is imperative to first convert his territory into this realm of shadows. Alas, with the current Shadow Barrier he has deployed, even the Shadow Castle cannot be enveloped. Ultimately, it is a matter of insufficient strength. Li Yuan shook his head slightly. Yet his gaze fell upon the crystalline defenses above the main castle. The crystalline defense, a rather lackluster concept, had been a source of his critique on numerous occasions. It represents the Achilles heel of all castle lords. After all, this mechanism is intrinsically linked to the life of the lord. Should the crystal be destroyed, the lord perishes. However, the town's crystal cannot be carried about, which limits the lord's ability to leave the castle for extended periods, necessitating the retention of a significant portion of their power to safeguard the castle from threats against its crystal. Though my Shadow Barrier may be limited in scope, it is sufficient to envelop the main castle. Once the Shadow Barrier is firmly established, it effectively becomes a part of the Shadow World. Aside from myself and the shadows, no one else can breach it. As he pondered, a glimmer of inspiration illuminated Li Yuan's eyes. The Shadow Barrier may not enhance combat prowess, rendering it somewhat trivial at first glance. Yet, if employed solely to shroud the main castle, it transforms into an immensely formidable artifact. Indeed, invincible. Unless one possesses the extraordinary might of a world master, no one can forcibly enter the Shadow Barrier. After all, the Shadow Barrier is intrinsically a segment of the Shadow World. In such a scenario, the town's crystal resides within the Shadow World. Who could possibly destroy it? Unless Li Yuan were to act foolishly and invite enemies into the Shadow Barrier. In an instant, Li Yuan ascended into the air, appearing directly above the main castle. The Shadow Barrier, as before, began to extend gradually, ultimately enveloping the main castle. At this juncture, Li Yuan felt he still had room to maneuver, and thus directed the shadows towards the Shadow Crystal. The Shadow Crystal is vital for the recruitment of troops and is an indispensable structure of the castle. Its destruction would preclude troop recruitment. Given that Li Yuan still had the capacity to construct the barrier, he naturally prioritized the Shadow Crystal. Before long, the Shadow Crystal was also encased within the barrier, and the shadows completely vanished from sight. Although the shadows had dissipated, Li Yuan could distinctly sense that the main castle's Shadow World had become indistinguishable from the Shadow World he had previously entered, transforming into a subsidiary realm of shadows. Of course, in contrast to the main Shadow World, Li Yuan possessed absolute control within this castle's miniature world. Within this main castle, Li Yuan is the sovereign of the world. Consequently, the constraints of the crystal pose no limitations for him. At his current level, he would not provoke any entity capable of shattering the barriers of existence. The war-torn continent is now accessible to him without concern of anyone pilfering his domain. This will also serve as yet another undeniable advantage over other lords. No worries about the crystal being shattered. Relocation? It seems entirely unnecessary now. Can the forbidden entities within truly breach the barriers of existence? Li Yuan found it inconceivable. Such formidable beings likely did not exist in the realm of war. Thus, as long as he and the Shadow continued to enhance their powers, transforming the Blood Moon Forest into his personal paradise was well within the realm of possibility. With a smile, Li Yuan leaped gracefully into the castle courtyard. With the issue of crystal core defenses resolved, he found himself in need of one more item, the Dog Talisman. Should he obtain the Dog Talisman, he would achieve immortality, rendering him impervious to threats on the war continent. Even if he were to seclude himself within the castle, he would ultimately be invincible. However, Li Yuan was not one to hide. He preferred to take the initiative. His confidence in the future was growing ever stronger. After collecting the corpses of the magical beasts, he was certain he had enough materials to upgrade the Shadow Crystal. Upgrading the Shadow Crystal would grant him the chance to draw extraordinary skills. Perhaps even the coveted Dog Talisman, allowing him to attain true invincibility, not merely in terms of combat power, but in the assurance that he could not be killed. Nor could his castle be destroyed. They would have no means to contend with him, only able to watch as he flourished until he became invincible in battle as well. Li Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling considerably more at ease. The inheritance rights of the Shadow Kingdom, with its 3 privileges, had bestowed upon him immense benefits. He could now enter the shadow world freely, traversing shadows with perfect ease. This significantly enhanced his personal strength, enabling him to move as stealthily as the shadow itself. Disregarding spatial distances, the dark mark allowed him to seamlessly assimilate others and beasts with the shadow attribute, alleviating his concerns about betrayal. This would resolve the issue of the limited number of shadows, sufficiently bolstering the overall strength of his territory. As for the shadow barrier, it had flawlessly addressed the crystal core issue, liberating Li Yuan from its constraints. It could be said that achieving first place in the Beast Tide Challenge was a tremendous gain, a veritable windfall. It is worth noting that this was merely the unique reward for securing first place. He had yet to collect the standard rewards. Li Yuan then redirected his gaze to the standard rewards. There were 4 options, but he could only select one. Standard Reward 1. A complete set of divine tier equipment. Standard Reward 2. Directly elevate your strength to the sacred domain. Standard Reward 3. Upgrade your town to a high-level town. Standard Reward 4. Military unit attribute buildings. Li Yuan scrutinized these 4 potential rewards, methodically considering the necessity of each choice. A complete set of divine tier equipment, including armor and weaponry, was tempting. However, it was not an immediate necessity for him. Moreover, he already possessed divine tier armor, the Dragon Blood Battle armor. Thus, without hesitation, Li Yuan dismissed this option and turned his attention to the next reward. Directly elevating his strength to the sacred domain, he shook his head, swiftly rejecting this option as well. He had already ascended from the 8th to the 9th tier amidst the initial Beast Tide, possessing sacred domain strength within his territory. The 9th tier distance to the holy domain is merely 1 tier away. It is reasonable to assume that it will not take long. There is no need to squander this opportunity for a selection reward. Li Yuan continued to examine the next reward. Opting to elevate the shadow town directly to a high-level town, he decided to reserve this choice for later. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his attention to the final reward. The unit attribute division building. What could this be? Pertaining to the foundation of the Lord's forces, Li Yuan's intuition suggested that this building was extraordinary. Fortunately, the official information was quite considerate. Just as Li Yuan voiced his confusion, a prompt regarding the unit attribute division building appeared. The unit attribute division building is an auxiliary structure to the barracks, allowing for the differentiation of single attribute barracks based on unit attributes. Li Yuan perused the official prompt several times before grasping its meaning. Essentially, if your units possess 2 or more attributes, acquiring this building would enable the summoning of units with distinct attributes separately, rather than relying on a random recruitment from the main barracks. For instance, if the main barracks housed infantry, artillery, and cavalry, recruitment from the main barracks would yield a random selection, potentially infantry, artillery, or cavalry, without any control from the Lord over the attributes chosen. However, with the unit attribute division building, it would be possible to establish separate infantry, artillery, and cavalry barracks. Consequently, the Lord could recruit whichever type of unit desired. In summary, this building serves to facilitate the Lord's optimization of their unit attribute composition. For Li Yuan, this building undoubtedly held significant utility. The Shadow Legion comprises 9 legions, each corresponding to a distinct attribute. With the unit attribute division building, he could freely recruit soldiers from any legion he wished. For example, given the current weakness of aerial forces in the town, this building would enable him to amass a considerable number of sky shadows to bolster aerial strength. Li Yuan once again compared the unit attribute division building and the upgrade to a mid-level town, and a decision began to form in his mind. However, for him at this moment, upgrading to a mid-level town was merely a matter of a few days. Thus, he chose the unit attribute division building. The rationale was straightforward. Units are the very foundation of everything. Chapter 81. Upgrading the Shadow Crystal to Level 4, Unicorn Unit Building Blueprint. The unit attribute division building is not a blueprint, and Li Yuan would not need to expend additional materials for its construction. Upon selecting this reward, a series of dark lights flashed around the location of the Shadow Crystal. There was not much change. The 9 rhombus-shaped crystals on the Shadow Crystal fused together, subsequently differentiating into 9 relatively smaller crystals, resulting in a total of 10 rhombus-shaped crystals on the barracks, 1 large and 9 small. The 9 smaller crystals encircled the central larger crystal, with each small crystal adorned with a masked design, corresponding to the 9 major shadow legions. From this point forward, when Li Yuan recruits shadows, he will have the autonomy to select the legion from which to recruit. The large crystal remains usable, allowing for the random recruitment of soldiers or generals from among the 9 major legions, just as before. Li Yuan gazed at the new shadow crystal, feeling a tinge of regret. It was merely evening, and he had to wait several hours until the next recruitment of shadows. Otherwise, he would have been eager to test its effects immediately. In the short term, the reward did not seem particularly significant. However, from a long-term perspective, its potential was impressive, allowing the shadows under Li Yuan's command to cultivate a more harmonious existence, eliminating any glaring weaknesses. Eventually, any legion he summoned would be capable of dominating their domain. After collecting all the rewards, Li Yuan returned to the task of harvesting the corpses of magical beasts. It was only when nightfall enveloped the landscape that he completed the collection. Undoubtedly, the haul was substantial. He amassed a total of 3,072 energy stones and 123 essence crystals. These two exceptional resources surpassed last night's bounty, with several hundred more energy stones and a dozen more essence crystals. After all, last night had witnessed 2 waves of beasts, making the overall count slightly lower than the official beast tide. Of course, it was essential to note that Li Yuan's Thunder, Fury, Fire, Lotus, and the self-destruction of the shadows had obliterated numerous beast corpses. Otherwise, the yield would have been even greater. Nevertheless, such a bounty was more than sufficient. In addition to the energy stones and essence crystals, Li Yuan acquired 7 architectural blueprints, slightly fewer than anticipated. As for food and materials, he did not bother to tally them meticulously, as there was certainly an ample surplus. With 4,427 energy stones already in his warehouse, the addition of over 3,000 brought his total to more than 7,000 energy stones. Previously, he possessed 131 essence crystals, and now he had a cumulative total of 254. Upgrading to a level 4 shadow crystal required merely 5,000 energy stones and 200 essence crystals, which he had in abundance. Li Yuan grinned and approached the shadow crystal, now infused with the attributes of the integrated troops. A familiar prompt appeared before his eyes. Shadow Lord, your resources are sufficient to upgrade to a level 4 barracks. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Without hesitation, Li Yuan declared, upgrade immediately. As his voice faded, a dark aura enveloped the entire shadow crystal. Soon, the darkness dissipated, revealing the newly upgraded shadow crystal. Compared to its previous form, the current shadow crystal exuded a more profound essence. The masks upon the 9 crystals appeared vividly, as if one could reach out and grasp them. Concurrently, the information panel for the level 4 shadow crystal materialized. Shadow Crystal, a unique troop barracks containing 9 major legions. 9 major legions: Phantom Legion, Claw Legion, Giant Legion, Flying Legion, Armored Legion, Soft Legion, Devouring Legion, Pincer Legion, Scythe Legion. Level 4. Level 4 production capacity, capable of nurturing 20 shadow soldiers daily, with a 1 in 1,000 chance of recruiting a shadow general. Upgrade requirements: 10,000 energy stones, 500 essence crystals. A glance revealed the most significant change. The daily recruitment of shadows had doubled, increasing from 10 to 20. Additionally, there is a notable change. The recruitment of troops has shifted from random selection to a self-selected system, a testament to the advantages conferred by the attribute-based buildings. Regrettably, the opportunity to recruit General Shadow remains unchanged, with a mere 1 in 1,000 chance at level 4. Probability is merely that, probability. Even with a 99% chance, it does not guarantee the recruitment of General Shadow. Ultimately, it all comes down to luck. If fortune smiles upon me, I shall recruit the general tonight. I eagerly await midnight. As for the resource requirements to upgrade the level 5 shadow crystal, it demands 10,000 energy stones and 500 Yuan crystals. Currently, Li Yuan possesses 2,499 energy stones, but his Yuan crystals are even scarcer, with only 54 remaining. He still has a considerable distance to cover in gathering the requisite energy stones and Yuan crystals for the upgrade, lacking roughly 4/5 of the energy stones and about 9/10 of the Yuan crystals. Nevertheless, Li Yuan is confident that accumulating these resources will not take too long. Following the recent official beast tide assault, operational possibilities have significantly improved. He merely needs to expand his monster hunting territory and engage with local factions and other realms. And he may soon have the materials he requires. Next, Li Yuan retrieved the 7 blueprints acquired from the official beast tide event. During the initial collection of monster corpses, he quickly obtained 3 blueprints, initially hoping for more to follow. Ultimately, he was left with just 7, underscoring the unpredictable nature of drop rates. He fervently hopes for something exceptional. Li Yuan meticulously identified each of the blueprints. Among the first 5, 3 were wall blueprints, 1 was a villa blueprint, and 1 was a standard residential blueprint. Alas, all 5 are already in Li Yuan's possession. The remaining 2 blueprints consist of 1 for a basic teleportation array and another for a barracks building. The basic teleportation array is straightforward. It allows for direct transport from one location to another, albeit over a limited range, confined to the territory. For Li Yuan, its utility is minimal. With the Shadow World acting as a transit hub, he can easily reach any location he and the Shadow have visited, rendering the basic teleportation array significantly less convenient. Indeed, even the advanced divine teleportation arrays pale in comparison. The final barracks blueprint, however, is impressive. This barracks, named Unicorn Crystal, allows for the recruitment of unicorns as a troop type, which is of a notably high grade, classifying it as an elite unit. From this barracks blueprint, it is evident that lords are not restricted to a single barracks. They can construct multiple barracks, provided they obtain the necessary blueprints and possess sufficient resources. Unicorn Troop Building Blueprint. Recruitable troops. Randomly recruit various unicorns. Construction resources. 80,000 units of wood, 40,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of iron essence, 1,000 energy stones, and 50 Yuan crystals. The resource demands are not excessive, and Li Yuan can readily meet them. Although he currently possesses the Shadow Crystal, constructing an additional barracks remains a viable option. Recruiting unicorns and subsequently transforming them into shadows can indeed augment the number of shadows. However, it would be prudent to first construct them without upgrading the unicorn barracks, focusing instead on enhancing the Shadow Crystal. In this manner, with a level 1 barracks, I could daily acquire 2 unicorns at no cost, thereby bolstering the strength of my newly formed Beast Shadow Legion. Contemplating this, Li Yuan resolved to create the Unicorn Crystal. Upon issuing the construction command, a fleeting brilliance flickered across the blueprint before it reverted to its original state. Concurrently, a notification window appeared. We sincerely apologize, but the construction of the Unicorn Crystal has failed due to incompatibility with your Shadow Crystal faction. To proceed with construction, please first dismantle the Shadow Crystal before attempting to build the Unicorn Crystal. Li Yuan. Chapter 82. Faction Issues. Directly to the auction house. Li Yuan was genuinely astonished that despite possessing the blueprint and resources, he faced a construction failure. Incompatibility with the faction? What could that possibly mean? As he pondered, a realization struck him. When his Shadow Castle was upgraded to an intermediate level, a faction attribute had appeared in the castle's property panel. Until last night, when the territory was upgraded to a town, there had been no mention of factions. Could this be the issue? He swiftly accessed the property panel of the Shadow Town. Town name, Shadow Town. Town level, Beginner Town. Town Core Crystal, 9th Tier Defense. Territory range, 5,000 meters in radius. Buildings, Shadow Crystal, Warehouse, Holy Source Tower, 49 defense towers. Wall, 50 ordinary residences, 10 villas. Items required to upgrade to Intermediate Town, 500,000 units of stone, 1,000,000 units of wood, 100,000 units of iron essence. Faction, Darkness. Reputation, 36,788. Notice, you and your town have incurred the enmity of the Dragon Clan, the Goblin Kingdom, and the Werewolf Mountain Peak. When had the Dark Faction come into existence? Li Yuan was utterly bewildered. He had acquired a faction without any official notification. The previous notification indicated that the Unicorn Crystal was incompatible with the Shadow Crystal faction, resulting in the construction failure. It appeared that the faction was determined by the attributes of one's own troops. Initially, the faction was non-existent, and Li Yuan had assumed it was something the Lord could select, which was evidently a misconception. The Shadow Legion, classified under the Dark Faction, posed no significant issue. Furthermore, the other buildings within the town territory, as evidenced by the recent notification, required compatibility with 1's faction for construction. If there was a mismatch, the construction would inevitably fail. Structures such as walls and defense towers bore no faction attributes, allowing them to be built regardless of faction affiliation. Regrettably, the second barracks remains unusable. Unicorns, it seems, belong to the Light faction, the Justice faction. For now, they must remain in reserve. Perhaps they could be of use to the Little Fairy? Her troops are dwarves, likely belonging to the neutral faction. However, that too seems implausible as her town is under my dominion, hence also part of the Dark faction. Li Yuan found himself in a state of exasperation after much effort. He had acquired 7 architectural blueprints, yet none proved to be of any utility. The city walls had already been constructed, rendering further resource expenditure unnecessary. Even should the walls be destroyed, the charm of the horse could effortlessly restore them. To his astonishment, Li Yuan still possessed 3 blueprints for city walls. Meanwhile, the enchanting fairy Mo Shanshan had long since completed her walls, leaving her with no need for them either. However, the prospect of constructing villas and ordinary residences remained viable, as this would lend a touch of life to the otherwise desolate town. As the numbers of the 2 battalions increased, the demand for housing would surely rise. Regrettably, the blueprint for the basic teleportation array was equally futile. Although it could serve Mo Shanshan for the time being, its future utility was questionable. After all, would Li Yuan not eventually assimilate them all into shadow forms? Thus, this item held little value for her. Just because it was of no use to him did not imply it lacked worth for others. It could indeed be bartered for other resources. The blueprint for the Unicorn Crystal was also ripe for exchange. Seizing the opportunity amidst the current lull, Li Yuan accessed the trading square. Upon entering, he was met with an overwhelming array of trading listings, as numerous lords displayed their wares for exchange. Following the successive waves of beastly assaults, everyone had accumulated various items, whether superfluous or unwanted. However, most of the items were rather commonplace, materials and foodstuffs. The once thriving demand for food had shifted predominantly to sales, with little interest in purchasing. The demand for iron essence remained robust, with trading volumes holding steady. Yet, the most vibrant sector was undoubtedly the auction area of the trading square. Li Yuan was not in a rush to list his blueprints. Instead, he perused the items available in the auction area. To his surprise, the most abundant offerings were various architectural blueprints. After flipping through several pages, he found nothing particularly enticing. Evidently, these blueprints were quite ordinary. Items such as the city wall and villa blueprints he possessed were also present in the auction area. Nevertheless, even these mundane structures commanded a significant price, all settled in energy stones and essence crystals. The starting bid for the wall blueprints was set at 500 energy stones, while villa blueprints began at 300 energy stones and ordinary residences at 100 energy stones. Other items were auctioned for 700 or 800 energy stones, which Li Yuan glanced at with disinterest. Some appeared decent, yet in reality, they offered little practical value. He did not encounter the teleportation array blueprint or the unit construction blueprints he held. Consequently, Li Yuan proceeded to list all his blueprints on the trading platform. For the city walls and villas, he referenced the prices set by others and filled them in accordingly, as they were not particularly significant items. For the basic teleportation array and the unicorn crystal, he determined the prices himself. Auction item: basic teleportation array blueprint. Function: within the town's confines. A single teleportation array can be freely relocated to other array positions. This blueprint allows for the construction of 10 teleportation arrays. Construction requirements for a single teleportation array: 5,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 500 units of iron essence, and 1 essence crystal. Starting price: 1,000 energy stones, 10 essence crystals. Auction duration: 24 hours. Auctioneer: Lord of Shadows. Li Yuan reviewed the details and promptly submitted the information before commencing to draft the auction description for the Unicorn Crystal Building Blueprint. Auction item: Unicorn Crystal Building Blueprint, Advanced Unit Barracks. Function: allows the construction of an additional barracks, enabling the recruitment of unicorns as a secondary unit, significantly enhancing the strength of the territory. Construction requirements: 80,000 units of wood, 40,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of iron essence, 1,000 energy stones, and 50 essence crystals. Starting price: 3,000 energy stones, 30 essence crystals. Auction duration: 24 hours. Auctioneer: Lord of Shadows. After finalizing the auction text, Li Yuan contemplated and revised the starting price to 5,000 energy stones or 50 essence crystals. After all, this was a secondary unit. Although Li Yuan had no use for it, it was undoubtedly a coveted item. Even he himself desired to construct the unicorn crystal, let alone the other lords. A price set too low would be an affront to the value of this blueprint, especially for those lords from the light and neutral factions. They would surely flock to acquire this blueprint. Were it not for the current scarcity of energy stones and essence crystals, Li Yuan would have considered a starting bid of 10,000. If such a quantity of energy stones were available, even a starting price of 100,000 would attract lords willing to bid. Upon submitting the information, Li Yuan prepared to close the trading square. Chapter 83: The Ring of Netherfire, the Surge of Unit Buildings. The auction section that caught Li Yuan's attention was not the blueprint, but rather an exquisite piece of equipment. Auction item: Ring of Netherfire, Holy Tier. Function: contains 2,000 cubic units of space, capable of holding everything except living beings. By expending energy stones, it can unleash an offensive holy domain level spell, creating a Netherfire avatar that possesses the same strength as the original, lasting for 3 minutes. Starting price: 800 energy stones, 8 essence crystals. Auctioneer: Lord of the Veil. This ring is classified as holy tier equipment. One aspect is its spacious interior, akin to a storage ring found in novels, boasting a considerable capacity of 2,000 cubic units. Additionally, it possesses a magical function that allows it to create an avatar, mirroring the original strength, albeit for a limited duration of 3 minutes. Compared to the storage function, the latter capability is undoubtedly more formidable. Since it is holy tier equipment, it implies that it can replicate the original avatar for any entity below the holy tier. In a one-on-one confrontation, having 2 of oneself against a single opponent, even for just 3 minutes, could serve as a lethal counterattack. However, Li Yuan placed greater emphasis on the first function of the Ring of Netherfire. Presently, his main castle is shrouded by the shadow barrier, rendering it impervious to external threats, thus allowing him to venture outside the castle. When he embarks on such excursions, the issue of carrying items becomes pertinent. Moreover, a primary reason lies in the fact that the corpses of monsters hunted within the territory are directly stored in the warehouse upon collection. With a starting bid of 800 energy stones for holy tier equipment, the price is quite reasonable, not excessively high. Li Yuan glanced at the auction and promptly decided to bid. The current price stood at 850 energy stones, to which he offered 900. Based on his estimation, the final sale price for this ring would likely hover just above 1,000 energy stones. The Ring of Netherfire possessed considerable value, yet it was not particularly practical. Aside from the confident and formidable lords who dared to venture beyond their territories, it seemed of little use to others, with its only remarkable feature being the Netherfire avatar. Thus, the number of bidders for this ring would likely be limited, and consequently, the price would not escalate significantly. For Li Yuan, 1,000 energy stones were easily within reach. Besides the 7 blueprints he had recently acquired, he could also commence the production of iron essence, which was currently in high demand. It is worth noting that aside from a few lords with advanced elite units, most had yet to upgrade their towns. As for the auction house, the sacred domain of the Veil, Li Yuan was familiar with it. During the official Junior Beast Tide, it ranked 9th in the comprehensive score leaderboard, a testament to its prowess amidst the surviving 800 million lords. While not among the top ranks, securing a position within the top 10 signifies that this lord was not to be underestimated. Judging by the name, it was likely that the lord was a fan of one of the luminaries of web fiction, the red-haired Dong. The sacred domain's lord auctioning off a divine artifact such as the Ring of Netherfire raises questions. Was it deemed useless, or was there another reason? Li Yuan chuckled to himself, realizing he was unnecessarily fretting over someone else's decisions. Why they chose to sell a divine artifact had nothing to do with him. As Li Yuan engaged in the bidding for the Ring of Netherfire, the chat channel erupted once more, primarily due to his unique blueprint for the Unicorn Crystal Unit building. This marked the first and only appearance of a barracks blueprint at the trading square thus far. Prior to this, no one had any inkling that new barracks could be constructed to recruit additional unit types beyond the existing ones. This revelation implied that a lord could recruit multiple unit types. Moreover, the barracks Li Yuan had placed in the auction area was designed to recruit not ordinary units, but elite ones. Unicorns, as anyone familiar with literature would know, are extraordinary beings. In various novels, unicorns are depicted as noble and powerful sacred beasts, often serving as contract beasts for deities. Should one manage to recruit a unicorn, the strength and prowess of the territory would experience a monumental enhancement. Consequently, once news of the unicorn crystal spread, the global chat and various alliance forums erupted with excitement. The notion that, in addition to initial units, other types could now be recruited was unprecedented. Had anyone ever revealed such a unit-building blueprint before? Likely not. Perhaps this was indeed the first of its kind. Truly, it seemed that all fortunate discoveries were in the hands of the Shadow Lord, having not only acquired a demonic unit, but also unveiling such a blueprint. Yet, someone interjected, questioning the focus of the conversation. It was not merely the Shadow Lord obtaining the unicorn crystal and putting it up for auction. This indicated that the Shadow Lord had no regard for the unicorn unit itself. It is quite perplexing to regard something as unworthy and yet choose to sell it. Does this not merely empower the buyers, creating rivals for oneself? Perhaps this enigmatic Shadow Lord possesses an unwavering confidence, indifferent to such matters. Alas, what others dismiss is precisely what I have yearned for throughout my life. How heart-wrenching. Truly, it is a unicorn crystal. My very troops are unicorns. What a remarkable coincidence. Then why linger here? Hurry to bid. 2 unicorn crystals. Surely that would elevate you to new heights. I implore you. Open your eyes and observe the bidding price, starting at 5,000 energy stones. My own energy stones have been spent on upgrading barracks, and I am left with naught but a mere trifle. What a pity it would be, 2 unicorn crystals representing double the troop potential. Yet, the price is exorbitant. The Shadow Lord has profited immensely from this venture, discarding treasures he deems unworthy. Envy gnaws at me. 5,000 energy stones is indeed a steep starting bid. Let us not forget, troop types are the very essence of us lords. Should our factions grow in strength and resources become abundant, who would not desire a secondary troop type? If I had the blueprints for the barracks, I would not trade them for any artifact. As stated by others, these advanced Baroque blueprints are worth 1,000,000 energy stones. Goodness, if the Shadow Lord were to sell them now, would he not suffer a tremendous loss? You seem to misunderstand. Dear child, do pay heed to the announcements. Following the initial Beast Tide, the official notices have expanded significantly. Troop types and territories are faction-specific. Opposing factions cannot coexist. The Shadow Lord's troops belong to the demonic realm, undoubtedly of the dark faction, while unicorns are of the light. Thus, it is not that the Shadow Lord despises the unicorn crystal. Rather, he finds it unusable. Were you to offer him a dark faction troop building, would he not sell it? Indeed, the announcements are frequently refreshed. It is easy to miss critical information if one is not vigilant. Clearly, you are not a gaming enthusiast. Otherwise, you would regularly notice the constant updates in game versions, wouldn't you? Haha, do you think this might be the Shadow Lord's unique special reward? If that is indeed the case, how comical it would be to receive a special reward that cannot be utilized. The sentiments expressed are not without merit. Surely, a unique special reward should at least be a blueprint for a top-tier troop Baroque. Alas, my skeletal troops belong to the undead faction. And though I possess a modest sum of energy stones, acquiring the unicorn crystal would serve no purpose. What a tremendous regret. Do not pretend. Arrogance invites calamity. If you cannot afford it, then do not flaunt your heirs. Those with the means to bid are already quietly placing their offers in the auction area of the trading square. As previously mentioned, upon learning of the unicorn crystal auction, lords from the light and neutral factions have already eagerly begun bidding. Naturally, this applies only to those who possess high or top-tier troop types. After all, with a starting bid of 5,000 energy stones, The barrier to entry is exceedingly high. How could ordinary troop lords possibly muster such a wealth of energy stones? It is those elite lords capable of producing over 5,000 energy stones who remain scarce in number. However, energy stones can be borrowed amongst them, particularly within the alliances, where numerous lords from the Holy Light faction are currently seeking to lend energy stones. The addition of another barracks is of utmost importance to them. They already possess formidable troops, and with the addition of unicorn crystals, their strength would be greatly enhanced. This would significantly bolster their competitiveness in the forthcoming contest of myriad races. At this moment, in the Angel Town located on the Takkong Plains, Ishue, upon observing the discussions regarding unicorn troops in the chat, hurriedly accessed the auction section of the trading platform. Entering unicorn as the keyword, she was immediately presented with the auction information for the unicorn crystal blueprint. The second troop type, the unicorn. Gazing at the information displayed, Ishue's face flushed with excitement. While unicorns may not rival her angel troops, being merely advanced units, angels are the pinnacle of troop types. Nevertheless, angels and unicorns complement each other perfectly, both in attributes and factions. If she could acquire this blueprint and recruit unicorns, the synergy between angels and unicorns would undoubtedly elevate her troop strength beyond the highest tier, making them among the most formidable forces among countless lords, significantly enhancing her power. In fact, she would even gain the confidence to confront the Shadow Lord, whom she had once deemed unattainable, with direct confrontation. This blueprint is something I must obtain, without fail. Ishue bit her lip, resolutely deciding that even if her barracks did not upgrade this time, she would secure the unicorn crystal blueprint. As for the auctioneer being the Shadow Lord, that was inconsequential. She would acquire it regardless of who was selling. Meanwhile, in other parts of the war continent, there were many lords like Ishue who were equally determined to possess the unicorn crystal blueprint. As a result, the bidding for the blueprint continued to escalate. The starting bid for the unicorn crystal was 5,000 energy stones, making it the highest priced item in the trading square. To put it into perspective, wall blueprints only cost a few hundred energy stones. The crucial aspect is that most lords can manage to produce a few hundred energy stones, leading to a significant number of bidders. However, 5,000 stones, merely the starting price, poses a challenge for many. Yet, the bidding price has steadily increased, rising from the initial 5,000 to 5,500 energy stones. Moreover, it continues to gradually climb, albeit with modest increments. Given the recent beast surges, while lords have acquired some energy stones, they remain an exceedingly precious resource. Currently, the value of energy stones is only surpassed by elemental crystals, both of which are essential materials for upgrading barracks. In summary, the price has been steadily rising, indicating that there are still some individuals able to produce the 5,000 energy stones. How delightful! Li Yuan's mood, previously dampened by his inability to utilize the blueprint, has significantly improved. As remarked in the global chat channel, had he been capable of using it, the auction would have featured the item prominently. However, since it is currently unusable, exchanging it for a substantial sum of energy stones is, indeed, a commendable outcome. With an ample supply of energy stones, he can swiftly elevate the shadow crystal to level 5, thus offsetting the loss incurred from the unicorn crystal. At this moment, the price of the ring of infernal fire has also seen an increase, with bids now reaching 1,100 energy stones. Oh, has it surpassed 1,000 so swiftly? Li Yuan felt a twinge of surprise. He had anticipated that few would compete for the ring of infernal fire. Yet in less than half an hour, it had already crossed that threshold. Clearly, the final selling price will exceed his initial expectations. Nonetheless, it is unlikely to soar too high, and Li Yuan, determined not to concede easily, promptly raised his bid to 1,200. Following this increment, he withdrew from the trading channel. As both the blueprint he was auctioning and the ring of infernal fire would yield results tomorrow, he would reassess the situation then. In his friends list, the only friend, the enchanting Mo Shanshan, had sent numerous messages. Dear Shadow, you are truly remarkable. You secured first place. Congratulations, my esteemed brother. Haha. It seems I did not even make it into the top 100,000. Shadow, my beast horde is rather meager. Not a single dwarf perished this time. Nevertheless, I managed to collect over 500 energy stones and 18 elemental crystals. What about you, Shadow? These messages had been sent some time ago. Li Yuan had been preoccupied with other matters and had not had the chance to read them. He held no concerns regarding Mo Shanshan. After all, her town was safeguarded by a formidable domain expert, a true paragon of the realm, rendering her largely impervious to ordinary beast waves. Moreover, should anything arise in her territory, Li Yuan would receive an alert. The absence of such a notification assured him that her town was safe. In contrast to Li Yuan's gains, Mo Shanshan's haul paled considerably. Both her energy stones and elemental crystals were but a fraction of what he had amassed. However, in terms of blueprints, Mo Shanshan surprisingly acquired 3, which was rather unexpected, given that Li Yuan had only obtained 7. Contemplating this, Li Yuan inquired, "What blueprints have you received?" Mo Shanshan was known for her good fortune. Perhaps the quality of her blueprints would be exceptional. Ah, Shadow, have you finished your tasks? The blueprints I have are one for a city wall, one for a furnace, and another that doubles the recruitment capacity for troops, with yet another city wall blueprint in hand. It is evident that such blueprints are the most abundant in the trading plaza. Additionally, the furnace blueprint, previously revealed by Mo Shanshan, now comes with a second iteration. If it were to be constructed, the fairy town would indeed possess 2 furnaces, thereby doubling the efficiency of iron or smelting. After all, the number of mountain dwarves in the vicinity has already reached considerable levels, making it plausible for them to manage the workload. Even if they cannot cope with the demand temporarily, given the inherent tendency of the fairies to align with local powers, the number of mountain dwarves is bound to continue increasing. However, regarding the last blueprint, Yuan was somewhat uncertain about its intended use. One thing was clear: any blueprint related to military units could not be simplistic. The blueprint for doubling the recruitment of military units, judging by its name, would lead to a doubling of the quantity of units recruited. However, the question remained whether this referred to doubling the number of units already recruited or if it applied to all future recruitments. If it were the latter, the value of this blueprint would be immense. Fairy Lord. All right, I will heed the counsel of the Shadow Cauldron. Soon enough, Yuan received the blueprint for doubling the quantity of military units from Mo Shanshan. Upon receiving the blueprint, Yuan promptly opened its detailed information. Beginner military unit recruitment quantity doubling blueprint, single-use item. Function: when recruiting military units, it allows for the quantity to be doubled. Applicable only for situations involving barracks of level 4 and below. Usage requirement: 100 energy stones. Indeed, it was the scenario Yuan had anticipated. The quantity of future military recruits would be doubled. Regrettably, it was not a perpetual effect. It would not apply to all subsequent recruitments. This blueprint was a single-use item, meaning it could only double the number of units recruited once. Additionally, there was a limitation. It could only be used in situations involving barracks of level 4 and below, rendering it ineffective for level 5 and above. The requirement for usage was quite modest, merely 100 energy stones. This being a blueprint for doubling the recruitment of beginner military units suggested that higher-level blueprints would likely emerge in the future. Yuan was not one to be discontented. The Shadow Crystal was currently at level 4, allowing for the daily recruitment of 20 shadows. If doubled, that would amount to 40. A single blueprint could yield an additional 20 shadows, which was indeed commendable. Moreover, this blueprint was contributed by Mo Shanshan, akin to receiving it for free. He resolved to utilize it during tonight's recruitment. After securing the blueprint, Yuan turned to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, the shadows diligently performed their duties, patrolling both within and outside the territory according to the divisions established prior to the beast tide. Once well-fed and content, with time still on his side, Yuan decided to lie down for a while. However, as soon as he reclined on his bed, a familiar notification appeared before his eyes. Shadow Lord, your private messages from strangers have reached the limit of 50 million. Please clear them promptly. Chapter 85, Destined Rivals, Recruiting New Shadows. The private messages, as before, had all originated from the trading square. While Yuan had disabled private messages in the chat channel, he could not do so for the trading square. The last time he cleared the overflowing private messages, he had met the fairy Mo Shanshan, the female lord who provided him with iron ore. As Yuan sifted through the private messages, he took a moment to glance over the contents. Since the beginning, the majority of the messages were requests for him to add friends, inquiries about surplus food or other materials. Following the beast tide, many asked about iron essence and weaponry. After the incident involving the demon units, numerous individuals questioned whether his units were truly demons and whether his territory was indeed located in the Red Moon Forest. Recently, several hundred pages of messages had focused on inquiries regarding his rewards from the beast tide. There were also countless private messages concerning the unicorn unit crystal, including the names of several familiar individuals, some of whom were among the top 10 on the comprehensive leaderboard. Some offered to purchase the crystal at a low price, while others proposed payment in installments, all eager to acquire the unicorn unit. Among the messages, Yuan noted one from the Lord of Angel Town. He was somewhat familiar with Angel Town, as this lord had implemented fair pricing during the early stages of high grain prices. Later, this same lord took the initiative to form an alliance, displaying considerable ambition. In general, this angel lord had garnered a positive reputation among the many lords and appeared to have attracted quite a following. Notably, it seemed that this individual was a female, referred to as a goddess by some of the lords. However, whether she was indeed a woman remained a mystery to Yuan. She could just as easily be a burly man. He had previously followed the Angel Lord's activities and learned that her location was in the Tarkhan Great Plain of Andal Estate. The Fairy Lord had mentioned that her territory was merely separated from the Red Moon Forest by this same plain. Comparatively, Yuan was relatively close to this lord. Moreover, during the recent preliminary beast tide, Angel Town had seemingly secured 4th place among towns. Undoubtedly, in the not-too-distant future, the Angel Lord's domain would emerge as a formidable adversary for the Shadow territory. Angel Lord, Shadow, you have refused all friend requests, and I have been unable to add you. Could you please add me? I have something important to discuss. Angel Lord, we can form an alliance. We are both ranked in the top 5. Together, we can use Andal Estate as our base to advance into other states. Our combined strength will render the other lords of the war continent powerless against us. Angel Lord, I recognize your strength, yet even the mightiest individual has limitations. It is through alliance that we can achieve greater distances. Angel Lord, although you may not see my messages, I still hope you will notice them. Please add me. Let us conquer together. Angel Lord, please take down your unicorn crystal. We can conduct a private transaction. You must realize that my unit is the top-tier angel unit, and the unicorn can significantly enhance my angel units, making it crucial for me. Shadow, trading the unicorn crystal with me will earn you a favor. And I also possess other blueprints to exchange with you. Angel Lord, Shadow, 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 Angel Lord, Shadow. Oh, can you not check your private messages? The unicorn is truly vital to me. Angel Lord, Shadow Awe. The latest messages pertain exclusively to the coveted unicorn crystal, revealing the Angel Lord's earnest desire to acquire the architectural blueprint for it. The Angel Lord has inundated the chat with dozens of private messages, evidently hoping to increase the likelihood that Yuan might inadvertently notice her correspondence. With commendable combat strength and promising potential, she is unlikely to accept a subordinate role. If fate has destined them as adversaries, what purpose does adding her serve? The acquisition of the unicorn crystal hinges solely on the availability of sufficient energy stones and origin crystals. Yuan shook his head, dismissing the Angel Lord's messages entirely, and without hesitation, cleared all 50 million private messages. As he often stated, one must either submit or perish. Alliances hold no weight in this realm. Time drifted by, and Yuan succumbed to slumber, though it was not long before he awoke naturally. At that moment, over an hour remained until midnight. Without further contemplation, he issued the command to attack. The obstinate lord and his troops were to be swiftly dispatched. The initial wave of the beast tide had passed, and the era of interspecies conflict had officially commenced. Conflict had been the objective set forth by the officials upon their reincarnation to the war continent. Thus Yuan bore no psychological burden in proactively assaulting other fortresses. If one fears being attacked, they might as well choose to transition to a lone wanderer. Remaining in a castle while not transitioning to a lone wanderer indicates a desire for conquest. Having chosen this path, one must be ready for annihilation at any moment. Moreover, if one refrains from attacking others, they will inevitably become targets themselves. There exists no prospect for peaceful coexistence. Even those so-called alliances are fleeting, and within such coalitions, the inevitable hierarchy will emerge. Despite the recent tumult of the beast tide, these two fortresses were undoubtedly not at their peak state, with Nija leading the charge. They should be easily vanquished. Yet, Yuan also dispatched Ika's team alongside them, including the Shadows led by Li Cheng. At this juncture, both the Shadows and the troops he assembled needed to acclimate to the territorial warfare. Yuan, however, remained behind, quietly positioned beside the Shadow Crystal, awaiting the midnight hour. At present, he harbored no fears of further beast incursions. Even if another beast tide were to arise, perhaps even featuring domain-level beasts, he remained unperturbed. If he could not defeat them, could he not flee? Hiding within the main fortress, who could breach his defenses? As the dawn approached, Yuan contemplated the forthcoming recruitment while gazing at the Shadow Crystal. The current Shadow Crystal allowed for attribute-specific recruitment, enabling him to designate which troop types to enlist. Moreover, he possessed a blueprint that doubled the quantity of troops he could recruit. Thus, this recruitment needed meticulous planning, ensuring that he would not recruit haphazardly, but rather refine the various troop compositions and address any deficiencies. To date, Yuan commanded a total of 49 shadows. Alongside Nija, the ghost shadows numbered 15, the giant shadows also amounted to 15, the claw shadows totaled 6, and the flying shadows comprised 6 as well. Including IKA, the armored shadows counted 16. The 4 troop types, Shadow Devourer, Shadow Snare, Shadow Reaper, and Shadow Scythe, are currently absent. The question arises, will the recruitment focus on the existing troop types or seek to enlist those yet unacquired? In Chapter 86, with 40 Shadow Reapers and the Iron Lord feigning surrender, Yuan hopes to maintain a balanced number across various legions. The level 4 Shadow Crystals can summon 20 Shadow Soldiers at once, which can be evenly distributed among the 4 absent troop types. Alternatively, he could recruit from the 5 previously acquired legions to equalize their numbers, especially since the Flying Shadows and Claw Shadows are currently limited to 6 each. Significantly fewer than the Ghost Shadows, Giant Shadows, and Armored Shadows. However, splitting the recruitment is not feasible, as attribute-specific enlistment is restricted to 1 type at a time. This leaves Yuan in a quandary, particularly since he intends to utilize a doubling blueprint. This opportunity allows for the summoning of 40 Shadow Soldiers, nearly rivaling the total number amassed over the past 8 days. Yuan has a particular fondness for the Shadow Devourers, the only legion among the 9 that possesses growth potential, capable of devouring shadows to enhance their strength. Yet, this advantage is confined to the original narrative. In this war-torn continent, all Shadow Legions exhibit growth potential, diminishing the uniqueness of the Shadow Devourers. Nevertheless, they are unlikely to lose their ability to consume shadows, implying that they can still absorb energy for enhancement while bolstering their own power through shadow consumption. Although this offers a slight edge, it is not substantial. When considering the scythe shadows, soft shadows, and snare shadows, their combat capabilities are not inferior to those of the shadow devourers. In that moment, Li Yuan found himself uncertain about which legion to choose. It was less straightforward than the previous random selection. Recruiting troops, recruiting troops. I shall enlist whichever legion I land upon, he mused, opting to leave the decision to fate. Ultimately, his fingers settled upon the crystal representing the scythe shadows. Thank you in advance, he thought, gazing intently at the scythe shadows crystal, awaiting the arrival of midnight. After all, this was merely one recruitment opportunity. He could always try a different approach the following day. Moreover, the combat prowess of the scythe shadows is commendable, according to the original tale. They are reputed to be the strongest in combat among the 9 legions. As the clock struck midnight, a prompt materialized. Barracks have been charged. Will you proceed to recruit shadow soldiers immediately? Li Yuan promptly declared, recruit the scythe shadows and simultaneously employ the troop doubling blueprint. Upon his command, shadows began to emerge from the scythe shadows crystal. In no time, they multiplied into 20, and just as the scythe shadows were about to fully form, their figures divided once more. Suddenly, the number surged to 40. Moments later, the 40 scythe shadows took shape, densely packed, each with 2 sharp feet and arms resembling scythes, adorned with razor-sharp barbs along their limbs. The crimson eyes were interconnected, forming a peculiar pattern that appeared quite eerie. At this moment, the 40 scythe shadows pounded their arms against the ground, bowing their heads in submission to Li Yuan. Scythe shadow soldiers. Strength level, 5th tier, can be enhanced by slaying enemies. Loyalty, 100. Growth limit, sacred domain. The initial level of the shadows had also ascended from the 4th to the 5th tier with the upgrading of the shadow crystal. However, these 5th tier scythe shadows were considerably weaker compared to the other shadows, all of whom were above the 8th tier. This posed no significant concern. The era of interspecies competition had arrived, and advancement would be no more difficult than before. Regrettably, a general could not be recruited. The forest ahead was the next destination for monster hunting and leveling up. Following the orders, the scythe shadows swiftly sank into the ground, heading towards the Red Moon Forest. Although it was possible to arrange for the scythe shadows to enter the Sacred Source Tower, the efficiency of leveling up was evidently inferior to that of hunting monsters outside. With the emergence of the shadow barrier, Li Yuan no longer feared the existence of the Red Moon Forest, thus he was unconcerned about any apprehensions. Fortunately, the Red Moon Forest was situated behind the castle. Otherwise, he would have struggled to find a place for the scythe shadows and future recruits to level up. Stretching over hundreds of thousands of miles, the mountains were home to a staggering number of ferocious beasts, numbering not less than 800,000. It was undeniably a prime location for monster hunting and leveling up. Li Yuan had already come to regard the Red Moon Forest as his private garden. As for the formidable beasts within the forest, that posed no issue. The scythe shadows would simply swarm them. If worst came to worst, they could die and respawn, ultimately gaining experience by defeating the monsters. While Li Yuan was busy arranging for the recruitment of scythe shadows, many other lords on the war continent had already succumbed to slumber. Some, like Li Yuan, were waiting to recruit new troops before resting. After a day and night of relentless waves of beast attacks and brutally intense battles, everyone was utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. Following the 2 waves of beasts, many monsters near the castle had been slain, rendering the territory relatively safe, allowing the lords to sleep soundly. They merely needed to leave a few units on guard while the lords and some troops could take their much-deserved rest. However, in the dead of night, a sudden message appeared in the chat channel, rousing many weary lords from their slumber. Some scattered players who had not yet retired for the night were equally startled. The message came from an individual known as the Iron Lord. Brothers, I have been attacked by what seems to be the troops of a Shadow Lord. These units, clad in black robes with crimson eyes, appear and vanish without a trace. There are some as tall as trolls, others resembling humans with horns on their heads, and some even take flight with clawed arms. At least 70 or 80 of them, all without exception clad in black, their eyes glowing crimson. They are incredibly strong, truly formidable, all at the 8th or 9th tier. My castle's wall defenses are utterly insufficient against them. These units appeared directly within my castle. My troops are high level, half-mechanical beings, over 20 of them, including several at the 7th tier, and they were swiftly annihilated. These creatures are similar to those described by the last lord who was slain. Whether they are indeed demons, I cannot say. But I am located near the Red Moon Forest. In the vicinity of the Red Moon Forest, apart from the Shadow Lord, who else possesses such formidable strength? No. Aside from those demon-like troops, there are also some human factions. Are these troops subservient to another castle? Ha ha ha. The identity of the adversary, whether it be the Shadow Lord, shall soon be revealed. Brothers, I risk my life to gather intelligence for you. Should I perish, seek vengeance on my behalf. Remember my location. I am at the foothills to the northeast of the Red Moon Forest, approximately 20,000 meters from its outskirts. Chapter 87. The Fire God Alliance. These buffoons. The message sent by the Iron Lord was directly posted in the World Chat channel. Prior to this, he had also disseminated this information in the Alliance's internal group, known as the Fire God Alliance. When the Iron Lord was besieged by the Shadow, he promptly called for aid within the Fire God Alliance group. This was precisely the intent behind the formation of their alliance, mutual assistance among comrades. Moreover, they were all situated near the Red Moon Forest, with the hypothetical enemy being Li Yuan's Shadow Castle, and had already devised numerous strategies. However, the Shadow was overwhelmingly powerful, swiftly overwhelming the Iron Lord's high-level castle, leaving the other lords with insufficient time to provide assistance. Faced with such formidable strength, the Iron Lord had no choice but to resort to a feigned surrender strategy. This tactic would allow him to infiltrate the inner sanctum of the Shadow Town, gathering crucial intelligence for the Fire God Alliance. Simultaneously, he would disclose the location of the Shadow territory to the outside world. This was one of the strategies contemplated by the Fire God Alliance from the outset. Firstly, it would temporarily preserve the Iron Lord's life. Secondly, it would afford the Fire God Alliance ample time to organize a rescue. The third objective was straightforward: to inform the other lords of the approximate location and the forces under the command of the Shadow Lord. The more powerful the Shadow Lord became, the greater the animosity he would attract, thus creating more adversaries. Given the Shadow Lord's substantial strength and abundant resources, it was evident that more lords would develop covetous intentions toward the Shadow territory. What treasures could be obtained by annihilating the Shadow Town? Perhaps even the unique rewards designated for the Shadow Lord from the official Beast Tide event. Of course, such actions would plunge the Iron Lord into a perilous predicament. Should Li Yuan discover the chat logs or perceive the ruse, escape from death would be impossible. Yet, the Fire God Alliance had internal regulations established, stipulating that whoever was attacked would assume the role of a spy. They had signed a life and death agreement, serving as a constraint to prevent betrayal. Refusing to act as a spy could lead to death, while accepting the role also carried the risk of demise. However, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival in undertaking the espionage within the Shadow territory, provided that the Fire God Alliance could mount a timely rescue before the signing of the territorial agreement, and with the potential inclusion of other lords. Survival was not out of reach. After all, once the territorial agreement was signed, the lord of the main city would be able to ascertain his loyalty value, thereby exposing him. Thus, time was of the essence, constrained to the period before the signing of the territorial agreement. Consequently, despite his overwhelming anxiety, the Iron Lord could only brace himself and allow the Shadow to escort him away, all the while transmitting information in the chat channel. The messages he sent indeed stirred up a tempest within the chat group. This was no mere coincidence. The Shadow Lord had just achieved the remarkable feat of securing first place during the Beast Tide. With whispers of his true nature circulating, who could remain indifferent? Whether they were fellow lords or independent adventurers, discussions erupted across the chat channels. A black cloak, crimson eyes, and horns. Was this not the very visage of a demon? How could he possibly recruit such a vast array of 70 or 80 different units? He had suffered no losses during both Beast Tides. Could it be that his barracks had been upgraded to level 4 long before? My own level 3 barracks, combined with the fallen units, scarcely allowed me to muster 59 troops, unless he had indeed upgraded to a level 4 barracks at an earlier time. Moreover, the Iron Lord had claimed that aside from demons, there were also human units. I suspect he must have conquered other territories. Yet, this is formidable. Whether they are 8th or 9th tier, it is no wonder he triumphed. Beyond the 20 or so human units, the Shadow Lord possesses nearly 50 different types, and the mortality rate of these units is astonishingly low. If only I possessed such powerful units, I would scorn even the Unicorn Crystal. My strongest units peak at tier 6, while he has already reached tiers 8 and 9. I cannot help but wonder if there is a sacred domain within the Shadow Lord's castle. It is amusing. Signing a territorial agreement allows one to see the loyalty of the territorial lord, and yet he still resorts to treachery. The Iron Lord is doomed. I had considered the Shadow Lord's strength formidable, but I never anticipated it to be this overwhelming. My own weak units have severely limited my imagination regarding top-tier units. The Iron Lord is located approximately 20,000 meters northeast of the Red Moon Forest. This should provide a rough estimate of the Shadow Town's location, as units typically do not stray too far to attack other castles. But what does it matter to know? Would you dare venture forth? One must admit, the Shadow Lord's actions are remarkably swift. The Beast Tide has barely passed, and he is already launching assaults on other lords in the dead of night. This is why he is so formidable. He does not squander time. Damn it. I am also situated northeast of the Red Moon Forest, perhaps perilously close to the Iron Lord. I had intended to delay relocating, but it seems I must flee under the cover of night. I strongly condemn the Shadow Lord. We all hail from the same world. Should we not assist one another instead of resorting to violence? Hiss, is the person above truly that naive? Perhaps it is better for you to perish early and be reborn. After spending 7 or 8 days on the war continent, do you still yearn for peace? What the officials desire is a struggle to the death. I suggest you transition to an independent adventurer. Otherwise, be prepared for constant attacks on your territory. Farewell. Red Moon Forest. I too shall depart. This place is unbearable, teeming with magical beasts, and the ominous presence of the Shadow Lord looms over all. The Fire God Alliance in the Red Moon Forest is seeking members to unite against the Shadow Lord. They truly fear not death. A pathetic alliance. I do not believe you can withstand the Shadow Lord. It is best for me to take my leave. What the hell? I am under attack here as well. It is the red-eyed demon, a demon indeed. Is that true from the one above? Damn. Does the Shadow Lord intend to purge the other lords from the Red Moon Forest? What has happened to that troll lord? Speak up. Surely he has not perished. Has he? In a moment of desperation, surrender seems the only option. The Iron Lord's famed capitulation reveals that the Shadow Lord merely seeks to amass a following. Alas, the Troll Lord is deceased, my dear friend, now but a name lost to oblivion. Truly, the Shadow Lord's ruthlessness knows no bounds. I can't help but wonder. Those of you in the vicinity of the Red Moon Forest, do you not fear the Shadow Lord's gaze upon this discourse? Your presence here is a perilous exposure. What do I have to fear? As long as I relocate swiftly, the Shadow Lord shall not catch me. It appears the Shadow Lord has graced the chat channel but once, perhaps seldom pays heed to our exchanges. Indeed, at present, he is preoccupied with assaulting the lords near the Red Moon Forest. Surely he has no time to indulge our idle chatter. Friends near the Red Moon Forest. It is time to flee. Even if you choose not to escape, should you encounter the Shadow Lord, surrender at once. Survival is the ultimate goal. Furthermore, with the Shadow Lord's formidable might, serving under him may not be such a disadvantage. You might find yourselves as his trusted vassals in the future. You speak wisely. It is either surrender or relocation. The members of the Fire God Alliance, including the Fire Lord, gazed upon the global chat with astonishment. They had underestimated the Shadow Lord's influence among the other lords, as few expressed a desire to confront him. Rather, they contemplated how to vacate the Red Moon Forest, which contradicted their original intentions. A cowardly lot, so fearful of death. What shall we do, Fire Lord? Has Iron not spoken in ages? Has he already ventured into the Shadow's domain? His name remains. He is not dead. So then, I ask you all, shall we attempt to rescue him? Let us pause and see what intelligence the Iron Lord may yet procure. He should not hastily agree to a territorial pact. The Troll Lord is truly gone, and I too counted him as a friend. I had invited him to join the Fire God Alliance just this afternoon. Wait. Let us bide our time. However, everyone should prepare, for it appears the Shadow Lord is indeed intent on ravaging the Red Moon Forest. How about this? We gather at the Fire Lord's location. I concur. Very well, let us all convene. Together, we may avoid being picked off by the Shadow Lord. Remember to take vital resources and the castle core. The members of the Fire God Alliance hurriedly packed their resources and took the castle core, fleeing towards the Fire Lord's position. There is no choice but to act. With the Iron Lord captured and the nearby Troll Lord slain, who knows if they shall be the next to fall. Meanwhile, at another location, the high castle where the Troll Lord was situated, Ika and the Shadows made their way towards the Troll Fortress, a target discovered in their earlier reconnaissance. The Troll soldiers, formidable as they are, initially failed to detect the Shadows. Their instinctive resistance was swiftly quelled. Ika remained impassive, indifferent to the slaughter at hand. Beneath the cloak of night, the Shadow Castle shone brilliantly. At that moment, Yuan reclined languidly in a chair within the courtyard, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the figure kneeling before him. The Iron Lord knelt, trembling uncontrollably. For Yuan had uncovered his actions within the chat channel. During their recent encounter, Yuan candidly addressed the matter at hand, leaving the Steel Lord utterly flabbergasted. In truth, Yuan had no time to peruse the world chat channels. Having just completed the recruitment of the Scythe Shadow, he was on the brink of slumber. However, a vigilant night owl, Imo Shanshan, happened upon the chat messages and promptly alerted Yuan. Thus, before the Steel Lord even arrived at the Shadow Castle, Yuan was already well informed about the unfolding situation. He felt little concern about his exposure, in the face of overwhelming power. Such schemes were merely the antics of petty fools. Regardless of whether the Steel Lord's actions would attract adversaries, if it indeed brought forth other lords coveting Shadow Town, it would save Yuan the trouble of seeking them out. One by one, they could be dealt with. Nevertheless, this incident served as a reminder to Yuan that no other lords should exist in proximity to the Red Moon Forest. No one should be allowed to rest beside him on his own bed. With a smile directed at the Steel Lord, Yuan finally spoke. I shall grant you a chance at survival. Elaborate on your Fire God Alliance. Should your account satisfy me, I may spare your life. Chapter 88. To see your heart, I shall extract it. The Steel Lord was a member of the Fire God Alliance. A revelation not gleaned from rumors, but rather confessed by him when the Scythe Shadow's claws pressed against his throat. Upon hearing Yuan's words, the Steel Lord wasted no time in betraying the alliance. The notions of mutual assistance and espionage were swiftly cast aside. Who wishes for death when life is offered? Yuan was presenting him with a chance to live. How could he not seize it? Although the Fire God Alliance might indeed be mobilizing forces to rescue him, by the time they arrived, he would be 6 feet under. Even if they did come, they would be no match for Li Yuan. Upon reaching the Shadow Castle, the Steel Lord quickly realized that the strength of this Shadow Lord far surpassed their expectations, rendering them, as a mere faction of the Fire God Alliance, utterly insignificant. After a considerable time, the Steel Lord divulged every detail regarding the Fire God Alliance. There were a total of 12 lords, including himself. The leader of the Fire God Alliance was the Fire God Lord, commanding the Lava Giant, a unit that could barely be deemed top tier. The remaining lords were all of high-tier units, with only slight variations in strength. These over a dozen lords resided near the Red Moon Forest, with some in close proximity and others further afield. With one top-tier unit and a dozen high-tier units, one cannot deny that this constitutes a formidable force. Perhaps, the Red Moon Forest now harbored only these lords. The weak had perished in 2 waves of beasts, while the timid had transitioned into solitary wanderers. Only these few lords, possessing high-tier units, remained unwilling to succumb to despair and banded together to confront the impending crisis. According to the Steel Lord's account, the Fire God Alliance's purpose in uniting is not only to confront local forces, but also to target the Shadow Town. Upon hearing the Steel Lord's narration, Li Yuan's face revealed a hint of amusement. How intriguing. Did you truly establish this alliance for my sake? The Steel Lord, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, hurriedly replied, "Oh, esteemed Shadow Lord, it is our ignorance. I have overthought this matter. I have conveyed all that you wish to hear. Spare my life, please. I am more than willing to serve as your vassal in Steel Castle. Although I have lost my troops, I can still recruit 10 half-mechanical soldiers each day. While they may not compare to your demonic forces, they could still be of assistance." At this juncture, the Steel Lord could only advocate for his remaining troops, as he possessed little else to bargain for his life. Rest assured, there is no need to be anxious. I am a man of my word. If I promise to spare you, I shall do so. Li Yuan raised his hand slightly, allowing the Steel Lord to rise from the ground, and continued. I have gathered a fair understanding of your Fire God Alliance. Its strength is quite commendable. However, it is merely adequate. Indeed, in comparison to the esteemed Shadow Lord, the Fire God Alliance pales significantly. The Steel Lord chuckled nervously. Li Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, a smile lingering on his lips. You are still a member of the Fire God Alliance, yet you now seem to embody it. This attitude of yours makes me quite uneasy, should you encounter other lords. You wouldn't dare betray me, would you? Upon hearing this, the Steel Lord fell to his knees, nearly prostrating himself. Oh, Shadow Lord, I am genuinely devoted, harboring no thoughts of treachery. Please, see my sincerity. Li Yuan rose from his seat and stated, You speak well, but you must have indulged in plenty of melodramatic television shows. However, I have never been one to trust in sincerity, thus, I am quite eager to ascertain the authenticity of your heart. At these words, the Steel Lord was momentarily taken aback, wishing to respond. Yet, at that instant, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if something had been forcefully extracted from within him. Before his eyes lay a still beating heart. Thump, 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 thump. The Steel Lord gazed down at his torn chest, and then at the bloodied heart in Li Yuan's hand. Finally comprehending the meaning behind Li Yuan's words, I wish to see if your heart is indeed genuine. The other had truly extracted his heart. It was over. Finished. Completely done. Just as the Steel Lord felt his consciousness fading, in his blurred vision, the Shadow Lord forcefully returned his heart to his chest, and he watched in disbelief as his wounds healed at an astonishing pace, witnessing it all unfold before him. In the next moment, the Steel Lord felt rejuvenated, as if awakening from a vivid dream. He glanced down at his chest. Even his clothing remained intact, as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, Li Yuan spoke with a smile. Ah, I have seen your true heart. It is quite admirable. By the way, I still do not know your name. The recent scene that unfolded appeared to be anything but illusory. It felt achingly real, as though his heart had indeed been wrenched from his chest. Although the circumstances remained shrouded in mystery, the terror coursing through Chu Feng's heart was exponentially more intense than before. The audacity to claim, I shall see your heart, and then to actually extract it was unfathomably horrifying. Chu Feng, such a fitting name for a protagonist, Li Yuan remarked. Chu Feng dared not respond, kneeling on the ground, utterly speechless. After a moment of silence, Li Yuan continued, The Fire God Alliance seeks to eliminate me, and I cannot simply sit idly by. So Chu Feng, would you be willing to assist me in eradicating these threats? Of course, they are your allies, so asking you to eliminate them may place you in a difficult position. Not at all. I am not troubled in the slightest. Chu Feng swiftly waved his hands, declaring earnestly, from this moment forth, I shall be but a loyal hound to you, the Shadow Lord. Whoever you command me to bite, I shall obey. I recognize you as my sole master, and none other. Excellent. Your sincerity appears quite genuine. Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction. However, upon hearing the word sincerity, Chu Feng shuddered, recalling the ghastly moment when his heart was removed. Enai Jia nodded and instantly vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later with 40 scythe shadows materializing in the courtyard. The sudden emergence of these figures startled Chu Feng once more, yet upon seeing their attire, he felt somewhat at ease. Clad in black with red eyes, they were none other than the demon troops of the Shadow Lord. Yet, in the next instant, Chu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. In addition to the forces that had previously assaulted his castle, there were now so many demons gathered, previously numbering around 60 or 70. There were now over 40 more, over 100 in total. Li Yuan paid no heed to Chu Feng's astonishment and casually remarked, "These troops are now under your command." Huh? Chu Feng was taken aback. Li Yuan shrugged and replied, "Haven't you seen Infernal Affairs? Do you not understand the concept of a token of allegiance? If you wish to ally with me, you must provide such a token. As I mentioned, I intend to confront the Fire God Alliance, and you shall undertake this task. Command these 40 troops and annihilate the Fire God Alliance." Chu Feng glanced at the side shadows, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Li Yuan perceived his apprehension and chuckled. "What is the matter? Do you doubt the capability of my troops?" "Not at all." Chu Feng contemplated for a moment before resolutely stating, "Shadow Lord, your demon troops are undeniably formidable. However, based on my knowledge of the Fire God Lord and his cohorts, they may have already congregated, outnumbering us significantly." His implication was clear. With a dozen or more lords, they could easily muster hundreds of troops. "Fear not. Proceed with confidence," Li Yuan replied with a smile. At this juncture, Chu Feng had no choice but to place his trust in Li Yuan. He felt certain that Li Yuan would not send him into certain doom with these troops. Perhaps the Shadow Lord had further strategies in mind, and he was merely a guide. After a moment's reflection, Chu Feng inquired, "Shadow Lord, shall we eliminate all those from the Fire God Alliance? If you can subdue them and bring them under my dominion, I shall duly reward you." Li Yuan gestured dismissively. "Now go forth." Chu Feng ceased to inquire further, understanding that those unwilling to submit would be cast directly into the depths of hell. The young one comprehended the gravity of the situation. He first bowed to Li Yuan, and then offered a respectful gesture to the 40 side shadows before turning to exit the castle. However, after taking a few steps, he abruptly halted, turning back to face Li Yuan. "Oh, is there something else?" Li Yuan inquired. Chu Feng cautiously regarded Li Yuan and hesitated. "Great Shadow, shouldn't we? Sign the territorial agreement first? There's no rush. We shall discuss that once you have dealt with the Fire God Alliance," Li Yuan replied, dismissing Chu Feng as he turned toward the Holy Source Tower. Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng grasped the underlying truth. Unless he eliminated the Fire God Alliance, he could forget about becoming a territory of the Shadow City. Indeed, whether he would even survive remained uncertain. "Forgive me, Fire God Leader. Such is the nature of this world, survival of the fittest. What could he do against the formidable Shadow Lord? I do not wish to perish." At that moment, the haunting image of his heart being extracted resurfaced in his mind, hastening his departure from the castle. Meanwhile, Li Yuan stood by the window of the Holy Source Tower, observing Chu Feng's retreat with a smirk. This development allowed for the assimilation of the half-mechanical troops from the Iron Lord, thereby augmenting the Shadow's ranks. Yet, with the Fire God Alliance presenting themselves so conveniently, to let such an opportunity slip away would be a disservice to oneself. The cleansing of the nearby Red Moon Forest lords would commence with the Fire God Alliance. As for why he refrained from assimilating Chu Feng into the Shadow at this moment, it was primarily due to the fact that the success rate of the Shadow Mark was not guaranteed. Should Chu Feng succumb to the pressure and perish, it would be a waste of a valuable pawn. From Chu Feng's demeanor, it was evident that while he might be timid, he was not devoid of intellect. With the recent traumatic experience, he would surely recognize the concept of making the right choice. Moreover, he could leverage his position within the Fire God Alliance to swiftly address the threat they posed. Strangely enough, when Li Yuan first witnessed the heart extraction, he felt a twinge of disgust, yet afterward, a flicker of excitement coursed through him. "Ah, it seems I am indeed suited to be the grand villain." Chapter 89. The Shadow Lord's might leaves me in despair. Within the Holy Source Tower, once IKA and the others had deposited the spoils acquired from the Troll Lord into the warehouse, Li Yuan received a notification. 586 energy stones and 2 essence crystals were acquired. Resources such as stone, wood, and food were somewhat present, though not in abundance, indicating they had been nearly exhausted. However, compared to hunting beasts and magical creatures, the pace of resource accumulation was significantly faster. Through the window of the Holy Source Tower, Li Yuan gazed at the Shadow Crystal. The division of attribute-based troop structures allowed the Shadow Crystal to now designate specific legions for recruitment. In contrast to the rewards for upgrading the city, Li Yuan opted for the division of attributes. Although he faced a dilemma when selecting troops for recruitment, it did not reflect any deficiency in his intelligence. However, such enhancements only benefited the city itself. The barracks saw no substantial improvement, with the Crystal Core's defenses being the only aspect to receive a slight boost. However, with the existence of the Shadow Barrier, Li Yuan was no longer concerned about the destruction of the Crystal Core. On the contrary, once the Shadow Castle transformed into a city, his territory would expand exponentially. Could his current troops manage such an increase? Particularly with the reputation points, which would undoubtedly surpass the 100,000 mark, potentially even reaching several 100,000. In such a scenario, Would those formidable local powers stand idly by as a visitor from another realm constructed a city? Li Yuan had no worries regarding the crystal core. It would remain unscathed. Yet, if he were to provoke multiple sanctuaries or divine beings blocking his path, how could he develop his territory if he found himself trapped? All that would remain is a bare fortress barracks, of little use in the grand competition among myriad races. Would he be destined to be merely a bare stronghold for life? Progress must be made step by step. And Li Yuan believed his choice to diversify his troop types was wise. His intellect was perfectly normal. There are always those who claim that this place forces a reduction in intelligence, which is quite frustrating, hence this clarification. As for the recent bout of writer's block, I must emphasize that I am not a deity. My intelligence is not particularly remarkable. If it were, I would not be writing such mindless, simplistic narratives. Nevertheless, since it was written this way initially, there must have been a reason. Readers, with their omniscient perspective, often perceive the protagonist's actions through a lens of expectation. However, if one were truly to be cast into this war-ravaged land as the protagonist, not every action would be infallibly correct. Moreover, the previous delay in upgrading the town was previously mentioned as being due to other arrangements. Yet, this was still met with accusations of forced ignorance, which is perplexing. Lastly, I must reiterate, this is indeed a mindless, simplistic tale, written by an ordinary individual, not a machine. Li Yuan peacefully drifted into slumber, relinquishing all concerns. IKA and Nija ventured out once more, with IKA continuing to investigate the other castle lords beyond their territory. Nija, of course, shadowed Chu Feng, serving as Li Yuan's second layer of precaution. This was primarily to guard against Chu Feng, given that he had yet to be assimilated into the shadows. No one could guarantee he wouldn't eventually betray them. While he posed no significant threat to Li Yuan, should the Fire God Alliance escape, the losses would be considerable. Numerous lordly castles held abundant resources. Additionally, there was concern that the Scythe Shadows might struggle against the Fire God Alliance, and in such a case, Nija would be ready to assist. With the Golden Sacred Ape and Li Chung safeguarding the territory, Li Yuan felt no need for alarm. As for Chu Feng, Li Yuan chose to pay him no mind. Should Chu Feng manage to successfully navigate the situation, Li Yuan would honor him with his life. Failure, however, would result in him being cast into the Shadow Realm to serve as sustenance for the Shadow Behemoths. At that moment, Chu Feng, accompanied by 40 Scythe Shadows, had already distanced himself from the Shadow territory. Originally, he intended to march directly towards the Fire God Lord's castle. However, upon reflection, he abandoned that course of action. Such an overt approach would likely result in catastrophic losses. As Li Yuan suspected, Chu Feng was not foolish. He understood that not only must he present a letter of allegiance, but it must also be one that satisfied Li Yuan. In the realm of shadows, he found himself alone, devoid of any allied lords. Thus, he concluded that should he demonstrate his worth, he might become the inaugural vassal of the Shadow Lord, undoubtedly paving the way for a prosperous future. The matter of the Fire God Alliance must be executed with utmost finesse. The Shadow Boss had not instructed him to eliminate the leaders of the Fire God Alliance, suggesting a desire to recruit them instead. If persuasion failed, then force would be a last resort. Chu Feng resolutely committed himself to devise a relatively flawless plan, pondering deeply. The 40 demon units were not particularly formidable, being below the 6th tier. The Alliance chat had indicated that many were hastening towards the Fire God Lord's castle, with 4 lords already having arrived. A direct confrontation was inadvisable. Thus, collaboration with these Scythe Shadows proved futile. As he journeyed towards the Fire God territory, Chu Feng contemplated solutions. Ultimately, upon reaching the outskirts of the Fire God domain, he opened the internal chat of the Fire God Alliance. Brothers, gather around. I have something to discuss. Chu Feng resolved to adopt the simplest approach and speak candidly. After all, not every lord within their modest assembly wished to oppose the Shadow Lord. Upon Chu Feng's reappearance in the Alliance chat, a flurry of messages erupted from the lords within the group. Holy hell, Steel, you finally spoke. If I hadn't seen your name still here, I would have thought the Shadow Lord had dispatched you. What transpired in Shadow Town? Please elaborate. Have you gauged the combat strength of Shadow Town? Steel, hang in there. We are ready to rescue you. We just need your intel. Speak up, Steel. What is the situation over there? Where is your location? Which direction from the Red Moon Forest? Did the Shadow Lord formalize a territorial agreement with you? Those within the Fire God Lord's castle, as well as those on their way, bombarded Chu Feng with a barrage of inquiries. Who doesn't know the Shadow Lord is powerful? We're just asking how strong he truly is. Yes, it is expected that he is strong. How many types of units does he command? Regardless of his strength, there are so many of us. How could we fear him? Rest assured, we shall come to your aid. At this juncture, the Fire God Lord, the initiator of the Alliance, seemed to sense something amiss and sent out a message. Steel, have you betrayed us? Chapter 90. Either surrender outright, or fight to the death. Upon hearing Chu Feng openly admit to his betrayal, the members of the Fire God Alliance were incensed. Damn it, Steel Lord, we had an agreement when forming this alliance. Mutual assistance to withstand our foes. You are a founding member of the Fire God Alliance. How could you betray us? Steel, you scoundrel, If I ever encounter you, you shall be the first I slay. Fire God boss, simply terminate this scoundrel with the agreement. I thought of you as a good brother, damn it. Let us not forget, everyone. Our alliance agreement states that while espionage is mandatory, there are no restrictions on death. In my endeavor to feign surrender to the Shadow City, had it not been for the magnanimity of the Shadow Lord sparing my life, I would have met my demise. This matter has, in essence, fulfilled the agreement with the Fire God Alliance. Thus, I hold no remorse towards you. Under the directive of the Shadow Lord, I have led the demon squad to confront the Fire God Alliance. Oh, I nearly neglected to inform you. I am presently stationed outside the Fire God Castle territory, and the demon forces have encircled you. Why did I not engage you at the earliest opportunity? It was out of consideration for our shared affiliation within the Alliance. Granting you a sliver of hope, with my endorsement, the Shadow Lord may overlook other transgressions, allowing you to become vassals of his domain. To all, should anyone wish to submit, do not hesitate to reach out to me privately. Rest assured, your intentions will remain confidential. As long as you assist me in dealing with others while I assault the Fire God Castle, it suffices. I have secured you a mere 10 minutes. After this brief interval, the demon squad shall launch their assault on the Fire God Castle. Therefore, I implore you to act swiftly. Alas, that final sentence remained unspoken as the Fire Lord expelled me from the group chat. Nevertheless, I had conveyed nearly all that needed to be said. From a distance, Chu Feng cast a glance at the Fire God Castle, a subtle smile gracing his visage. This was Chu Feng's stratagem. He aimed to dismantle the fragile alliance from within. Primarily, he was genuinely concerned that the 40 scythe shadows would be insufficient to contend with such a multitude of lords, for there were at least 400 troops within the Fire God Castle. A reckless assault could very well cost him his life. Would the Shadow Lord rescue him if he failed to demonstrate his worth? Unthinkable. Indeed, Chu Feng surmised that Li Yuan had also accompanied him, though he had yet to realize this. How else could 40 demon troops engage over a dozen lords? Of course, Chu Feng had misconstrued Li Yuan's intentions. Li Yuan had no desire for Chu Feng to showcase his value, merely wishing for him to lead the way. According to Li Yuan's perspective, the scythe shadows were to charge forth. 40 scythe shadows against a single Fire God alliance was hardly a formidable challenge, merely a matter of time. Moreover, with Nija accompanying them, the Fire God alliance was inconsequential, easily vanquished with a mere thought. Little did Li Yuan anticipate Chu Feng's extensive conjectures. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Chu Feng's plan was indeed astute, for the Fire God alliance was hastily assembled out of a need for survival. The members had only recently acquainted themselves, lacking any profound bonds of camaraderie. Thus, his remarks would undoubtedly take root and flourish within the minds of those lords. In fact, this was precisely the case. As Chu Feng's smile widened, he had already received private messages, and not from just one individual. At this moment, within the grand hall of the main castle of the Fire God Castle, 11 lords sat in silence. The Fire Lord occupied the central seat at the round table, flanked by 5 lords on either side, all of whom had hastened from various locations. The Fire Lord's countenance was as dark as water, while the expressions of the other lords were equally grim. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Chu Feng's words had rendered their relationships peculiarly strained. Including the Lord of Fire, various factions have covertly mobilized their troops, constantly monitoring other lords. In private conversations, they remain unseen. Who can tell if someone is already clandestinely communicating with Chu Feng? Perhaps someone has already made contact. Who could that be? Therefore, vigilance is paramount. If someone near were to launch an attack, they must be prepared to respond. It is evident that Chu Feng's ploy is exceedingly cunning, as just a few words have sown discord among these lords. However, their fear is not so much of Chu Feng himself, but rather of the demonic legion he mentions. The demonic legion has encircled the territory of the Lord of Fire. A minute has passed when a colossal lava beast enters the hall and whispers a few words into the Lord of Fire's ear. The Lord of Fire nods and addresses the assembly. My troops inform me that no enemies have been detected surrounding my territory. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 10 lords vary greatly. So, is the Lord of Steel deceiving us? The shadowy demons have not arrived? But what if it is true? Let us take our chances. I refuse to believe they can overpower us all. My elemental fire beings are not to be trifled with. The name of a man carries weight, and that Steel fellow is no weakling. Yet after meeting with the Shadow Lord, he outright betrayed us. Are you suggesting surrender? Have you been in contact with Steel? Don't speak to me about contacting anyone. Perhaps it is you who is playing both sides, appearing desperate while secretly communicating with Steel to seek refuge with the Shadow. How dare you speak such nonsense again? What of it? What are you trying to imply? Enough with the bickering. What do we do now? What can we do? We either surrender immediately or fight. Do we need to waste words on that? As the arguments escalated, time slipped away second by second, with the more hot-tempered among them creating a ruckus. The troops behind each lord remained extraordinarily cautious, seemingly fearful of betrayal. Enough. The Lord of Fire's booming voice finally quelled the discord. He cast a cold glance over those present and solemnly declared, "Let us not forget the original purpose of forming the Fire God Alliance, to confront the Shadow Lord. If any of you still doubt the Fire God Alliance, then produce the castle core and hand it over to me for safekeeping." At this proclamation, the remaining lords changed color. "What do you mean, Lord of Fire? We are allies, not your subordinates. To hand over the castle core would mean relinquishing control to you." "Absolutely not. Do not even think about it. The castle core is intertwined with our lives. What are you suggesting?" "Everyone, do not rush. Let us first understand what the Lord of Fire intends." The Lord of Fire surveyed the room once more and continued. "The words of the Lord of Steel are merely intended to sow discord among us, inciting mutual suspicion. This also indicates one thing. They lack the capability to deal with us all at once. Otherwise, why not simply attack my territory directly, annihilate our troops, and then discuss further matters? Do not let this traitor intimidate you." Chapter 91. Nija appears, an odd maneuver. Clearly, the Lord of Fire is not lacking in intelligence, as he quickly deduces Chu Feng's scheme. However, for Chu Feng, this was hardly a concern. His scheme was, in essence, a calculated facade. After all, the formidable power of the Shadow Lord was well understood by all. The only question that remained was whether the demonic forces accompanying Chu Feng to the Fire God territory could indeed contend with their combined might. Upon hearing the Fire Lord's words, the other lords fell silent. Yet, one voiced, "Even so, I cannot possibly relinquish the castle's core to you. That is out of the question." Indeed, while other matters could be negotiated, the core was something far more secure in one's own possession, another lord chimed in. The Fire Lord, expressionless, declared, "I understand your apprehensions. I am willing to sign a life and death pact with each of you. Once I obtain your cores, I assure you that I shall not undertake any actions that may endanger you. I merely wish to safeguard them temporarily. Once we have weathered this immediate storm, I will return the cores to you intact. My intentions are solely to ensure that we can unite in our efforts without doubt towards our comrades during battle. The life and death agreements have been sent to you. You may sign them before handing over the cores to me." With that, the Fire Lord ceased further discourse, awaiting the reactions of the others. Though his words were not entirely clear, everyone grasped the underlying significance of his actions. To surrender the cores signified allegiance to the Fire God Alliance. To withhold them would mark one as a traitor. As these lords hesitated, none noticed the shadows in the dim corners of the hall seemed to wane slightly. Meanwhile, outside the Fire God territory, Chu Feng was engaged in conversation with several lords who had reached out to him. Just then, a voice whispered in his ear, "Convince those speaking with you to heed the Fire Lord's words and hand over the castle cores." Startled, Chu Feng turned to find, to his surprise, Nija standing behind him. "General." Indeed, it appeared that the Shadow Lord had further plans. Nija had likely brought additional demonic forces with him. Nija nodded and instructed, "Do as I say." With that, he vanished, seemingly unwilling to engage in further dialogue with Chu Feng. Nija had been shadowing Chu Feng and his companions, initially reluctant to intervene. But a thought had crossed his mind. Li Yuan's assimilation of the human forces in the Great Zhou Castle seemed indicative of an intention to expand the Shadow Legion. As one of the 9 generals, Nija possessed his own intellect and wisdom, naturally inclined to alleviate his king's burdens. This was an opportune moment. Hence, he chose to appear, directing Chu Feng to persuade the lords who were contemplating defection to surrender their cores to the Fire Lord. Chu Feng, however, found this maneuver perplexing. Wouldn't this action provide the Fire Lord with an opportunity? Yet, it was Nija's directive, most likely a command from the Shadow Lord, and he dared not refuse. Perhaps the Shadow Lord intended to ensnare the Fire God Alliance entirely. Without delay, Chu Feng sent private messages to the lords, expending considerable effort to persuade them to hand over the castle cores to the Fire Lord. After their discussion, Chu Feng directly spoke up, loudly calling towards the direction of the Fire God Lord. "Everyone, there are only 5 minutes left. The demon troops seem to be growing impatient. Please, make your decisions swiftly. The 5 friends who have privately messaged me. Once the time is up, you shall act, and we will coordinate our efforts." Chu Feng's voice resonated, prompting the 11 lords within the castle to simultaneously rise from their seats. Their respective troops mobilized as well, forming a protective circle around their lords, vigilant and on guard. The 5 lords had already established private communication with Chu Feng, such as human nature. In moments of life and death, trust in others is nearly impossible. At this juncture, their only reliable allies were their troops. The Fire God Lord glanced towards the source of the voice, inwardly cursing the Iron Lord, and exclaimed in anger, "Why not surrender the crystal cores now? Everyone should hand them over." One of the lords suggested. The others shared a similar sentiment. Yet none were willing to be the first to relinquish their crystal cores. The Fire God Lord felt quite helpless in this situation, though he could force their compliance. His lava behemoth, formidable as it was, could not contend with so many lords. Thus, he had no choice but to privately beseech the lord with whom he shared the closest relationship, urging him to step forward and present his crystal core as an example for the others. Once a core was surrendered, regardless of whether they had communicated with Chu Feng, they would have to unite against the demon troops. A young lord, the Elemental Lord, ultimately decided to take action after receiving the Fire God Lord's consent. "I shall do it. I trust the Fire God Lord's judgment." The demon troops surely cannot be numerous this time, and we will prevail. As he spoke, the elemental lord handed over the crystal core from his high-level castle to the fire god lord. It's your turn now, everyone. The other lords exchanged glances. And one by one, 4 more lords surrendered their crystal cores to the fire god lord. The situation shifted to 6 versus 5, with 4 lords having yielded their castle cores while 6 others had not. The lords who surrendered their cores and their troops stood resolutely behind the fire god lord, creating a tense standoff as 6 pairs of eyes fixed upon 5. Surprisingly, the 5 lords willingly handed over their castle cores to the fire god lord, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Chu Feng mentioned that 5 lords had already contacted him, while there might be some exaggeration. It was undeniable that he had indeed received messages from certain individuals. This implied that among these 10 lords, there must be a traitor, likely among the 5 who had communicated with him. Yet, why would the traitor choose to surrender their castle cores? What could their motive possibly be? However, time was of the essence, and the fire god lord had no luxury for further contemplation. With the other lords' castle cores in his possession, he had little to fear from their potential rebellion. He could obliterate their castles at any moment. For now, they were all bound together like grasshoppers on the same string. The Lord of Fire glanced at the assembled lords with a solemn expression and remarked, "Let us dispense with trivialities. Since you all choose to place your trust in me, I shall not disappoint you. I will carve a path to survival for us all. Now, heed my command. Each of you shall lead your respective troops to form defensive formations in the 4 cardinal directions, utilizing the numbers of our 3 factions. The elemental Lord of Fire and I shall guard the front gate. Perhaps it is wiser for us to take the front gate ourselves," one lord interjected. "You hold the castle cores of us all. We cannot afford any mishaps. Indeed, it would be prudent for you to remain here while your troops take the field," another lord added. The Lord of Fire pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall rely on you all tonight. Together, we shall shatter the myth of the Shadow Lord. Let us proceed without further ado. Who will join me in defending the East? I will accompany you. I shall take the West, and I am off." Before long, all but the Lord of Fire had departed to execute their defensive strategies. Seated upon his chair, flanked by 2 lava beasts, one of 7th rank and the other of 8th, the Lord of Fire listened intently to the sounds emanating from outside, a frown creasing his brow. He cast a glance at the pile of castle cores on the table before him, sensing that something was amiss. It all felt rather too facile. In the next moment, the Lord of Fire's expression shifted drastically. Chapter 92, Town Core Self-Destruction, Mirror Domain. The Lord of Fire abruptly rose to his feet, causing his chair to topple backward. Yet, a large pink hand firmly pressed the chair down. Simultaneously, the flames that enveloped the 2 lava beasts beside him extinguished silently. In an instant, the 2 lava beasts transformed into lifeless obsidian statues, devoid of any trace of vitality. Fine beads of sweat formed on the Lord of Fire's forehead, trickling down his cheeks. He sensed that any further movement on his part would lead to the hand upon his shoulder, crushing his skull. "I had thought you were unafraid of death," Nika said with a playful tone, standing beside the Lord of Fire. The Lord of Fire swallowed hard, poised to speak. But his attention was captured by the shadows creeping along the wall. Soon, an eerie creature with black skin and red eyes emerged from the darkness. A demon. The Lord of Fire's pupils contracted, and he turned to the figure accompanying the demon, revealing a wry smile. At that moment, Chu Feng stood in bewilderment. He was preparing to issue a command for all the Scythe Shadows to assault the Fire Lord's domain, but before he could utter a word, he was whisked into the castle by the Scythe Shadows. Glancing at Nika and then at the 2 lava beast statues, he queried, "You are the Lord of Fire?" Upon hearing this, the Lord of Fire was momentarily taken aback and responded, "Are you not the Shadow Lord?" At this juncture, Chu Feng had taken note of the pile of cores on the table, and, upon looking back at Nika, the situation became clear to him. No wonder Nika had instructed him to summon those who were secretly considering allegiance to the Shadow Lord to present the castle cores. It appeared that Nika had been awaiting this moment all along. The crystal cores of all the lords' castles are gathered here. Capturing the Lord of Fire is tantamount to seizing all the lords. What can those lords do with these cores? Chu Feng mused, bowing respectfully to Nija. Your military prowess is remarkable. Merely recruiting a troop reveals such profound wisdom. Truly, you are a demon general. Without expending much effort, he had subdued all the lords. Although those lords outside remained oblivious to the fact that their fates now belonged to the Shadow Lord. With such a troop at his command, how could the Shadow Lord not be formidable? Straightening up, Chu Feng smiled at the Lord of Fire, stating, "I am not the esteemed Shadow Lord. I am the Iron Lord. I never anticipated that we would meet under such circumstances, having never visited the Fire territory or met the Lord of Fire." The latter naturally did not recognize him, mistaking him for Li Yuan. "You are the Iron Lord," the Lord of Fire exclaimed, raising an eyebrow, yet chose not to elaborate, merely glaring coldly at Chu Feng. Chu Feng chuckled and approached them, reaching for the pile of crystal cores. However, just as his hand was about to touch the cores, a spiked black blade descended, nearly severing his hand. A scythe shadow emerged, thwarting Chu Feng's attempt to grasp the cores, and in the next moment, it vanished with 10 of them. Seeing this, fear flickered in Chu Feng's eyes, and he hastily bowed to Nija, saying, "General, I apologize. I merely wish to assist." The Lord of Fire glanced at Chu Feng, scoffing. "It appears your association with the Shadow Lord has not fared well. You grovel for a mere troop. Moreover, it seems they do not place much trust in you, their dog." Unperturbed by the remark, Chu Feng replied with a smile. "To serve the esteemed Shadow Lord as a dog is my honor." Although Li Yuan was not present, General Nija was here. He believed that his actions and words would be conveyed to Li Yuan, and thus he would not forego the opportunity to express his loyalty. The Lord of Fire remained non-committal, snorting softly and lapsing into silence. At that moment, a lord barged in, cursing, "That bastard Iron Lord is playing us. There are no demons outside. The Shadow Lord possibly." Just as he was about to claim that the Shadow Lord had not dispatched demons to attack the Fire territory, he caught sight of the scene in the hall. Upon witnessing the capture of the Lord of Fire, his expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly retreated. However, after a few steps, he recalled something and, with a grim countenance, inquired of the Lord of Fire, "What of my castle's crystal core?" "They have taken it." The Lord of Fire replied, gesturing towards Nija and Chu Feng with a sigh. "Let everyone in." "Very well." The Lord forced a bitter smile and turned to exit. Shortly thereafter, 10 lords convened in the hall. None brought troops with them. The crystal cores were in the possession of their captors, rendering the presence of troops futile. They all recognized their status as prisoners with clarity. Just as I was preparing for a grand endeavor, it turned out that nothing had been accomplished. The Shadow Lord's forces had firmly seized control of their castle's core. Upon witnessing 10 lords entering, Chu Feng cast a glance their way and took the initiative to introduce himself. "Greetings, esteemed lords. I am the Iron Lord. Those of you who recently messaged me, please step forward." The 10 lords exchanged glances, and to everyone's surprise, they all gravitated towards Chu Feng. Not only the Fire Lord, but even these 10 lords exhibited peculiar expressions. It appeared that they were all gripped by a profound fear, having surrendered themselves. Behind the Fire Lord, Niaja's gaze flickered. These humans were truly beyond description. What a fade they presented, showcasing a duality that was nothing short of astonishing. Just moments ago, they had been clamoring for bloodshed, yet secretly, they had all sent private messages to Chu Feng, surrendering to the Shadow Town. Had he chosen not to intervene, Chu Feng might have effortlessly seized the Fire Lord's domain. However, it would not have been quite so perfect. Indeed, without Niaja's intervention, when the Scythe Shadow attacked the Fire Lord's castle, the other lords would have swiftly turned against him, joining forces with the Scythe Shadow to annihilate the Fire Lord's lava behemoth. Chu Feng smiled at the Fire Lord and remarked, "Fire Lord, it seems no one wishes to accompany you to your demise. Our alliance is, in truth, a mere jest." Indeed, it was nothing but a farce. The Fire Lord chuckled at his own misfortune, realizing he had not anticipated such widespread betrayal. In his plans, he had expected only 3 or 5 to abandon him. Chu Feng glanced at Niaja and inquired, "General Niaja, how shall we deal with the Fire Lord?" He wished to eliminate him. He was confident in controlling the others. But the Fire Lord was a stubborn individual. Since the inception of the alliance, he had been relentlessly targeting the Shadow Lord, making true submission exceedingly difficult. Even if he were to yield, it was likely he would harbor no goodwill in the future. Before Niaja could respond, the Fire Lord interjected, "No need for arrangements. I have already taken care of everything, including you all." As his words echoed, the entire castle trembled, and the scene expanded dramatically. Many lords gasped, unable to contain their astonishment. "You have gathered the resources for upgrading the town." Indeed, the Fire Lord's advanced castle was in the process of upgrading the town. He chuckled, saying, "Yes, I had long gathered the resources, intending to surprise everyone. Yet who could have foreseen that a mere Shadow Lord could instill such terror in you all? Heh! Since you refuse to follow me to your deaths, I shall have to lead you to your demise instead." "What are you planning to do?" Chu Feng exclaimed, instinctively sensing the imminent threat of death. "What madness is this? Fire Lord, if you wish to die, why drag us down with you? Stop! Cease this madness." The other lords, hearing the Fire Lord's words, were paralyzed with fear. Even the ever-confident Chu Feng's countenance now shifted, despair flickering in his eyes. The town. The 9th-tier crystal core, what tremendous destructive power could it wield? The 11 lords, including himself, alongside all their troops, were undoubtedly doomed to perish, destined to accompany the Lord of Fire in his demise. The demons, merely 5th tier, would meet the same fate. Although General Nija appeared formidable, seemingly at the 9th tier, even he would likely suffer grievous injuries or worse beneath the town's self-destruction. There would be no salvation for him. In the end, all would perish. It was no wonder the Lord of Fire had maintained such an indifferent demeanor. He must have already devised this plan when Nija had captured him moments ago. "What a ruthless heart you possess, Lord of Fire." Chu Feng gritted his teeth and exclaimed. The Lord of Fire sneered, "You have forced my hand. Had you heeded my counsel and acted against the Shadow Lord, I would not have had to resort to this. The Shadow Lord slayed my brother. Is it wrong for me to seek vengeance? It is you who have refused to assist me. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng paused, finally grasping the reason behind the Lord of Fire's unwillingness to surrender to the Shadow Lord. It was not a thirst for conquest, but rather a quest for retribution for his brother's murder. The castle trembled violently and continued to expand, while at the entrance, a horde of lava beasts had already encircled, preventing any escape. The other lord's troops were engaged in fierce battles against the lava beasts, desperately attempting to rescue their lords. The town's upgrade was instantaneous, followed closely by the self-destruction protocol. A resounding rumble echoed. Above the main castle, the crystal core, now imbued with 9th-tier power, began to fissure. A tremendous force erupted from the cracks within the core. At that moment, Nija, standing behind the Lord of Fire, spoke up. I had initially intended to spare your life. Yet you have set your sights on my king's death. Such a crime demands punishment. Do you truly believe the town's self-destruction is so formidable? You wish to drag us all down with you? You may be overestimating your position. Releasing the Lord of Fire, an unfathomable power surged forth from Nija. Simultaneously, a black mirror materialized, rapidly expanding. As the fire town was on the brink of self-destruction, the mirror absorbed the entire castle within it. In that instant, the mirror transformed into a microcosm, engulfing the fire castle, which then erupted violently within it. The Lord of Fire was likewise overwhelmed by the ruins of the castle. With a crack, as the fire town self-destructed, the colossal energy wave sent ripples across the surface of the mirror. Yet, the mirror remained unscathed, with no trace of damage nor a hint of energy leaking from it. Meanwhile, within the former territory of the fire town, the castle and all its structures had vanished, leaving only a flat expanse. The 11 lords stood utterly bewildered, eyes wide and mouths agape, stunned by the inexplicable turn of events. In other regions, various troops gazed vacantly at the mirror suspended in the void. Apart from the Lord of Fire, the other lords and their troops were unharmed by the crystal core's self-destruction, including the lava beasts of the Lord of Fire, who remained unscathed. Until the mirrored world dissipated, the fire god castle vanished into thin air, restoring the black expanse once more, and only then did Nika's figure re-emerge. Nika stood in the void, her gaze fixed upon Chu Feng, before vanishing into the depths of the night. The dark mirror that had just been witnessed was the domain Nika had crystallized after advancing to the sacred domain following the official beast tide, the mirror domain. This realm had the power to absorb both beings and objects within its confines. As long as the energy did not exceed Nika's maximum threshold, she could suppress them effortlessly. The self-destruction of a mere 9th-tier crystal core, though formidable, was trivial in the face of someone like Nika, a being of the sacred domain. One lord gazed in horror at the spot where Nika had stood moments before and timidly inquired, "Is this the demonic type of the Shadow Lord?" The same lord continued to question, "Is the strength of this type 9th tier or sacred domain?" He had always presumed Nika to be 9th tier, never imagining that she could be of the sacred domain. After all, it was merely the 8th day since their arrival in the war continent. How could one elevate their rank to the sacred domain in such a short span? Yet, at this very moment, the truth lay stark before them. To withstand the self-destructive explosion of a 9th-tier town crystal core and emerge unscathed while providing protection to others, such might could only belong to a sacred domain entity. The other lords fell silent, overwhelmed by shock, countless waves of astonishment washing over them, coupled with an immense sense of relief. Goodness! The Shadow Lord's forces even possessed a sacred domain powerhouse. It was fortunate that they had heeded Chu Feng's counsel to surrender, otherwise, following the Fire God Lord into battle against the Shadow Lord might have led to their untimely demise without them even realizing it. From this moment forth, they would dutifully serve the Shadow Lord. Chapter 93. The Lord's Astonishment, Paying Respects to the Shadow Lord. The Fire God Lord had been reduced to ashes along with his castle, yet his forces remained intact. 36 lava beasts had been slain, with 2 fiercely loyal to the Fire God Lord, while the rest were subdued. As for the resources of the Fire God Castle, they had been thoroughly looted by the Scythe Shadow before the castle's self-destruction. After subduing the lava beasts, Chu Feng cast a glance at the remaining 10 lords and stated, "Given the circumstances, I hope everyone can temper their intentions and refrain from engaging in reckless actions, such as making foolish remarks in the chat channel. Of course, if you desire death, I cannot stop you." Upon hearing this, the lords hastily concurred. "That is a must. To act otherwise would only invite trouble upon ourselves. Rest assured, Iron Lord, we are all in the same boat now. We are not like the Fire God Lord, who bore enmity towards the Shadow Lord. Our only desire is to survive." Indeed, the Fire God Lord was deeply deceptive, attempting to lead us all to our doom. Yet the Shadow Lord has concealed his strength well. His forces have even reached the sacred domain. Ah, the sacred domain. Iron Lord, since you have met the Shadow Lord, be sure to speak well of us when you see him. Is the Shadow Lord easy to talk to? And by the way, he should be a male, right? Reflecting on the scene during the self-destruction of the Fire God Lord's castle, the lords remained apprehensive. Had it not been for the emergence of the saintly Nicha, they would all have perished. Yet, as they prepared to meet the enigmatic Shadow Lord, they were gripped by both trepidation and curiosity. After all, the Shadow Lord had always been a figure shrouded in mystery, rarely making an appearance in the global chat channels. What manner of being the Shadow Lord would soon be unveiled. Enough chatter. Let us hasten to Shadow Town at once. With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng interrupted the lords, prompting them to rally their troops and proceed to Shadow Town. Upon their arrival at the territory of Shadow Town, dawn had yet to break. Nicha appeared, guiding them into the town's domain. The king is resting. You shall wait here until he summons you, she stated curtly, before vanishing from their sight. Chu Feng and the other 10 lords dared not express any dissatisfaction. They obediently remained within the territory, refraining from wandering about. Though they could see villas and houses within their line of sight, none possessed the audacity to take shelter within those walls. They stood in the shadow domain, gazing with a mix of curiosity and awe at the town before them. Their own territories comprised intermediate to advanced castles. Yet they had never beheld the visage of a town. The Fire God Lord's castle had upgraded to a town at the last moment, but alas, they had not taken a closer look, for the town collapsed with the destruction of the crystal core. Is this what a town looks like? How magnificent! My main castle seems dwarfed by this one. Such an abundance of structures. Surely that tower is a special building? My goodness, look at those defensive towers atop the city walls. Dozens of defensive towers. If this is the case, the Shadow Lord could easily fend off any assault without even deploying a single soldier, let alone us. Even our Fire God Alliance combined would struggle to breach this fortification. This, alas, highlights the disparity between us and the top contender. I have resolved to remain steadfastly aligned with the Shadow Lord. Who am I to aspire for supremacy? Indeed, clinging to the strong is the true path. The Shadow Lord is the golden pillar among giants. My troops are not weak. When I finally meet the Shadow Lord, I must make a commendable impression. The lords whispered amongst themselves, each contemplating how to showcase their worth to the Shadow Lord in hopes of securing a prosperous future. Silence. At that moment, a thunderous voice reverberated in their ears, leaving them momentarily dazed. The figure of the golden sacred ape materialized before them. Yet, the golden sacred ape merely issued a reprimand and, with its imposing stature, strode past them without further acknowledgement. Chu Feng glanced towards the castle's upper levels and quickly lowered his voice. Let us refrain from speaking. We must not disturb the Shadow Lord's rest. The others nodded in agreement, promptly sealing their lips. They feared that should they utter another word, the mighty demon ape would strike them down with a single blow. However, the astonishment on their faces was unmistakable. With the Shadow Lord commanding demonic forces, it was evident that this beast was undoubtedly a creature tamed by the Shadow Lord. A beast of at least the 9th-tier elite level could nearly obliterate their castle. The formidable strength of Shadow Town and the depth of the Shadow Lord's power had bestowed upon these lords a renewed understanding. Yet, this was merely the beginning, as they had yet to lay eyes upon other demonic legions. Throughout the night, the 11 lords behaved like obedient children, disregarding their fatigue and discomfort. Standing in silence until dawn broke, there was not a single complaint, nor dared they express even the slightest grievance. Around 10 o'clock the following morning, Yuan emerged from the Holy Source Tower, invigorated after a few hours of rest. As he prepared to stretch, his gaze fell upon a multitude of various troops outside the castle, accompanied by those lords. At that moment, Niaja materialized beside him. Yuan glanced at Niaja and inquired, "Is this the so-called Fire God Alliance?" Immediately, Niaja recounted all the details of the previous night's events to Yuan. "I killed the brother of the Fire God Lord?" Yuan chuckled softly, noting that the number of lords who had perished by his hand was not particularly high. Was it perhaps the lord of the Great Zhou Castle? Or that bearded middle-aged lord? However, at this juncture, the identity of the Fire God Lord's brother had become irrelevant. For the Fire God Lord had already met his demise and would now accompany his sibling. Yuan dismissed the thought and asked Niaja, "All right, I understand. By the way, what is the situation on Ika's side?" After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "They are likely still probing the other castle lords. And what of those scythe shadows? Were they idle last night?" "Quite well." Yuan had intended to pat Niaja on the shoulder, but realizing he was significantly shorter than Niaja, he abandoned the notion. "Bring those lords in. I shall wash up and have something to eat." With that, Yuan headed towards the castle, while Niaja proceeded outside to inform Chu Feng and the other lords of the Fire God Alliance. Under Niaja's guidance, Chu Feng and the others arrived at the castle courtyard. Approximately an hour later, Yuan leisurely emerged from the castle. Upon seeing him, Chu Feng and the other 10 lords hurriedly bent down to kneel, seemingly fearful of being the last to do so. We pay our respects to the esteemed Shadow Lord. Chapter 94. 2 lottery chances, rabbit talisman, sky demon energy. All the lords maintained a lowly posture, too intimidated to do otherwise. The Fire God Lord, who had once stood tall, was now beckoning to them from the depths of hell. Yuan regarded these lords without any intention of allowing them to rise. He cast a sweeping glance before his gaze settled upon Chu Feng. Through Niaja's report, Yuan was well aware of this fellow's actions from the previous night. Indeed, he was a genuine schemer, filled with treachery. Yet, one could also consider him a talent. To others, a person like Chu Feng was undoubtedly useful, though one would tread carefully in utilizing him, for no one could predict when he might strike from behind. However, Li Yuan remained unconcerned. He understood the shadow mark. As long as Chu Feng could endure the assimilation of the dark mark, he might just become the most formidable hound in Li Yuan's service. The premise is that he must endure and survive. It has come to my attention that you are all inclined to cede your territories to my shadow town. Very well. Then, kindly send me the territorial agreements. Li Yuan refrained from unnecessary chatter and instructed these lords to initiate the territorial agreements. Whether these individuals could assimilate into the shadow remains to be seen, but the signing of the territorial agreements is a prerequisite to be completed before the granting of the shadow mark. After all, accepting territories provides an opportunity to draw from the divine skills. Should the shadow mark be granted first, it is conceivable that some lords might falter and perish, thus squandering an opportunity. With 11 territories at stake, surely there must be a chance for a reward this time? The previous acquisition of Dazhou Castle did not yield any reward opportunities, which left Li Yuan feeling somewhat regretful. Chu Feng and his companions were determined to align themselves with Li Yuan, and thus, there were no objections. They swiftly sent their respective territorial agreements to him. Upon receiving the agreements, Li Yuan promptly inscribed his name on all 11 documents. Instantly, the information regarding the castles and territories of these 11 lords materialized before him. However, Li Yuan chose to momentarily disregard the details of these lords. Instead, he gazed at the official notification with a glimmer of anticipation. After a full half-minute, a faint smile of excitement finally graced Li Yuan's face as the notification indeed appeared. Shadow Lord, you have successfully acquired a territory, granting you an opportunity to draw a divine skill. Would you like to draw immediately? Shadow Lord, you have successfully acquired a territory, granting you an opportunity to draw a divine skill. Would you like to draw immediately? Moreover, it was not merely a single opportunity. He had been granted 2 chances to draw, a fortuitous stroke of luck. Li Yuan could hardly contain his elation and had no mind to attend to Chu Feng and the others. He turned directly towards the castle. Chu Feng and his companions, witnessing Li Yuan's reaction, were left utterly bewildered. Was that all there was to it after signing the agreement? Soon, however, 2 dark orbs surged forth from the castle's grand hall. My shadow town has no use for the weak. Therefore, only those who pass my trials shall truly become part of my shadow town. I hope you all can survive. As they listened to Li Yuan's voice, particularly his final 2 remarks, the expression on all the lords' faces shifted dramatically. Trials? Survive? Could this trial pose a threat to their lives? Panic engulfed these lords in an instant. Some attempted to inquire, but as they opened their mouths, the 2 dark orbs began to move. One orb descended above the lords' heads, instantly splitting into 11 fragments that penetrated their foreheads. The other orb, meanwhile, soared out of the castle and into the territories beyond the courtyard, hovering above the lord's troops. Similarly, the dark orb shattered into hundreds of beams of light, striking the various types of soldiers. In that fleeting moment, the shadow mark activated the process of assimilation. The courtyard of the castle and the territories beyond were soon filled with anguished cries and roars of torment. However, Li Yuan, within the grand hall of the castle, remained oblivious to the matters at hand, murmuring softly, "Extract the divine skills immediately," twice in succession. Moments later, another notification appeared. "Congratulations, Lord of Shadows. You have obtained Sky Magic Aura in this extraction. Congratulations, Lord of Shadows. You have obtained the Rabbit Talisman in this extraction." Upon seeing the Sky Magic Aura, Li Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, and he could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. The Sky Magic Aura possesses 2 principal abilities. The first is the power of aerial flight, while the second is the regeneration of limbs. At present, Li Yuan, endowed with the Moon Magic Aura, already had the capacity for flight under the manipulation of gravity. Furthermore, the Rabbit Talisman he had acquired was far superior, allowing him to restore his body instantaneously, eclipsing the regeneration offered by the Sky Magic Aura. The functions were redundant. Li Yuan shook his head slightly, acknowledging that there was little he could do, for he had drawn them. Fortunately, the second acquisition, the Rabbit Talisman, was quite commendable. The Rabbit Talisman embodies swiftness. Possessing it grants one an astonishingly rapid speed of movement and the ability to bestow this velocity upon any object. Additionally, the Rabbit Talisman enhances the owner's cognitive and reflexive capabilities, meaning physical actions would also accelerate. Chapter 95. The Clash of Talisman Powers and the Lord of the Territory's Arrangements. Moreover, there is a crucial aspect regarding the Rabbit Talisman. When its enhancements reach their zenith, it can even transcend the speed of time, surpassing light speed and breaking the confines of space-time. In the original narrative, there exists a phenomenon known as ion wave light enhancement. However, Li Yuan naturally lacks such a means here. To open a space-time wormhole, it would require his personal prowess. Currently, he had yet to attain the status of a holy realm being, making the aspiration to transcend the limitations of time and space evidently beyond his reach. A small rabbit and a stream of violet gas swiftly penetrated Li Yuan's body, merging seamlessly with him. As he felt the 2 additional forces within him, Li Yuan's eyelids twitched slightly. Without any visible motion, it seemed as though the air around him rippled, and in his hand appeared an energy stone. Though he appeared stationary, he had indeed traversed to the warehouse. Excellent. This speed is remarkable. Even though Li Yuan could not yet exceed light speed, his current velocity had surpassed the speed of sound. With his inherent ability to traverse shadows in the shadow world, the swiftness granted by the rabbit talisman undoubtedly enhanced his agility. As for the sky magic aura, while the abilities it offered seemed rather unimpressive in memory, Li Yuan decided to experiment with it. The violet magic energy erupted from Li Yuan, instantly radiating outward. This seems intriguing, the ability to manipulate atmospheric conditions. Enveloped by the sky magic aura, Li Yuan could distinctly sense his capacity to forcibly alter the weather. In the next moment, he found himself hovering above the castle, summoning forth the sky magic aura once more. Instantly, the world, which had been bathed in bright sunlight, was plunged into darkness, only for the sky to return to its normal state in the blink of an eye. However, shortly thereafter, the sun vanished, and vast flurries of snow descended from the heavens, accompanied by a biting, frigid wind. Moments later, a torrential downpour ensued, drenching the world in an unrelenting deluge. Yet, with Li Yuan's current prowess, it was beyond his capacity to alter the celestial phenomena of the entire war-torn continent. He could only manipulate the weather within a limited scope. Within the confines of the Shadow Town's territory, he possessed such control. This ability, while advantageous for a farmer, was somewhat lacking against the formidable beings of this mythic and fantastical realm. To a certain extent, it paled in comparison to the powers of bodily regeneration and aerial flight. Nevertheless, when combined with other abilities, it could yield intriguing results. For instance, during a torrential downpour, unleashing a thunderous strike would be quite exhilarating, wouldn't it? The adage holds true: there are no useless tools, only those who lack the skill to wield them. After all, it is one of the 8 demonic energies, and thus it cannot be deemed entirely ineffectual. However, possessing the sky demon energy differs significantly from the inherent prowess of the sky demon, Shimo. The interplay of talismans with each other, the synergy of demonic energies, and the collaboration between talismans and demonic energies remains to be explored. At this moment, however, Li Yuan sensed a certain discord within the talisman energies coursing through him. He could distinctly feel that the several talismans he had acquired were challenging to activate simultaneously. It was not impossible, but the execution felt somewhat cumbersome and impeded. Upon reflection, Li Yuan quickly deduced the reason. The energies of the 12 talismans were somewhat chaotic and discordant. Some energies were even mutually exclusive. The simultaneous existence of these energies within a single body would inevitably lead to a certain degree of conflict and disarray. Nevertheless, among the 12 talismans, one talisman specifically addressed this issue: the Tiger Talisman. This talisman possessed auxiliary powers capable of balancing the energies of the others, effectively resolving the discordance. Furthermore, it could enhance the individual strengths of each talisman to a greater extent. He hoped to acquire the Tiger Talisman soon. Li Yuan inwardly sighed. But the extraction of divine skills was beyond his control. At this juncture, the assimilation of the lords and troops by the Shadow Mark had reached its conclusion. Of the 11 lords, only 5 remained. This meant that 6 lords had succumbed to the assimilation of the Shadow Mark and perished. When Li Yuan's figure reappeared, the remaining 5 lords simultaneously knelt before him. "We bow to our king." Compared to their previous kneeling, this time their eyes were filled with a fervor that was unmistakable. Having undergone assimilation, they were now acutely aware of their bodily transformations. Immortal and undying, traversing the shadows. Each of these attributes was enough to drive any soul to madness. What of serving the Shadow Lord? It was a surefire gain. Moreover, just moments ago, Li Yuan, with a mere wave of his hand, transformed the atmospheric conditions above the castle, leaving them utterly awestruck. Consequently, upon encountering Li Yuan, their loyalty towards the Shadow Town was rapidly ascending. Initially, their sentiments were predominantly tinged with fear. After all, their crystal cores were under Li Yuan's control, compelling their obedience out of sheer terror for their lives. At that juncture, their loyalty barely reached 50 or 60%. Had it not been for the control over the castle's crystal cores, the likelihood of rebellion would have been substantial. Now, however, the loyalty of these 5 lords had surged to between 85 and 90%. Naturally, as they became vassals of Li Yuan, they also benefited from the loyalty conferred by the Sacred Source Tower. In a day or two, their loyalty would surely reach a full 100% and remain steadfast thereafter. Once their loyalty attained this pinnacle, they would be akin to true shadows, devoid of any inclination toward rebellion, instead fighting valiantly for Li Yuan, dying and returning to battle, again and again. However, Li Yuan's retention of them was not merely for their individual selves, but rather for the diverse troops they commanded. The individuals were inconsequential. What mattered was their military camps. Their capacity for continuous troop recruitment equated to a provision of shadow soldiers for Li Yuan. Though the transformation of troops incurred some losses, the 5 camps collectively produced daily recruits surpassing Li Yuan's own shadow recruitment. While not genuine shadow warriors, their attributes were comparably robust. capable of charging into combat on his behalf. Furthermore, these troops retained their inherent abilities. Rise, Li Yuan gestured to the assembled lords, casting a glance at them. Unsurprisingly, Chu Feng, the Iron Lord, had indeed endured the transformation, revealing a resilient spirit. Li Yuan held little significant recollection of the other four. Thus, he summoned detailed information pertinent to each of their respective domains. As for the 6 lords who had perished, Li Yuan dismissed them from his thoughts. They were of no further use to him. Regrettably, their castle crystal cores had shattered, and Li Yuan received no energy stone rewards for their demise. The destruction of one's own territory precluded any potential rewards. Logically, Li Yuan could have utilized their castle crystal cores to enhance the Shadow Town's crystal core. However, such enhancement was incompatible with the transformation process. One could only choose one path. There was no way to have both. The 6 castles could have yielded at least 3,000 energy stones, which was quite regrettable. Nevertheless, in comparison to the value the remaining lords would generate in the future, those 3,000 energy stones paled in significance. Li Yuan surveyed the lords and said, "Please introduce yourselves." Upon hearing this, all 5 lords, including Chu Feng, stepped forward in turn. "I am your subordinate, Chu Feng. I am your subordinate, Qian Jiang. I am your subordinate, Zhao Yunlong. I am your subordinate, Su Fingyan. I am your subordinate, Li Chia." As Li Yuan listened to their introductions, he simultaneously cross-referenced their domain information. He was already familiar with the details of Chu Feng's territory and thus did not feel the need to review it further. The protagonist's military unit consists of half-mechanical warriors. However, all prior troops have been annihilated by the Shadow, leaving him as the sole commander. Qian Jiang, the lord of the Xiongba Castle, presides over a high-level stronghold. His secondary barracks recruit mid-tier troops, specifically the double-armed rampaging bears, of which there remain 17. These bears possess a rugged hide and formidable combat prowess, justifying the elevation of Qian Jiang's castle to a superior status. Zhao Yunlong, lord of the Tunglong Castle, governs a mid-level fortress. His secondary barracks recruit high-level troops. The Weapon Spirit Clan, with a remaining count of 15. The Weapon Spirit Clan, a branch of the human race on the war continent, resembles ordinary humans in daily life but can summon weapon spirits during battle, wielding swords, spears, and halberds alike. Su Fingyan, lord of the Liangshan Castle, commands a high-level stronghold. His secondary barracks also recruit high-tier troops, the elemental fire spirits, of which there are 19. These spirits, akin to fire elementals, are inherently capable of manipulating flames and possess considerable strength. Li Chia recruits mid-tier troops, specifically human swordsmen, with a current count of 9. This troop type consists of ordinary humans who practice swordsmanship. Their combat capabilities are relatively average. However, weakness is relative, as the swordsmanship itself is not to be underestimated. Should these swordsmen ascend to higher tiers, or even the Sacred Realm, their power would become formidable. On the war continent, numerous powerful human swordsmen exist, seemingly having established a potent local faction known as the Swordsmanship Guild, which spans across the 7 continents. In the future, the Shadow Territory will undoubtedly intersect with this guild, leading to a life-or-death confrontation. Li Yuan, having compared the self-introductions of these lords, comprehended their information thoroughly. Their military units vary in strength, yet this poses no significant concern. Endowed with the attributes of the Shadow, their potential to become powerful is inevitable. Undying and indestructible, self-destruction equates to eternal persistence. In truth, the number of troops these lords command is not limited to what is currently visible. Many have perished during the recent transformation. Now that their identities are established, the next step is to arrange their roles. After a period of contemplation, Li Yuan devised a strategy. Chapter 96. The next objective, the Takhagan Plains. Li Yuan desires for these 5 lords to recruit troops for him, necessitating the reconstruction of their castle barracks. This presents 2 options. First, allow these lords to rebuild their barracks within his territory or in close proximity. Second, permit them to depart the Shadow Territory and establish themselves elsewhere. Each option has its merits and drawbacks. The first choice enables simultaneous troop recruitment and integration, facilitating the consolidation of these lords' forces. However, the current town is relatively small, spanning only 5 kilometers. The presence of numerous castles creates a somewhat cluttered atmosphere, as Li Yuan prefers not to have these lords congregating within his domain. In the Hanhua Forest, only the Shadow Castle shall stand. In the future, this will become the royal palace of his Shadow Empire. Within and without the palace, the presence of incongruous individuals is unsuitable. If any should exist, they ought to be his attendants or eunuchs, along with the 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. The words of the guards indicated that the Shadow Legion alone sufficed, rendering the presence of these minor troops unnecessary. Consequently, Li Yuan resolved to send these 5 lords away from their territories to expand their dominions elsewhere. This would also enable Li Yuan to traverse the Shadow Realm through them, thereby extending his sphere of influence, not through direct passage, but by being escorted by these lords or their troops. Once he established a point of reference, Li Yuan could navigate independently. On the map of Andira, the Red Moon Forest is located in the west, resembling a delta in its shape. Further west lies the edge of Andira, where the vast and boundless endless sea awaits. Thus, both the northern and southern flanks of the Red Moon Forest ultimately lead to the endless sea. Only to the east is there a vast expanse of land, the Tarkon Plain, where a lord possessing angelic troops resides. Beyond the Tarkon Plain lies the Amag Desert, and past it is the inland region of Andira, a thriving hub of local powers intermingling, forming the very heart of Andira. To reign in the inland would effectively crown one as the sovereign of Andira. Li Yuan's objectives were unequivocal. His immediate task was to address the other lords and local factions surrounding the Red Moon Forest. Following that, his sights would naturally turn to the Tarkon Plain. The Shadow Legion's departure from the Red Moon Forest would inevitably lead them through the Tarkon Plain. As for the endless sea behind the Red Moon Forest, it remained a distant consideration, given its vastness, which separates the 7 continents of the war-torn land, making intervention unnecessary at this juncture. Thus, the lords under Chu Feng would be designated as the vanguard, tasked with establishing a foothold in the Tarkon Plain. Once the Shadow Legion had resolved matters within the Red Moon Forest, they would proceed to unite with them in the Tarkon Plain. Li Yuan then articulated his orders. You are to set forth shortly, taking your troops towards the eastern Tarkon Plain. Along the way, gather resources necessary for rebuilding your castle. Your objective is to reach the Tarkon Plain and identify a suitable location for reconstruction. Additionally, ascertain all relevant information about the lords and local powers within the Tarkon Plain. Naturally, you must also develop your territory vigorously. Do not merely adopt a turtle's retreat while gathering intelligence. Do you all comprehend? At that moment, Chu Feng slightly opened his mouth, seemingly inclined to speak. Li Yuan glanced in his direction. With a determined expression, Chu Feng quietly remarked, Your Majesty, traveling to the Tarkon Plain poses no danger for us. However, our castle is currently absent, and we lack any troops, making the acquisition of resources for reconstruction a formidable challenge. Indeed, Li Yuan contemplated before responding. Doesn't the Fire God Lord still possess 11 lava giants? You may take them with you. Nodding, Li Yuan added, proceed to the Tarkon Plain swiftly and expedite both the reconstruction of your castle and barracks. You are already acquainted with one another, and now you are all my territorial lords, serving my interests. It is imperative that you work together harmoniously and support one another, rather than acting as lone wolves. We shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to the grand endeavors of our sovereign. The phrase to die for this cause was left unspoken by the lords, as it would serve no purpose. Typically, as long as Li Yuan remains alive, their own demise is unlikely. Well then, off you go. I hope you can swiftly reconstruct your castles and barracks. The sooner, the better. These individuals remaining here would not be of much assistance to him. Hence, it is best to make haste towards the Tarkon Plains. With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan returned their castle cores to them. As long as the cores remain intact, they can utilize certain resources to recreate their previous castle structures. Li Yuan was not overly concerned that they might misuse the cores, for they were now subjects of Shadow Town. Regardless of their location, they would be bound by the loyalty bestowed by the Sacred Source Tower and would no longer harbor ulterior motives. The only genuine concern was that upon rebuilding their castles, they might encounter adversaries stronger than themselves. Should their castle cores be shattered in such a scenario, their status as lords would mean certain death. This was an unusual circumstance. If Li Yuan were to perish, they too would face true death, unable to resurrect. The destruction of their castles and the loss of lives were an official decree, one that even their shadowed forms could not resist. At least until Li Yuan transcends the official limitations, this rule remains unassailable and must be adhered to. However, this is beyond his control. The specific outcomes would depend solely on their individual fates. If they were to perish, so be it. At worst, he would lose a source of shadowed troops, which would not significantly impact Li Yuan himself. The 5 lords, including Xian, departed in succession. But Li Yuan called out to Chu Feng, advising him to locate his castle reconstruction site slightly further east, near the Amagobi Desert. He should also keep an eye out for any lords of dwarf troops in that vicinity. If he discovers any, he should inform me promptly. Li Yuan nodded and waved for Chu Feng to leave. The reason for directing Chu Feng towards the Amagobi Desert was to ascertain the precise location of the fairy, Emo Shanshan. With so many mountain dwarves in her castle, numbering in the thousands, it would be a waste if they remained untransformed, especially since among them exists a being of the sacred realm. Chapter 97. In business, a benefactor is essential. After the 5 lords left the castle, they gathered outside the territory to discuss briefly before heading towards the Tarkon Plains. In the war-torn continent, there are numerous moving parties akin to theirs. Traveling together can mitigate many unforeseen risks. After watching them depart, Li Yuan began to inspect his own warehouse. Not only did it contain resources from the Fire God Castle, but also supplies from the other 10 lords, which were temporarily stored there. As for the resources needed for Chu Feng and the others to rebuild their castles, Li Yuan did not provide any. If they required materials, they must procure them themselves. He had summoned his subjects to serve him, not to act as their caretaker. Regarding the matters concerning Imo Shanshan, although Li Yuan has bestowed numerous items, they predominantly pertain to ventures yielding substantial profits, rather than being gratuitous gifts. The resources within Li Yuan's repository have not fluctuated significantly. He merely possesses an additional 2,000 energy stones, while the quantities of stone and would remain relatively unchanged. The primary development lies in the Fire Lord's advancement of the town, utilizing not only his own resources, but also a considerable portion from the other 10 lords. Otherwise, Li Yuan would have amassed several 100,000 units of stone and wood by now. Presently, he has just over 70,000 units of wood and slightly more than 40,000 units of stone. The quantity of iron ore remains constant, falling short of 60,000 units. Thus, to elevate the Shadow territory to a mid-tier town, there is still a considerable deficiency in both stone and wood resources, which require 1,500,000 units respectively. Iron ore, requiring 100,000 units, is less pressing, as the little fairy Imo Shanshan will gradually assist him in gathering it. Furthermore, Li Yuan's ongoing efforts to clear the Red Moon Forest will yield continuous rewards. With the addition of over 2,000 energy stones, he now possesses a total of 4,980 energy stones. The number of origin crystals has increased to 62, including the previous 50. He remains far from the requisite 10,000 energy stones and 500 origin crystals needed to upgrade to a Tier 5 crystal. However, let us not forget that Li Yuan still has numerous unsold items at the auction house. Just a single unicorn crystal might suffice to gather the necessary energy stones for upgrading the Tier 5 Shadow crystal. While there may still be a considerable deficit in origin crystals, he retains great confidence in his ability to resolve it. If he cannot accumulate the required amount, it is unlikely that other lords can either. As for stone and wood, it is merely Li Yuan's reluctance to allow the shadows to squander time. Otherwise, he could easily amass them. The Red Moon Forest is abundant in both stone and timber. Li Yuan took a moment to examine the trading square, noting that the price of the blueprints he had listed had risen considerably. Particularly, the unicorn crystal has attracted bids reaching 7,000 energy stones, with others offering 97 origin crystals. With more than 10 hours remaining until the auction concludes, there is no rush. Nonetheless, this price still seems somewhat low. After some contemplation, Li Yuan decided to contact the little fairy Imo Shanshan. Li Yuan, come out to work. Little fairy lord, what is the matter, Shadow Cauldron? Li Yuan, go find my auction item, the unicorn crystal. Little fairy lord. All right, Shadow Cauldron, I found it. Wow, is this a barracks blueprint? Are you selling this too? Li Yuan, we have no use for it. Let us not discuss that. Just listen to me and place a bid. Little fairy lord. Haha, Shadow Cauldron, I understand. You want me to act as a decoy? Li Yuan, precisely, that is the plan. Raise the price of energy stones to 10,000 and origin crystals to 200. Little fairy lord. Ah, increasing it by so much all at once. Is that not too high? Shouldn't we raise it gradually? Li Yuan, it's fine. If it doesn't sell, we can always find a way to use it ourselves later. Little fairy lord. All right then, I will go do that. Soon. The auction price for the unicorn crystal blueprint skyrocketed to 10,000 energy stones or 200 essence crystals. This price, indeed, appeared somewhat steep. However, in relation to the intrinsic value of the unicorn crystal itself, it was rather insignificant. Rather than allowing the petite fairy to gradually escalate the bidding, it would be more prudent to elevate the price substantially in one fell swoop, signaling to other lords who were eager to acquire the unicorn crystal, or those still contemplating, that there were individuals more affluent and more desirous of the crystal than they. Primarily, Li Yuan was offering them time to prepare their energy stones and essence crystals. Such a lofty price was beyond the reach of not only the other lords, but even Li Yuan himself. Yet, the presence of the alliance facilitated resource sharing. They could borrow or collectively raise the necessary resources. With a little effort, it was certainly plausible to gather the required amount. It merely depended on whether these individuals were willing to part with their resources. As Li Yuan mentioned, if the crystal were to be claimed by Imo Shanshan and thus left unsold, he could simply retain it for his own use. The recent recruitment of Chu Feng and his territories had provided him with a new strategy. The unicorn crystal was indeed utilizable. Though it could not become a barack for his castle, it could serve as a unit within his territories. The plan was straightforward. First, conquer a castle from the Radiant Neutral faction and construct a unicorn barack. Subsequently, Li Yuan could forge a territorial agreement with the opposing party, allowing for the direct transformation of radiant unicorns. However, the unicorn crystal, when considered, was simply one option. Li Yuan could easily capture another high-tier unit as territory with similar effectiveness. Alternatively, if it were to be auctioned off, he could simply confront the winning lord and seize it regardless. Presenting it for trade to upgrade the barack was also a commendable choice, as it would inevitably belong to him in due course. Later, Li Yuan sent a message to Imo Shanshan. Keep a close watch on this auction. If the price remains stagnant, nudge it up slightly. The fairy lord replied, Understood, I've seen such maneuvers on television. Li Yuan continued, Ensure that your dwarves are reasonably allocated. Some should focus on refining iron, or while others forge weaponry. The fairy lord responded, Got it. Li Yuan affirmed, That's good to hear. The official beast tide has passed, so concentrate on these 2 tasks. The fairy lord assured. No problem. You can trust me with the Shadow Forge. Suddenly, she exclaimed, the Shadow Forge has drawn attention. Someone has bid 1,100 energy stones. The essence crystals remained unchanged at 200, as they were far more difficult to obtain than energy stones. Li Yuan chuckled. There was indeed a discernible difference between having an agent and not. Without some pressure, one could never truly ascertain how much resources the other lords could muster. Unbeknownst to him, noon approached, and while basking in the sun, Li Yuan received an unexpected notification. Shadow Lord, your units have destroyed the crystal core of an enemy castle. You will receive all materials from their warehouse, along with an additional reward of 500 energy stones. Upon receiving this prompt, Li Yuan instantly comprehended the situation. It was evident that Ika and his companions had once again discovered a castle within the Red Moon Forest. Furthermore, the lord of this castle, unwilling to submit, had been swiftly eliminated by Ika. Chapter 98, The Sky Wolf Lord and Tao Alliance. The Red Moon Forest is vast, and Ika's expedition to cleanse the other castle territories within it requires considerable time. Currently, the primary focus of advancement lies with the 40 Scythe Shadows. After a night and half a day of monster hunting in the Red Moon Forest, over 10 of them had already achieved the 6th tier. During this juncture, the outer fringes of the Red Moon Forest had also seen an increase in ferocious beasts and magical creatures. However, in comparison to the previous 3 waves of beast hordes, their numbers had markedly diminished. At least within Li Yuan's domain, sightings of magical beasts and ferocious creatures had become exceedingly rare. There certainly remained ferocious beasts and magical creatures heading towards the Dakin Plains. Nevertheless, the Scythe Shadows had no need to venture far. The magical beasts and ferocious creatures within the Red Moon Forest were ample for them to engage. Moreover, upon shattering the castle's crystal core, all shadows, including Li Yuan, would receive a portion of the energy rewards. To the north of the Shadow Town in the Red Moon Forest, after annihilating a lord's castle, Ika and his team traveled thousands of kilometers further north and astonishingly stumbled upon yet another castle. This indicates that the vicinity of the Red Moon Forest is indeed replete with castles. The recently vanquished 12 lords of the Fire God Alliance, including the bearded lord who met his demise at the hands of his own troops, and the lord of the Great Zhou who had previously been defeated, are but a few examples. Delving further back in time, one could recall the foolish lord who was led out of his castle by his own troops only to be dispatched by goblins. Thus far, the Shadows had encountered a total of 16 lords. Undoubtedly, there are others who have perished elsewhere, whether through beast tides or at the hands of local factions. Additionally, there are those who have changed careers or relocated. At present, the castle lord encountered by Ika is in the midst of relocating. This lord commands a flying unit resembling both wolves and birds, classified as the advanced species black wolf bird. In the skies above his castle, approximately 30 black wolf birds are forming a formation, soaring away from the Red Moon Forest. At the center of this formation, on the back of one black wolf bird, sits a young man clad in gray. The other black wolf birds are bound with various supplies. Judging by their direction, it is clear they intend to migrate towards the Dakin Plains, distancing themselves from the Red Moon Forest. If you have not been intercepted, feel free to depart. However, since this general has laid eyes upon you, it seems you shall remain. As Ika's voice resonated, he gestured with his hand, causing the shadows behind him to disperse and vanish from sight. The first to launch an attack on the black wolf birds was the equally aerial Scythe Shadows. Soaring into the sky, the leader among them was an impressive 9th-tier Scythe Shadow. He stood poised in the air, unleashing waves of light from each palm. The foremost black wolf bird, merely a 6th-tier creature, barely had time to emit a cry before being obliterated into fragments by the light waves. However, these light waves did not shatter. Instead, they differentiated into slender strands of light, spiraling toward the other 3 black wolf birds. With a resounding crash, the flying shadow forcefully struck the 3 black wolf birds, driving them into the ground. The gray-clad youth in the midst of the black wolf bird formation quickly realized that his troops were under ambush and shouted in alarm, "Protect me, flee." Instantly, a dozen black wolf birds rearranged their formation, encircling the gray-clad youth as they swiftly soared in another direction. The gray-clad youth, upon witnessing the nature of the assault, pondered, "What kind of beast is this? No, I cannot access the information on this creature. It is not a beast. Is it a troop type?" Initially, he had believed he was facing an attack from some avian beast. However, when he sought to acquire information on these flying entities, what appeared was unknown, clearly indicating they were troops from another lord. This meant that a lord was leading troops to hunt him down. Damn it, I just relocated, and now I've been targeted. They must have been watching me for quite some time. Nevertheless, the gray-clad youth dared not command the black wolf birds to turn around and engage those flying troops, as he had just witnessed one of them effortlessly eliminate his 6th-tier black wolf bird. These flying entities were undeniably stronger than him. During his flight, the gray-clad youth desperately sought assistance in the Alliance group. He was a member of the Anti Alliance. The Anti Alliance was no match for the Fire God Alliance. Its membership was steadily increasing, nearing 200 members. This relocation of the Sky Wolf Lord was also at the invitation of Angel Lord, the initiator of the Antau Alliance, intending to transfer the castle to the Takon Plains. Urgent, urgent. I am in the midst of relocation, and I have been ambushed by some deranged individual. The enemy is formidable, also of the flying troop type. They are not numerous, but my troops are no match. I am currently east of the Red Moon Forest, just past Flower Luo Lake. Are there any allies nearby who can come to my aid? If there is no support, I may very well meet my end here. The gray-clad youth sent multiple distress messages in the Antau Alliance internal group. His heart raced with anxiety. Although the enemy only had 6 flying troops, they appeared to be superior to his black wolf birds. As he watched his troops continuously fall, it was likely that the enemy would soon catch up. What a situation. To be ambushed just after relocating. His luck was exceedingly poor. I was near Flower Luo Lake earlier, but now I am almost to the Takon Plains. Sorry, I can't make it. How many troops does the enemy have? Leave some behind to fight them fiercely. You should flee. If you survive, there will still be hope. Flower Luo Lake. I can reach it in a few minutes. Hold on. I seem to be quite close to you, by the way. Do you know who is ambushing you? Is it the rogue faction? I have seen many reports of ambushes by that group of rogues. Damn them. There are likely few lords near the Red Moon Forest. The forest itself is fraught with danger, and there is the formidable Shadow Lord. Good grief. Could it be the troops of the Shadow Lord? The troops commanded by the Shadow Lord are not demons, nor are they of the aerial variety. Who informed you that demons cannot possess wings? Lord of the Sky Wolves, do enlighten us about the nature of the troops pursuing you. Are they not characterized by skin of ebony and eyes of crimson? The young man clad in gray is indeed the Lord of the Sky Wolves, frantically fleeing while simultaneously perusing the news. Black skin, red eyes. The very flying troops that seek to slay him, the black wolf birds, embody this description, do they not? There exists an 80% likelihood that it is the Shadow Lord behind this pursuit. My sincerest apologies, Lord of the Sky Wolves. I yearn to assist you, yet my strength is insufficient. Forgive me. The demon troops of the Shadow Lord would render my efforts futile, I fear. Ahem, Lord of the Sky Wolves. I wish you well in your endeavors. I shall refrain from courting death on your behalf. My brother, forgive me. Though it is not a certainty that the Shadow Lord is the one assailing the Lord of the Sky Wolves. The mere mention of the Shadow Lord's name deterred those who initially contemplated providing support. Alas, the Shadow Lord is the foremost among over 800 million lords. The number of potential rescuers is limited, and should they venture forth, it would be akin to offering themselves as mere fodder. They would risk their own demise without the hope of saving another. In this moment, they could only offer silent condolences for the Lord of the Sky Wolves. Upon receiving this news, the Lord of the Sky Wolves saw his fleeting hope extinguished, plunging him into genuine despair. Angel Lord, is it not your Antau alliance that you established? Why do you not offer your aid? Let us not forget, I have borrowed 600 energy stones from you. Now, the last vestige of hope for the Lord of the Sky Wolves rests with the Angel Lord who formed the Antau alliance. The troops of the Angel Lord are angels, who are not significantly weaker than demons. Should the Angel Lord choose to command her angelic forces to assist, he may yet find a chance to escape. In truth, the Angel Lord Ishue had already observed the information in the chat group, as the Shadow Lord was a keyword that triggered her notifications. Ishue had not anticipated the Shadow Lord's prompt actions, as he relentlessly targeted the lords near the Red Moon Forest following the Beast Tide. She discerned that the Shadow Lord intended to eliminate the other lords within the Red Moon Forest. Had she possessed the same strength as the Shadow Lord, she too would have acted thus, denying other lords the opportunity to survive within the Red Moon Forest. However, one aspect puzzled her. Why would the Shadow Lord take such actions in a place deemed forbidden? Logically, the Shadow Lord should have relocated his castle. Establishing a stronghold within the Red Moon Forest would be akin to burying a ticking time bomb beneath his own castle. Has the Shadow Lord grown so formidable that he disregards the perils of the Red Moon Forest? Or has he discovered a means to neutralize the threats posed by the Red Moon Forest? Alternatively, could it simply be a strategy aimed at attacking other lords in pursuit of the rewards from hostile castle battles? In facing the inquiries of the Lord of the Sky Wolves, Ishue found herself in a difficult position. She had borrowed a considerable number of energy stones from her allies to secure the Unicorn Crystal Barrack structure. The Lord of the Sky Wolves had been exceedingly generous at the time, transferring 600 stones to her without even requesting interest. However, it is utterly impractical for the Lord of the Sky Wolf to personally provide support at this juncture. Setting aside the question of whether her angelic legion could possibly contend with the demons of the Shadow Lord, even if she were to rush over now, she would not arrive in time. Sky Wolf, forsake all your other resources and take only your strongest troops with you. Abandon everything else. Survival is paramount. As long as you reach the Tarkon Plain, I shall furnish you with all the materials necessary to rebuild your castle. Skywolf, it is not that I am unwilling to come to your aid, but rather that the distance between us is insurmountable. I apologize. Chapter 99. Those who dare to insult my sovereign shall face merciless retribution. What Ishue stated was indeed the truth. She could not make it in time. Being far too removed from the Red Moon Forest, the Lord of the Sky Wolf, however, could not possibly comprehend her plight. After a flurry of curses, the Sky Wolf ceased to send further messages, as time was of the essence. With a tumultuous clamor, he dispatched his black wolf birds to cover the rear. But they fell like dumplings, continuously slaughtered and plummeting to the ground. In less than a minute, only 20 of his black wolf birds remained. Not even during 2 waves of beastly onslaughts had his forces suffered such devastating losses. Damn it, could this truly be the Shadow Lord? Terror gripped the heart of the Sky Wolf Lord as he commanded his remaining black wolf birds. You must hold them off. Hurry. To his relief, the loyalty of his black wolf birds was commendably high, as over a dozen did not flee but instead turned to confront the pursuing foes. Meanwhile, 2 of the initial stage 8th tier black wolf birds hastily carried the Sky Wolf Lord away into the distance. Despite harboring resentment towards the Anti-Alliance, they were not mistaken. The survival of his troops mattered little compared to the necessity of living to fight another day. If he could survive and reach the Tarkhan Great Plain with the crystal cores, he would have the chance to rise again. Yet at that moment, IKA and several other 9th tier shadows materialized, capable of momentarily lifting into the air. IKA, flanked by shadows, intercepted the Lord of the Sky Wolf and his retinue mid-flight. A gleaming blade sliced through the air, severing one of the 8th tier black wolf birds that had been guarding the Lord into 2. Blood rained down, spattering the face of the Sky Wolf Lord. The black wolf bird beneath him emitted a startled cry, disregarding its master and attempting to flee in terror. Had the Sky Wolf Lord not reacted swiftly to grasp its fur, he would have nearly been thrown off. He could feel the loyalty of the black wolf bird plummeting. But in that moment, what could be done? If the black wolf bird chose to flee, then let its loyalty diminish. Oddly enough, this only seemed to enhance its speed, which, under the circumstances, was a boon for him. Shadow Lord, you shall meet a most untimely demise. As he watched the black wolf bird soar away, the Sky Wolf Lord muttered a soft curse. His voice was barely a whisper, yet it reached Ika's ears. Upon hearing this, the previously relaxed General Ika's eyes glimmered with a dangerous chill. In the next instant, a shadow appeared beneath him, swiftly carrying him forward as he closed in on the Sky Wolf Lord. At this moment, sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting a shadow of the Sky Wolf Lord upon the back of the black wolf bird. In an instant, Ika's voice echoed in his ear, akin to the whispered words of the Grim Reaper. Insult my sovereign, and perish. Before the Sky Wolf Lord could fully comprehend the situation, IKA emerged from the shadow behind him, severing his head with a single stroke. He could never have anticipated that his demise would stem from a mere curse. Had he refrained from cursing Li Yuan and surrendered in due time, it would have been bound by Li Yuan's command not to slay him. Yet, he chose to insult Li Yuan. To IKA, Li Yuan represented both his heaven and earth, deserving of utmost reverence. Insult the sovereign, and face ruthless retribution. Alas, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Not everyone possesses the fortune of the shadow. Once dead, they do not get a second chance. The Sky Wolf Lord was decapitated, and his black wolf bird troops began to scatter in disarray. With a powerful push, IKA sent the black wolf bird plummeting to the ground as if struck with great force. The death of the Sky Wolf Lord also caused the loyalty of the remaining black wolf birds to plummet, evidently falling below 50%. With their master gone, maintaining even 50% loyalty was commendable. However, the shadows were relentless, swiftly bringing down the remaining 17 black wolf birds to the earth. As the words fell, the shadows, along with the black wolf birds and their supplies, sank into the ground. Meanwhile, within the Anti-Alliance, the name of the Sky Wolf vanished, confirming that he had not escaped. More than 30 black wolf birds had failed to facilitate his flight. Alas, the Shadow Lord is truly merciless. Such wretched luck. One might say it's rather unfortunate to encounter this during the migration. Over in the Red Moon Forest, those who had yet to migrate must hasten, for the Shadow Lord might strike at any moment. It is a pity. The Sky Wolf was a rather agreeable individual. Fear not, everyone, let us not dwell on this. Individually, we would surely fall short against the Shadow Lord, which is precisely why we formed this alliance. Once the Anti-Alliance is fully established and possesses mobility and synergy, we shall no longer fear the Shadow Lord. Indeed, this is merely the beginning. The Anti-Alliance is invincible. The members of the Anti-Alliance could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow at the demise of the Sky Wolf Lord. The pressure brought upon them by the Shadow Lord was mounting. They had joined the Anti-Alliance, led by the esteemed Angel Lord. Yet could they truly withstand the Shadow Lord? Angel Lord Isha silently gazed at the position once occupied by the Sky Wolf in her friends list. The Anti-Alliance had only just been formed, and she had already lost a high-ranking lord. This was undoubtedly a blow to her prestige as the initiator of the alliance, especially since she had done nothing during this time. Shadow Lord, perhaps we are indeed destined to become adversaries. After a prolonged silence, Isha sent a message in the group. The Sky Wolf Lord is the first to sacrifice for our alliance. He was a pioneer of our cause, and we shall forever remember him. One day, I shall undoubtedly avenge him. I shall offer the head of the Shadow Lord as a tribute to the soul of the Sky Wolf Lord. At this moment, Ishua must surely rise to speak. Otherwise, as the leader of this alliance, she would truly lose her authority. As expected, once her message appeared in the group, the other lords ignited with fervor. Yes, we must avenge the Sky Wolf. Revenge is imperative. The Shadow Lord must perish. With the guidance of the angelic Lord Goddess, we shall undoubtedly grow stronger. I have faith in our alliance leader, faith in ourselves, and faith in the Anti Alliance. Is it merely the Shadow Lord? Together, we can vanquish him. Those accursed demon troops shall meet their demise. Allies still near the Red Moon Forest, hasten to my side with utmost speed. And do not afford the Shadow Lord the opportunity to strike us individually. The Shadow Lord is currently purging the castle lords of the Red Moon Forest. Do not harbor any illusions of safety. Once he has cleared the Red Moon Forest, he will surely set his sights on the Tarkhan Great Plains. As the other directions lead to the Endless Sea, the Shadow Lord seeks supremacy. His next target will undoubtedly be the Tarkhan Great Plains. Therefore, we must consolidate the resources of all our allies before he arrives at the Tarkhan Great Plains and strive for collective strength. At that time, it shall be the moment of our decisive battle against the Shadow Lord. Chapter 100. What significance remains in knowing his troop types? Although IKA has only slain 2 castle lords, traces of numerous territories still linger along the route. This implies that other castle lords are still present. These lords have either perished, transitioned to become free agents, or relocated. As for the local forces, the Shadow Lords have yet to uncover them. However, the absence of discovery does not equate to their non-existence. The Goblin Kingdom and the Peaks of the Werewolves are both the dominant powers of Andira. In addition to these 2 ruling factions, several other races still maintain their presence. The unique geography of the Red Moon Forest does not imply that no one dares to approach it. The prior existence of the Goblin and Werewolf tribes signifies that local forces do exist near the Red Moon Forest. Perhaps, the Shadow Lords have simply failed to notice them. We must hasten our efforts. It seems we must allow the Shadow Lords to act separately. Clearing the local forces and other castle factions within the Red Moon Forest is merely the first step for Li Yuan. We cannot afford to spend too much time on this, lest we inadvertently shorten the gap between him and the other lords. 2 shadows shall pair up, expanding the search radius to 20,000 meters, covering the full expanse of the Red Moon Forest north and south. Anyone encountering a castle lord or local faction, notify the other groups. We shall unite to resolve the matter. Once the instructions were clearly given, Li Yuan allowed IKA to lead the shadows away from the castle territory. After their departure, Nika suddenly spoke. My king, we have been searching outside the Red Moon Forest. Could it be possible that someone has established a castle within it? Our focus on the exterior may lead us to overlook them. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, for he had not contemplated this matter before. After all, the Scarlet Moon Forest was exceedingly perilous, harboring more than one formidable beast of the sacred realm. The deeper one ventured, the greater the danger. Subconsciously, Li Yuan felt that there could not possibly be any lords dwelling within the confines of the Scarlet Moon Forest. Yet, since the lords were reborn at random locations, it was entirely plausible that someone's castle could indeed be situated within the forest's depths. Not every corner of the Scarlet Moon Forest was fraught with peril. There might exist areas where ferocious beasts were scarce. Perhaps, by sheer fortune, a lord could have constructed a castle there and survived without succumbing to the onslaught of beasts. Should one attempt to build a castle within the Scarlet Moon Forest and manage to endure, transitioning from a wandering class or relocating would pose an even greater risk. To escape the Scarlet Moon Forest would inevitably mean confronting the myriad beasts lurking therein. In light of this, remaining within the forest might prove to be a wiser choice. Moreover, there was a significant possibility that indigenous factions existed within the Scarlet Moon Forest. Based on Li Yuan's experiences gleaned from various novels, such treacherous locales often harbored some native entities, either complicating matters for the protagonists or bestowing valuable gifts upon them. Thus, Nika's warning was not without merit. After some contemplation, Li Yuan remarked, "Then you should explore the Scarlet Moon Forest. It would be an opportune moment to assess the situation involving those sacred realm beasts. Also, on the day of the beast tide, you must have noticed that retreating crimson light. Pay attention to that as well. I shall obey your command." Nika half knelt upon the ground and swiftly vanished from sight. Now, devoid of fear towards the Scarlet Moon Forest, Li Yuan was eager to uncover its secrets. At this moment, Nika had also stepped into the sacred realm, possessing strength that rivaled those sacred realm beasts within the forest, thus presenting an opportunity to gather valuable information. Of course, the Scarlet Moon Forest could very well be referred to as the Tomb of the Gods, perhaps harboring entities of divine caliber or greater. The black wolf birds, upon sensing Li Yuan's presence, emitted low whines from their wolf-like maws, seemingly filled with trepidation. Their powers had been sealed by IK, leaving them helplessly sprawled upon the ground. Without further ado, Li Yuan cast forth 18 black seals. A few minutes later, the transformation was complete, albeit only 10 black wolf birds remained. Li Yuan casually ed their seals and summoned the golden sacred ape, Wukong. These black wolf birds are entrusted to you. He indicated towards the 10 creatures, addressing son Wukong. Wukong, despite holding the title of Beast Shadow General, had no subordinates, making these black wolf birds an ideal addition to his cadre. Very well, my king. Wukong surveyed the black wolf birds, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. Indeed, these creatures were not particularly strong. One had perished during the transformation, leaving only a 6th-tier bird, while the others were 5th tier. Upon hearing this, Wukong's spirits soared as he exclaimed, "Then I shall proceed at once. You all, come along." Turning on his heel, Wukong called forth the black wolf birds. Now transformed, the black wolf birds were utterly obedient, following Wukong without hesitation. However, before long, Wukong reappeared beside Li Yuan, hesitatingly stating, "Your Majesty, I am heading to the Crimson Moon Forest. Are you worried about me?" Li Yuan shook his head, replying, "There is no need to concern yourself with my well-being. It would be rather difficult for me to meet my demise at this juncture. Proceed with your journey." At present, apart from the official forces that might pose a threat to him, there was virtually nothing in the war continent that could endanger his existence. As time gently flowed by, evening soon descended. The perimeter of the Crimson Moon Forest stretched for tens of thousands of miles, making it quite normal for him not to encounter other factions immediately. After enjoying a meal and a bath, Li Yuan reclined on his bed and opened the trading plaza. At this moment, there were still a few hours left for the auction of his blueprints, which he had listed just before dawn the previous night. The prices for the wall villas had not fluctuated significantly, as there were quite a number of lords selling them. The energy stones for the walls hovered around 600, while the villas had not yet reached 400. However, the bidding price for the basic teleportation array blueprint had already soared to over 1,500 energy stones. In comparison to the unicorn crystal building blueprint, it was merely a trivial matter. The price for the unicorn crystal building blueprint had now risen to 12,600 energy stones. The bidding price for the origin crystals remained somewhat lower, at 560, still shy of breaking the 600 mark. This clearly demonstrated that Li Yuan's decision to have Mo Shanshan act as a proxy was indeed a sagacious choice. Some lords were bidding with energy stones, while others opted for origin crystals. Both forms of currency were in play. Ultimately, Li Yuan would determine which type would conclude the transaction. In other words, based on the current price of the unicorn crystal, both energy stones and origin crystals exceeded the requirements for the 5th level shadow crystal. He pondered whether it might be possible to extend the auction time. Li Yuan, feeling fatigued, was ready to sleep, as he did not need to wait until midnight to recruit new troops. After all, there was a significant possibility that he would elevate the shadow crystal to level 5 the following day, allowing the upgraded barracks to recruit a greater number of shadows. If he were to recruit at midnight, he would squander an opportunity. After fiddling with the auction platform, Li Yuan indeed discovered the function to extend the auction time. However, it required a fee. To add an hour, he would need to pay 10 energy stones. Without hesitation, Li Yuan promptly paid 100 energy stones to extend the auction time for the unicorn crystal building blueprint by 10 hours. This would provide the lords with additional time to prepare their energy stones and origin crystals. Every little bit counted. Having successfully extended the auction time, Li Yuan then checked on his bid for the Ring of Netherfire. Someone had placed a bid after him, albeit a modest increase of 80 energy stones on his bid of 1,200. With newfound confidence, Li Yuan raised his bid to 1,500 energy stones. Should anyone else choose to bid, and if the auction time were to expire, he would no longer concern himself with it. He merely found the Ring of Netherfire somewhat useful. It was not an absolute necessity for him to acquire it, and he would not force the issue if he could not secure it. Having completed these tasks, Li Yuan surrendered to restful slumber. Meanwhile, the shadows tirelessly conducted a thorough search for local forces and other castle factions within and around the Crimson Moon Forest. The golden sacred ape, Wukong, was also present in the Crimson Moon Forest, seeking new members for his beastly entourage. Only Li Cheng and his companions engaged in self-initiated patrols within and beyond their territory. During the night, within the chat group of the Glory Alliance, a message echoed. "Brothers, the Shadow Lord has gone on a rampage in the Crimson Moon Forest." "What? You're also in the Crimson Moon Forest?" "No, I'm not in Andira State at all. However, I am in an alliance within Andira State. You know, the one led by the Angel Lord, currently ranked 4th on the leaderboard, the Anta Alliance." "Damn, is that even possible? You can join 2 alliances?" "The officials Haven T stipulated that one can only belong to a single alliance, right?" "Haha, Wanlong's great master, don't misunderstand. I'm merely gathering intelligence, not betraying our Glory Alliance." "No worries, what is the latest? What has the Shadow Lord done now?" "It's not a big deal. I've heard that the Shadow Lord is clearing out the other castle factions in the Crimson Moon Forest, having slain quite a few lords. Tonight, he even took down a member of the Anta Alliance, an advanced unit with a high-ranking castle, just like that." "Advanced units? It's quite normal for such minor figures to be wiped out by the Shadow Lord." "Brother, you seem a bit too carefree. To be honest, from the moment that Lord sought help until his demise, it was less than 5 minutes. What? 5 minutes to annihilate an advanced castle faction? Is that true?" "No doubt about it. I'm friends with that lord. I've been monitoring his status in the group. It really was under 5 minutes. Around 3, I'd say. Demon units, Are they truly that formidable? What if we misjudge the Shadow Lord's units? Whether they are demon units can only be confirmed upon encounter. If you truly face the Shadow Lord and discern his units, what significance would that hold? Chapter 101. The Haiba family's private soldiers, the Holy Domain werewolves. Wanlong's lord observed the messages in the group, silent, yet his ambitions burgeoned within. The Shadow Lord was cultivating his stronghold. He could not afford to remain idle. Despite having lost many in the official beast tide, his forces were still formidable. It was time to venture outward. A momentary setback signifies little. Even if the Shadow Lord secured a unique special reward, it does not render him invincible. The same adage holds true in the struggle of myriad races. Until the final moment, no one can claim the supreme throne with certainty. Nevertheless, Wanlong's lord shared the same curiosity as Ishua. Why does the Shadow Lord not vacate the Crimson Moon Forest, this forbidden ground? Judging by the Shadow Lord's actions, he could not be foolish enough to linger in the Crimson Moon Forest to meet his demise. Thus, his presence there must serve a purpose unbeknownst to them. However, what they did not realize was that Li Yuan indeed had a purpose, and it was quite simple. He merely wished to transform the Crimson Moon Forest into his private garden. The allies of the Glory Alliance were numerous, now numbering in the thousands. Consequently, news of Li Yuan's targeting of other lords in the Crimson Moon Forest swiftly spread throughout the World Chat channel. As expected, the World Chat channel erupted once more with lively discussions. That night, IKA and the others split up to act independently, significantly enhancing their efficiency as they continued to uncover several local factions. Half of the shadow figures have ascended to the 9th tier, resulting in group formations typically consisting of one 9th tier and one 8th tier member. These local factions, lacking in strength, were effortlessly subdued by the shadows. Coincidentally, they were all goblin tribes, totaling 3 in number. To everyone's surprise, the goblins from these tribes displayed remarkable bravery, choosing not to surrender and meeting their demise instead. Thus, when Li Yuan awoke the following day, the courtyard was adorned with the bodies of several hundred goblins. Without needing to inquire, Li Yuan surmised the situation and promptly began to collect the goblin corpses. Upon completion, he acquired 600 pieces of low-tier weaponry, 7 pieces of 6th-tier equipment, and 1 piece of 7th-tier equipment. Additionally, he obtained over 1,000 energy stones and a considerable number of essence crystals, totaling 21. The 3 local factions proved to be an unexpected boon. Li Yuan did not dwell on this too much, as the strength of Shadow Town had significantly increased, making the acquisition of these resources considerably easier. While preparing his breakfast, he opened his attribute panel. Lord, Li Yuan, Strength, mid-9th tier, Territory level, Primary Town, Troop Type, Shadow Legion, Buildings, Warehouse, Shadow Crystal, Sacred Source Tower, Defense Tower, City Wall, Villa, Residence, Equipment, Dragon Blood Battle Armor, Divine Skills, Dragon Talisman, Horse Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, Thunder Magic, Moon Magic, Sky Magic, Energy Stones, 5,786, Essence Crystals, 83. It appeared that the final transaction for his Unicorn Crystal Blueprint should be settled with Essence Crystals. Li Yuan contemplated the last 2 data points, formulating a plan. With nearly 6,000 energy stones at his disposal, coupled with the auction prices of various other blueprints, he should be close to amassing 10,000. With essence crystals still under 100, settling the difference with them would perfectly bridge the gap. Over 10,000 energy stones and hundreds of essence crystals represent an unimaginable fortune for any other lord. Yet, here Li Yuan was, having to choose from them, which was rather infuriating. The violence and bloodshed seemed trivial compared to the art of commerce. After a moment's reflection, Li Yuan shook his head, nearly forgetting that the capital for such business endeavors was also derived from conflict. Nevertheless, upgrading the Shadow Crystal today appeared to be a certainty. With a knowing smile, Li Yuan carried his freshly prepared breakfast to the dining room and began to eat. Meanwhile, at Hualuo Lake, near where IKA and his companions had pursued the Lord of the Sky Wolf the previous night, over a dozen solo players, each leading their respective troops, swiftly navigated around Hualuo Lake, heading toward the direction of the Red Moon Forest. Speed it up, brothers. This is Hualuo Lake, as mentioned in the chat channel last night. We should soon encounter the Shadow Lord, one called out. Indeed, we can already see the Red Moon Forest, even in broad daylight. It appears ominous with a hint of bloodshed, another remarked. Are we being too reckless? If we approach like this, could the Shadow Lord perceive us as intruders? Questioned a third voice. Thus, when confronted by the Shadow Lord's demonic forces, we must never resist. We should promptly declare our intentions. Yet, they are demons. Will they heed our words? Who conquers without their minions? As wandering souls seeking the Shadow Lord's protection, he ought not to reject us. Regardless, this is our chance. While others cry for blood against the Shadow Lord, we take the initiative to ally with him, and he shall surely welcome our inclusion. To be the first on the leaderboard. By joining, we shall undoubtedly become his loyal vassals. Let us dispense with idle chatter and hasten our journey. These wanderers are preparing to pledge allegiance to Li Yuan. In other words, though they have timidly chosen the path of the wanderer, They are unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to vie for supremacy among the myriad races. They have come to grasp the coattails of power. With over a dozen wanderers and their forces, their collective strength is substantial, numbering around 200. They are certainly not formidable. Had they been strong, they would not have chosen to become wanderers. This group, while conversing, hastens toward the Red Moon Forest. Although they present a facade of disguise, their sheer numbers render it nearly ineffective. Moreover, consumed by their focus on the journey, they remain oblivious to the fact that upon nearing Flower Luo Lake, they have already drawn the attention of a looming threat. The ones observing them are a battalion of dark-armored warriors, not particularly tall in stature, the Goblin forces. These are not the regular troops of the Goblin Kingdom, for their armor bears a distinctive maple leaf insignia. Had Li Yuan been present, he would recognize this as identical to the armor worn by the nobility of the Haiba family he had previously captured. The maple leaf emblem signifies the third family of the Goblin Kingdom. This Goblin troop comprises 500 warriors. Though not part of the kingdom's official military, they are private soldiers nurtured by the Haiba family, rivaling the kingdom's regular forces in strength, perhaps even surpassing them. After all, the private soldiers of great families are chosen elite from the military. Their investment in the cultivation of these soldiers far exceeds that of the kingdom, as this is the foundation of their family's survival. Thus, do not be deceived by the mere 500 troops. At the forefront stands a semi-saint. The remaining Goblin armored warriors, ordinary soldiers, begin at the 6th tier, with 5 captains of the 9th tier, 4 squads of soldiers, accompanied by a squad of mages. Though these Goblin warriors lack towering physiques, they are densely packed, their auras subtly intertwining, exuding a formidable presence. Additionally, they are not solely comprised of the Haiba family's private soldiers. Beside the semi-saint Goblin commanders stand 2 robust humans. However, these individuals are imbued with explosive power, exuding a primal ferocity. They are werewolves, hailing from the mountain peaks. One, slightly shorter in stature, shares the semi-saint status of the Goblin commander. The other, marked by scars, possesses a reserved yet profound aura, embodying a true saint domain.